presents Nigel Anthony in The Hornblower Story, adapted from 4 of the C.S. Forester novels by Val Gielgud. Part 1, from Mr. Midshipman Hornblower, The Even Chance.
"3 days since, a gentleman called upon me from London. A publisher, he called himself. Wanted to persuade me to write what he called my memoirs. Sent the fellow away with a flea in his ear. Not true enough that I've seen many places. Gibraltar, the Levant, the coast of Spain, the inside of a French prison. That I've served under Pellew and St. Vincent and Cornwallis. That I was Vice Admiral Lord Hornblower before I hauled down my flag for the last time. But a man forgets much as he grows older, and there is much a wise man prefers not to remember. So I shall write no memoirs. Better to sit by my fireside, to recall in tranquillity some incidents of those early years, when first I went to sea in times of war with France. Perhaps clearest of all in my memory remains my first sight of His Majesty King George's ship of the line, Justinian, pitching at her anchors off Spithead under a January gale that blustered up the channel. I see myself as a skinny young man, just out of boyhood. Thin legs and arms, a white, bony face above a high stock, and an ill-fitting uniform. I see the darkly tanned cheeks of Mr. Masters, Lieutenant of the Watch aboard the Justinian. I hear the slapping of the waves against her hull as I climbed awkwardly to her quarterdeck.
Come aboard, sir.
Your name?
Horatio Hornblower, sir.
Very
Midshipman.
good, Mr. Hornblower. Did you bring your dunnage aboard with you?
There's my sea chest, sir. Forward at the entry port.
I'll have it sent below. I'd advise you to get out of those wet clothes while you can. The captain's ashore. He'll see you on his return.
Aye, aye, sir.
Senior midshipman of your mess is Mr. Simpson. Report yourself to him.
Aye, aye, sir.
And who the devil may you be?
My name's Hornblower, midshipman. Would you be Mr. Simpson?
A poor name, but mine own. I can only suppose you boarded this ship to thrust yourself among your betters, to be a nuisance to those who have to teach you your duties whilst beating the French. The King's latest bad bargain. How old are you?
17, sir.
You must start at 12 if you hope to be a seaman. Do you know the difference between a head and a halyard?
I can look it up in Norwich seamanship, sir.
Look it up. You'd better.
If you'll excuse me, sir.
What's the matter?
I'm afraid
Afraid?
I'm going...
Good God! The boy's seasick. Seasick in Spithead and hopes to make a seaman. Get out of here before you foul my deck.
Aye, aye, sir.
It was a bad enough beginning. A beginning to days of loneliness and misery for a boy shy and unsure of himself, who found the midshipman's berth occupied by men all a good deal older than he, who for the most part ignored him. Nor was there much in his first interview with Captain Keane to console or encourage him.
So you're a doctor's son, I see.
Yes, sir.
Born July the 4th, 1776. 5 years before I was posted as captain.
Yes, sir.
If you wanted to make a career for yourself, young man, you should have picked a lord for your father. How far did your education go?
Greek and Latin, sir.
So you can construe Xenophon as well as Cicero.
Not very well, sir.
Better if you could foresee a squall in time to get gallants in. The Navy has no use for ablative absolutes.
I have a fair grounding in mathematics, sir.
Sines and cosines. Well, they have their uses. Well, obey orders, learn your duties, and not much harm can come to you.
Thank you, sir.
One thing more, Mr. Hornblower. I hope you pay attention to the senior warrant officer of the midshipman's berth, John Simpson.
I do my best, sir.
Yeah, that is well. Mr. Simpson has ability. He is also his own worst enemy. He was given rank as acting lieutenant, which would have been confirmed had his mathematical knowledge been sufficient to make him a reliable navigator. And so he conceives himself to have a grievance. Once went so far as to address a superior officer as a turnip head. Study, Mr. Simpson, Mr. Hornblower, and profit by what you see and hear.
I find you a difficult young man, Mr. Hornblower.
I'm sorry, Mr. Simpson. I do my best to...
You even grudge me a clean shirt from your own lavish supply. I find that unfriendly, Mr. Hornblower. As a doctor's son, I should have expected sympathy with the needy. What do you say, Mr. Cleveland?
Oh, I agree with you, Mr. Simpson.
And no doubt the doctor was on good terms with the parson. And no doubt the parson helped with the education of Mr. Hornblower. Perhaps he taught Mr. Hornblower that fine poem, Elegy in a Country Churchyard.
He did indeed, Mr. Simpson.
It's a favourite of mine. You may care to refresh my memory of it by reciting one or two verses.
I'm not sure that I can actually...
But I'm certain you can, Mr. Hornblower. At any rate, you can try. Well?
If you insist.
I do, Mr. Hornblower. I really do insist.
The curfew tolls the knell of passing day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The... I fear I don't recall at the moment.
Your dirk scabbard, if you please, Mr. Cleveland.
Here, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. Now, if you will place Mr. Hornblower's head between your knees, I will do my best to stimulate his memory. The curfew tolls the knell of passing day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea.
There were moments during those weeks while the Justinian lay at anchor in that January of '94 when I longed, and such is the absurdity of youth, even prayed for sudden death to rescue me from the tyranny of John Simpson. There came a day when he and I were ashore in charge of a press gang, awaiting the hands from an expected West Indian convoy. We sat comfortably in the back parlour of the Lamb Inn, before a roaring fire, Simpson with a pot of beer laced with gin at his elbow.
For once all's well with the world. Here's to the convoy, and may she be long delayed. Drink up, boy. Ah, Mr. Chalk, your servant.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. I don't think I know your young companion.
Mr. Hornblower, Lieutenant Chalk of the Goliath. You should know Mr. Hornblower, Mr. Chalk, distinguished as the midshipman who was seasick the very day he came aboard in Spithead.
I have heard of other naval officers who suffer from seasickness, Mr. Simpson. Perhaps you will join me in a glass. I fear we may have a long wait for the convoy. Your men are properly posted to watch for their hands as they come ashore.
They are, sir.
That is well. You know, I imagine, that I'm in general charge of the press gangs ashore.
So Captain Keane informed me, sir.
Now, we must find some way to pass the time while we wait. Oh, let me present my midshipman, Mr. Caldwell.
Gentlemen.
I suggest a game of cards. Perhaps whist would give us all scope for the exercise of our talents. You are acquainted with it, Caldwell?
The rudiment, sir.
Mr. Simpson?
I enjoy any game of chance.
Mr. Hornblower?
With pleasure, sir.
Excellent. Stakes, gentlemen, a shilling a trick and a guinea on the rub.
Oh, why not?
Capital, then we may cut at once for places and partners. Hey, potman! 2 clean packs of cards, more lights, and refill the glasses.
As it happened, I had learnt whist in a good school, with my father, his friend, the local parson, and the parson's wife. It took no more than 3 hands to realise that Lieutenant Chalk played a capital game, that Caldwell was moderate, and that John Simpson was hopeless. It took not much longer to realise that he was not only a bad player, but a bad loser. His face grew flushed with more than the heat of the fire, and as the potman came and went with liquor, so Simpson became both restless and noisy. My luck was in, and it was obvious that Lieutenant Chalk was relieved to have me for his partner.
My ace takes your queen, Caldwell.
And the rest are mine.
What do you mean, Hornblower? I hold the king.
He's right, Simpson. 5 tricks, game, and rubber.
Damn it. I take another.
Whether you lead diamonds or hearts, I trump and make 3 more clubs, Mr. Simpson.
It seems to me you know too much about the game, Hornblower. You know the backs of the cards almost as well as you know their fronts.
That is an insult, Mr. Simpson. I shall have to ask you for satisfaction.
Now, Mr. Hornblower, Mr. Simpson had a momentary loss of temper. I'm sure he will explain.
I have been accused of cheating at cards, sir. It's a thing that takes some explaining away.
Damn me if I'll
Mr. Simpson! Wine in and wit out, says the proverb. All friends here, I'm sure. Mr. Simpson was only joking, I know, Mr. Hornblower. Let us call for another bottle.
With pleasure, sir.
Good.
If Mr. Simpson will beg my pardon before you 2 gentlemen and admit that he spoke without justification, otherwise only one satisfaction is possible.
Apologise? To you? I'll see you in hell first.
He's hardly more than a boy, Simpson. You can apologise without...
Apologise be damned. I shall look forward to letting daylight into him.
You are a rash young man, Mr. Hornblower. I blame myself that I gave occasion for what has happened, all the same.
I had no alternative, sir.
Perhaps. Nonetheless, when Mr. Simpson is cooler...
No, sir. But I should be greatly obliged to you if you would apprise Captain Keene of the facts.
Gladly.
Thank you, sir.
And perhaps Mr. Caldwell here will act for you.
Oh, of course. The man's a bully.
And plays a mighty bad hand at whist. Then I'll wish you luck, Mr. Hornblower. It's time I made the round of my patrols.
If I were you, Hornblower, I'd take Lieutenant Chalk's advice. He's a good officer.
I'm sure of that.
But you won't.
Would you?
Well, how do you want to fight that bully Simpson? Well, you're the aggrieved party. You've choice of weapons. Any skill with a small sword?
Never handled one.
Then pistols.
I've heard he's a good shot.
You're pretty cool.
Maybe. I hardly care. But I thought we might make the chances more even.
And how would you propose to do that?
In fact, we could make them exactly even, Caldwell. We could have 2 pistols, one loaded and the other empty. Simpson and I take our choice without knowing which is which, stand within a yard of each other, and fire on the word.
I doubt if it would be legal. Well, one of you would be killed for certain.
I thought killing was the object of the duel.
You wanted me, sir?
I did, Masters. It's this absurd business of a meeting arranged between young Hornblower and John Simpson.
Yes, sir?
It shouldn't take place.
Not, sir?
Confound it, man. My officers have better things to do than to try to kill each other, especially when our country is at war.
Quite so, Captain Keene, sir. But when a ship is at anchor for weeks on end,
That may be an explanation. It is not an excuse. I want you to settle this business.
Attempts have been made, sir. Both men are very stubborn.
One is a boy, the other is a bully. I tell you, Lieutenant Masters, it won't do.
Everyone in the ship is aware of the facts of the case. If I might be frank, sir.
Certainly, certainly.
I believe it would be good for the general morale of the ship if the thing was brought to a head.
Why do you say that?
Simpson is generally disliked, sir. Young Hornblower, he's an unknown quantity. He may be only shy. He may be too big for his boots.
But under the conditions demanded by Hornblower, confound him, one or the other is almost certain to be killed.
Exactly so, sir.
Oh, you like the idea.
It would solve problems, sir.
If you mean what I think, I don't like it. Now, see here. I rely on you, masters, to do your very best to achieve an accommodation. An accommodation. You understand?
Why insist on satisfaction, Mr. Hornblower? I understand it was merely a question of a few hasty words over cards and wine.
Mr. Simpson accused me of cheating, sir, before witnesses. And the witnesses were not officers of this ship.
I'm aware of that.
Had they been my shipmates, I might have chosen to disregard Mr. Simpson's words as the ramblings of a drunken bore. What passed between us is now common property in the fleet. There is no hushing it up.
You still demand satisfaction?
I do, sir.
I see. Do I also understand you are insisting on unusual conditions for the meeting?
I suppose they might be called unusual, sir.
There is no question of suppose, Mr. Hornblower.
There are precedents, sir. As the insulted party, I am entitled to choose any conditions which the seconds deem to be fair.
That is the talk of a sea lawyer, not of a ship's officer.
I'm sorry for that, sir. My father has often rebuked me for being too glib with my tongue.
Let us keep to the point. You are absolutely determined to continue with a business I can only describe as murderous?
Yes, sir.
Then I must inform you that Captain Keene has instructed me to be present at your meeting with Mr. Simpson on account of these strange conditions on which you have insisted.
Yes, sir.
I shall request the seconds to make their arrangements accordingly.
Very good, sir. I am grateful for the captain's concern on my account.
Look alive there!
Make no mistake, Mr. Hornblower. The captain has things more important to consider than your skin.
I am sure of that. The feeling is mutual.
Mr. Hornblower, are you a prig or a fool?
Sometimes I have asked myself that question, sir.
Indeed, and have you answered it?
Not yet, sir. Not to my own satisfaction. I hope that one day I may be able.
All my life I have suffered from a sense of uncertainty. Uncertainty regarding myself. Perhaps it is to that sense that I owe a certain stubbornness of disposition, once I have made up my mind. Over this business with John Simpson, there was much to be said for escaping from my persecution at his hands by dying. At the same time, I realized it would be agreeable to escape from it without dying. Simpson was certainly a better swordsman, and might be a better shot. The conditions for the meeting which I had named surely gave me rather more than an even chance, which was just as well. As I lay awake, hearing the Justinian's bell ring out each half-hour during the night before the morning arranged for the duel, I knew that if I had no more to depend upon than steadiness of hand and eye, I should almost certainly be dead before another nightfall. An hour before dawn, Reveille. Caldwell was waiting for me at the jetty with a hackney coach.
Take a sip of this, Hornblower. It'll warm your stomach. You've no special need for a steady hand this morning.
Thank you, no. I had some tea before coming ashore.
The others will be there before us. I saw the quarterboat heading back just before I reached the jetty. The Sawbones is with them. Well, God knows what use he can be in the circumstances.
No doubt he'll do his best.
How do you feel?
Well enough, I think.
Now, gentlemen, here are the pistols. Both, as you see, are primed, but only one is loaded. I propose to spin this coin to decide the allocation of the weapons.
Let the winner of the spin choose.
Very well. Pray call, Mr. Hornblower.
Tails.
Tails it is. Make your choice, Mr. Hornblower.
This one, if you please.
I have done what was required of me. It remains for you two gentlemen to carry the business through.
Yes, sir.
Take this one, Mr. Simpson.
I'm obliged to you, sir. I trust Mr. Hornblower will handle that weapon more carefully.
He is a public danger. There are no distances to step out on this occasion. It's level enough here, I fancy. Will you stand here, Hornblower?
And you here, Mr. Simpson?
I thank you.
For the last time, gentlemen, I beg you, Can you not be reconciled?
A moment. Who is to give the word to fire?
Thank you, Mr. Cleveland. I suggest we ask Lieutenant Masters to give it.
If you all agree, very well. I will say 1, 2, 3, fire, with those intervals. On that last word, you may fire at will. You are ready?
Yes. Ready.
1, 2, 3...
Despite the pounding of my heart, my mind was clear. At that moment I knew that even if the loaded pistol was mine, I could not kill Simpson. A wound would suffice. I raised the weapon slightly so that it was directed towards the point of Simpson's shoulder.
Fire!
He's yours, Simpson.
Thank you, Cleveland. It looks like it.
A misfire, by God! Give me those pistols. The loaded one's hanging fire. We don't want it to go off now. Honour is satisfied. Both gentlemen have passed through this ordeal with credit. No one now can think less of Mr. Simpson if he expresses his regret to Mr. Hornblower. No one can think less of Mr. Hornblower if he accepts such a statement in reparation. Mr. Simpson?
If you say so, sir.
Mr. Hornblower?
Very well.
That is satisfactory.
Oh, I wish you could all see your faces. Solemn as cows.
Mr. Cleveland, be so good as to relieve your feelings in a manner more befitting. Well, gentlemen, our coaches are waiting and the cutter is at the jetty. I think we should all be the better for some breakfast.
And that, I fancy, should have been the end of the incident. The talk it had occasioned in the anchored squadron died away. It made more difference to me than I now care to confess that the name of Hornblower no longer meant the midshipman who had been seasick when he boarded the Justinian, but a man who had been willing to face an even chance of death in cold blood. However, in the Justinian herself there was other talk. Whispers circulated and grew. They came to my ears, and very angry they made me.
I believe you wanted to see me, Mr. Hornblower.
I do, Captain Keene.
You seem to me rather a disturbed young man.
With reason, sir.
Yes. I fancy I can guess what you wish to say.
Those pistols used in my duel with Mr. Simpson.
Well?
Neither of them was loaded, sir.
You're quite correct, Mr. Hornblower. I gave the orders to Lieutenant Masters. What is more, I saved a life for the King's service, a valuable life. No one has suffered harm. Both you and Simpson have amply proved your courage. You both know you can stand fire. That is valuable knowledge for a naval officer. Every man in this squadron knows it too.
My honour remains in question, sir.
Don't blur your courage with prickishness, Mr. Hornblower. It seems I have to remind you of one admirable regulation of the Navy, to the effect that no junior officer can challenge his superior to a duel. The reason is obvious. Otherwise, promotion might become too easy. So, the mere issuing of a challenge by a junior to a senior is an offence, Mr. Hornblower.
I see now that I acted hastily and foolishly, sir.
Good.
In that case, sir...
There is another matter that I wish to take up with you, Mr. Hornblower.
Sir?
Captain Pellew of the Indefatigable has room for another midshipman. What's more, he's partial to a game of whist and has no good fourth on board. Now, he and I have agreed to consider favourably your application for it, should you care to make one. I don't imagine I have to point out that any young officer with ambitions would jump at the chance of serving under Captain Pellew in a frigate.
No, sir.
Prize money, distinction, promotion, you can reasonably hope for all of these. Of course, I would not wish to influence you unduly, Mr. Hornblower, but I do not think that I am exaggerating when I say it is the opportunity of a lifetime.
It is more than good of you, sir. I hardly know how to thank you. At the same time, you accepted me as a midshipman in the Justinian. Of course, I must stay with you.
Thank you, Mr. Hornblower. However, I am going to insist on your accepting the offer.
But Captain Keene...
As Lieutenant Masters has, I gather, intimated to you, this ship is not the place for a young man of promise. Midshipmen are older than they should be. So you see, I do have the good of the service in mind.
I hardly know what to say, sir.
And then say nothing. Simply accept Captain Pellew's invitation. It would make things easier for me if you did. It would also make things easier for John Simpson. You understand?
Aye, aye, sir. I understand. And I appreciate your frankness and advice, sir.
Then it remains for me to wish you the best of good fortune under your new command, Mr. Hornblower.
I was never to know exactly what was in Captain Keen's mind. The good of the service, the future welfare of a midshipman he hardly knew, Captain Pellew's need of a fourth at whist, the desirability of separating John Simpson from myself. At the time I could only think of the frigate Indefatigable sailing free for the Bay of Biscay and operations off the coast of France. Of Sir Edward Pellew, with his reputation as a frigate captain. For the first time, I think, I was convinced that I had a future as a naval officer.
In part one of the Hornblower story, you heard Nigel Anthony as Lord Hornblower, the narrator, with Nicholas Fry in the role of Horatio as a youth. Lieutenant Masters was played by Anthony Wingate, Mr. Midshipman Simpson, Ralph Lawford, Captain Keen, Charles Foster, Mr. Midshipman Cleveland, Paul Hertzberg, Lieutenant Chalk, Ian Flintoff, and Mr. Midshipman Caldwell, Keith Ladd. The musical score is composed by Johnny Pearson. The Hornblower story is directed in Manchester by Trevor Hill, assisted by Christopher Hayden Webb. We present Nigel Anthony in The Hornblower Story, adapted from 4 of the C.S. Forester novels by Val Gielgud. Part 2, from Mr. Midshipman Hornblower, The Cargo of Rice.
You will hear some people talk as if all life in the Navy afloat is much the same thing. You can take it from me that they don't know what they're talking about. Service in a ship of the line, like the Justinian, in which I started my career as midshipman, and service in a frigate, like the Indefatigable, Captain Sir Edward Pellew, was as different as chalk from cheese. In a ship of the line, no midshipman could hope to be more than an unconsidered trifle. In a frigate, there was usually the chance of taking prizes, and a prize might mean an independent command, if one only had the luck. An independent command. I thought of it all day and dreamt of it all night. Indefatigable was pounding through Biscay in a heavy sea and under a strong breeze. The waters of the bay were dotted with white sails, the sails of the stragglers from a French convoy, trying to make their home ports, while out in the Atlantic their escorting fleet was at grips with our own. Ship after ship was overhauled, a shot or two, their new-fangled tricolour flag came down, and a prize crew was sent on board. Captain Pellew was not a man who wasted time, as I soon discovered. An experienced captain and a young midshipman can go well together. The brig we were chasing was slow to surrender. On that heaving sea it was hard to bring our 9-pounders accurately to bear. I was beside Sir Edward on the quarterdeck.
Not into our hull, damn it! I want her crippled, not sunk! That's better. Got the slings of a fore topsail yard. Now she must come up into the wind. My speaking trumpet, Mr. Hornblower, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir.
What? Briggs there! What does the fellow say?
Mary Gallant to Bordeaux. 24 days out from New Orleans with rice.
Oh, rice for revolutionary France, eh? That'll sell for a pretty penny when we get her home. 200 tons, I'd say. Crew, 12 at most. She'll need a prize crew of 4, a midshipman's command. See what you can do, Mr. Hornblower.
Me, sir?
Take 4 men of the cutter's crew and board that brig. Mr. Soames will give you our position. Take her into any English port you can make and report there for orders.
Aye, aye, sir.
It was no joke jumping from the mizzen chains into the cutter with that sea running, but it was no time to hesitate under Sir Edward's eye. I had my dirk and a pistol, and the master gave me a paper with our latitude and longitude hastily scrawled. By nature, I was always ungainly and awkward, but better make an exhibition of myself than delay Indefatigable any longer. I jumped, and cannoned clumsily into the lieutenant in the stern sheets.
What the deuce do you want, Hornblower?
Sorry, sir. Orders. Would you take me to the brig, sir?
You taking charge of her?
Yes, sir. The captain requests I should take 4 of your men.
They better be topmen. That topsail yard of theirs is all adrift. Shall I pick 'em for you?
I'd be obliged, sir.
Jones, Baker, Grant, and Matthews. Keep 'em away from drink and they'll be all right. And watch the French crew, or they retake the ship and land you in a French jail.
Aye, aye, sir.
Lay to there, Matthews, lay to!
The first thing that struck my eyes as I boarded the French brig was the profusion of bottles. There was a pile of them around the hatch cover. Others were rolling about the scuppers. Matthews, evidently the accepted leader of the men from the cutter, regarded bottles and Frenchmen alike, with a contempt he did not try to conceal.
By the holy, they made the best of their time, sir. Wish we were as happy.
That'll do, Matthews. Jones! Grant! Brace the after yards to larboard! I'll take the wheel myself. You're rated petty officer, Matthews. Get to work at once and clear away that raffle forward.
Aye, aye, sir.
Get that jib in before it flogs itself to pieces!
Aye, sir. We'll need more hands than we have, sir. Can I put some of the Frenchies to work?
If you think you can, and they're sober enough.
I'll work 'em all right. Drunk or sober, sir.
Very good, carry on. We'll square away.
What's your course, sir?
For England. Northeast by north. Oh, Matthews.
Sir?
One of those shots we fired. Looked as if it held her. What's the damage?
Don't rightly know, sir.
We must take a closer look as soon as we can. Better sound the well now.
Aye, aye, sir. I'll need a sounding line and a light. I'll get 'em, sir. All right that I can see, sir. Not a drop. Dry as yesterday's panicking.
You're certain?
Sure as I'm alive, sir.
Very good, Matthews. Coil that rope again.
Aye, aye, sir. You'll pardon me, Mr. Hornblower, but we can't keep that course as you set much longer, with the wind coming up gusty-like.
Thank you, Matthews. Summon all hands and wear ship. We couldn't weather Ushant on this tack with things as they are.
I was to get no sleep that night. Short-handed, I did not dare to continue in the hope that the wind might back. I remembered my reading and instructions warning me of the terrors of a lee shore. The thought of taking help from my French prisoners stuck in my gullet, but I could see no help for it. I sent below for their captain. I did not care for the look of him when he appeared. Unshaven, bleary-eyed.
Votre nom, monsieur?
I speak English. 5 years I spent in one of your Portsmouth hulks during the last war. My name is Jules Leblanc, lieutenant.
I'm Horatio Hornblower, midshipman.
Monsieur Hornblower, my men are hungry.
No doubt. Mine are. I am.
I have a cook aboard.
Fortunate. Then we can come to terms.
Terms?
Simple enough. Your cook will provide food for everyone on board the Marie Galante. You undertake that you and your men will make no attempt to recapture the ship.
We will set sail for England, monsieur.
That fact has not entirely escaped me.
And we ride a little heavily, is it not so?
Maybe.
A leak, perhaps.
Her well has been sounded. Not a drop of water in her.
One shot from your frigate struck our hull. You know that we carry a cargo of rice, monsieur.
I do.
You know also, should there be a leak, every drop of water taken in by the ship would be absorbed by the rice. Sounding of the well would tell you nothing.
Where do you think the shot hit her?
On the port side, forward.
You were close hauled and heeling over when we hit you. If there is a leak, it must be below the waterline. I'll go and see.
You do not send one of your men?
I prefer to see for myself. Our terms. They are agreed, Monsieur Leblanc.
You have my hand on it.
Good enough. Matthews! Get a line rigged. I'm going over the side. You'll take charge, Mr. Matthews.
Aye, aye, sir.
If I find there's a hole, we must further a sail and get it over somehow to plug the leak. Monsieur Leblanc here has promised that his cook will feed us. Better take advantage of his offer.
The wave closed over my head like a momentary death. And there it was, 2 feet below the waterline, a splintered, jagged hole, square rather than round, and at least a foot across. At that moment I fancied I could hear the sea bubbling into the ship.
So you were right, sir.
The Frenchman was right, Matthews. That leak must be plugged, and we've little time to spare.
I doubt if we've time at all, sir.
What do you mean?
Look there, sir. That deck seam, and the pitch bulging out of it.
Mon Dieu! The cargo, it increases itself.
What the devil do you mean?
It's the rice, sir. The water's got into it, and it's swelling. It'll burst the ship's seams open, sir.
Then the sooner we get a sail over the leak, the better, Matthews.
If it's possible, sir.
Of course it's possible.
I said she was riding heavily, monsieur. Now you can see. She's already much lower in the water.
You keep an eye on your own people, Monsieur Leblanc. We cannot afford any panic. Hurry with that sail, Matthews!
Aye, aye, sir.
And have her laid on the starboard tack!
But on this present tack, we can easily make Bordeaux. Surely you will not risk all our lives.
That be damned for a tale.
I beg your pardon, sir. Don't like the feel of her. She's settling down.
We'll see about that. I'll jettison the cargo. Get all the Frenchmen forward. Tail on to those tackles and sway up the hatch.
This is madness!
Of course, we'll do our best, sir. But it seems to me she's settling fast.
I don't have to tell you twice to obey orders, Matthews. Are we going to be beaten by some rats and a few tons of rice? And you, Monsieur Leblanc, if your men don't want to drown, let me see them start working.
Matthews drove the French seaman to work with a rope's end. He and my other 3 strained and heaved like heroes. But after at least 50 tons of cargo had been hoisted out and flung overside, the brig was a full 6 inches lower in the water. Now she was leaking like a basket, the water pouring in through the gaping seams, only to be sucked up immediately by the thirsty rice. There was only one thing to do.
Matthews, prepare to abandon ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
Grâce à Dieu.
Best find yourself some warm clothes, Mr. Hornblower, sir. I've been once in an open boat for 10 days.
Thank you. Think of yourself. And Matthews, see what you can find. Navigating instruments, charts, a compass.
Aye, aye, sir.
Monsieur Leblanc.
What can I do?
We shall be 17 in all. Heavy manning for your wretched little boat. See that your men lay hands on all the food and water they can manage.
At your service, monsieur.
Yeah?
You'll take the tiller, Matthews. You'll handle an overloaded boat better than I can. I shall leave the ship last, of course.
Too bad we couldn't save her, sir.
Just so. Now, get along.
Aye, aye, sir.
The brig was now so waterlogged that it was almost easy to step down from her deck into the boat. I looked back as we pulled away. The Marie Galante had acquired a sudden list. Then she righted herself, her deck nearly level with the sea, and sank almost on an even keel, her masts slowly disappearing. For an instant her sails gleamed under the green water.
She's gone, Mr. Hornblower.
Yes, she's gone. And I'm thinking...
Yes, sir?
My first independent command.
It's the luck, sir.
You're right, Matthews. It's the luck. What's the use of thinking about it? She's gone. At any rate, we're still alive.
That's about it, sir. We're alive.
There's usually a funny side to things.
Funny, Mr. Hornblower? Begging pardon, but what's so funny about this lot?
I'm going to be sick. Shift out of my way, Matthews, will you?
It was a bad time in that open boat. As bad a time as I can remember in all my years at sea. The Frenchman huddled in the bows, Monsieur Leblanc amidships by himself, my 4 men with me in the stern. 2 nights without sleep, wet, cold, and that damned seasickness of mine. Not to speak of the thoughts which nagged me of how I'd lost my first command. At 17, you let these things get under your skin. A biscuit of hard bread and half a pannikin of water didn't offer much in the shape of consolation.
Mast step, sir. Lucksail bent, and ready to hoist.
Wind's backing westerly a little, Matthews. We'll make sail. You'll keep the tiller. Baker, take the sheet. Close hold on the port tack.
Close hold it'll be, sir.
Where do we go, monsieur?
North.
But the wind is fair for Bordeaux. By tomorrow we could be there. Why should we go north?
Because we're bound for England.
England? It'll be a week, a whole week, even if the wind stays fair. In this so crowded boat. It is madness. Should there be a storm...
Then we shall drown together. Let me tell you once again, Monsieur Leblanc, that I do not intend to rot for years in a French prison.
But I insist that you head for Bordeaux.
It would be hard to miss you at about 5 feet. There is a second pistol in my belt over my left hip. Take it, Matthews.
Got it, sir. Begging your pardon, but hadn't you better cock yours?
You will please point that pistol another way.
I only want to make it quite plain that if you, or any of your men, makes a threatening move, my petty officer or I will shoot.
Monsieur Hornblower, I beg you to listen to me. As I told you, I was in prison in England during the last war. It is not an experience I wish to repeat. Let us come to an agreement and sail to France. We will land anywhere you choose. Then you can continue your journey freely. Or I will use all my influence to have you and your men sent back to England without stipulation for exchange or ransom. This I swear.
No.
Is it not a fair offer?
Your government would never part with trained seamen like mine on representation from you. They're too valuable.
But I assure you...
It is also my duty to see that your trained seamen do not return to France.
That is your final word?
Yes.
Shall I clout his jaw and shut him up?
That'll not be necessary, I think, Mr. Matthews.
At least, put your pistol away. It is dangerous.
You give me your word that you will do nothing to interfere with my command of this boat?
I swear it.
And your men?
I undertake for them.
Very well.
It was after breakfast the next morning that we sighted the sail. Naturally, we rejoiced, until Matthews suggested she might be French. She was flush-decked, with a look of speed about her and a line of gun ports. And as Matthews pointed out, she hadn't all possible sail set, as a ship travelling on peaceful business would normally have had in such a breeze. Matthews was right. She was a French privateer. She came tearing down on us, passed us at half a cable's length, hove to and cut off our escape. We could only curse and submit. When we stepped onto her deck, I was greeted by a young man in a plum-coloured coat with a lace stock.
I am Captain Neuville of the Privateer Peak. May I inquire?
Midshipman Hornblower of His Britannic Majesty's Navy.
Do not distress yourself. The fortunes of war. Until we make port, you will be accommodated in the Peak, with all comfort possible. But those pistols in your belt, they must surely discommode you. Let me relieve you of the weight.
Here.
And that dirk you wear? Impetuous youth often leads to some rashness. That would be a pity.
Take it.
1,000 thanks. Might I show you to the berth that is prepared for you below?
I should appreciate the company of my petty officer.
As you wish. If you will follow me. Our market in San Domingo has been closed by recent events. I converted the Peak into a privateer so that I might still draw my dividends. Also, under our noble Committee of Public Safety, I found Paris an unhealthy spot for a gentleman. So I choose to command myself.
I expect you know your own business.
I think so. Here are your cuts. Should the ship go into action, the hatches above will be battened down. Otherwise, you are free to move about as you will. I would only add that any attempt by prisoners to interfere with the working or welfare of the Peak might be deeply resented by her crew. They serve with me on shares, you understand. Anyone seeking to endanger their freedom or their dividends might easily find himself overboard.
You are very frank, sir.
It is well we understand one another. Now, is there anything further I can provide for your comfort? Apart from the society of your excellent petty officer. Pray, step inside.
Thank you.
Something to read?
If you can read French.
I can.
I have some professional books. I recommend to you Lebron's Handbook on Seamanship.
That will do very well, monsieur. I may rely on your care for the welfare of my 3 other men.
Oh, if Master Guest takes a turn at pumping out the ship.
I protest, sir. That sort of menial work.
We will not discuss it, if you please.
Damned mincing fellow.
I'll get my hands on him by and by, sir.
You will keep your hands to yourself, Matthews, unless I tell you to the contrary.
Aye, aye, sir. Begging your pardon, Mr. Hornblower, but being in here with you like this, sir...
I like company. Don't you?
But you an officer, sir?
It is perfectly fitting, Matthews, and it is my responsibility.
Very good, sir. This is the soft of the 2 cots, sir.
And I'll take the other. Damn it, Matthews. If only I'd had the sense to get that shot hole in the Marigold plugged a bit earlier, we shouldn't be in this pickle.
Hardly your fault, Mr. Hornblower.
Incompetence is always a fault. And it looks as if I shall pay for it by celebrating my 18th birthday in a French prison.
It was a damnable situation, with little to do but brood on my failure which had brought me to this fix. For days we cruised in the Channel approaches and saw nothing but a tossing waste of water. Then one morning, Matthews and I were both on deck. There came a hail from the masthead of a ship visible to windward. She altered course towards us, and the Peak stood towards her, all sails set for pursuit, or flight.
I wonder, Matthews...
By God, sir, it's the old Indefatigable, no less.
We are on the edge of her cruising ground. All the same, it's long odds against.
I'm not mistaken, sir. I'd swear to it.
You may be right, Matthews.
There! She's loosing her royals. We'll be back aboard in time for grog.
She must first catch us.
Did I hear your petty officer arrive, Monsieur Hornblower? That is your red ship?
She may be.
In that case, you can tell me what is her best point of sailing?
I think not.
Such nobility of attitude is out of place. I could induce you to give me the information, but fortunately for you, it is not necessary. There is not one of His Britannic Majesty's clumsy frigates that cannot sail the Peak running before the wind. However, in the circumstances, I fancy you and your companion would be more comfortable below.
I prefer fresh air.
Yet, you will obey my orders. Below, monsieur. You will please go below.
Matthews!
Aye, aye, sir.
That door in the after bulkhead. Did you see it when it was unlocked?
No,
It gives onto the boatswain's store. Paint, Matthews, paint!
that door's 2 solid slabs of wood, sir.
Don't make difficulties, Matthews. Take off your jersey.
My jersey, sir?
And don't ask damn fool questions. Now, unravel it. Then slash open that cot's mattress and scoop out the ticking. And here's a use at last for Monsieur Lebrun's treatise on seamanship. The grease from the lamp. Spread it abroad.
We'll be grilled like herrings, Mr. Hornblower.
We've got to risk that. Get up on deck again.
We was ordered below.
Get on deck. Argue. Do what you like or what you can, but stay there.
What about you, sir?
Do as you're told. I'll join you in a minute or two. Jump to it, Matthews.
I was committed. I grabbed the lamp and smashed it onto the torn paper and scattered straw. The flame caught, spread and flared. I followed Matthews. On deck, Noville was watching the helmsman with occasional glances aloft to see that every sail was doing its work. The men were at the guns, 2 hands heaving the log. How much longer would I have? As it turned out, it was long enough. Nothing was so feared in our wooden ships as fire. A rush of flame shot through a cabin skylight. Noville brought the peak about, and head to wind it kept the fire from the magazine. The other sails did not catch. For all that, the peak was helpless. She could neither fight nor run. Captain Pellew had seen the smoke and drawn his conclusions. The Indefatigable tore down, the white wave foaming underneath her bowsprit, and hoisted out her boats a cable's length to windward. The tricolour flag fluttered down. It remained for me to face Captain Sir Edward Pellew, and, as I went aboard Indefatigable, I could have wished myself elsewhere.
Glad to see you aboard again, Mr. Hornblower.
Thank you, sir.
That privateer, I know something of the self-styled Captain Noville and of his record. A private menace and a public danger, Mr. Hornblower.
Yes, sir.
You agree with me?
I was his prisoner, sir.
How did he treat you?
I've no complaints for myself.
Your men?
He might have treated them better.
Quite so. I should have expected as much. Well, with a little hard work, the Peak can be repaired, sent to England and then to sea again. What is more important, she's no longer available in French hands to prey on English commerce. As for yourself, Mr. Hornblower...
I cannot excuse myself, sir. The Mary Gallant had been holed below the waterline when I boarded her. I should have realized...
Mr. Hornblower, pray do not make a great fuss about very little.
I beg your pardon, sir?
The Mary Gallant was damaged by gunfire before she surrendered. No one can establish now whether that damage was small or great. I sent you aboard with a prize crew of 4. They were all I could spare. You did what you could to save her. You failed.
The responsibility was mine, sir.
It was also mine. Furthermore, Mr. Hornblower, it was more important that France should be deprived of that cargo of rice than England should benefit by it.
You are indulgent to me, sir.
Am I indeed? That is a matter for my lords of the Admiralty.
Sir.
In reporting the matter, I shall of course bring to their lordships' attention the circumstances of the taking of the Peak. In that case, also her capture is of considerable benefit to our country.
If you say so, sir.
I do say so. Fortunate she caught fire like that. She was running away from us and would have been out of sight in an hour. Providence, Mr. Hornblower? Or have you any idea how it happened? Well, speak up.
I think it must have been a case of spontaneous combustion in the paint locker. I can't account for it otherwise.
Really, Mr. Hornblower? How very fortunate. Tell me, are you sure that you did not, let us say, nudge fortune's elbow. I should be glad to include in my report to my lords anything which might serve to favour your future career.
It was the time and my opportunity to answer truthfully and with proper modesty. I might reasonably have expected a modicum of praise, a mention in the gazettes, even perhaps my appointment as acting lieutenant. I could not do it. Sir Edward Pellew did not know the full details of the loss of the Marie Galante and her cargo of rice. I alone knew how and when I had failed. I alone could decide, and had decided, on the punishment my failure deserved. And more than anything else, I had to re-establish myself in my own eyes.
I can't account for it, sir.
I can't account for it, I repeated to Sir Edward. And when I had spoken the words, I was conscious of a sudden and enormous relief, of not a single twinge of regret.
In Part 2 of the Hornblower story, you heard Nigel Anthony as Lord Hornblower, the narrator, with Nicholas Fry in the role of Horatio as a youth. Captain Sir Edward Pellew was played by Ronald Herdman, Able Seaman Matthews, David Miller, Captain Leblanc, Ron Davies, Captain Nerville, Peter Bell, and a Lieutenant, Joe Cook. Location recordings were made by Christopher Hayton Webb and David Fleming Williams aboard the ketch IP Torso. The Hornblower story is directed by Trevor Hill.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Smile at this distance of time. But as I paced my quarterdeck in the burning sun on that morning long ago, I was far from smiling. So as not to imperil my mission, I'd been obliged to turn over the Natividad to the madman Don Julian, who called himself Divine, Almighty, El Supremo. Now he was coming aboard to murder my prisoners, the Spanish officers. I was determined to save them, at least.
Come here, you. Are you the Spanish sailing master?
Si, senor.
What is that image beside the taffrail there?
It's of the Virgin and Child, Senor.
Throw it overboard. But wait, Senor. I prefer to have the pleasure myself. So, now, which is the youngest of your mates?
I am, senor.
Very well. You will hold up your hand and declare your disbelief in any other divine lord than our gracious El Supremo. Up with your hand. Good. Now repeat after me. I swear.
I swear. No, senor. No, I cannot. I dare not.
No, then we shall not need you, shall we? Lieutenant Barrios, Terno, throw that overboard. No, the next man. You swear your disbelief?
There was no further trouble from the officers. They took the new oath one by one, as indeed they must.
You see, men.
Then De Crespo spoke to the crew, a mixed collection of Spaniards, Chinese, Negroes, Indians.
Sweeping the Spaniards from the Dominion of America. Within a year, the whole of the land from Mexico to Peru will be at his feet. There will be an end of Spanish misrule, of brutal domination, of slavery in mine and field. There will be land for everybody. Freedom and happiness under El Supremo. You can join us all. The alternative you have seen. Now, who is for El Supremo? I am too. Thank you. Thank you too, Captain. I think there is no more need for your prize crew now. Should any insubordination arise later, I shall be able to deal with it.
I'm quite sure you will. Mr. Gerard, you will order your crew to withdraw and return to the Lydia. As my boat bore me back to my ship, I reflected bitterly on the murder of the Spanish master's mate. But there was nothing I could have done. At all costs, I must not fall out with Supremo or his followers while my orders remained uncompleted. As I reached my own deck, the boom of a gun from the Natividad was answered by one from the Lydia. A new flag was flying from the peak of the Natividad, blue with a yellow star in the middle.
Fire 6! If I hadn't been born a ruddy fool, I shouldn't be here. Fire 7! I've left my wife and I left my home, everything that's dear. Fire 8!
El Supremo came riding down to the beach with his ragged retinue, and I met him there. As we rowed out to the Lydia, I ran my eye over the ship to see that all was ready to receive our ally with full military formality. But before he mounted the ladder, he remarked,
"The correct salute for me, Capitan, is 23 guns."
Mr. Bush, pass the word to Mr. Marsh for 23 guns. Don't look so stricken, Mr. Bush. It's two more than His Majesty himself receives. It's entirely meaningless.
Aye, sir.
Dinner will be served shortly, El Supremo. Would you care to come below?
I will dine here, alone. Let the food be brought to me.
The misery and embarrassment of our makeshift dinner in the gunroom, into which we crowded with Supremo's retinue, was mercifully cut short by the arrival of the officer of the watch.
Beg pardon, sir, but there's a messenger from the shore. I can't understand a word he says.
Very well, I'll come on deck. I think you'd better accompany me, Mr. Bush.
Thank you, sir. Last load, thank heaven. Never seen such a dastardly murderous gang of cutthroats in my life. Soldiers, they call them. I give a week's baccy to know what the captain's up to. He don't stand what he's standing from this Supremo for nothing. Well, here we are. Now get alongside. Come on, Ansem, up that ladder. Up the ladder, I said. We aren't sitting here all day. Lord me, it's awkward as a powder monkey. Look out, he's lost his old stand from under!
Tradition fine time to go swimming, is this?
He can't swim. We'll have to fish him out.
All right. I'll go in for it. Here, out the way there. Well, here goes. Stop there, wriggling, or else I'll let you go.
All right now. I got him. Come on, boys. Out you come. Right now, go on, up the ladder. Come on, I'll come behind you to see you get up this time.
Well done, men. I'll see you get an extra top for that piece of work. Now, get that man below and find him some dry clothes.
Capitan, oblige me by hanging those two men from the yardarm.
What?
I said, please hang that clumsy fool of a soldier. I will not have fools in my army. And your seaman must be hanged for daring to save a man I would prefer to have been drowned.
With all due respect, Supremo, if I did what you wish, my men would no longer respect me, and it's essential for the success of our venture, yours and mine, that I should keep the loyalty and love of my crew.
Love? Capitan, I will show you loyalty. Where is that scum who fell into the sea?
Supremo, I am here.
I shall be merciful because it pleases me to be so. I was going to hang you, but instead I give you permission to drown.
Thank you, Supremo, thank you.
Blimey, he's going to jump overboard. So, and now, Capitan, you will of course hang your man.
I bow to your wish, Supremo, but may I not have the honor of following the lesson you have so kindly taught me?
I do not understand you, Capitan.
Allow me to demonstrate. Harvey, come here. I'm here, sir. You have displeased El Supremo, Harvey, which means death. I give you permission to go.
Permission to... thank you kindly, sir.
The vanity of Supremo was so colossal that it apparently never occurred to him that Harvey was probably the finest diver and swimmer in the British Navy. Too. And I cannot ever remember such a feeling of relief as on the day when I landed my mad and cutthroat ally, El Supremo, at the port of La Libertad, and he disappeared with his murderous army in the direction of El Salvador. For a space I was free of him and all his works, and no longer under the necessity of pretending to pay him homage. The sky was blue, the sea was blue and silver. In my pleasure, I so far forgot myself as actually to converse with Lieutenant Bush. Well, it's pleasant to be at sea again, Mr. Bush, with our ship to ourselves.
It's better than a tonic, sir. Harvey's glad to return to work, too, sir. He didn't like hiding in the cable tier after we picked him up. It mightn't be a bad thing, sir, if that fellow Supremo happened to get killed in the fighting.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Bush.
Hey-ho!
Where away?
On the port bow, sir! A two-masted lugger, sir! She's right to windward! Running down to us under all sail, sir!
She don't like the look of our guns, sir. She's hove to, just out of range. Hey, she's setting about, sir.
The The dinghy danced jerkily across the water, and presently a man came scrambling up the ladder. So many strange figures had mounted that ladder of late. This new arrival wore the full dress of the Spanish Royal Navy, and his epaulettes gleamed in the sun. He came forward and bowed.
Captain Hornblower.
I am Captain Hornblower.
Captain Manuel Diaz at your service. I have to welcome you as the new ally of Spain.
Ally of Spain? Is this a jest, sir?
Sure, it is no jest, Captain. I've been seeking you for the past 4 days. Let me explain. Last month, Napoleon Bonaparte stole our King Ferdinand from us and has named his brother Joseph King of Spain. In consequence, the Spanish government has signed a treaty of perpetual alliance and friendship with His Majesty of England. Lest you doubt me, sir, I have here some letters. One from your admiral in the Leeward Islands, sent overland from Portobello. One from His Excellency the Viceroy of Peru. And one from the English lady in Panama.
Oh, thank you. And be good enough to pardon me while I retire to study these documents. Mr. Bush, you will entertain Captain Diaz until my return.
Aye, sir.
Senor Diaz, everything appears to be in order.
Senor?
Greetings to our new allies. I am proud to be serving with Spain against the Corsican tyrant.
Thank you, Captain. We were very much afraid lest you should fall in with the Natividad before you heard the news, because she has not heard it either. In that case, I'm afraid your fine frigate would have come to serious harm.
Navit, bring the prisoners up from the cable tier, quickly.
Aye, aye, sir.
I regret to have to tell you, senor, that by evil chance the Natividad met us a week ago.
You met the Natividad?
I plunged feverishly into an explanation, but it was not easy to tell a Spanish captain that I'd captured a ship twice my power without receiving one shot, nor to explain that the ship was now under the flag of El Supremo. Then a fresh and harassing aspect of the situation struck him.
Something must be done. The Manilla galleon is at sea. She's due to arrive at Acapulco next month with priceless treasure. The Natividad will intercept her and, her loss might well bankrupt our government.
Very well, sir. My duty is plain. I will take my ship back to fight the Natividad.
Thank you, Captain. You will call at Panama first to consult the Viceroy?
Yes.
Then I will bid you goodbye for the time being. If I reach Panama first, I will arrange your welcome.
Thank you, sir. You see, Mr. Bush, the situation is complicated.
It's not your fault, sir. After all, you've only obeyed your Admiralty orders.
The Lords of the Admiralty will not allow such a small point to influence their opinion of a captain and his officers, who are the cause of such trouble, Mr. Bush.
I feel you're right, sir.
However, there's another and more pressing matter. Lady Barbara Wellesley is at Panama and desires a passage in the Lydia to Europe.
Sir, how could we carry such a lady in the Lydia? The frigate is hardly equipped for comfort.
That is what I shall have to point out to the lady. Though if she has the normal Wellesley blood in her, I suspect I shall be wasting my time. I was soon to have an opportunity of finding out at first hand. We sailed into the roadstead of Panama the next morning.
There's a lady in the boat, sir. An English lady, I think. Wants to go aboard, sir.
She seems disinclined to wait for permission, it seems. We shall take no action, Mr. Bush. One of those masculine women. No real woman would catch and climb a rope ladder like that. Besides, what's an Englishwoman doing in Panama without a male escort?
Mr. Midshipman, please be so good as to have my luggage brought up out of the boat.
There's the captain, madam.
Yes, so I see. But please have my luggage brought up while I speak to him.
I faced an internal struggle. I disliked the aristocracy. I could not forget that as a doctor's son I had had to touch my hat to the local squire. Yet it would be foolish for a poverty-stricken frigate captain with no influence to offend a member of such a family as the Wellesleys. For the present, I decided on icy formality.
Are you the captain of this ship, sir?
Captain Hornblower, at your service, ma'am.
Well, I am Lady Barbara Wellesley. I wrote you a note requesting a passage to England. I trust you received it?
I did, ma'am, but I do not think it wise for your ladyship to join this vessel.
Please tell me why, sir.
Because, ma'am, we shall shortly be in action with the enemy. Also, we shall have to return to England via Cape Horn. Your ladyship would be well advised to make your way to Portobello. From there, you could reach Jamaica and obtain a berth in a West India packet, which is accustomed to female passengers.
I have informed you, sir, that there is yellow fever in Portobello.
Yes, ma'am, but...
1,000 persons died of it last week. That is why I removed to Panama.
May I ask why your ladyship was in Portobello?
Because, sir, the West Indian packet in which I was a female passenger was captured by a Spanish privateer and brought there.
I see.
I regret, sir, that I cannot tell you the name of my grandmother's cook, but I shall be glad to answer any further questions which a gentleman of breeding would ask.
Yes, but we are going out to fight a ship of twice our force. It will be dangerous.
I would rather be on your ship, whomever you have to fight, than to be in Panama with a yellow fever.
Well, what of Cape Horn, ma'am?
Well, I have no knowledge of it, but I've twice rounded the Cape of Good Hope during my brother's governor-generalship, and I have never yet been seasick. Well, soon, Captain, I will come to think that I shall be unwelcome aboard. I can hardly imagine that a gentleman holding the King's commission would be discourteous to a woman, especially to a woman with my name.
I was only doing my duty, ma'am, in pointing out the dangers to which you will be exposed. For myself, nothing would give me greater pleasure than your presence. To El Supremo, and now to Lady Barbara. If I offended this lady, I might, never command a ship again. My wife and I might rot on half pay for the rest of our lives. I was 37 and not more than 1/8 of the way up the captain's list. The goodwill of the Wellensleys might enable me to reach flag rank.
Begging your pardon, madam, but your luggage is aboard.
Oh, thank you. Be so kind as to give this to the boat's crew.
But, ma'am, there will be no room in your cabin for 1/10 of that luggage.
I am aware of that, sir. I have dwelt in a cabin before. That sea chest will hold all I require. The rest can be put where you will. And now, may I see my cabin?
You see, your ladyship, a frigate has few of the luxuries of an Indiaman.
I was just thinking that it was scandalous that a king's officer should be given such quarters.
And as I left to pay my call on the Viceroy...
Where shall I serve her ladyship's dinner, sir?
I don't know, Bush.
Ask her, blast you.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstock ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's Indomitable Man of the Sea, Horatio Hornblower.
I had faced many difficult problems in my seafaring career. But as I look back now, I can remember none graver than that which faced me as I prepared to sail in my frigate in search of the Natividad. I had captured her before in harbor, by night and by surprise. Now I must meet her on the open sea, where her enormous superiority in firing force must give her the advantage. Well, that was bad enough. But now I had the additional responsibility of a high-born and influential passenger, Lady Barbara Wellesley. When I returned to the ship after calling on the Viceroy at Panama, I summoned Bush, my first lieutenant, to my cabin.
Mr. Bush, where's Lady Barbara? She's on the quarterdeck, sir. I had the carpenter knock up a hammock chair for her. I had a bit of awning rigged so as to give her some shade.
Mr. Bush, the Lydia is a frigate about to go into action, not an Indiaman with nothing to do but pamper passengers.
No, sir.
If Lady Wellesley takes advantage of her position and forces me to carry her to England, I cannot refuse. But this is no reason why my ship should be turned into a boudoir.
No, sir.
Confound you, Bush. Can't you say anything but no, sir?
Yes, sir. Forgive me, sir, but it would have been highly dangerous for our ladyship to stay ashore with yellow fever spreading as it is.
So she seeks safety by coming aboard a ship which is about to fight an enemy twice its size. Now, hark ye, Mr. Bush, no good will come of this. If we win the battle, we shall be censured for exposing her ladyship to danger. If we lose it,
I cannot imagine you losing any battle, sir. Not if it was the whole Spanish fleet instead of just one ship.
When I want your opinion, Mr. Bush, good or otherwise, I will ask for it. How am I going to pace my quarterdeck with a woman sitting there? The thing I've just thought is my shower bath under the pump on deck. Look, have a screen rigged. See that the crew are warned about dress, too. In this heat, most of them work half naked.
Aye, aye, sir.
She was still on the quarterdeck when I went to attend to the business of getting the ship underway. It was infuriating.
Heave! Heave, sailors! Heave! Cables falling, sir! The anchor's foul, sir!
My mind had to juggle with many factors at once. The drag of the cable on the bows, the pressure of the wind on the driver and topsail, the set of the tide, the increasing sternway, the amount of cable still to run out. When I sail forward, I must do so dead in line with the anchor, with no slack in the cable, or we might well bring the masts and rigging about our ears.
Hard to starboard. Starboard it is, sir.
Smartly with the braces now. She's checked, Mr. Bush. She's moving forward. Mr. Bush, now, hands aloft, set every sail that'll draw.
All hands aloft!
Gather it in quickly. Take in the cable.
She's making, sir. She's making.
Yes, but we mustn't sail up to our anchor with too much speed on her. When I give the order, Mr. Bush, we shall see how well you've drilled your crew. Those sails must come off her like lightning, or we're not to be taken aback.
They will, sir. I swear by the crew.
Stand by.
Now, take aloft, sail. Cautious, topsails, and gallants your lives. Hard apart! Hard apart!
Capstan there! Cable in! Quicker! Quicker!
Round! Round! Brashy! Fly! Fly! Yes, the big flood!
The moment had come. With sail off, the Lydia was drifting up to her anchor. Now was the moment when either she would raise it or the maneuver would end in disaster. Every man aboard, save the wildly rushing capstan hands, held his breath.
Anchors free, sir!
Set all sail, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir. By heaven, sir. You've shown those Spaniards the finest bit of seamanship they'll ever see in their lives.
Kindly attend to your duties, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir.
Not until we were standing out of the Gulf, close hauled, that I was free to communicate to Lady Barbara the news I had heard from the Viceroy. In any case, good manners necessitated that I should address her. I couldn't ignore her presence, however much I might resent it. She sat in her hammock chair by the taffrail, a servant Hebe, the negress, at her feet. She was in animated conversation with Gerard, the officer of the watch, and I noted with amusement that Gerard broke off the conversation and moved away as I approached. She acknowledged my bow with a smile.
Oh, it's heavenly to be at sea again, Captain. And may I congratulate you on your amazing seamanship in raising your anchor. Also, you've given me no opportunity to tell you how grateful I am to you for taking me away from Panama. I was treated well enough, but, well, I was in charge of Her Excellency. An admirable woman, but oh, so dull. In Spanish America, women are treated like Mohammedans. And Spanish American food, oh.
On the latter point, I agree heartily, Your Ladyship.
Well, will you not sit down, Captain?
Sit down on my own quarterdeck? Thank you, Your Ladyship, but I've never done such a thing in my life. If you'll forgive me, I prefer to stand. I came to give you good news. Your brother, Sir Arthur, has won a great victory over the French in Portugal.
A great victory? Oh, that is very good news. I've always been proud of Arthur, and this makes me prouder still.
Well, I am happy to be the first to congratulate his sister.
Oh, Captain, just look at that setting sun. One almost expects to hear a hiss as it sinks into the sea.
Yes, I endeavor never to miss the sunset in these waters, Your Ladyship. It's a daily miracle.
Beautiful. Exquisite.
I hope Your Ladyship was well provided for during my absence ashore. If there's anything further that lies within my power...
Well, there's just one thing, Captain, that I should like to ask as a favor.
What is that?
That is that you do not call me Your Ladyship. Call me Lady Barbara, if you will.
Certainly, Lady Barbara.
And if Lady Barbara doesn't come easily to you and you wish to attract my attention, you can always say, Oh, Captain, I'm so sorry. Please accept my apologies. I realize now that to mock you was quite unforgivable.
There's nothing to forgive, ma'am. And now, if you will forgive me in your turn, I must attend to my duty.
One moment, please. Captain, I know that you've much on your mind. I know that before you sail for home, you must fight the Natividad. Will you tell me, what are your prospects in that battle?
Well, the Natividad, ma'am, is a two-decker with 50 guns against my 36. She is commanded by Vice Admiral de Crespo, a ruthless and bloodthirsty man who will never surrender. Whatever his faults, he's no coward. But against his force, I have perhaps a little experience. Capable and loyal officers and a very well-trained crew.
And they're English. That counts for much. You may be frank with me, Captain. What will happen if we should lose?
If I or my crew are taken alive, we shall be hanged or tortured. El Supremo will show no mercy to us for having turned against him. And you... it shall be my last care to see that you do not fall into the hands of de Crespo alive.
Thank you, Captain. But you're not to worry about me, nor to allow my presence to influence you. Should it come to the worst, I too am English, and a Wellesley. I know how to die.
Yes, get the courses and the gallants off her, Mr. Bush.
Aye, sir. Hands to shorten sail.
Lady Barbara, you ought to be below. I'm afraid we're going to have a stiff gale.
Oh, no, Captain. This is too delicious after the heat.
It's your health, ma'am, about which I'm anxious.
If salt water was harmful, sailors would die young.
Well, if you really...
Deck up! Sail ho!
Sail.
Right ahead! Looks like the Natividad, sir. I see her. On the starboard deck, sir. Same as us. She is the Natividad, sir. I can see the catamaran topsail. Report any activity. Aye, aye, sir. She's seen us, sir. She's whirling around on port deck, heading up the wind of us, sir.
Oh, is she? Unusual for a Spanish ship to face about in challenge. Of course, she's not a Spanish ship now. She shan't get the weather gauge of me, whatever happens.
And the braces there. You all keep her as near the wind as she'll lie. Mr. Bush, beat the quarters, if you please, and clear for action.
barricade with you and stay in the cockpit until the action is over. No, not the cockpit. We'll leave that for the wounded. Go to the cable tier.
Captain!
I have no time to discuss the matter, ma'am. Mr. Gray, conduct her ladyship to the cable tier. See if she is safe before you leave her. Those are my orders, Mr. Gray. Mr. Bush's incessant drilling of the crew showed its value now. Every man knew his job and did it swiftly and well. The decks were soused with water and strewn with sand. The bulkheads were knocked away. The fire parties took their places at the pumps. The boys ran with cartridges for the guns. And down below, the acting surgeon was dragging the midshipmen's chests together in the cockpit to make an operating table.
The more this sea gets up, the better, sir. The Trinidad won't be able to open the lower gun ports.
No. I'll trouble you to have 2 reefs taken in those topsails.
Aye, sir. Top of the rope! 2 reefs in the topsail! Excuse me, sir. With all this brave breaking aboard, do you think we can rely on the flint triggers for the guns? Or shall we have the slow matches lit in the tubs?
Yeah, better light the matches in case.
Wheel there. Steer small, blaster. Look in. Both ships are approaching each other at an angle. Steer so that when we meet, our ship has the wind of the other. Do you understand? Aye, sir. Look, sir. There's a puff of smoke. She's opened fire.
Man's a fool to waste powder and shot at such range. Never forget, Mr. Bush, a first broadside discharged in close quarters with guns carefully loaded by crews with time to think is worth 10 under any other circumstances.
Yes, sir. We've been passing mighty close, sir. If we both stay on this course, in fact, we'll meet bow to bow. No telling who'll have the weather gauge. That was closer. Here comes another. That got us. 2 men down at number 4 gun, sir. Christmas! We're going to shave it close. Stand by, Mr. Rayner. Fire as your guns bear. Wheel there. Watch your helm of weather. Yes, sir. Now, hold her as she comes on. Fire!
With action at last, my nervousness and fear of some fatal error was gone. I stared across the tossing sea at the Natividad. I could see De Crespo up on the poop. The fellow actually had the insolence to wave airily at me. We had had the advantage from our maneuver, 2 broadsides into it at close range, with only 1 shot in reply. Now, we had to pay for it. I saw the rudder of our opponent kick over, and the next moment the 2-decker had swung round and was hurtling down upon us.
Top Gilbert! Take it in!
Now, steady, lads. We shall have a broadside from her, too.
Fire! Stop your men! When the smoke clears, fire as you will!
De Crespo was evidently unable to trust his crew to fire independently and was working them to the word of command. He was doing it well, too. At intervals, as the sea permitted, her lower deck ports were opening like clockwork, and her big 24-pounders were vomiting flame and smoke.
What work this, sir?
Yes. Mr. Bush, have the dead carried away from the guns. The crews cannot work properly. The men had better lie on the deck and drag them. It's death to stand in that iron hail. And, Mr. Bush, I fear the Natividad's superior force is too great for us to continue this close work. We shall have to use cunning if we're to survive.
It's a pity, sir, but I'm afraid you're right.
Hands to the braces. Now, Mr. Bush, back the main topsail a trifle to take way off us.
And let the Natividad get ahead. Aye, aye, sir.
Now, tack ship and run across her stern. A broadside, Mr. Gerard.
Aye, aye, sir.
Now attack again. Right in the braces there. Back across her stern. Your guns, Mr. Rayner.
Glorious. Damn my height. Glorious. 2 broadsides into her stern. She's too big and clumsy to take them out like us, sir.
Yes, save your satisfaction for the end. She's coming back at us.
Oh, she is, sir. And her lower gun ports are open as well this time. Going to take some real punishment now. There's De Crespo, drilling like a knife. I hope he was killed, sir, in our broadsides. Here she comes. Oh, what we about to receive.
Stand, Commander! The mizzen mast is coming down!
Archer. The rigging bush. They're cutting away from me. I'll have you free in it, Jimmy. Bear a hand here, some of you. To free the captain. No, sir. Let me get you below, sir. You're covered with blood.
Stop with your word, Buster. It's not my blood. Now clear this mess or we're lost. The mizzen has carried away the main topgallant mast with it.
Axe again! Hey, Simpson! Axe is here. Cut that wreckage away.
Look out! Here comes all our broadside. Stay at your work.
I'll run my sword into the man who moves away.
Broadside thundered into us, and I felt the Lydia leap and twist like something human as the great shots plunged into her vitals. A man wielding his axe near me suddenly vanished in a red mass. I picked up his axe and attacked the tangled wreckage myself. Suddenly I felt the ship lurch and swing. She was free of the wreckage. Most of the men who had been on the quarterdeck with me were dead. Marines, seamen, officers. Natividad was wearing round again, and I forced my mind to concentrate on the problem of how I could maneuver my crippled ship and continue the fight.
Man the braces. Mr. Bush, we'll try and bring her into the wind. Wheel there. Hard to starboard. Starboard, sir. Stand to your guns, men. Fire. Oh, well done, lads. There goes our foremost. Give it her again. Pump it into her. Fire.
Sir, look at that. The foremost is gone. He's taken our main topmast with him. She's swinging round into the wind. She's as helpless as we are.
Confound it, the gale is blowing us apart. Ceasefire, then. You're only wasting your shot at this range.
With the mizzen gun, sir, I can't get enough leverage to sail into the wind.
No, it's infuriating, but she's in the same trouble. Mr. Bush, the ship which is ready for action again first will win this battle.
Aye, sir. I'll get that.
Bush, you're hurt.
It's not much, sir. A falling block caught in the head. I'll tie it up for now. Are you all right, sir?
For heaven's sake, don't stand there asking questions like a fool. I'm standing, aren't I? Get this deck cleared up so we can move, Lady Barbara, who gave you permission to come on deck? My orders were for you to stay below. The deck is no place for you.
I can see that, Captain. I've no intention of obstructing you. I propose to lock myself in my cabin.
Your cabin?
Yes, please allow us to go to my cabin, sir.
There's no cabin left for you, ma'am. 4 broadsides of 24-pound shot from the Natividad have passed through your cabin, ma'am, and what is left of it wouldn't shelter a fly.
Oh, dear.
And we've much to do to make our ship ready to fight again.
Very well, Captain. But your coat is torn, sir. You are bloody. Can I help you at all?
Yes, ma'am. You can help me and all of us by going back to the cable tier.
I offer my humble apologies, Captain.
Mr. Bush, you will no doubt appreciate the situation.
Yes, sir.
You must rig a jury mast and get back into battle as soon as possible. And impress on the men, Mr. Bush, that their lives and liberty depend upon speed. The first ship ready for action is going to win this battle.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Redgrave.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Flintstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Many years have passed since that terrible day when the probability of death and defeat stared me in the face. But I can close my eyes even now and feel again that exhaustion and faintness that I dared not let any man see. It was a nightmare pause in a nightmare battle. Two partially disabled ships drifting rapidly apart, and each with no purpose than to patch its wounds and return to destroy the other.
I can see the Natividad again, now the score's clearing, sir.
How does she bear?
About 2 points on the starboard beam, sir. There. She's hove too. Looks a bit lopsided without her foremast.
She seems to have made no attempt as yet to rake a new one. Well, as soon as we can carry some sail aft so that we can beat the wind, we'll have her at our mercy. We must try and do it before nightfall, Mr. Bush, or we may lose her altogether in the dark. And, now what's this?
It's the funeral party, sir.
Oh.
They're already going out there.
How many?
14, sir.
Very well. Mr. Bush, have all hands stop work, but remain where they are. I intend no disrespect to the dead, but this ceremony must be swift or the living may be endangered.
Aye, aye, sir.
We therefore commit their bodies to the deep.
I think we checked the leaks now, sir. The sail is fothered under the bottom and seems to be holding. I've been able to release all but 20 men from the pumps.
Good. Everything ready now for hoisting the mast?
All ready, sir.
Right. Now, Mr. Bush, it is important that nobody should haul or carry out any movement except by orders. I shall try to use the pitching of the ship to help in the raising of the mast. And if any man acts without my orders, I'll have him flogged.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hands to the windlass. Mr. Gerard, attend to those slings. Aye, sir. Mr. Galbraith, into the mizzen case. Right, sir.
Never do it. The ropes will slip off the masthead.
If it jerks away from that stump, it'll sweep the deck like a broadside.
You trust the old man. He knows what he's doing,
Oh,
if he does. Round you go there.
Oh! Oh! Hoist away there.
Easy. Avast hoisting. Yeah, see that? Clever the old man is. As the bows went up, so he ups the mast a bit. Then when the bows drop, he lays off. Oh, nice timing that is.
He'd better not make no mistakes, though.
He won't make no mistakes. I've never seen him make one yet. Oh, doesn't he look tired, though? Hair wore out.
Indeed, by the time the long and dangerous struggle with the mast was over and it stood vertical at last, while the men fished it firmly to the stump of the old mizzen, I was sick with weariness. I'd been on my quarterdeck for over 8 hours with neither rest nor food, through the stress and labor of the battle. I was beginning to find it difficult to concentrate upon anything. So that Bush had spoken twice before I could force myself to listen.
I said, sir, that it's a magnificent piece of work, if you'll allow me to say so, sir. Shall I turn up the topmast and yards now, sir?
I fear it'll be useless to attempt to carry any canvas in this wind and sea, Mr. Bush. And the Natividad is barely in sight now.
Just a smudge on the horizon, sir.
Aye.
There's not much chance of renewing the action till the wind takes off a bit.
Yes, I cannot imagine the Admiralty accepting that statement in a report.
But it's true enough, sir. We're badly knocked about, and the weather's too rough to carry on the fight.
Nevertheless, the report would be received with pitying smiles, Mr. Bush. The excuse is too old, like the uncharted rock, which always causes a wreck. The Admiralty is 10,000 miles away, and they can't judge the strength of this storm from there. Yet even though I should be accused of cowardice, there's nothing I can do until the weather moderates.
No, sir, there's not. And in that case, why not take a rest? You look mortally tired, sir. Indeed you do. Let me send and have a berth screened off for you in the wardroom.
Fiddlesticks, Mr. Bush. It's you who need a rest. Dismiss the starboard watch and go below and turn in. While the enemy is in sight, I shall stay on deck.
But, sir, I
gave you an order, Mr. Bush.
Aye, sir.
Good fellow, Bush, but a fool. A sentimental fool. He'd treat me like an old woman if I'd let him. Yes, I wonder how Lady Barbara is getting on that. Oh, confound it. Here's that idiot of a steward now. Can't anybody leave me alone?
Well, Paul Wheel, what do you want? Well, I've been to attend to the lady, sir. I screened off a bit of the all-up for her, sir.
The all-up? But the wounded are in there.
Well, they're mostly quiet now, sir. Well, I couldn't leave her in the cable tier. Oh. I stung the hammock for her, and she nicked into it like a bird, sir. Took a bit of grub, too, and a glass of wine, she did.
Oh, very good, Paul Wheel.
Well, now, it stands to reason, sir. A frigate in the sea like this, and a battle like what we've had is, well, it's a bit rough on an high-born lady.
Just confine yourself to facts and keep your opinions to yourself, Paul Wheel. The high-born lady joined this ship of her own free will, knowing that she was about to go into action.
Aye, sir. Now, about you, sir. Here's some dry clothes from your chest in the storeroom. I'm afraid the last broadside done for everything in your cabin.
I don't want any dry clothes.
Of course you don't, sir. Now, I wouldn't suggest it, except well, if you takes cold, sir, you won't be fit when we catch us up with the Natividad. Will you change up here, sir, or come below? Now, look. If I just lash this here hammock chair to the rail, sir, you could sit there when you've changed and have this biscuit and rum, couldn't you, sir? And this here boat cloak will keep some of the spray off you. And you won't have to leave the deck.
Paul Wheel, are you presuming to give me orders?
Orders, sir? Me? I hope sir knows my place, sir. It's all right, Mr. Bush, sir. You can turn in now. Captain's in his chair and sleeping like a babby, sir.
Good heavens, I must have dozed off. What time is it, I wonder? Impossible, it's after midnight. As black as the Earl of Hell's riding boots. Feels to me as though the weather's improving. Let's have a look at the binnacle. Mr. Bush.
Wind shifting southerly and moderated, sir. Wish there's a bit of starlight even. Can't see a thing. The Natividad might be 20 miles away or only 200 yards.
Yes, I doubt she's close. She was going away to leeward rapidly when we last saw her.
She can't have carried out all the repairs she'll need in this weather. What do you think she'll do, sir?
That fellow Crespo who commands her is no fool. I believe he'll try to avoid us until he can get into the Gulf of Fonseca and refit. He'd like us to follow him into the Gulf, so he'd have the advantage of the shore batteries as well.
But he can't make much sail in his crippled condition, sir. And even if he could, the wind is wrong for getting to the Gulf.
I had observed that fact, Mr. Bush. I believe he'll reach far out to sea and claw southwards as far as he can. I shall return to my chair until daylight and attempt to work out what is likely to be his position at dawn.
Aye, sir. Morning, sir. Sea's going down fast, sir, and the wind's taken off. Sun will be up in 10 minutes.
Yes, we'll make sail if you please, Mr. Bush. Here is the course you are to sail. But as I gave the course, I knew that it was sheer guesswork. Every yard I sailed might be away from the Natividad while she hurried to safety. My heart was heavy with misgiving, for I knew that if I had failed, there would be many who would attribute that failure to incompetence or cowardice. Lifted over the horizon, I paced the quarterdeck with every appearance of unconcern, determined not to allow anyone to guess at the doubts and fears which tormented me. When the light should be sufficient for the masthead lookout to scan the horizon, I might be justified or ruined. Yet even my resolution to remain calm must have wavered when my gloomy thoughts were pierced by a wild cry from aloft.
We found her, sir. We found her. You are right again, sir. Look, sir. You can see her from here with the glass. Dead ahead. Yeah. She's coming round, sir. She's running away.
Yes, Crespo wishes to postpone action. He prefers discretion to heroics, and quite rightly, Mr. Bush. However, set every stitch we can carry. Send the hands to breakfast. If we engage, there's no telling when they'll eat again, if ever.
Aye, sir. Hands to breakfast! We're gaining, sir. She'll not get away this time. We'll blow her right out of the water.
Never underestimate your opponent, Mr. Bush. Those 24-pounders of hers are heavy metal. We have a ship which is leaking like a sieve, has a makeshift rig, and is 64 men short. And our firing force is far inferior to hers.
You think the wind's going to hold, sir? Seems to me as if the sun's swallowing it. Whew, it's getting mighty hot, too. It'll be just our luck to lose the wind now. I can't trim it any more. Hi! You're at the wheel. Sir, here's small blast you.
I can't, sir, begging your pardon. There ain't enough wind.
Damn it, he's right. The wind's gone, sir. And look at that sky. It's like brass. We're in a dead calm and well out of range.
We will tow with the boat. Have the launch and cutter hoisted out.
Boats away! Cutter's crew! Launch's crew!
Now then, men. You've got a hard task, but it must be done. You've got to pull. Pull till your muscles crack and your hands burst. Now get your clothes off and pull naked. I'll have you relieved in an hour. Now, pull!
All together! Give way!
Look at that, Mr. Gerard. That puff of smoke from the Natividad.
Yes, she carries 2 long 18s aft. We're going to run the gauntlet of those for the next hour.
That was nearer. About 50 yards off our starboard quarter.
Mr. Gerard, ask Mr. Marsh to see what he can do with the long 9 on our forecastle. I know it's not much use, but it'll cheer the men to feel that we're replying.
Aye, sir. He's ready and waiting. Very good, Mr. Marsh. Show them some shooting. Stand by, gun crew. Give me the lanyard. 2 cable lengths of sound of that.
Very good. Try again.
Here comes some more, fellows. That one got us just above the waterline, followed. Oh, well done, Mr. Marsh. Right alongside her. Hello. What's she up to now, sir? The boat's putting her bows round.
Yes, Mr. Bush, we shall now have 25 guns trained on us instead of 2. She's positioning for a broadside. We shall have some pebbles about our ears ere long, lads. Let's show them that Englishmen don't care.
Terrible shooting. Not
more than 2 hits. Mr. Galbraith, let that main gallant stay. Splice directly.
Aye, sir. Mr. Bush, at what distance would you say she is now?
Oh, 3/4 of a mile, I should say, sir.
So I think. I fear our carronades will not be effective at that distance. Relieve the boat's crews and see if fresh men can pull us nearer. It was intolerably hot. The smell of pitch from the deck seams, the bitter tang of powder, and the smell of the blood from the wounded, combined with my fatigue and anxiety to make me feel deathly sick. I feared to disgrace myself by being sick in front of the men. They, too, no longer joked at the guns. They were beginning to sulk under punishment. It was a bad sign. Sullivan!
Sir!
Come here, Sullivan. You your fiddle?
Aye, sir, I have that.
Now that, then we'll have a hornpipe. Benskin, Hall, McAvoy. A hornpipe from each of you and a guinea for the man that does his best.
On my words, Mr. Gerald, this will be a tale told and retold in years to come. How Captain Hornblower had his ship towed into action with hornpipes being danced on her main deck.
Survivors up quickly. The sea is full of sharks. Starboard the helm. Starboard it is, sir. 400 yards. 400, sir. Now, Mr. Gerard, we shall begin to swing round. You may open fire first as your guns bear.
Thank you, sir. Cock your locks there. Take your aim. Fire!
Give them another, lads. Pump into them.
Sir! Captain Hornblower, sir, Mr. Howell sent me.
Yes, well?
Starboard side chain pump knocked all to pieces.
Well, my boy?
Well, he's rigging another one, sir, but it'll be an hour before it works. He told me to tell you the water's gaining a little, sir.
Oh, very well.
Please, sir. There was 14 men all knocked to smash at the pump. Horrible, sir. I see one man, sir.
That'll do, boy. Run back to Mr. Howell and tell him the captain is sure he will do his best.
Oh, I see.
There's too much smoke to see properly, but it's my belief we've hit her hard, sir.
Confound this smoke. It's like being in a fog. Ah, Crystal, what is it? I think I can feel a very light air blowing, sir. Yes, I believe there is. Ah, look at that.
Look, the smoke's blowing away, sir. Ooh, just look at the Natividad.
Oh, she's a wreck. There's only Anderson Moss standing.
Rigging all round her like a net. And look at that great hole in her side. There's 3 gunboats planted into one there.
She's low in the water, but she's still fighting, by heaven.
We'll be on her soon. The closer we are, the quicker we'll finish it.
And stand by to fulfill orders. Starboard carronades load with grape shots.
Look at them crouched on their forecastle. They're going to try and board us. Hell! Here they come!
Carronades! Fire! Weapon cleaned! 1,000 musket balls smack into him! She's finished! There's no crew left! She's firing! The Casbah, ahoy! Will you surrender? Never! I speak on distinction English! You must surrender! You've done all that brave men can do! Casbah, you fool! Your ship's on fire! Surrender while you can! Never!
Man's mad, Mr. Bush. We must call off or we shall catch fire, too.
Man the blazes there! By heaven, sir! Look at those flames! He's fired on himself!
I think not, Mr. Bush. It was our guns at point-blank range. She'll burn like...
She's sinking! She's going down!
She's gone, by heaven. Vanished as though she'd never been. You will join me in a salute to a very gallant enemy, Mr. Bush.
Horatio Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Now out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Since that memorable time, I do not remember being so utterly weary as I was after the Natividad plunged, burning, under the surface of the deep Pacific. The accumulated strain of planning and fighting the action had worn me out so that I sank, almost fainting, into a hammock chair on the deck and slept as one drugged. It was the sun lifting clear over the horizon and blazing into my face that finally woke me. What is it? Oh, good heavens. I've slept all night.
Good morning, sir. The wind's back round, and I'm holding our course close hauled.
Good morning, Mr. Bush. It's a miracle we can hold a course at all. Look at that rigging. Splices everywhere, and hardly a sail without shot holes in it.
Yes, sir. She looks a tattered old vagabond. But our makeshift mizzenmast is still standing, sir.
Good.
Those decks are still furrowed and grooved with shot. The sills are black with powder. There's an 18-pounder shot half buried in that bit of tough oak, sir, and
And nevertheless, you've done wonders.
I might have done more, sir. But the men were so exhausted, I had to send them as many below as I could. To tell the truth, sir, there's more dead on deck than living.
I almost feared to come to that, Mr. Bush. What is the butcher's bill?
Pretty heavy, I'm afraid, sir. I've got it on a bit of paper here. 38 killed, 75 wounded. 4 missing. They were in the launch when the Natividad shot hit it and sunk it. All the same, sir, England will go mad when they hear of your victory. It isn't every day that a frigate sinks a ship of the line.
Ah, victory, Mr. Bush. I shall remember to give you all the credit you deserve in my report. Well, I shall go down and visit the wounded. You better get some rest. Good heavens. Lady Barbara, I'd forgotten our passenger. Is she still in the orlop?
As far as I know, sir. I've been too busy to see.
Well, my steward will have looked after her. If high-born ladies use their position to force themselves into fighting ships, they must be prepared to face the consequences. To tell the truth, I was a little uneasy at my neglect of Lady Barbara Wellesley, but I'd had much on my mind. Below decks in the orlop, the scene was like an inferno. It was hot and airless, and the 4 flickering oil lamps added their smell to the stench of bilge, powder fumes, and sick men. Here, 75 wounded men were crammed together, groaning and sobbing, blaspheming and vomiting, under the care of the incompetent Lorry whom I'd appointed surgeon when our own surgeon had died.
Thank God you've come, sir.
Well, I've come to make you assume your responsibilities, not to relieve you of them, Mr. Lorry. Now, come round with me and make your report. Now then, this man. Good heavens, Lady Barbara, what are you doing here?
Good morning, Captain. I'm sponging the poor man's throat.
But tending the wounded is a man's job. The filthy work of a hospital is not fit for women. No, don't do that. Go away from here. Go on deck.
Please understand me. I am not attempting to be noble. But there is work to be done in the King's service. And if nobody else can do it, a Wellesley must. If one of my brothers can govern India and another can fight the Marathas, I can do my part. Look at this man. He has a great splinter of wood under his skin. It ought to be extracted at once.
Yes, certainly ought.
Mr. Lorry, are you ready to extract this splinter?
Well, ma'am,
don't be a fool, man. If you will not do it, I will.
I'll see that it's done immediately, Lady Barbara. But please, go on deck.
I shall do nothing of the kind, Captain. I am going to help.
But... Oh, well, as you will, ma'am. Now, Lorry, where are your instruments? Wilson, Hudson, bring a stiff tot of rum and stand by to hold Williams. Now, Williams, we are going to get that splinter out of you, or you'll die. But it's going to hurt you. Fortnight which elapsed before we rounded Cape Marla was a grim period, though fortunately the weather held fair. Had we met gales, I could hardly have kept my leaking, battered ship afloat. Although some of the men became convalescent under Lady Barbara's care, gangrene, shock, and exhaustion was imposing upon me the daily task of sliding hammock-wrapped bundles overside into the blue Pacific.
His ladyship's compliments, sir. Could you spare a moment to step below? It's Mr. Galbraith, sir.
Galbraith, Mr. Bush? I thought he was improving.
So he was, sir, in spite of Laurie's surgery. But her ladyship's worried about him now.
I'll go immediately.
Oh, Captain, I'm so glad you've come. I don't think he's going to last much longer.
I'm sorry, Lady Barbara. I'd hoped that he would be spared. Is he conscious?
He is delirious. He thinks I'm his mother.
Give us your hand, Mother. It's awful dark. Give us your hand.
I'm here, Donald. Don't be afraid. It's light beyond.
Poor boy. Poor boy. A good boy.
God grant he has found the light.
Amen. Lady Barbara, come away, if you please. Up on deck, the sun is shining.
It is not fair, Captain. It is not fair. He was only a lad. He was not ready.
Had it not been for you, there would have been many more such scenes. Lady Barbara, if I resented your presence on this ship, if I showed that resentment in any way, I humbly apologize. Ask you to forgive me.
There is nothing to forgive. Let us go on deck. Why, Captain, we're in sight of land.
Yes, ma'am. We're just entering the Gulf of Panama. The land on the port bow is the Pearl Islands. Sail.
2 points to windward.
Can you make him out?
Aye, sir. He looks like the Coast Guard lugger we met before. He's running game to us, sir.
Is she a Spanish craft, Captain?
Yes, Captain Manuel Diaz commanding. It was this same lugger that brought me the news that Spain was now our ally. And your letter requesting a passage on this ship.
Oh, it seems 100 years ago instead of but a few weeks. And now here we are almost back in Panama, which I thought never to see again.
I would prefer not to see it, ma'am, especially if the yellow fever still rages there. Yet if I do not refit and provision, the ship will sink under my feet.
She's sending a boat over, sir. Looks like the same officer we met before.
It is. I recognize him. Well, he should be pleased that we've accomplished our mission and destroyed the Natividad. Stand by. He's coming aboard.
Good morning. Good morning, Captain. I trust Your Excellency is enjoying the best of health.
Thank you, yes.
I see from the damage and the wounded on your decks that your fine ship has been recently in action. I hope that Your Excellency has had good fortune in the encounter.
We sank the Natividad, if that's what you mean.
You sank her?
We did.
She's completely destroyed?
She is.
Oh. Then, sir, I have a letter to give you. No. That is not the one. This letter, sir.
Thank you. You are aware of the contents of this letter, sir?
I am, sir.
And I take it from your hesitation that had I not sunk the Natividad, you would have given me the other letter. May I ask the contents of that one?
I have no other letter for you, sir.
Indeed. And so, by this document, I am prohibited from dropping anchor or entering into any port of Spanish America, the Viceroyalty of Peru, the Viceroyalty of Mexico, or the Captain Generalcy of New Granada. Can you explain this most unfriendly behavior on the part of the Viceroy?
I would not presume to explain my master's actions, sir.
Mm-hmm. Whatever I think of this action, it's not compatible with the dignity of a British officer to bandy words with you about it.
Indeed.
My compliments to your master. I will call at no port on the Spanish Main. Please convey to His Excellency my lively sense of gratitude at the courtesy with which I have been treated, and my pleasure at this further proof of the good relations between the governments of which we have the good fortune to be subjects. And now, sir, I have much to attend to. You have my permission to return to your ship. Filled away for Panama. Too busy with immediate problems to indulge in bitterness against the Spanish. At a pinch, I could make my stores last out until I reached St. Helena or Gibraltar. But there was no hope of facing the storms of Cape Horn with my ship leaking and jury-rigged.
By the mark! 9!
Still 9 fathoms, Mr. Bush. Well, this place seems very suitable.
Aye, sir. Made for the job. Lucky we found this channel between the mountains.
Aye.
Look, sir, right ahead. It shows to have been a beach.
Yes, golden sand, too. It'll be excellent for careening, except for the heat.
There'll be no escaping that here, sir. The mountains cut off the breeze and reflect the sun, too. Oh, it's like an oven, sir.
It can't be helped. We must make the best of it. We're lucky to have found such a place. And now, Mr. Bush, time is important. We must work like Trojans to make ourselves secure before the Spaniards discover our hiding place. Call back the cutter. We'll anchor here while you and I go ashore to explore.
My word, sir. It's an absolute jungle. No human foot has ever trod here.
I imagine not. But let the escorts keep a sharp lookout, nevertheless. Yes, now that's the last of the vegetation. Another sharp scramble up these rocks, and we shall have a view of the whole bay. As I thought, Mr. Bush, these headlands make a natural fort. 2 of our 18-pounders up here, and no ship shall dare to approach through the channel.
18-pounder service? But they weigh 2 tons apiece.
Yes, rigging tackles and swaying them up here in this heat should keep the men amused until we're ready to lay the ship over and begin the serious work. See to it, Mr. Bush.
The serious work? Aye, sir.
night and day, until we were all dropping with weariness. When all repairs to the ship were done, she had to be loaded again, the guns brought aboard, and the rigging re-rove and set up. But when I stood once more on the deck with a staunch ship beneath me and a broadside which could fire, I was happy again and could snap my fingers at every Spaniard in the Pacific. In all these weeks of labor, I'd had no time to spare for Lady Barbara. But her smile, as she crossed the deck to me, showed that I was forgiven for my neglect.
Give me your hand, Captain. I congratulate you on having achieved so much in so little time.
Thank you, ma'am.
My cabin is marvelously comfortable again. You've made the ship like new.
Thank you, Lady Barbara. The men have worked well. It's heaven to me to think that we're at sea again before night.
You are a very fine sailor, sir. I doubt if there's another officer in the King's service who could have done all that you have on this voyage.
I'm glad you think so, ma'am. I've only done my duty.
England is your debtor. I shall try to help see that she acknowledges that debt.
Thank you, ma'am. Pardon me, they'll have that cask going through the bottom of the cutter, remember?
Easy on those tackles there.
There's the man. He was almost human for a while.
At sea at last.
Yes, Mr. Bush. And homeward bound, if the rumors are true.
Blast that lugger. Twice we met her, and twice she's brought that news. What is it now, I wonder? She's making for us anyway. Here comes the captain. Captain Diaz Lugger approaching, sir.
I hope it's not more trouble, Mr. Bush. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to remain civil to that young man. Here comes his boat. Good day to you, Captain Diaz. Have you brought me some more amiable letters?
No, only to see you, sir. I congratulate you on the amazing difference in your ship since I was last aboard. How were you able to effect such repairs? I know you have not been into port.
The British Navy, sir, takes but small heed of such trifles as a refit.
Oh.
To what do I owe the honor of your visit?
I wondered, sir, whether you would honor me by visiting my ship. I should be able to show you something of interest which would demonstrate our ability to continue without your assistance.
What is it you wish to tell me?
I would prefer to surprise you, sir. Will you not oblige me? I assure you I intend no treachery. Also, my lugger is within range, and your guns could sink it with a single broadside. If you are not back safely within the hour, your officers may open fire.
Don't go, sir.
I shall visit the lugger, Mr. Bush. Send the cutter after me to bring me back.
But, aye, sir.
I refused to lower my dignity by displaying undue curiosity about the surprise awaiting me. He led the way to the foredeck. And there, in the blinding, scorching sun, chained by the waist to a ring bolt, with irons on his wrists and ankles, half naked and wholly filthy.
Captain, I think you have already had the pleasure of meeting His Excellency Don Julian Maria de Jesus de Alvarado y Montezuma, who calls himself the Almighty.
El Supremo, the half-mad fanatic whose rebellion against the Spanish I had been sent to assist, and against whom I'd been ordered to turn when the Spanish had become our allies. Bloodthirsty despot though he was, it troubled me to see him thus.
You notice, Captain Hornblower, that I wear these chains now. It is a whim of mine. Do you not think they set off my figure?
Yes, they do.
We are on our way to Panama, where I shall mount the throne of the world. They speak of a gallows awaiting us on the bastion of the citadel. That will be the framework of my throne. Golden it will be, with diamond stars and a turquoise moon. Only El Supremo is left. to govern from his golden throne. His throne. His throne. Chains. These are chains. Why am I chained? I, the Almighty. No God. Amusing, Captain, is it not? Oh, he will sometimes struggle and shout for 24 hours without stopping.
Amusing? Captain Diaz, this filthy cruelty is a shame to you, is a stain to your nation. You mean you're going to hang him, mad as he is, with no chance of making his peace with God?
Mad or sane, sir, rebels must hang. Your Excellency must know that as well as I do.
Then for God's sake, hang him and cease torturing him.
We are very glad you have returned, Captain. I hope the promised surprise was a pleasant one.
A trifle, ma'am. These simple things, you know, amuse these Spaniards.
Something is troubling you, Captain. You look pale.
Pardon me, ma'am. I must go below. Oh, God. No. No.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
We present Nigel Anthony in The Hornblower Story, adapted from 4 of the C.S. Forester novels by Val Gielgud, with Terence Skelton as William Bush. Part 2 from Lieutenant Hornblower, Sealed Orders.
While Renown ploughed her course westwards across the Atlantic to the West Indies station, there were 2 questions, which, for her crew, and more especially for her officers, seemed with the passing of each day more urgently to require answering. Following upon the accident to Captain Sawyer, would First Lieutenant Buckland take it upon himself formally to assume the responsibilities of taking command of the ship? And what were the contents of those sealed orders from the Admiralty among the captain's papers? The orders which defined the objectives of Renown's mission once she reached her station. Swathed in a canvas straitjacket, the captain lay in his cabin. Unless reduced to insensibility by laudanum and bleeding, he either screamed or sobbed. A crew that under the tyranny of a mind already deranged had been fast disintegrating could now again be made seamen. For the officers, and for me, the junior lieutenant, Buckland's decision was the vital thing. Only with Lieutenant William Bush did I find it possible to open the problem.
How much longer before Mr. Buckland opens those orders, Mr. Bush?
God knows. If he takes the ship down to Antigua only to find out afterwards that he has to beat it back to windward, he'll get his knuckles rapped finely by my lords.
Hmm.
And if he reads secret orders, he's liable to be reprimanded for presumption. What's your reading, Mr. Hornblower?
Greatest altitude I've ever measured. I've never been as far south as this before. And what's your result?
I'm not certain.
What's the difficulty?
Oh, I can shoot the sun. No trouble about that. It's the calculations that bother me. All those damn corrections.
Oh, well, they're not so hard, sir. Now, check against mine. Now, plot the position with parallel rulers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's the point of interception.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can check against dead reckoning.
I see.
Now, we're still being set to southward. We're not far enough east for the Gulf Stream to set us northward.
You said you'd never navigated these waters before.
Oh, that's so.
Then how? Well, I suppose you've been studying.
Well, at any rate, there we are.
It's something to know that much. What do you think number one will do, Mr. Hornblower?
He must make up his mind, now or never. We lose ground to leeward every day from now on.
What would you do?
I'd read the orders, Mr. Bush. I'd rather be in trouble for having done something than for not doing anything.
I wonder.
Those orders may detach us on independent service. It's a chance in 1,000 for Buckland.
I suppose it is. You wish it was yours?
I must put these things away. I'm exercising the lower deck guns crews after hands have had their dinner. And first dog watch after that.
Yes, Mr. Hornblower.
Permission to have the deck wash pump, Richter.
Men feeling the heat, eh?
I don't know about them, but I am, Mr. Roberts. I have 15 minutes, plenty of time.
Oh, very well.
Thank you, sir. Captain of the waist there. Good. Get the wash deck pump rigged at once. 4 men for the handles, 1 for the hose, and jump to it.
Aye, sir.
Give away. That's right. Now, turn it on me. Hurry now. Up, you sons of sea cooks. That's it.
Hornblower has some odd fancies, Mr. Bush.
He seems to be enjoying himself, sir.
Well, rather him than me.
Oh! Up! Up! Fast pumping down! Captain of the waist, secure that pump, get the deck swab.
Aye, aye, sir.
Back with you in 5 minutes, Mr. Roberts.
Right out, I hope.
What's going on here, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Hornblower wanted a bath, Mr. Buckland. I don't know if it's good for discipline.
We'll hope he doesn't get himself a fever checking the sweat like that.
No sign of that, sir.
Well, it may clear his head. Perhaps he could clear mine.
Yours, sir?
I need a clear head at this moment. Send Mr. Hornblower to my cabin when he comes back, Mr. Roberts, and ask the surgeon to join us. This thing's got to be settled.
Aye, aye, sir. Mr. Bush, find Mr. Clive and let him know that Mr. Buckland wants him in his cabin. Well, Mr. Clive.
He's done it.
Read the orders?
As far as I know, yes, Mr. Roberts.
What do you mean by that? What was in them?
They're secret orders, Mr. Roberts. Even if Mr. Buckland had taken me into his confidence, I couldn't tell you.
No need to be pompous about it.
What did the captain do?
What didn't he do, Mr. Bush? Poor devil, we might have been fiends from the pit. You should have seen him car away when we went into his cabin. You would have thought we were going to cut his throat instead of just finding the key of his desk. That man is suffering the terrors of hell.
I suppose you would not be guilty of exaggeration, Mr. Clive.
I would not, sir. I repeat, the terrors of hell and all the sorrows of this world.
And did you find this precious key?
We did. Mr. Buckland opened the desk.
Well?
Mr. Buckland found the orders. The usual linen envelope with the Admiralty seal.
So he's now read them, and we're none the wiser. Well, God bless my soul. I don't imagine we can expect to know what's in store for us. We've only been at war for nearly 10 years. We just obey orders. Helm a lee, let go and haul, grape shot in the belly, or champagne in a captured flagship. Who cares? We draw our 4 shillings a day, we're all fine.
Well, I'll wager a week's pay on a change of course when Mr. Buckland's read those orders. Mr. Clive?
No takers.
Officer of the watch.
Yes, sir.
We're altering course 2 points. Steer southwest.
Course southwest, Mr. Abbott.
Southwest it is, sir.
Pipe all hands to the braces. Another pull on that fore brace there.
Your pardon, Mr. Buckland.
Yes, Mr. Roberts?
Can you tell us our mission now, sir?
No. It is still secret.
Very good, sir.
But I can tell you where we're bound. San Domingo, Scotsman's Bay.
San Domingo?
Hispaniola.
Haiti. 3 names for the same island.
I am obliged to you, Mr. Bush.
Haiti. That's where the blacks are in rebellion against the Spaniards.
That is so, I believe, Mr. Roberts.
If you ask me, Captain Sawyer's not the only one that's nervous.
I didn't ask you, Mr. Clive.
I wonder, is it of the blacks, or is it because Captain Sawyer's still alive?
I would suggest that as surgeon you go below and attend to him, Mr. Clive. That is your business.
Glad to have some company up here, Mr. Hornblower. She's rolling damnably.
Rolling? She's wallowing. Oh, Lord! Yours must be a cast-iron stomach, Mr. Bush. Now, what the devil must we lie hove to like this?
Mr. Buckland seems to want time to study the lie of the land.
He's been studying it through that telescope of his for a good half hour. Why can't he make up his mind? There's nothing to see at this range but the mountains of San Domingo. How much more does he want to see? We know there's a fort up there, flying the Spanish colours. And everyone on shore must know by now that a British ship of the line is prowling about. The Dons don't have to be clever to guess we're not here on a yachting trip. All we're doing is giving them the time they need to prepare a reception for us.
What else could Buckland do?
They could have come in with the sea breeze under cover of darkness with a landing party ready. Put them ashore at dawn. Storm the place before they knew there was any danger. Oh, damn this rolling.
Hard luck.
Mr. Roberts!
Sir?
Lay her on the port tack. Fall and by.
Aye, sir.
Port tack, helmsman.
Aye, aye, sir.
That's better.
There's something. Oh, I could wish we were going into action, not running away to think about it.
Anxious to eat fire, Mr. Hornblower.
Nothing like that, Mr. Bush, sir. Quite the opposite, if you must know. I wish for too much too quickly, I suppose.
Now, gentlemen, I know you've been curious about my intentions. I propose to take the bull by the horns tomorrow morning.
Satisfied now, Hornblower?
I trust you're all satisfied, Mr. Bush.
Your pardon, sir.
We'll round the Samana Point and force our way straight up the bay. Here, gentlemen. It won't take many broadsides to wipe out any shipping at anchor.
Particularly any privateers, sir.
Just so, Mr. Roberts. We'll sink 'em or burn 'em. Then we can decide what to do next. Any questions?
No trouble with the tide, sir.
As I understand, none.
What about the south shore of the bay, Mr. Buckland? There is the fort.
I have a plan to deal with the situation, Mr. Roberts. Have you anything to ask, Mr. Hornblower?
No, sir.
And then that will be all for the present, gentlemen. The gun crew will be glad to see some action.
Stomach still troubling you?
Let's hope they quit
No.
themselves admirably.
Not happier at the prospect of action.
Not this one, Mr. Bush.
Clear decks for action! All hands to quarters! Clear for action!
Bush was in command of the lower gun deck and of the 17 24-pounders on the starboard battery. Under him, I commanded those of the port side. I saw a group of the surgeon's crew carrying the straight-jacketed figure of Captain Sawyer to the safety of the cable tier. A pitiful wreck of a man, writhing and weeping. There were ship's boys with buckets of sand to give firm foothold to the gun's crews. A ring of extra fire buckets round the mainmast. Slow matches smouldering in tubs for the rekindling of linstocks. A marine with fixed bayonet posted at each hatchway. The gunners in list slippers standing by their tackles. The powder monkeys scurrying about the deck, each carrying a charge for the guns. The breechings cast off, and the gun crew standing by. 10 men by every gun on the starboard side, 5 on the port side. Bush would redistribute them when and if necessary.
We don't run the guns out yet, Mr. Hornblower.
Very good, sir.
Silence, sir.
Sir!
Yes, Mr. Willett.
Mr. Butler's compliments. I'm pleased to run your guns out.
Thank you, Mr. Willett. Up ports. Run out!
Aye, aye, sir. Will you try a ranging shot at the batteries when your guns bear, sir?
Your orders, Mr. Willett?
No, sir, Mr. Buckland's.
Then say so. My respects to Mr. Buckland, and it will be some time before my guns are in range.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, Mr. Hornblower.
There's a point running out ahead, Mr. Bush. You see the shallows there, sir? Now, the channel must bend round them. And there's a battery out there on the point. You see the smoke?
Yeah.
Now, they must be heating for red-hot shot.
I dare say.
Well, we'll be under crossfire.
Not for too long, I hope.
That's the fort, sir.
No doubt.
And here it comes. Their aim's pretty good, Mr. Bush.
Too good.
I might just reach the battery on this side now, sir.
Then try what you can do.
Can't you open fire yet, Mr. Bush?
This minute, sir. Fire!
Oh, just short, sir. When the guns are hot, they'll reach it.
Carry on then, Mr. Hornblower.
Open fire, 1st Division! Second Division! The red-hot shot had begun to strike home on Renown. Smoke was curling up from a deep gash in the deck beams by my head. From above I could hear the rush of feet and the clank of pumps, which told me that on the main deck too they were fighting fires. Then I realized something strange in the feel of the deck under my feet. A perceptible slope, a queer sense of rigidity and permanence. We had run aground smoothly on a mud bank, doomed to be shot to pieces by that accursed fort, if the battery failed to roast us alive where we lay.
Tide's still rising, Mr. Hornblower. It's an hour before high water and we're pretty hard aground.
Steady there! Swab that gun out properly! You want your hands blown off when you reload? An hour to high water, you say, Mr. Bush?
Yes, God help us.
If I can keep their embrasures swept, sir, I'll slow their rate of fire, even if I don't silence them.
But the fort's still out of range.
Yes.
Bush, sir! Please report to Mr. Buckland. And we're aground under fire.
Keep your mouth shut, Mr. Willett. I'll leave you in charge down here, Mr. Hornblower.
Aye, aye, sir.
You want of me, Mr. Buckland?
We have to kedge off this confounded sandbank, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir.
Get a cable out aft through a stern port.
Very good, sir.
And Roberts,
sir,
you must take the stream anchor off in the launch.
Aye, aye, sir.
And shall I take the men from my gun, sir?
Do that. Shifting the weight would help. Tell Hornblower to take some of the foremost guns and run them aft.
There might be an alternative, sir.
What?
If I fired all my guns at once, it might just break the suction.
Worth trying, by God.
I'll have them loaded and ready in 3 minutes, sir.
I'll tell him at the capstan.
Thank you, sir. Load and double shut your guns. Climb and run out.
Await my order.
Very good, sir.
I'm sure it's our best chance, Mr. Buckland.
No need to explain. We'll try it. It's a pretty pickle, Mr. Bush. Poor Roberts is dead. Roberts! Cut in two by a shot as he entered the launch. It makes you my number 2, Mr. Bush. Settle at the capstan bars there. Brace your feet. Tell Mr. Hornblower to fire his guns when ready, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir.
Take the strain. Heave there. Heave!
Fire! Cable shifting, by God.
I think so.
Silence! You'll come to the quarterdeck with me, Mr. Hornblower.
Aye, aye, sir. No more firing till further orders.
Further orders, sir.
So far, so good, Mr. Bush. We're off ground, but we've lost the flood. If we touch again, kedging off may be impossible.
Yes, sir.
We could get out with a land breeze, sir.
I know that as well as you do, Mr. Hornblower. But do you know what that means? It means defeat. My first command.
They'll pound us to pieces, sir.
There's no help for it. Have them heave in on the spring cable, Mr. Bush. Get a head round to sea.
Aye, aye, sir. Fast heaving on the capstan there. Cast off stern cable, messenger. Shall I warp her down the bay, Mr. Buckland?
Yes, yes, warp her down.
When the tropic night closed down upon the battered Renown, Buckland sent for Bush and me. His cabin was like an oven. Its 2 lanterns seemed to give out an intolerable heat. We sat staring at the chart upon the table, while the sweat trickled under our uniforms.
The question is, what's to do? Should we bear up for Jamaica?
I wouldn't go so far as to advise that, sir.
What else can we do, Mr. Bush? Tell me that.
If we head for Jamaica, sir, we go with our tail between our legs.
True. All the same, there's Captain Sawyer to be thought of.
Captain Sawyer?
With a success to our record, there might be a less diligent inquiry into the matter of Captain Sawyer's supersession. If we limp in defeated, I'm likely to be asked why I took upon myself the responsibility of attacking Savannah Point. What do you think, Mr. Hornblower?
I agree, sir.
You do you?
Yes, sir.
We did our best, damn it! Anyone could run aground in the channel. Nothing could get up the bay under such a crossfire.
We might still make a landing on the seaward side, sir. A landing and a surprise attack.
Mr. Bush?
Well, sir...
Go on.
Mr. Hornblower did mention to me. He thought a surprise landing might have more chance of success than bombardment of the fort and battery. But that was before the Dons knew there was a ship of the line in the neighborhood.
Why didn't you suggest this masterly plan to me, Mr. Hornblower?
It was hardly my business, Mr. Buckland.
Its responsibility for success or failure is mine. Have you changed your mind?
I think something might still be tried, sir. As long as it was tried at once.
You mean tonight?
It would be the best time, sir. The Dons have seen us driven off. Excuse me, sir, but that's how it'll look to them. The last they saw of us was beating out of the bay at sunset. They'll be pleased with themselves. But an attack at dawn from another quarter, over land, that would be the last thing they'd expect.
Might well be.
Just how would you make this attack, Mr. Hornblower?
Well, the wind's fair for Scotsman's Bay, sir. We could be there in less than 2 hours. We could have a landing party told off and prepared by the time we arrive, say 100 seamen and the Marines. There's a good landing beach there. Inland, the country may be marshy. That's here, sir. Just below the hills of the peninsula. But we can land on the peninsula side of the marsh. I marked a spot yesterday.
You did you? Go on.
Well, a landing party should reach the crest without difficulty. They can't lose their way with the sea on one side and Samana Bay on the other. They simply move along the crest, then rush the fort at dawn. Now, what with the marsh and the cliffs, the Dons are liable to keep a poor lookout on that side.
You make it all sound very easy, Mr. Hornblower. With 180 men?
Enough, I think, sir.
What makes you so sure?
There were 6 guns firing at us from the fort. I counted them. 90 men at most. 60, maybe near the mark. Add an ammunition party and men to heat their furnaces, 150 men altogether. More likely as few as 100.
Do you think such an attempt might succeed, Mr. Bush?
It might, sir, but time is getting on.
A second repulse would be ruin. Yet, once the fort is in our hands, we can deal with the privateers up the bay. They could never use it as an anchorage again.
That's true, sir.
Damn it, let's try it.
Very good, sir.
Now, who's to command?
It would have been Robert's duty, sir, if he'd lived.
Mr. Bush, you will take command.
Yes, sir.
Who do you want to take with you?
Do you require me any more, Mr. Buckland? If not, sir,
Do we need Mr. Hornblower any more, Mr. Bush?
I'd like Mr. Hornblower to come with the landing party, sir.
Very well. It will leave me with only one lieutenant aboard.
Several of the master's mates are good watchkeeping officers, sir.
Very well. You look troubled, Mr. Hornblower. What is it?
I was wondering about altering course, sir. We could head for Scotsman's Bay at once and save a little time.
We'd better get her before the wind. We'll set course in a few minutes. Any further suggestions, Mr. Hornblower?
Only one, sir. We might take with us some grapnels with lines attached. They might be useful if we have to scale the walls.
I agree. Remember to see they're issued.
Yes, sir.
Will you need a runner?
It would be as well, sir.
Anyone particular?
Young Wellard. He's reasonably cool-headed and thinks quickly.
Then all is settled?
Yes, sir.
And it only remains to set course and issue the orders. You will see to it, Mr. Bush, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, Mr. Hornblower, I've been meaning to ask you, how, in your opinion, did Captain Sawyer come to fall down the hatchway?
Well, I fancy he must have overbalanced, Mr. Buckland. The ship was lively that night, if you remember.
Yes, I suppose she was. Very well then, Mr. Bush. Carry on, if you please.
Good of you to ask for me, Mr. Bush.
You deserved it. It was your notion in the first instance.
I'm glad you picked young Wellard. He needs a change from the ship. After what he's had to put up with from Sawyer.
That's true enough.
Any more news of the captain?
Ask Clive. All he does is shrug his shoulders and wink and look the other way. But I can't believe Sawyer will last much longer. I'd not be in Buckland's shoes.
Unless this landing comes off.
No, it certainly should help him. I don't look forward to the inquiry for all that.
No.
Well, if you'll have course set for Scotsman's Bay, I'll give the orders for the landing party.
You'll not forget the grapnels, Mr. Bush, sir?
Do you ever forget anything, Hornblower?
Where the Samoa Peninsula began, a small watercourse had worn a wide gully in the cliff at the easterly end of the beach. That night, sea and surf and beach seemed to be afire with the phosphorescence of the water, vividly lighting up the oar blades as the launches pulled ashore, carrying the landing party. We landed thigh-deep in water, and it seemed thigh-deep, too, in liquid fire. Our weapons and cartridge boxes held high to make sure they were not wetted. Bush was excited and tense. It was all I could do within the bounds of discipline to hold him back from plunging ahead at once in violent action. I might have sounded confident enough in Buckland's cabin. It was another matter on that beach, in the darkness, with the conviction growing that on the success of our enterprise depended not only the lives of myself and Bush and 180 men, but also the reputation of renown and First Lieutenant Buckland's professional future.
In Part 2 of Lieutenant Hornblower, you heard Nigel Anthony in the title role and as the narrator, with Terence Skelton as William Bush. Mr. Buckland was played by David Peart, Mr. Roberts, Paul Hertzberg, Wellard the boy, Mark Hudson, and Mr. Clive the surgeon, John Jardine. Location recordings were made by Christopher Hayton Webb and David Fleming Williams aboard the IP Torso. The musical score is by Johnny Pearson. The Hornblower story is directed from Manchester by Trevor Hill. We present Nigel Anthony in The Hornblower story, adapted from 4 of the C.S. Forester novels by Val Gielgud, with Terence Skelton as William Bush. Part 3, from Lieutenant Hornblower, The Landing.
I've known bad moments at sea. Calms when you wonder if the ship will ever move again. Hurricanes. A cannon going adrift with the realization that you're up against heavier metal than you can tackle. A half-mutinous crew. A captain you couldn't trust. Bad, all of them. Yet I think I'd take any of them rather than land at night on a beach I don't know. To tackle the storming of a fort with a party of men, every one of them depending on his officers to know what to do and to give him a lead. That was how it was when we went ashore, Lieutenant Bush and I, on the Samoa Peninsula that night, with 180 seamen and marines from renown, knowing that the fort on the hills above us must be carried by dawn, or we should all be dead or prisoners. My party all ashore and ready to move, Mr. Bush.
Very good, Mr. Hornblower, thank you.
Shall I start up the gully with the advance guard, sir?
Do so.
Starbowlins! Follow me closely. Every man is to keep in touch with the man ahead of him. Now, remember, your muskets aren't loaded, so it's no use snapping them. Cold steel if we run into the enemy. If any one of you is fool enough to load and fire, I promise you we'll get 4 dozen at the gangway tomorrow. Walton, bring up the rear. Now follow me, starting from the right of the line.
Your Marines, Captain Whiting?
All presently correct, sir. Ready to move off.
Thank you. Then we may as well start.
Sir.
Mr. Abbott, I shall go with the Marine detachment. Follow us and be sure to keep in touch.
Aye, aye, sir.
The climb isn't going to be easy. Absolute silence. Do you understand?
Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, who's there?
This is Wellard, Mr. Bush. Mr. Hornblower sent me back to act as guide, and there's grassland beginning about here.
I'm neither deaf nor blind, Mr. Wellard. Captain Whiting?
Sir?
We'll go forward. You're in touch with Mr. Abbott.
Yes, sir.
Very well, carry on.
Sir.
Who goes there? Friend, Mr. Hornblower. Mr. Bush is with me.
Oh, glad to see you, sir. My party has formed up just ahead. I've sent on 2 reliable men to act as scouts.
Very good, Mr. Hornblower. Captain Whiting.
Sir?
All your men in hand?
All but one. Says he sprained his ankle. I've left him back there.
Then let your men rest, Captain Whiting.
Sir.
They're hardly trained for climbing cliffs in the tropics. Your report, Mr. Hornblower.
We're on the crest, sir. You can see into the bay from over there.
How many miles from the fort, do you think?
Well, 3 or so. Less than 4 miles, anyway. Dawn in 4 hours from now, and the moon rises in half an hour. There's some sort of track along the crest, sir. As I judge, it should lead to the fort.
That's reasonable.
If you'll permit me, sir, I'll push on ahead and see how the land lies.
Very good, Mr. Hornblower.
It's a definite trail, sir. Crosses a gully just ahead. Not a serious obstacle.
Then go forward with your party, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir.
Bush, sir.
Here.
Well hard again, sir. Mr. Hornblower says there's another gully ahead, crossing the path. And there's cattle, sir. We'll disturb them and they're wandering about.
I understand, Mr. Willett. I'll warn the men. Tell Mr. Hornblower I'm going to halt the advance for 15 minutes.
Aye, aye, sir.
Halt there. Halt. Yes, Captain Whiting?
Trouble with one of your seamen. Drunk. Must have had spirits in his canteen.
What have you done with him?
Well, he started to make a noise. One of my marines knocked him out. He's quiet now. I'll need a steady man to look after him when we go on.
Right. That you, Mr. Hornblower?
It is, sir. I've sighted the fort. A mile ahead or thereabouts, there's another gully. The fort's beyond that. You can see it against the moon. Maybe half a mile, maybe less. I've left orders with my party to stand fast at the gully while I report it back to you.
Half a mile from the gully to the fort, you say?
I'd estimate less than that, sir.
Very well. I shall remain here and await daylight.
Yes, Mr. Bush. May I go on and rejoin my party?
You may.
Shall I give permission to my men to load her?
No, Captain Whiting. Cold steel.
Just as you say, sir.
Now, listen. I want you to warn your men individually.
Sir.
They may run into stray cattle. I don't want any silly mistakes. Meanwhile, they can rest, sleep, if they like. Bayonets not to be fixed till you get my word to advance. And when we do, I want us to reach the fort in one wave, not in scattered twos and threes. Is that clear?
Quite, sir.
Very good. Carry on. The sky is beginning to pale, but there's still some time.
As things turned out, the waiting had been the worst part of the business. The Spanish sentries were careless or sleepy. Bush brought up his men in fine style, using my grapnels to hoist them up to the ramparts and axemen to hew their way through a wooden sally port into one of the bastions. In a few minutes, from earliest dawn to tropical sunrise, the fort had been carried. Most of the garrison had bolted down the hillside from the reeking bayonets of the Marines. Remained the business of calling men drunk with fighting back to discipline, to decide with Bush and Captain Whiting on our next move. To the left, the peninsula dropped sharply in a series of jagged headlands to the deep blue of the ocean. Further round still was the sapphire surface of Scotsman's Bay. And there, with her backed mizzen topsail catching the rising sun, lay Renown, looking at that distance like some lovely toy.
Good morning, Mr. Hornblower.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
We've got possession, sir. I've posted a petty officer and some men in charge of the guns. A few have got away. The Marines are after them now.
Not enough to trouble us, I fancy.
No, sir. I've 40 prisoners under guard at the main gate. Captain Whiting's collecting the rest.
Very well. What's the building there at the foot of the ramp?
Provision store, sir. I've put sentries on guard. There's liquor there.
Double those sentries. In their present state, if the men get at liquor, there'll be no controlling them. Mr. Abbott! Mr. Abbott! What the hell do you think you've been doing? I've not seen you since the attack began.
Sorry, sir. Very sorry. A bit of trouble crossing the ditch, Mr. Bush.
That's no excuse. Take a leaf out of young Weller's book here. He stayed beside Mr. Hornblower. You should have stayed beside me.
Yes, sir.
Get ready to signal the ship. You should have been ready for that 5 minutes ago. Clear 3 guns. And find the man who was carrying our colour and bend it over the Spanish flag. And jump to it.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Hornblower, try to find out who was in command of the Dons.
Yes, sir. Come with me, Mr. Weller.
Aye, aye, sir.
Surgeon's mate there.
Yes, Mr. Boy.
You'll need a party to help carry the wounded into the shade. See to it, if you please. And tell someone to stop that damn bell. It's the living I'm worried about. They can say a mass for the dead at sundown.
Guns clear, sir. May I draw powder charges from the fort magazines?
How else do you imagine you can fire your guns, Mr. Abbott? Use your common sense.
Sir.
Yes, Mr. Willard, what now? Can't you see I'm busy?
Mr. Hornblower sends his respects, and could you please join me up on the tower there? He said it's urgent, sir.
Oh, very well. But Mr. Hornblower should know that I have a good many things on my mind at the moment.
Swap the guns and reload.
Well?
Sir, might I borrow your telescope, Mr. Bush?
Telescope? Is that all you wanted me for?
Here.
I merely want to see if Renown has heard our signal guns, sir.
Well, have they?
Yes, sir. She's bracing her mizzen topsail.
So far, so good. She'll make the long beat back along the coast of the peninsula. What else?
Out there, Mr. Bush. Up the bay, beyond the battery. There's the town. Savannah, I think they call it. And you can see the shipping. They'll up anchor any minute now. You'll wish to see this for yourself, sir.
I see 4 small craft. No sails hoisted. Hard to tell what they are.
Easy to guess, sir. They didn't need big men of war here. A few handy craft with a couple of long guns could lie up there, dash out and snap up prizes, then retire to the protection of the bay and the crossfire of the fort and the battery.
And we know what that meant.
Just so, sir. And those ships will know by now that we've got this fort, and they'll guess that as a result, Renown will be coming in after them as soon as she can get round the headland. They can sweep, tow, and kedge, and will be out of the bay before we can say Jack Robinson. And what's more, they'll have a fair wind for Martinique.
Likely enough.
It'll take Renown hours to make that long beat back on the starboard tack. She must get well out to sea if she's to weather the Cape.
No need to teach your grandmother, Mr. Hornblower.
Oh, sorry, sir. Wouldn't it be as well to man the guns here? We won't have them under fire for long. They'll be shallow draft, and they can hug that opposite shore.
But it won't take much to sink them.
Particularly if we use red-hot shots, sir.
I see what you mean. Repay them in their own coin for what they did to Renown.
Well, that's the idea, sir.
Well, we'll try. If those privateers get away, they might be the devil to pay. Can you do it, Mr. Hornblower? Do you know how to heat shot?
I'll soon find out, sir.
None of our men will know. They're seamen, and you can't heat shot at sea for fear of fire.
I expect I can find out, sir. There's the furnace and all the gear the Dons use down there.
By the way, had any breakfast yet?
No, Mr. Bush. Have you?
Other things to see to. Now, mind that you do, and that's an order.
Oh, yes, sir. May I have the telescope again, sir, before I go down? Thank you. Yes, I was right, by George. That 2 masters warping out already. Less than an hour, I reckon, before she's within range. I'll get the guns manned. Once down in the body of the fort, smoke was soon rising from the furnace in one corner and a loud crackling from inside it. 2 long handles projected from the far side of the furnace, balancing 2 that projected from the near side. All 4 were part of an iron grating, the centre of which rested above the blazing fuel. Lying on that grating were rows of black shot. A seaman was plying a pair of bellows. Other men in relays brought wood from where it had been piled by the Spaniards against their ramparts. Open her up. Let's see how she goes. Getting pretty warm. Try your spittle, Mr. Wellard.
Spittle, sir?
Well, you can spit, Wellard, on that cannonball. Sharpish, lad, sharpish.
Aye, sir.
That boiled off quick enough. Did you see, Walton?
Aye, sir. We'll try the devil.
Tongs and bearers for the shot. Ready?
Aye.
Now wrap rags round your hands if you don't want to be skinned. Now, work the shots onto the bearers with the tongs. Carefully. Then roll them into the guns. A tub of water by each gun. Now bring the shot over to your guns.
Now then, steady. Steady there, steady.
Silence there. Now you others, run the guns back well clear of the embrasures. Dry wads in, then in with your wet wads, you rammers. 2 to a gun.
It's not so easy, sir.
The Dons could manage it, to judge by the practice they made against us yesterday. We can better them, surely.
Oh, aye, sir.
That's better, men. Now, run up your guns. aim for that point over there, and fire!
Well, Mr. Hornblower?
Our prospect's fair, Mr. Bush. Those gentlemen over on the point will be puzzled. I wonder what they're firing at.
And how long will it be, do you think, before a hot shot burns through one of those wads and explodes a gun?
That I don't know. I shouldn't be surprised, sir, if we found out during the course of today.
Probably.
And what do you think you're doing, Walton?
Bringing up fresh charges, sir.
Get back and wait for my order, you understand?
Aye, aye, sir.
Swab out now! And we can't be too careful. You don't want any chance of live charges and red-hot shot coming together on this platform, do you?
Oh, no, sir.
Very well, then. Now, fresh charges. These cartridges are English, I'll wager, Mr. Bush.
English? What makes you say that?
Well, I know. West Country surge. Choked and stitched like that. They'll have got 'em out of English prizes.
Well, now, we'll hope that'll teach those privateers to leave our ships alone. If we can cut off their supplies, the Dons will be in a bad way against the blacks.
Let's hope so, sir. Ram those wads handsomely there. No powder in that bore, Simmons. We'll have you as discharged dead in the ship's books.
They're standing down the bay, Mr. Hornblower. If they're intent on making a bolt for it, it means they're not feeling too secure. I'd have expected them to try to recapture the fort. They could land a force up the peninsula and come down to attack. I wonder why they don't try it. It'll be long range. Make sure of your aim.
Walton, take a ranging shot. Gun captains, make sure of your aim. Fire only when each gun bears.
Aye, aye, sir. Yes, sir. Number 1, sir. Fire! Take your aim more carefully. Gun crews, fire only when you're sure.
My telescope, Mr. Abbott.
Sir.
Thank you. You're hitting, I think. Yes, by God, I can see smoke.
Fresh charges! And see that you swab out those guns properly.
Damn it. She's getting away from us.
Range shortening, though. Gun captains, get your coins in. She's swinging round, sir.
What the hell? She's taken ground.
A fire. And run ashore deliberately, I think.
That's done it, then.
The first one, anyway. She's blown up. Blown to blazes.
That fellow can't have had hands to spare to fight the fire when we hit him.
Probably a shot through her deck and into the powder magazine. Poor devils.
You don't sound too pleased about it.
Well, as I think you know, Mr. Bush, sir, I have a weak stomach.
Here comes the next vessel. Nearly in range. And, by Jupiter, the other Spanish schooners are turning back to anchor.
Bring up more shot, bearer men. Gun captains, run up, train, and fire as you get the aim.
Aye, sir.
The Spanish had no stomach for more, as renown hove in sight in a wind that was fortunately freshening. Bush had his prisoners sorted out and ordered a watch to be set. It was only next morning, when we saw a boat put out from the battery across the bay, that we could take stock of what we'd achieved. The boat came in under a white flag, and off Samoa Point renown lay, waiting for the first puffs of sea breeze to bring her up the bay and into touch with her landing party. Bush would not let the Spanish envoy, who arrived, enter the fort. He feared some ruse, or an attempt by the enemy to gain intelligence of our actual strength. As I had a fair knowledge of Spanish, I was sent outside the ramparts to meet him with a small guard of our marines, and orders to report back on the interview.
Well, Mr. Hornblower?
He's a Colonel Ortega, Mr. Bush. His credentials are signed by the Captain General, who's across the bay.
What does he want?
First, to know about the prisoners, the women of the garrison especially.
You told him they weren't hurt?
Yes, sir. I added that I would ask your permission to release the women to him. It would make matters easier here, sir. Also, I thought that if I appeared agreeable, he would speak more freely.
Yes, and?
Don't you think he might take away the wounded as well, sir? It would free some of our hands, and we can't give them proper treatment here. If we released to him all the prisoners, he would give us his promise that none of them would serve again while Renan is in Spanish waters.
Needs thinking about. Sounds fishy to me.
No, he'd keep his word, sir. He's a Spanish gentleman.
He is he?
And we can't pack 100 prisoners or more aboard Renan, sir.
I agree. They'd be an infernal nuisance. Anything else?
He hinted at the possibility of arranging a capitulation, sir.
The deuce. And what did he mean by that?
Surrender, sir. Evacuation of all this end of the island by the Dons.
My God. I hope you didn't...
Of course not, sir. I told him I couldn't bargain with him, but, you could, Mr. Bush.
No, Mr. Hornblower, I could not. It's a matter for Mr. Buckland to deal with, if anyone.
But if I might suggest something...
Go on.
It would take some time to make any arrangement about prisoners, Mr. Bush. There's the question of their parole, and I could argue about its wording.
Yes?
Then it would take more time to ferry the prisoners across the bay. Now, such a ruse would give Renan time to work up. She can anchor down there like a cork in a bottle. The schooners won't be able to get out, and Mr. Buckland can take over the negotiations should he wish to do so.
Very well. You may negotiate for the return of the prisoners on parole, but nothing else, if you value your commission. I warn you, formally.
I understand, sir. Suspension of hostilities during negotiations?
I suppose so.
And you'll send a boat to Renan to make sure she doesn't open fire on a boat filled with Spaniards crossing the bay? Colonel Ortega will make a boat available to us.
It seems to me you're being mighty tender with these dons, Mr. Hornblower. In fact, you're taking too much upon yourself.
Sir.
I'd be glad if you'd remember that I'm in command here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hell and damnation. Have it your own way. Whom will you send to Renan?
Well, I could go myself, sir. I could tell Mr. Buckland everything necessary.
Very well. You'd better go, I suppose. But mark my words, Mr. Hornblower, you are to make it quite clear that I've not authorized negotiations. I take no responsibility for anything of the kind. Is that quite clear?
Yes, sir.
And kindly bring Mr. Buckland here as soon as possible. If I may say so, Mr. Buckland, I don't doubt that Colonel Ortega was sent by the Captain General to negotiate for the prisoners so that he might have a chance to put out a feeler regarding capitulation.
But you cannot be sure of that, Mr. Bush.
In his position, sir, would you mention a matter of such importance if not expressly authorized to do so?
I would not.
Then I suggest that the Captain General had capitulation in mind from the moment he knew we had taken the fort and Renan could anchor in the bay in consequence. So, if he's prepared for such a negotiation, it must mean he's either a poltroon or in really serious danger.
You talk like a sea lawyer, Mr. Hornblower.
Sir, I meant no disrespect. Of course, it is for you to decide where your duty lies, sir.
Quite. Now, I'm sure you wish to tell me what's behind all this.
The Spaniards have been holding this end of the island against the blacks for months now, sir. Powder, lead, flints, shoes, they're probably in need of all of them.
That's true, sir. To judge from the condition of the prisoners we took.
Thank you, Mr. Bush.
And now Renan has arrived and you've cut the Captain General off from the sea. He doesn't know how long we shall be staying here. He doesn't know your orders, sir.
Never mind that.
If we stay, sir, he'll have to surrender. He'd rather bargain with us, sir, where he has something to bargain with, than wait and have to surrender without conditions to the blacks.
That I can understand. Better bring in this Colonel Ortega fellow. You say he speaks English?
He does, sir.
Very well. Colonel Ortega, I believe?
Sir. Captain Buckland,
I am Lieutenant Buckland, at present commanding His Britannic Majesty's ship, Renown.
I am honoured, Lieutenant Buckland.
I understand you have terms for your Captain General's surrender in mind.
That is so. He will surrender all to you intact. Military stores, the battery across the bay, everything. In return, he asks only for a free passage for the garrison. Men, ships, civilians, and passports for our ships while on passage to any Spanish possession. Cuba or Puerto Rico.
And if I refuse?
Then we will fight, senor. We will fight to the end rather than submit to dishonor.
Fine words, Colonel.
If you compel us, they shall become deeds. What more can you do to us than you have already done? And there is another thing. You dare not stay longer in this island. There is the yellow fever. Vomito negro, we call it.
Yes, I have heard of it, Colonel.
Our troops have lived with it all their lives. Many of them have had it already. But yours...
There's something in that, sir.
Mr. Bush, will you kindly...
My Captain General could ally himself with the rebels, senor. They do not look upon the English as their friends. He could bring an army against you. That is my last word, senor.
Very well, Colonel. I will consider the matter. You may leave us. What do you think, Mr. Bush?
He had some good arguments, sir. On the other hand, we might turn the thumbscrews on him.
How?
Bring Renown up the bay.
You saw how tricky the channel was yesterday, and we'd still be under the fire of the battery on that side.
But we can run past it on this side.
Yes, and nice fools we'll look if we come in, find them out of range, and we have to run out again under fire. It would only stiffen their resolve to go back on the terms that fellow offered. A second repulse. No, by God. Mr. Hornblower?
It'd be risky to take Renown into the upper end of the bay. We might get at him from the peninsula here, sir.
How the devil?
Now, man a gun on the upper tip of the peninsula, and you'd have the far end of the bay under fire. No need for hot shot. We'd have all day to knock them to pieces, even if they shifted their anchorage.
So we would, by Jove. Could you get a gun along there?
We could use one from the ship. Not too heavy. A 9-pounder bow chaser. Send it round to where we landed yesterday with tackle and cables. Big trees to attach the cables. Sway the gun up easily. After that, not more than half a mile uphill, but not too steep. Those 9-pounders weigh less than a ton.
Yes. And then?
We'd have those ships under fire, sir. And those ships are the Don's only way of escape. Ortega was only bluffing when he spoke of allying with the blacks. Give the rebels a chance and they'll cut the throat of every white man and woman in this island.
And those ships would be our prizes, sir. It might be worth trying. But I would like to say, sir, I think Mr. Hornblower deserves every credit.
Of course, Mr. Bush. Then we'll start tomorrow morning as soon as the hands have had breakfast. I'll leave the details to you to arrange, Mr. Hornblower. By Jove, if it did work...
In Part 3 of Lieutenant Hornblower, you heard Nigel Anthony in the title role and as the narrator, with Terence Skelton as William Bush. Mr. Buckland was played by David Peart, Wellard, Mark Hudson, Mr. Midshipman Abbott, Keith Ladd, Woolton the gunner, Herbert Smith, Captain Whiting, Randall Hurley, and Colonel Ortego by Graham Tennant. The Hornblower story is directed in Manchester by Trevor Hill, assisted by Christopher Hayton Webb.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters.
the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire! Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's Indomitable Man of the Sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Looking back now over all my voyages, I think the start of that one was the most miserable and distressing. My ship was seriously undermanned. I was suffering from the seasickness which always attacked me at the beginning of the voyage. My mind was torn between anxiety for my wife Maria, who would be having our baby before my return, and misery at the marriage of Lady Barbara Wellesley. And now I was saddled with the care of 6 fat, stupid, lubberly merchant ships. As I stood on my quarterdeck in the grey dawn with the wind whipping through the rigging, I cursed those Indiamen for their slowness in acknowledging my signals.
They must man those Indiamen with blockades, sir. The Lord Mornington's been flying that signal at the dip for 10 minutes.
Well, they haven't the sense to clear the halyards. Oh, well. I've given them their course for Finisterre, and they must follow it as best they can. I shall go below, Mr. Bush.
Aye, sir. One moment, sir.
What's that?
Something's happening. The warmer castles hold her wind. Look, sir. You can see us through the glass.
Yes. Yes, she's spun round. She's clawing up to windward towards us. Surely she's signaling. Where's the signal, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. It's a jumble signal. I can't read it.
What?
Looks like number 29, sir.
Huh?
But it can't be. That means discontinue the action. And now she's hauled it down. Well, there goes another.
What?
It's number 11.
Yeah?
Number 11, sir. That means enemy in sight. I say there. What can you see on the port bow?
Nothing, only the Walmer Castle, sir.
Are you sure?
There, I can see them now, sir. 2 luggers on the port bow.
Luggers, eh? That can only mean privateers, sir. If they can pick off an East Indiaman, it'll be a feather in their caps.
Then we shall prevent them from feathering their caps. Hands to quarters, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir. Hands to quarters!
We shall need our wits about it, Mr. Bush. This is going to be difficult. They will maneuver to cut off a ship to windward of us.
Lay alongside a quarter while we're beating up against the wind.
That's it.
Those luggers are as quick as lightning in stays.
The Indiamen are so slow, and our crew is so raw. There are 2 luggers. We shall have to parry 2 thrusts at once.
You can see them plainly now, sir. 2 masters. They have about 20 guns apiece, 9-pounders. We could blow them out of the water if they were fools enough to come in close range. I'd say they carry about 150 men each, and all mad for gold.
Yes, have the guns loaded and run out, Mr. Bush.
Aye, aye, sir. Run out the guns! That's the leading lugger, sir. Didn't see where her shot went.
Helm a starboard.
Starboard it is, sir.
Meet her, steady.
Steady, sir.
Look at the wall of castle sheering off. She'll run into the next ship in a minute. Can we reach her in time?
Yes, we're too close now for the luggers to dare. I thought so. They're swinging away to avoid our broadside.
Back the main topsail.
We must keep to windward of the convoy so that we can dash down to any danger point. Let the convoy get ahead again.
Aye, sir. What are they up to now, sir? They're leading the convoy.
Yes, they're going to swing round presently and attack the starboard ship. Clap on sail. We must intercept. Yes, there they go. They're after the Lord Mornington. Hard aport.
Hard aport.
They're going to switch to the Warmer Castle, or I'm a Dutchman.
Yes, I thought so. You thought ahead of them there, sir. We cut them off again. If only the Indiamen have the sense not to scatter. Once they break up, we'll never get to the threatened one in time. Hello. What's the game now?
Well, they've thought up some plan, I imagine. They're working astern of us. Yes, I think I see their intention. They're going to diverge.
Yes. Here they come, sir. One to starboard, one to port. They're going to attack both wings of the convoy at once. We'll never get across from one to the other in time.
We must. There's no alternative. The starboard lugger is slightly nearer. We'll tackle her first. Starboard, 2 points.
Starboard, 2 points it is.
She'll cross the lugger's bows on this course. She'll have to edge away to avoid our broadside, and that'll keep her off the convoy.
Well, what about the other one, sir? This course is taking us away from the convoy.
Can't help that. Our only hope is to get back in time. We've edged this one away at least.
The second lugger, sir. She's attacking the Warmer Castle to port.
Hands to the braces. Hard to starboard.
Aye,
Bring her down, Mr. Bush, quickly.
I didn't think this old tub could move like this. We're carrying too much canvas.
Yes, lay right over with this wind abeam.
The Indiamen. We'll drive right in among them. They'll never get out of the way. Look out, we're going to ram the Lord Mornington. No, she's swerving. Look, Tommy, it's like driving an horse through a maze. Look, it's the lugger alongside the Warmer Castle.
Stand to your guns, sir. Mr. Gerard, give the lugger a broadside as we pass her. Helmsman, steer through that gap between those two ships.
The Frenchmen are boarding us, sir. That's pistols going off. No, they see us coming. They're jumping back into the lugger. Up goes her mainsail. Chicken away yet.
Back the mizzen topsail. Now, Mr. Gerard.
Take your aim. Wait till your guns bear. Fire! I say aim, you blasted sons of sea-cook. You're wasting shot. A whole broadside and only a couple of shrouds shot away.
2 shots went across our deck, sir. Look at that. They plowed a clean furrow through those men. That's Skinner something to think about.
Her sails are filling. Don't let her get away. Get your guns to bear again.
She's losing her 9 pounders at us. She's hit us somewhere.
Our timbers ought to keep out 9 pounders at this range. Stand by your guns. Take good aim this time. Fire as you bear.
That's better, much better.
Hold on, men. Here goes the mainmast.
Mainsail, topmast, shrouds and all. Shall we go in and finish her, sir?
Certainly not, Mr. Bush. Our job is to guard the convoy. Square away on the other tack. We must deal with the other one before she can attack us on the other side.
Hands to braces. Lively there. Goodbye, Mr. Froggy. You have a long day's work ahead of you before you can see Brest again.
The convoy was frantically beating up towards us again, with the second privateer on their heels, like a dog after a flock of sheep. But at the sight of the Sutherland rushing down upon her, she sheered off again. Obviously, she worked round to make a dash at one of the outside ships, but I swung the Sutherland round and headed her off. Thus it went on for an hour or more, like a game of hide and seek. But with only one lugger to deal with, my task was easier. At last, the Frenchman realized that he was wasting his time. His big lugsail came round, and he thrashed away to windward in search of his crippled colleague.
He's off, sir. We'll have no more trouble with those two.
No, Mr. Bush, but the captain of that second lugger is a fool. If he left his consort to look after itself and hung on to us until nightfall, he'd be almost sure to pick off one of our ships in the darkness. There. Yes, you can secure the guns now.
Aye, aye, sir. Secure the guns, Mr. Gerald.
What are those idiots cheering about? From the noise they're making, you'd think they'd won Trafalgar. Mr. Bush, stop that noise at once. Send the hands aft. I'll speak to them. Silence! Do you hear? Well, no more of that. What have you done? Frightened up a couple of luggers not much bigger than our longboat. 2 broadsides from 74 guns, and you're pleased with yourselves for knocking away a single spar.
Half the trouble with the men is that we haven't enough old hands to lead them to the right ropes.
It's the same with my guns, sir. I got 74 of them and no more than 50 trained gun layers. I know. I'll train them in time, sir, but half my gunners couldn't hit a 3-decker at point-blank range. I know. By heaven, I'll get some more men before this voyage is much older if I have to land in France and seize Frenchmen. Strong northeasterly wind had not only hurried my convoy to the North African latitude where I was to leave them, but had also prevented all intercourse and visiting between ships. But now the wind had dropped to a gentle breeze. The Sutherland was slipping slowly along with a westerly breeze abeam, and the 6 East Indiamen were clustered together only a few cables' lengths to leeward. Even before Gerard reported, I had marked the approach of a boat from the Lord Mornington, and had nerved myself for the inevitable polite call. As the visitors came aboard, I saw that the man in the formal frock coat was Captain Osborne of the Lord Mornington. His companion was resplendent in full civilian dress with ribbon and star.
Good afternoon, Captain Hornblower. I would like to present to you Lord Eastlake, Governor-designate of Bombay.
This is a great pleasure, Your Lordship.
The pleasure is mine, Captain. I have come to beg of you to accept, on behalf of your ship's company, this purse of 400 guineas.
400 guineas?
Sir, it has been subscribed by the passengers of the East India convoy in recognition of the skill and the courage displayed by the Sutherland in action with 2 French privateers.
Well, this is most generous and totally undeserved, sir. Nevertheless, I greatly appreciate your kindness, and on behalf of my ship's company, I thank your lordship.
And I, sir, am the bearer of a most cordial invitation to you and your first lieutenant to join us at dinner in the Lord Mornington.
Oh, thank you for your courtesy, sir. I deeply regret that I must decline the invitation, but we part company in 2 hours.
Well, that is a pity, Captain Hornblower. Cannot you be persuaded?
Oh, my lord, I'm on the King's service and under the most explicit orders from the Admiral.
Well, in that case, Captain, I understand. But at least you will allow me to meet some of your officers?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there's no need to turn all that money over to us and the men. You can treat it as prize money and take your share under prize rules.
Thank you, Mr. Bush, but I can't accept that sort of reward from civilians. However, the crew must show appreciation. Man the yards and have the men give 3 cheers as Lord Eastlake's boat pulls away.
Aye, aye, sir. Man the yards! Man the yards! Now then, men, Lord Eastlake has brought you a present for saving the convoy. 3 cheers for his lordship.
Mr. Bush?
Sir?
Mr. Gerard, your attention over here, please. Now, listen, I'm desperately short of men. I'm going to take some from those East Indiamen.
But, sir, they're John Company's ships. Their men are exempt from pressing, sir.
Nobody's exempt when the King's service needs him. I'm aware that I'm contravening Admiralty orders, but I plead necessity.
Now, will you excuse me, sir, if I point out that John Company is the most powerful corporation in England? It might be a bad policy to offend them, sir.
I'll be a judge of my policy, Mr. Gerard, and I'll take the responsibility. You will obey orders. Those ships will sight no land until they reach St. Helena. It'll be 3 or 4 months before any protest can reach England, and further 6 months before any censure can reach me in the Mediterranean. It's possible that in 6 months we shall all be dead.
Thank you, sir.
Give the boat's crews pistols and cutlasses just to show that I'll stand no nonsense. I want 20 men from each of those ships.
20 from each, sir? That's flouting the law on the grand scale, sir.
That's the only sensible scale on which to flout the law, Mr. Bush.
outrage, sir, and I must protest against it. At this very moment, your lieutenant is parading my crew with a view to impressment.
He's acting by my orders, sir.
But I can hardly believe it, sir. Well, are you aware that this is a flagrant violation of Admiralty regulations? A perfect outrage, sir. The ships of the Honourable East India Company are exempt from impressment, and I, as Commodore, must protest to the last breath of my body against any contravention of the law.
I shall be glad to receive your protest when you make it, sir.
Well, when I make it? But I have delivered it, sir. I have made my protest.
But will you not allow me to ask for volunteers from among your crew, Captain? There may be a few men who'd like to join the King's service.
I cannot imagine, sir, that many men will be foolish enough to exchange the comfort of the East India Company's service for the rigors of a ship of the line. But, well, yes, I would agree even to that. Your seamanship in the affair with the privateers was so admirable that, frankly, I find it hard to refuse you anything.
That's very good of you, sir. Allow me to escort you to your gig. I will recall my boats. Since they will have taken the volunteers first, we can rely on it that they have all the willing ones on board, and I shall return the unwilling ones. Thank you, Captain Osborne. Thank you.
He calmed down wonderfully, sir. Pity we had to give way. But we might get a few volunteers out of that lot, sir.
I feel sure we shall, Mr. Bush.
Here's the launch and the cutter coming back, sir. They're both loaded with men to the gunwale, sir. They're passing Captain Osborne's gig now. He's waving and shouting something to them.
Mr. Gerard and Mr. Rayner are very properly paying no attention to him. Stand by. The men will be coming aboard very shortly.
Silence down there! The captain will address you.
Now listen to me, men. You're probably a bit bewildered at your sudden change of circumstances, but let me assure you that the entry port through which you've just passed is a gateway to glory.
We know what sort of glory.
You have the man's blood who raises his voice or interrupts again. For 17 years, your country's been struggling with the Corsican tyrant. Your ease and comfort has been possible only because of the loyalty and courage of the brave men who've manned British men of war. Now you have the opportunity of joining that gallant company. But you've got other opportunities, too. The chance of prize money. The convoy from which you've come presented my crew with 400 guineas for their work in saving you from the French privateers. And there's more, much more, to be made by willing men on the East Coast by the taking of French prizes. You'll serve your country and yourselves at the same time. No man is treated harshly on my ship unless he deserves harshness. You're here, and it's in your hands now whether your lives go well or ill. And what I do in the name of His Majesty the King. That's all. Guard, march these men down to the main deck. Mr. Bush, have the goodness to go down and read the articles of war to them.
Aye, aye, sir.
I had taken a bold step, but the necessities of war demanded boldness. I now had nearly a full complement of crew with these 120, most of them able seamen. By the time Bush returned from reading the men into the service, the boats were inboard and we were all ready to square away. Mr. Vincent, signal to the convoy. All men have volunteered. Thank you. Goodbye.
All men have volunteered. Thank you. Goodbye. Aye, sir.
I beg your pardon, sir, but what will you say to the Admiralty?
I shall tell them that I took the men with the permission of the Commodore. I did, too. He said I could keep any men who volunteered.
Yes, sir, but not many did, really.
You know seamen as well as I do, Bush. It'll be a year before we get back to England, and in that time I shall be surprised if I don't convince most of them that they did volunteer. We only want a bit of luck and a few prizes, and those fellows will swear to anything.
It's a master stroke, sir. And the Admiralty will be reluctant to prosecute. They know as well as we do how necessary seamen are.
Signal's gone, sir. The Lord Mornington is replying.
What does she say?
Captain Osborne to Captain Hornblower. Do not understand your signal.
Await boat. Thank you. Is that all sail? Hands for braces. Square away there. Mr. Vincent, hoist another signal, please. Just one word.
Aye, sir. Which word, sir?
Goodbye.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Stand by the starboard battery. One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Fascinating to look back down the years and perceive upon what slight hazards one's whole fate depends. The spin of a guinea was to have far-reaching consequences for me. There was no sign of the flagship Pluto at the rendezvous, but it was not long before the Caligula bore up from windward, and Captain Bolton signaled his invitation for me to dine with him. Despite the almost tropical heat, he gave me pea soup, red mullet, a saddle of mutton, and Stilton cheese. We sipped syrupy port and sweltered in his after cabin.
Oh, well, Hornblower. Now I suppose we must wait in idleness for the arrival of Sir Macho Pomposo, our Rear Admiral of the Red.
I must say, sir, I've never thought of Sir Percy Leighton in that light.
Well, I have. He's a pompous fool. It got worse since he married Lady Barbara Wellesley. I don't respect an admiral who's no seaman. Oh, there's no telling how long he might be before he gets here. What do you suggest we do?
Well, perhaps one of us might push northward and harry the coast while the other waits for the flagship.
Yes, good suggestion, that. Who? You or me?
There's nothing I'd like better, sir, but the decision must be yours. You're the senior officer of the station.
Yes. Well, I'd let you go for old time's sake if I didn't want to go myself. Tell you what, Hornblower, I'll be fair. I'll toss you for it. Here's a guinea. King or spade?
Spade.
Then up she goes. Oh, spade it is. Oh, you're a lucky devil, Hornblower. Still, I'm glad you won. You can speak Spanish. That may be an advantage. Now, don't be gone more than 3 days in case his mightiness turns up.
Yes.
And good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Had I foreseen what the flick of that coin was to lead to, I might have been less pleased and excited as I stood on my quarterdeck half an hour after dawn the following morning. But disaster was far in the future. The wind was fair, and Cape Creux, just south of the Spanish-French border, was clear on the larboard beam.
Sail ho! Nearly right ahead! A brig, sir, standing out from the land on the starboard tack!
Ah, this is what I hoped for, Mr. Bush.
Yes, sir. I suppose the only way Bonaparte can get supplies to his army in Spain is by slipping them along the coast in brigs under the protection of shore batteries.
Yes, Spanish roads and Spanish armies afford too many obstacles to the land route. Mr. Gerard, hoist the colors.
Aye, sir.
And call all hands. Head to cut her off.
Aye, sir.
What's the matter with her, sir? She's making no attempt to escape. She must have seen us.
Very strange. Can she be an English brig? Here, Savage, take your glass and tell me what you can see from the main rigging. There's one thing, Mr. Bush. This is our best point of sailing. We should have the heels of her.
Well, she's fenced right enough, sir. She's wearing her colours. Oh, she's signalling now, sir. Oh, it's been hard to read. I've got it, sir. It's the signal MV.
MV? What the devil's that? Is it in the signals book, Vincent?
No, sir. I've been looking for it. It's not in our code. We'll know soon enough, sir. We're overhauling her. No. She's wearing round again. She's trying to get away now. It's no good, monsieur. You'll be ours presently. A handsome bit of prize money for us there.
Yes, I can see now what's happened. She saw our red ensign and took it for the red of the tricolour. Remember, ours was a Dutch ship before she was taken and refitted. Our round bows are very like a French ship. That NV must be the private French recognition signal. That's worth remembering. NV.
Trying to cross the window, sir.
Well, fire a shot across her bows.
Number 2 gun. A single shot across the bows. Fire!
That's done it. She's heaving to.
The flag's coming down. She surrenders.
Silence there. Silence. Mr. Bush, take a boat and board her. Mr. Clark, your prize master, take 6 hands with you and navigate her to Port Mahon.
Aye, aye, sir.
While I awaited the return of Bush, I speculated on the consternation which the French would experience when they knew that their sea routes were threatened by a British squadron and that their lines of communication were in danger. I turned over in my mind, too, a new idea which the brig's failure to recognize our nationality had given me.
I doubt if anyone on land saw us capture the Amelie, sir. We can still take them by surprise along the coast.
That fact did not escape my notice, Mr. Bush. Now, kindly pay attention. The blue masses on the horizon there are the peaks of the Pyrenees. And the road from France to Spain runs along the coast between those mountains and the sea. And Potter's made the French ensign have it hoisted instead of our own. We shall sail down the coast where we can be seen from the road. Send the hands to breakfast.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sir! Land small craft, sir! An anchor round yonder point!
Small craft.
Yes, I can see them from here now, sir. And look, sir. Isn't that a tricolour flying from a flagstaff at the point there?
It is, Mr. Bush. That's what I've been looking for. That is a French battery on top of the cliff. 42 pounders, probably, with a good range. Furnaces, I expect, for heating the shot to set ships on fire. We can never fight that battery on equal terms. That seems to be a little coasting fleet huddled in the shelter of the guns. Captain Morris, tell your men to lie down, if you please. I don't want the red coats of the Marines to give us away.
We're getting close in now, sir. You can see the parapets round the battery.
Hope to heaven they don't open fire now. They're well within range. Every yard nearer means more danger in getting out if they discover us. And to lose a mast will mean to lose the ship. Mr. Vincent, hoist the signal MV. Aye, sir. Let's hope it means the right thing.
Doesn't seem to mean the wrong thing anyway, sir. They haven't opened fire.
They're signaling in reply, sir. I can't read it. One of them's a swallowtail that we don't use.
Well, the very fact that they're replying shows they can't be sure we're enemies. If they don't fire soon, we'll be too close under their guns for them to reach us. Now, Mr. Bush, do you see that battery on the cliff?
Aye, sir.
Yeah. Well, you'll take the longboat. Mr. Rayner will take the launch.
You will land and storm the battery.
By the mark, eh? Water, let's say.
At a bare quarter of a mile off. You can go now, Mr. Bush. Back the main topsail.
Aye, sir. Back the main topsail. Aye, aye, sir.
Throw the guns down the cliff, Mr. Bush. Wreck the battery if you can. But don't stay a moment longer than necessary.
Aye, aye, sir. We're off now.
Helm a lee. Mr. Gerard, put the ship about.
Aye,
Down
sir.
with that French flag and send up our own.
Aye, sir.
Aha, they've opened fire at last.
They hit us too, sir. Somewhere forward, I think.
Thank heaven they're firing at us. If they hit those boats, we'll be in a pretty fix. Mr. Gerard, see if your guns can reach the battery, and be sure they aim carefully. It's no good unless the embrasures can be swept.
Starboard guns. Fire as your guns bear. Steady aim. Now! Lift them! Lift them! I can see the dust from the cliff. You're 30 feet too low. If we can only get a few shots through the embrasure, sir, it'll upset their gunners.
Do it quickly, man. They're firing at our boats now.
The logs. They've hit the logs.
No, there she is again. She was nearly swamped, but not hit. They're rowing crab fashion. The shot must have smashed her port oars.
They're safe now, sir. They're in the surf. Look, sir, they're landing. The guns are doing better, too, now. That was a hit. And another. Right on the embrasure, sir.
Very good, Mr. Gerard, but you must cease fire now whilst our men are mounting that cliff.
Cease fire! The flag, sir. The flag. It's coming down. The storming party are holding it down. They've taken the battery.
Mr. Gerard, put the ship about.
Aye, sir.
Send in the quarter boat to take possession of the craft in the bay.
Aye, sir. Quarter boat away. There's 7 craft there, sir. A fine haul. Ah, there go their crews, pulling for the shore in their dinghies. Shall I chase or fire on them?
No, let them go. I have no wish to be burdened with prisoners or to damage our prizes.
Mr. Bush's party is toppling the guns over, sir. Look at that one. Down the cliff like an avalanche. They've blown the magazine, sir. That's the end of the battery at Lanza. And there's Mr. Bush, sir. I can see him waving his sword.
Carry on, Mr. Gerard. I shall go below.
Shooting well. That splash wasn't more than 100 yards off our port beam. Who couldn't shoot well with their advantages? 42-pounders and permanent mounts, 50 feet above the water, and long-service soldiers to man him.
Yes, I've seen them shoot worse all the same.
It's a mile and a half. It's a yard.
Well, more than that.
I'd say it's barely a mile. Nonsense, why? Good morning, sir.
Your attention, please, gentlemen. I shall also want Mr. Rayner and Mr. Hooker. Pass the word for them. Now, will you all use your telescopes and study this place with care? That is Mount Canigou in the background. Where that spur of the Pyrenees runs down to the sea is Cape Cherbera. And that is where Spain ends and France begins.
I suppose those white houses in the center, round the head of the bay, are Port Bravery, sir?
Yes, Mr. Bush. They seem annoyed that a ship should flaunt British colours so close. I trust they'll have greater cause for annoyance ere long. Now, gentlemen, take a look at that ship at anchor there. She's under the protection of the batteries at either side of the bay.
You can see the batteries by the smoke, sir.
Right, sir.
One to the left, one to the right.
Yes, mark them well. I want no mistake made. You, Mr. Gerard, note the battery on the left.
Right, sir.
Mr. Rayner, note the one on the right. Mr. Hooker, you see how the bay curves? You must be able to take a boat straight up to that anchored ship tonight.
All right, sir. All right, sir.
Put the ship on the port tack, Mr. Bush. We must stand out to sea now. The moon rises at 1 o'clock. I shall take good care to be back in our present position at midnight.
Aye, aye, sir. If the garrison there will think we're leaving, we'll give them a shock later on.
Hope so. I want this to be a climax to the 24 hours in which we've taken the brig Amélie and destroyed the Lancer battery, gentlemen. That ship sheltering in Port Vendez is to be cut out and taken tonight. An hour of darkness should suffice to effect a surprise. If we're successful, the rising moon will give enough light to bring out the captured ship. If we're unsuccessful, we shall be able to see to rally and escape. Mr. Bush, you will remain in charge of this ship.
But, sir, please.
please. No, Mr. Bush, you may not join the attack. I shall lead it myself. It was very dark, but the stars were glowing clearly, and the Sutherland was steaming landwards like a ghost. The crew was resting on the gangways and the main deck. When the subdued voices of their officers called them, they mustered silently, each division assembling for its particular duty. I checked the position of the ship with Bush and strained my eyes through my night glass for a glimpse of the shore.
Longboat crew here.
Launch crew here, sir.
You can heave to now, Mr. Bush. I trust this expedition will be a success for your sake.
For my sake, sir?
Yes. I'm taking 250 men. If we do not return, you will have barely sufficient crew to navigate the ship to the rendezvous.
Oh, you'll return, sir, and with the French ship. All the same, I wish you'd let me go in your place.
Your duty is here, Bush. See to it. Are the boats overside?
Aye, aye, sir. Here's your barge. Goodbye, sir. Good luck.
Thank you. All right. Move aside, Brown. I shall sit in the stern. Are the oars muffled?
Yes, sir. Keep way there.
Are the two cutters behind us, Brown?
Right us down, sir. Listen, sir. What's that?
As I expected. The French are rowing a guard round their precious ship. Ready at the oars there?
All ready, sir.
Remember, men, cold steel. If any man fires before I do, I'll shoot him with my own hand. Give way. We're in the harbor now. It's time the longboat and launch began their attack.
And they're making enough row about it, sir.
By my orders, I want the gunners distracted at the vital moment. There's the guard boat. On to it, men.
I believe they've seen us, sir.
Keep on! Straight into her, men. Ship oars. Follow me, men. No prisoners. Throw them overboard. Right. Look at that, Brown. That fellow on the bottom of the boat. Stand clear.
Oh, thanks, sir. He landed up and right on his face. I think that's the lot, so we took them by surprise. They're all dead or unconscious or overside.
Warm work while it lasted.
Yes, sir.
Right, back into the barge, everyone.
Your neck, sir. It's covered with blood. Just let me...
There's no time to waste. There's nothing. Go on. Give way. That'll be the cutters. They've reached the anchored ship. Pull, men. They'll need our help.
They don't seem to have carried the ship at their first rush, sir. Those musket flashes are steady along her bulwarks. That means the crew are defending her.
Yes, they must have been awake and have rigged netting to repulse any surprise attack. Yes. Now, quietly now. We'll creep round to her disengaged side. Right. One strong pull. Ship oars. Now, take hold there. Now, all up the side together and give a cheer. I want them to think we're a big boarding party. Ready? Now. Mr. Longley, you stay with me. Up with you now.
Aye, sir. The netting is rigged, sir. It slopes outwards, too.
Blast the stuff. It's like being a fly in a web. Now, come in with your dirk, boy. Don't just hang there.
Yes. Can you reach that bit with your sword, sir? That bit there. It may part enough for us to get through.
So hold tight. Hold on. The whole lot's coming away. We'll be in the sea in a minute.
I'm through, sir. Give me a hand, sir.
Well done, lad. Now.
Safe, sir?
Yes, I'm perfectly safe. Stand your ground. Here comes another rush.
There are men, sir. The ship's taken.
Splendid. Mr. Goodfall. Sir. Cut the cable. Is Mr. Hooker there?
I'm here, sir.
Now get aloft with your boat's crew. Set sail.
Aye, sir. Up with you, my lads. Lively now.
Take old caps up. We're all right now, sir.
Save yourself congratulations. There's still time for boats to come from shore with reinforcements. But if Rayner and Gerard have failed to take the guns, we'll have a gauntlet to run.
Brown, here, sir.
Yes, send up that rocket to let the landing parties know that the ship is taken.
Aye, aye, sir.
Loose the main topsail. Barge's crew, first cutter's crew, man the braces. Benson and you, Ledley, take the wheel. Hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard it is, sir. All's well, sir. This breeze off the land will take us out.
Aye.
Here comes the moon to light us.
What of the French crew, Mr. Hooker?
killed, wounded, or captured, sir. Some jumped over to swim ashore. Well, we can enjoy. They're still fighting on land, sir. Oh, that'll be Gerard and Rayner calling the men off.
Very successful operation. How's your boat's crew fared?
Well, I haven't checked yet, sir, but I think the casualties are light. It was a surprise, and we swamped them. It's my opinion that... Oh, what in blazes is that?
Excuse me, sir. There's half a dozen frogs. I'm in French's, sir, with an officer hiding in the forecastle.
Oh, is that? I'll soon winkle them out.
Oh, wait, Hooker. Follow me. Monsieur, your ship is captured and is in my hands. It's useless to resist. I call on you to surrender.
We come, but we do not surrender. Hello!
A pity, but if they chose to die, I couldn't prevent them. Brown, have the barge crew ready to row me to the Sutherland. We shall raise her presently.
Aye, sir.
I'm delighted to see you back, sir, and with a very handsome prize. But, sir, you're wounded. Your neck, your hand.
Oh, don't fuss, Mr. Bush. I'd like some coffee and grog for all hands.
Immediately, sir. Was it a good scrap, sir?
What? Oh, mere bickering, Mr. Bush.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
even after so many years, I can still look back on that period of my life with pride and satisfaction. I had been given 3 days in which to do as much damage as possible before rendezvousing with the flagship and the Caligula, and in 24 hours I had captured a French brig laden with military supplies, destroyed the heavy batteries at Lancer, and taken 7 small craft, and cut out and taken a French ship under the guns of the Port Vendres batteries. The coast was in confusion, and I was at least £1,000 the richer in prize money. But I hope to do much more yet in the remaining time. The question was, how?
You sent for me, sir?
Brown. Can you swim, Brown?
Swim? Why, yes, sir.
Good. Well, I want a crew for the barge. Everyone a good swimmer and every man a volunteer.
Aye, sir. Let all volunteer.
Now, Marky Brown, this is for dangerous service. I want true volunteers, none of your press gang.
Aye, sir. Yeah. Are you going, sir?
Yes.
It'd be hard to pick 'em, sir. They'll all want to go.
Well, I'll leave it to you. Issue a cutlass to each man and a packet of combustibles.
Aye, sir. Come what, sir?
Combustibles, flint and steel. A couple of port fires, oily rags, and a bit of slow match, all in an oilskin packet, and a lanyard to carry them if we swim. Yes, get your crew ready immediately.
Aye, sir. Right away, sir.
You have a plan in mind, sir? Yes, Mr. Bush. I'm going ashore to burn that coaster over there.
Oh, but couldn't I take the crew, sir?
I'll not allow volunteers to go on a mission if I can't lead them.
But if I call for volunteers...
You're wasting time, Mr. Bush. I can't accept your offer. I shall take my barge. The longboat and launch draw too much water. And mark this, Mr. Bush, no rescue parties. If we're lost, we're lost. I'll not have you wasting valuable lives in rescue attempts. Shall I give you that in writing?
No need, sir. I understand, but...
Right. Well, heave the ship to. Stand off and on and wait for us. The barge pulled 8 oars, and I sat beside Brown while we danced lightly over the blue Mediterranean. I set a course to reach the shore a little ahead of the Brown sail, which was just showing over the strip of coast. We crossed the line of sluggish breakers and darted in towards the golden beach. A moment later, the boat balked, slid over sand, moved a few yards more, and then grounded. Over with you, men. I'll run the boat up the beach. You got everything? Cutlasses, fire packets? Right, steadily up the beach. Don't use too much energy. We may have a long swim. Make for that low bank of shingle at the head of the beach. It's a vineyard on the other side. And look, there's the sail, not a quarter of a mile away beyond the vineyard.
It's only an old man, sir, and 2 women. They're owing or something.
Yes, well, ignore them. Go on, men. The water was as warm as milk, but the coaster was 150 yards away, and my sword, dangling from my naked waist, hampered me, and already seemed heavy as lead. The men, however, surged strongly ahead, and by the time we neared the coaster, I was a bad last. The men scrambled up into the low waist of the vessel, and then waited to help me aboard. It must have looked a strange sight, naked but armed. Yet in the tenseness of the moment, our nakedness was forgotten. I walked aft towards the little group of men and women, trying to recollect my few words of French. Hobson, there's a dinghy overside. Draw it in, and I'll order the men to it. Au bateau, entrez dans le bateau. Silence! Écoutez-vous! Entrez-vous dans le bateau, s'il vous plaît.
Here, I'll do it, sir. Here, you, open a boat or else I'll knock your perishing head off, see? Yes, I thought he'd understand that.
Yes, thank you, Brown. Into the boat with all of them and cast it adrift.
Well, that's them settled, sir. Look, they're making for the towpath.
Yes, well, never mind them. Set the ship on fire. Take 3 men below and see what you can do there. Hobson, you and the others get some of those deck planks up.
Cargo is all in barrels and grain in sacks, sir.
Oil and grain,
We stove in some barrels and ripped the sacks. It's burning like powder, sir.
Stand by to abandon ship. All present? Right, over you go. We can go back now.
Right.
Hey! Look at that old
woman from the coaster. She slung all her clothes in the lagoon.
Not a stitch left. Look, I'll dive in and get your shirt, sir.
No, there's no time. We must leave our clothes. A few clothes for a ship and a valuable cargo is a good exchange.
Would you like the old man's trousers, sir? I'll strip them off, be damned to him.
No. Come along, back to the vineyard. Fall in behind me, men. Yes, it's no good grumbling. We did the job naked, and we'll go back naked. Up into the vineyard with you now.
There's a horseman riding across the vineyard towards us, sir. He's got a blue uniform and a cocked hat.
What? Just give me a hand. Let me see. It's one of Bonaparte's gendarmes. Down and at him, men.
Well, I'm dead. He's galloping away, sir.
Just never mind him, men. Back to the beach.
What the devil? They're as naked as the day they were born. Well, surely the captain isn't coming aboard and taking the salute like that.
Mr. Jarrett, when the captain comes aboard, he'll be received as the captain, dressed or undressed. Tell the side boys and the Marines that if I see one of them with the suspicion of a smile in his face, I'll have him flogged.
Aye, sir.
For the purposes of receiving him aboard, Captain Hornblower is in full dress, Mr. Jarrett.
Yes, Mr. Bush, of course. I can see that now.
A successful venture, I hope, sir.
Yes, very successful, thank you, Bush.
Nothing untoward occurred, I hope, sir.
Nothing whatever, Mr. Bush. Please put the ship about. Only 2 hours past dawn. It was stifling hot already. The easterly breeze seemed not to have cooled at all by its passage of nearly 400 miles across the Mediterranean from Italy. The land slipping by along the larboard beam seemed devoid of all life. Yet along the base of those lofty grey-green hills ran the most important high road in Catalonia, the road connecting Barcelona with France. And as I talked again with Spanish officers who'd come out to my ship at dawn in a fishing boat, I felt that this new day promised to be as productive as the previous 2. You're certain, Colonel Villena, that this army of General Pino's will march along this very road?
They must, Captain. 10,000 of them. Pino's and Lecchi's division of the Italian army. It was at Tordera that I lost my own regiment. Yes. Their army cut us to pieces, and I only escaped myself by riding until my horse dropped under me. But there is more than the loss of my regiment to avenge, sir. The Italians have burned every village in the uplands. Every road is lined with gallows, and upon every gallows is a Spanish corpse.
Horrible. Well, sir, we must see what we can do. Mr. Bush, clear for action, if you please. I'll have the guns loaded and run out, too.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain, train your glass there.
Where?
Is not that a speck far up on the hill, a horseman?
I believe it is, and riding towards us. There's a sort of moving smudge behind him. I suspect it to be the advance guard of the army. You can see an occasional sparkle and flash as the sun catches their equipment. I can edge in quite close to here, if necessary.
Yeah, you can see them quite plainly now. They are cavalry riding with drawn sabers. They fear an ambush, but I do not know where an opposition is likely to come from.
We must see if we can provide some, Colonel. What's that long line of white dots beyond the cavalry? It looks like a long caterpillar with white legs all moving together.
It is, in a way, Captain. It is the white breeches of a column of infantry.
On the half turn! Why, look, sir. They're waving their hands to us. Very friendly, the whole thing. And they don't seem a bit worried.
I doubt if they've ever encountered a ship before or been cannonaded from the sea. Their officers are used to opposing armies, but they've no experience of a ship's broadside. They'll probably regard us as a welcome break in a monotonous march. Mr. Gerard, train the guns on the road and only fire when I give you the signal.
Sir.
Fire as you will, Mr. Gerard.
And again. And again. Give it to 'em, lads. Water this night.
Deeper water, sir. We can can move further in. Ah, they don't like it. Next column's boating.
Starboard a point there. Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard, load with grape shot.
See, they have jammed. The columns coming up are preventing the others from getting away.
Yes.
They are struggling with each other.
Yes, it's sheer murder, but I fear it must be done.
That'll show 'em. That'll teach 'em.
For the deep cellars!
Stand by to go about. Ceasefire. We must run out past that headland and come back again, Mr. Bush. They've done considerable damage, I think.
Yes, sir. Just look at the road. It's littered with them. And the hillside's covered with men trying to get away. Their officers will never round them up. Ah, there's a battery of artillery at the end of the next column, sir.
Yes, 9-pounder field pieces. Doing their stuff against our broadside. But by heaven, they're going to try. Look at this officer galloping down the line. He's ordering the guns into action. Yeah, wear ship, Mr. Bush. We'll stand in and give them a sporting target.
Aye, sir. 9-pounders.
Reserve your fire for the battery, Mr. Gerard. Ready? Now.
Damn the smoke! It's blowing right back into our eyes. Can't see a thing.
Magnificent! Half the guns are smashed. Their crews are killed or scattered.
Not all. That officer's a gallant man. He's trying to get one gun working. He's too late. Our speed is taking us out of range.
Here's a 2nd Division of infantry, sir. Look at them. Scattering up the hillside even before we get to them.
Yes, don't fire at them, Mr. Gerard. It's as damaging to an army to be scattered and demoralized as to be killed. Though I doubt if our men will understand that. Do you see that group of horsemen above the road there? Gold trappings and plumes? The staff of the army, I'll swear. Mr. Gerard, we'll give a little attention to that group up there, if you please.
Aye, sir. Do the fools think they're out of range or don't they care?
Not a man left in the saddle. Wonderful, sir, wonderful. I hope General Pino himself was amongst them. I hope he was killed. No. I hope he was crippled. Hurt, terribly hurt. I hope...
Spare us your bloodthirsty comments, Colonel. I have no love for this sort of warfare and take no delight in causing suffering. I do it because I must. I prefer an action where there's danger on both sides.
My word, look at this, sir. We're not as safe as all that. It's a musket ball embedded in the rail to half its depth. Their fire is reaching us.
You see, Colonel, the Colonel seems to have more urgent business on the other side of the quarterdeck. Frankly, Mr. Bush, I shall be glad when we reach the rear of the column. This slaughter sickens me.
But we're killing the enemy, sir. That's all I care about. Hello, what's this, sir? Baggage trains?
Yes.
Those carts with 4 horses to them must be ammunition caissons.
Mr. Gerard, they'll have target practice, single guns only. Let them fire broadsides and they'll miss on purpose.
Fire on rotation. Number 1 gun. Fire!
As the Sutherland drifted slowly along the shore, our guns spoke out one by one, hurling a hatful of grape shot onto the road. It was with sorrow almost amounting to anguish that I watched horses and mules go down before that deadly fire. But I maintained a cold, impassive face throughout. A few of the mules managed to leap the bank out of the road and scramble up the hillside, scattering their loads as they went. And then, as we passed the last of the ammunition train and came to a new line of carts, I observed a man standing up in one of the carts and frantically waving a white handkerchief.
Looks as though they want to surrender, sir.
Ridiculous. He must know that no surrender could be put into effect. He must take his chance. What's he doing now?
He seems to be trying to pick something up from the floor of the car. He's tried to lift it.
Oh, good heavens, I see now.
Cease fire! Cease fire at once!
It's a man he's holding up, a bandaged man. Those are the army ambulance vehicles full of sick and wounded from yesterday's battle with Villena's regiment. That officer must be a surgeon. Yes, put the ship about, Mr. Bush. We will retrace our course and harass the main body again.
Aye, sir. Stand by to go about.
Aye, sir.
Hands to places. Won't be so easy on this deck, sir. We'll have to sail close haul, and if we make 3 knots, we'll be doing well.
We shall do the best we can, then.
Deck there. Field guns training us from the road, sir. They've got 3 guns into position, sir.
Very well. We'll see what we can do. Mr. Gerard, carry on with your target practice.
Aye, sir.
taken away, Mr. Bush. This is a good thing. Our crew is raw, and there's a vast difference between shooting undisturbed and shooting under return fire. See how they behave. Those fellows are good gunners. That one was close.
That was closer, sir. Look at that hole in our topsail. I should think...
Big follow, sir. Some casualties, I think.
Yes, use your bow chaser guns on the battery. It may unsteady their gun layers.
There's plenty of targets, even if they can't reach the field guns, sir. Look at their soldiers scattering all over the hillside, sir.
Yes, their officers are going to have a difficult time reassembling them, and many will desert. I understand that these Italian divisions desert readily. They have no love for Bonaparte's cause.
More hits. The main top-gallant backstay's parted, sir. Send some topmen up and splice that stay. But we'll be in close range presently, sir. What the devil's that?
Here, one of the ship's boys has been hit from the sound of it. Mr. Gerard, I'm going to put the helm down now. Be ready to fire as the guns bear.
Sir.
Round she comes. Why? Their gunners are running, sir. They're not going to wait for it. Had too much last time, I expect.
Let them have it, lads!
Smoke's clearing. Yes. Oh, well aimed, Mr. Gerard. There's not a gun left on the road. Your men behaved like veterans.
Fire the mark! 7!
Oh, the water is shoaling rapidly. We must stand out to sea again, Mr. Bush. I think we've done all we can here. By the time we get in again, the remains of the army will have withdrawn.
Aye, aye, sir. Starboard your helm! Hands to braces!
You may secure your guns, Mr. Gerard.
Aye, sir. Cease fire! Secure the guns! 5 victories in 3 days. 3 cheers for the captain!
Tell the men to stop that nonsense, Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush, kindly refrain from grinning like a fool. Mr. Longley, British officer does not caper on the deck like a schoolboy.
Captain Hornblower, sir. Sir?
Yes. Oh, yeah, the gunroom steward. You may find that our casualties are nothing to cheer about. Yes?
Begging your pardon, sir, but Tom Cribb's been killed.
Tom Cribb? I remember no man of that name. Mr. Bush, surely the heavyweight boxing champion of England is named Tom Cribb, isn't he?
I believe he is, sir.
That ain't all, sir. There's Mrs. Siddons.
What?
She's got a splinter in her... Well, sir, to tell the truth, she got a splinter where she won't be able to sit down, sir. Squealed something horrible when I pulled it out, she did, sir.
Mrs. Siddons, are you mad, man, or am I?
Tom Cribb and Mrs. Siddons are 2 of the pigs belonging to the gunroom mess.
Pigs? What, are they our only casualties? Mr. Walsh, have you any casualties?
Not among the men, sir, but I'm afraid that Tom Cribb and Mrs. Siddons...
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I already have a report on the condition of Cribb and Siddons. Mr. Bush, you may issue grog to all hands.
Splice the main brace!
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
All hands, beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's Indomitable Man of the Sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Discontented animal. Even now, when I've finally retired and have nothing to do but relive my past in memory, I sometimes long for the physical activity which I know can be mine no more. But in those days I was still vigorous and had been too long on land. The endless round of social activities had palled, and I was beginning to yearn for the pitch of a ship under me and the sting of the Channel wind on my face. I was bored as I sat in Westminster Abbey, dressed in crimson and white and laden with regalia, listening to a dull sermon, while around me the beautiful building blazed with the colors and arms of fellow knights and nobles. I sat in a stupor of boredom, which was suddenly broken into by a whispering naval lieutenant who appeared at my elbow.
Compliments of Lord St. Vincent, sir. His lordship would like a word with you immediately.
Oh, sir, with me? Oh, I will tell his lordship that I will come this instant. You desired to see me, my lord?
Hornblower. Ready for immediate active service now, Hornblower?
Why, yes, my lord.
I'll have to start tonight.
Yes, my lord. On what service?
Suppression of mutiny. It's like 94 over again. Did you ever know Chadwick? Lieutenant Augustine Chadwick?
Yes. He was a midshipman with me under Pellew.
Well, here's my coach at last. I'll drive you to the Admiralty and give you your orders. Now, jump in, Hornblower.
Thank you, sir.
Chadwick had the 18-gun brig Flame. The crews mutinied in the Bay of the Seine and are holding him and the other officers hostage. They turned a master's mate and 4 loyal hands adrift in a gig with an ultimatum addressed to the Admiralty. The gig made Bembridge last night, and here's the papers they brought.
What's the ultimatum, my lord?
They want an amnesty, blast 'em. We're to hang Chadwick and forgive the loss of them, or they'll hand the brig over to the French. The crazy fools. Yeah, mind you, it's possible they had some cause. Chadwick's in his 50s and still only a lieutenant. He was always bad-tempered, and lack of promotion made him worse.
The coach drew into the Admiralty yard, and I followed the First Lord to his room.
I give you a free hand, and you can set about it any way you like. I can spare you 3 ships of the line if you want them, a couple of frigates, bomb vessels, there's even a rocket vessel if you think you could use it.
Yes, it doesn't seem the sort of situation where sheer force would be of much use, my lord. Will you give me full powers, well, to negotiate, for instance?
No, damn it, I will not negotiate. Well, I know what you're up against. Those insolent swine can slip into the mouth of the Seine and give themselves up at the first sign of danger.
Yes, well, if they do that, Bonaparte will have his finest propaganda story in 20 years.
Yes, I know. It's brains that are needed here. That's why I sent for you. Besides, the seamen like you, Hornblower. They follow you and listen to you.
But if you want me to talk to them, it implies that I'm negotiating, my lord.
No negotiations. We've had enough of that in 94.
Well, then, the carte blanche you gave me is no more than the usual naval officer's orders, my lord. Forgive me if I point out my position, sir, but this is a difficult task. Failure endangers the country and makes me the laughingstock of the Navy. Success brings no honor, for it must remain secret. I submit, sir, that the least I should have is full powers to do whatever seems best on the spot.
All right, you shall have your powers. I'll draw up the orders to that effect. You'll hold your appointment as Commodore, of course.
Dirty night, Mr. Freeman. Aye, sir, and it'll be dirtier yet. The glass is still falling, and we're just getting out into the channel. Mr. Carlo, have all hands shorten sail. Get that main topmast staysail in. Another reef in the topsail. Order out, sir. How east be south.
It's a long time since I sailed in so small a vessel as the Porter Chaley, Mr. Freeman. I find the dimensions below deck a bit cramped.
Ah, but she's a lovely fighting machine all the same, sir. Her guns will smash anything of her own size. We carry provisions enough to stay at sea indefinitely, and she'll stand any weather that comes.
Yes, but to do all that with 190 tons means the crew has to be content with conditions that would be, well, hard on cattle.
Oh, they're used to it. Any orders when we sight the flames, sir?
We'll deal with the situation when it arises, Mr. Freeman. My orders give me power to negotiate, but I feel that negotiation would be a sign of weakness. Somehow or other, I shall have to trick 100 English seamen into my power so that they can be hanged or flogged for something I might feel like doing myself under similar circumstances.
I don't envy you your job, sir. Anything wrong, sir? You look a bit...
I'm going below. Just call me if necessary.
Now, you're better now, sir, huh? Like old days being at sea again, sir. You always was seasick at the start of a trip, sir.
Confound your insolence, Brown. I am not sick. Merely tired.
Yes, of course you're tired, sir. This bucking plunging not to tire anyone. When you go on deck again, sir, the leadership asked me to see that you wore this silk scarf she made for you. It's very light and warm as a toaster.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Aye, sir.
That gale was interminable. Night and day it raged, and though Freeman clawed into it as much as he dared, I knew that it was gradually drifting us away from the course we needed to make to find the mutineers. In the meantime, I fought my squeamish stomach, learned my way about the ship, and tried to pretend to myself that I should know how to handle mutineers when the time came. Freeman was a good captain. His vessel was well kept, and his crew as happy as any crew could be in such weather and circumstances.
The whole crew's been buzzing with pleasure, Sir Horatio, since you recognized that seaman yesterday. It's not often they see a Commodore shake hands with an ordinary seaman.
He taught me a lot of good work, Mr. Freeman.
You won't really tell the men why you're here, will you, sir?
Afraid I'll have to. We may have to fight, and I can't ask Englishmen to kill Englishmen without some explanation. The watch is changing now. This will be as good a time as any. You'll have the goodness to summon them aft, will you?
Very well, Sir Horatio. Mr. Carlo! Aye, sir. All hands muster off! Aye, aye.
suspect you're wondering what has sent me to sea with you. I'll tell you. There is villainy afloat. British seamen have disgraced themselves. They've mutinied in the very presence of the enemy.
My God, he's running a risk. Fancy saying the word mutiny to a gang like this.
We're off the French coast, too, and they know that Bonaparte will heap wealth and luxury on any crew who brings in a British ship. Now, listen, man. The crew of our own sister ship, the Flame, has done this contemptible thing. Now they're sheltering here in this very bay of the Seine. Every man's hand is against them. The French have no use for mutineers, and it's our mission to dig these rats from their holes. They betrayed England, remember. Forgotten their duty to king and country. The villains who have led them astray must pay the price of their villainy. If they're mad enough to offer fight, then we must fight them. If they surrender without bloodshed, that will be remembered in their favor at their trial. I want no bloodshed. But if that's what they want, they shall have it.
Clever that was. Never gave him a clue that he thought they might follow the Flame's example. They're happy enough and flattered at being told.
Well, that will do, man. About your work now. And remember, I shall expect unquestioning obedience.
Into the Seine.
She must have slipped past the blockade in the gale, probably full of grain and sugar. One cargo into the Seine like that is worth more to Bonaparte than a dozen delivered to some inlet on the Biscay coast.
Blast, she's too well in. There'd be no catching her before she reached Harbour Grass.
We'll have to let her go, Mr. Freeman. It's a pity. If it wasn't for the Flame, we might have taken her. That would have meant at least £10 a man prize money. Yes, Freeman, that won't make the men any better disposed towards the mutineers.
The Flame's standing steadily in, sir. She's obviously not going to let us get near her. She'll give herself up to the French if we do. A pity we can't get to windward of her. Well, there's no room to do it before she gets away.
No. Please have a boat hoisted out for me. I'll have to go and parley with the villains. Aye, sir.
She don't mean to be taken by surprise, sir. Her guns are out and her boarding nettings rigged. Guns, man, look out for loft, more and all to the raft. All trim and proper like this.
I've got eyes of my own, Brown. Spare your chatter.
Shall I tell him, sir?
Yes, go on.
Commodore Sir Horatio Hornblower, KB!
Come alongside. We'll all come with your Hornblower on board, but no one else. And we got cold stuff ready to drop into you if you play any tricks.
Lay alongside, Brown. Aye, sir. I'll go up to the main chains.
Kindly tell your boat to sheer, Commodore. We're taking no risks.
Steer up, Brown. Stand off and on.
Aye, sir. And now may I ask your business here, Commodore?
I wish to speak to the leader of the mutineers.
I'm the captain of this ship. You can address yourself to me. Nathaniel Sweet, sir.
I'll address myself to you as far as I desire, unless you are also the leader of the mutineers.
In that case, you can call back your boat and leave us, sir.
This was an impasse already. I studied the white-haired, wrinkled old man with the telescope under his arm who called himself Nathaniel Sweet. The only thing at all unusual about his appearance was a pistol stuck in his belt.
England has sent you here to swing me on the gallows anyway.
No, I'm here to recall you to your duty.
Letting bygones be bygones.
You have to stand a fair trial, you and your confederates.
That means the gallows. And I'd be lucky compared with some of the others.
You shall have a fair and honest trial, with every mitigating circumstance taken into consideration.
The only trial I'd attend to be to bear witness against Chadwick. The fellow we killed, James Jones, the ship's boy, and reported that he died of fever. Aye, and a few other things, too. Our terms are full pardon for us and a fair trial for Chadwick. Yeah, that's right.
You're being very foolish. You're throwing away your last chance. Surrender now with Mr. Chadwick unbound and the ship in good order, and that will weigh heavily in your favor. Refuse, and what can you look for? Death. That's all, death. Nothing can save you from your country's vengeance.
Nothing? Begging your pardon, but Boney can.
You trust Bonaparte's word? Sure. He'd like to have this ship, no doubt, but you and your gang, he won't encourage mutiny. His power rests too much on his own army. He'll hand you back to be made an example of.
Will he now? Look at these letters, 3 of them. No, I'll keep hold of them, thank you. This is from the military governor of our Grace, and that only promises us a welcome. This is from the prefect of the Department of the Interior, saying it promises us provisions and water if we need them. And this is a letter from Paris sent down to us by post. It promises us immunity from arrest, civil rights in France, and a pension for every man from the age of 60. And do you know who it's signed by? Marie-Louise, Empress, Queen, and Regent. Boney won't go back on his wife's word.
You mean to tell me, man, that you've been in communication with the shore?
Aye, we have. And if you had the prospect before you were being flogged round the fleet, you'll do the same.
Traitors, as well as mutineers. I might have expected it. Guess what kind of curs you were. I won't foul my lungs by breathing the same air any longer. Boat ahoy! Lay alongside here.
Aye, we're the kind of curs who'll let you go when we could easily cut you down below in the orlop with Chadwick. We could give you a taste of the cat, Commodore Hornblower. The cat you so often ordered for others. How would you like that, sir? Remember tomorrow that the flesh is still on your ribs, because we, the curs, spared you. Good morning to you, Captain. You don't think we'd give him a quick broadside, sir, and then get round to windward and cut her off before she could make the shore?
No, impossible, Mr. Freeman. She's barely within range, and she'll be out of it before our guns will run out. Yes, I've no doubt there's a dozen glasses watching our every movement.
Queer to look at her, sir. She's so like our own brig.
Yeah.
Well, except for that patch on the sail, we might be looking at a reflection of this vessel. I'd like to lay my hands on that fella sweet. I'd give him mutiny.
Yes, I'm afraid nothing alters the fact that at the moment we're helpless. I've failed utterly in my attempt to win them over, and I can see no possibility of them abating their terms. Either I grant them a free pardon, or I drive them into the hands of Bonaparte. I fear... But... I haven't...
What's the matter, sir? Something happened?
No, I just thought... You know, Freeman, if I had this brig and the Flame under my command, we could set the whole Seine estuary in an uproar.
Yes, but there doesn't seem much hope of getting hold of the Flame.
I don't know, Mr. Freeman. It might be done. Will you pass the word for the sailmaker to come here? And I shall want his mates and every hand who can use a needle and palm.
Yes, but what... Aye, sir. Sailmaker and his mates, Mr. Carlo. Hurry, please. Aye, sir.
Look at the Flame, Mr. Freeman. You said yourself that she's an exact replica of the Porta Coeli. But there's one difference which I think could be remedied.
I confess, sir, I don't understand. Now, here's Swenson, the sailmaker.
Oh, come here, Swenson. You take my glass and carefully study that patched foretopsail on the Flame. Can you see it?
Sir.
Well, then mark it well. I want this ship to have a foretopsail just like that, so that no eye can distinguish any difference between the two. Can that be done?
Aye, sir, I can do that. Might I ask what's in your mind, Sir Horatio?
You may, Mr. Freeman. What I propose is this. Flame and Porter Chaley are as like as two peas, as you said yourself, and they'll be liker yet when we bend that foretopsail. The mutineers have been in communication with the shore, and they've a promise of immunity if they go in.
But we don't want them to go in, sir.
No, and she won't. Sweet won't give himself up to the French unless he's driven to it. So we won't drive him. We'll sail into the mist. But we'll go in, Mr. Freeman. And they'll think we are the Flame, don't you see? We'll sail in as safely as though we were going into Portsmouth Harbor.
My heavens, sir, it's brilliant.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
To quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's Indomitable Man of the Sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Somewhat dull retirement, I often live again the details of my active career. But no single episode of that career stands out more vividly than that dusky autumn evening when I stood on the deck beside Captain Freeman and sailed into the enemy's stronghold. The patched foretopsail had been bent on, the name Porter Chaley painted out, and the name Flame substituted. I forced myself to remain calm and apparently unmoved. But Freeman, beside me, had given up all pretense and was as excited as a schoolboy.
There's the harbor, sir. And there's that French West Indiaman we saw go in this morning. Well, there's a lighter beside her. Of
course, they wouldn't unload her at the quay. They'd put her cargo into lighters and send them upriver to Rouen and Paris.
At the moment, I'm more interested in the town's defenses than the shipping. There are the ports of Address and Tourneville on that steep cliff. The twin lighthouses on Cap de la Have. And the batteries there on that low ground beside the jetty. The batteries are going to be our greatest danger. I don't expect the forts to find out what's going on in time to open fire.
I don't see why anyone should find out, sir. The ship's disguised, and we've got plain pea jackets over our uniforms. Oh, look, sir, look. There's a lot of shipping further in. Well, might even be ships of the line. They haven't got their yards crossed. Well, I've never been in as close as this before.
It'll be dark soon. I hope the weather doesn't clear anymore. It's just light enough to find our way in, and it'll be dark enough to cover us as we come out.
Sail on the lee, sir. Oh, that's the pilot lugger coming out to us.
Right.
They think we're the Flame, sure enough.
Very good. Well, set the men to cheering at the port side. Secure the pilot when he comes on board. I'll con the ship in.
Aye, sir. Now then, you men. You're a gang of mutineers sailing your ship to the enemy as a prize. Now, come on, let's hear from you. Shout! Sing! Dance! Back the main topsail! Here's the lugger, sir. And here's the pilot coming aboard.
Lee braces. Over with the wheel and on into the harbor.
Mr. Freeman, have you taken care of the pilot?
I have that, sir. I put my shoulder into his back and shot him down the hatchway.
We were nearing the big Indiaman now. She lay with loose sails, swinging to a single anchor. In the fading light, I could just make out a dozen of her crew at her side, staring curiously at us. You may hoist out the boats.
Aye, sir. Shall I send the men into them?
Well, only the picked men as arranged. Remember, they are to take the Indiaman without firing a shot. Once we alarm the shore, we're lost.
Oh, they understand, sir. They've been well drilled.
Good.
Boats away! Back, sir. Well, the men they've put aboard must have done their job.
Excellent.
Look, here comes the Indiaman, too!
Steady as you go. Mr. Freeman, my hand at the lead, if you please. I'm afraid we shall gain no more time. The shore authorities will be fully alert in a moment.
Yes, the cutter's signaling the shore with a lantern.
Yes, and firing a musket to attract their attention.
Stand by to go about.
This is going to be the most ticklish moment of our outward passage. Steady as she goes. Steady it is, sir.
Now, the cutter must have cleared and loaded a bow chaser. 6-pounder from the sound of it. Ah, yes, there's the flame of it. No, but she can't see us very clearly.
I can see the Indiaman, though. She's coming round very neatly. That mastermate of yours is a good man. This will be a different matter. The 32-pounders on the jetty are in action now. We shall be right in their range as we round the jetty.
Shall I reply to their fire, sir?
No. Our 6-pounders will make no impression on that solid battery, and the flashes will reveal our position.
Well, why aren't they firing again? Well, they've had time for several salvos.
I imagine Bonaparte has stripped his shore defenses of seasoned gunners for his army in Germany. These gunners are probably untrained recruits, and working in the dark is making them unhandier than ever.
Look out, sir! Vessel dead ahead!
Wheel there. Stay steady. Make no effort to avoid it. It's the pilot lugger. I can see its mainsail. They're trying to block our escape.
She's coming straight for us, sir!
Then let the weakest go to the wall. Stand fast, everybody.
Look at her! Look at her! Her bows are smashed like an eggshell. The water's pouring into her. That was closer. They fired at the noise.
We're getting into deeper water. Lay her on the other tack, if you please, Mr. Freeman. I tried hard to keep any trace of doubt or excitement from my voice. But I knew that success or failure depended on the chances of the next few minutes. I felt weak with apprehension, not merely for the physical danger that we were in, but for the danger to my reputation should I fail. Men would not stop to think of my real motive. They would say I'd tried to take advantage of the mutiny to feather my own nest by capturing a prize. My honor, as well as my life and liberty, were at stake. Steady as she goes. We're out of range of the batteries now.
What a shock for 'em, sir. A loaded Indiaman taken out of harbour right under their very noses.
Very good piece of work, Mr. Freeman. All hands did their duty admirably.
Silence! I'll flog any man who's disrespectful to the Commodore.
Oh, leave them alone, Mr. Freeman. They mean well and they're excited. It sounds as though our prize crew on the Indiaman share their feelings.
And they've reason to. All hands will get a nice share of prize money, and there ought to be at least £1,000 in it for you, sir.
Yes, I shall go below, Mr. Freeman. Well, that will do, man. Mr. Freeman, please be good enough to issue grog to all hands. Fairly clear, but with slight patches of mist and the wind backing south by west. As I came on deck for my bath under the pump, I noted that we were hove to with the captured Indiaman astern. I knew that I should send her back to England at once, but I could not do that without writing a report. There was the mutinous Flame to deal with before I could think about reports.
Sail ho! It's the brig Flame, sir!
What?
Yes, there she is, sir. Just coming out of that mist bank.
There's only one thing to do. We'll have to fetch her out. Clear the ship for action.
Aye, aye, sir.
The news must have got around on shore now that the brig with the patched sail is playing a double game, and they'll be watching for another move. If we delay, the mutineers might get in touch with the shore again and explain.
Yes, or if they see from the shore there's two brigs with patched sails, they may guess what's been done.
Yes, quite so. Well, see that the men have some breakfast first, and it will be best if the guns will not run out yet.
Aye, very good, sir.
Running out the guns would warn the Flame that we expected a fight. And that might tell them that escape to the French was not so easy as they thought. I gulped a little as I realized that within an hour the deck I trod would be swept with the carronades of the Flame. Within that hour, I might be dead or shrieking under the surgeon's knife.
Deck there! There's a lot of small craft putting out from the beach, sir. Heading for the Flame, I think, sir.
This should be interesting, Mr. Freeman. The mutineers are heading in rather than fight. They think those craft are coming out to welcome them.
They're in for a shock, then, sir.
Aye.
Hey, hello. Well, they're not so sure. They're hesitating. Look, you can see them spilling the wind from their mainsail. Probably an argument going on aboard between those who only want to keep out of our range and those who want to go over to the French.
That argument will be soon resolved. Those craft are gunboats, and that lugger's full of men.
That's the Flame. A warning shot to make the frogs keep their distance. Look, sir, look. Look, the Flames realize the craft are hostile. She's wearing round.
Too late. They're closing in on her and opening fire.
Look, sir, look. Look, the men from the lugger are boarding the Flame. They'll take her.
We'll run the guns out quickly. At least we shall fight against Frenchmen and not Englishmen. Gunners, listen to me. We're going in among those gunboats, and they must be sunk. Aim true at the base of their masts and don't fire until you're sure you can hit. We were among the gunboats then. Our carronades went off on both sides. On our starboard side, I had one gunboat under my eye, half a dozen men by her tiller, 2 men at each sweep amidships, a dozen at the big gun forward. Our shots came smashing in. We fired at extreme depression. They smashed straight through the frail shell of the boat. The sides caved in. The sea surged over her. The big gun slewed and completed the wreck. And only a few bobbing heads in the water showed where she had been. The same on the port side. Whoever was responsible for exposing those small boats to our fire was a fool. But now, the lugger and the Flame were close ahead. Mr. Freeman, load with canister, if you please. We'll run alongside the French lugger. One broadside, and then we'll board her in the smoke.
Aye, sir. Gunners! Canister!
I shall want every available man in the boarding party. You, Mr. Freeman, will stay here.
Oh, but, sir...
You'll stay here. Fix 6 good seamen to stay with you and work the brig out if we don't come back. Is that clear, Mr. Freeman?
Yes, sir, Horatio.
Helmsman, lay us alongside that lugger. Gunners, you see that every shot tells. Boarders, you ready to come with me? Follow me, men. Inter and no quarter. A figure brandishing a cutlass had leaped past me on the lugger. It was Brown. I saw him striking left and right, and then I was beside him in the struggling, slashing mass. I stumbled over a pile of dead and wounded men who had been caught in the blast of shot from our brig, and that stumble saved my life, for a blade snicked past my head as I pitched. An upward thrust as I recovered disposed of my attacker, and I fired the pistol in my left hand at a blue uniformed figure which loomed through the smoke at me. But now, the wind blew the smoke clear. The fighting around me ebbed away, and I could see again. Our master's mate was running down the tricolor from the masthead. On the starboard side was the Flame. I could see French infantry shakos over her bulwarks. A second wave of boarders came pouring in from the Porta Coeli.
Come on, man! Aboard the Flame before they can organize a defense. It's all over now, sir. They've had enough. Are you wounded, sir?
No, Brown. Help me up. This fellow's heavy. He's right on top of me. Hey! Yes, thank you. Well, Brown, what's the situation?
Sir, some of them are hiding below, sir. We'll have them out presently. That lot are disarmed and guarded, and some went overside, sir. The ship's ours, sir.
Where are the other mutineers?
Down below, I fancy, sir. Some of the Frenchies are down there, too, sir.
Cowards. I'd rather die on deck than scuttle into a hole like a rat. We'll have them out of it.
Flame ahoy! We're all drifting ashore! Request permission to cast off and make sail!
Now, wait a moment. We must... gunboats. I'd forgotten them in the heat of the battle. But now I saw the two of them anchored a couple of cables lengths away in shoal water. The Flame, the lugger, and the Porta Coeli, all locked together, made a huge target. Another shot crashed into us, and then another. The 24-pound balls were smashing through the whole frail length of the brig, tearing their way through the cowering mutineers and French below decks. Haste was essential if we were not to be sunk where we lay. Down, get those hatches battened down. Put a sentry over each. Mr. Gibbons, secure your hatches. Get ready to make sail. All right, sir. What topmen are there? Man the halyards, put a man on the wheel. Very well, Mr. Freeman. Cast off and make sail. Rendezvous at the Indiaman. All right, sir. Now, lively now. Hoist away at that sail. Wheel there. Hard to starboard. There goes the port of Chaley, sir. And the prize crew's working the lugger away. We'll all be out of range of the gunboats in a minute. Oh, thank heaven the wind is offshore. Hello. What's all that going on overside? Tommy, sir, it's the prisoners. Mutineers and froggies. They're scrambling out through the shallows and jumping overside. I'll let them go. Half will be drowned, and the mutineers who were saved will get no mercy from the French after this. Wait a minute. Where's the ringleader? Where's Nathaniel Sweet? He must not escape. He must be brought to trial or killed. He was below, sir. Look, ain't that him, sir? Over there. Where? Swimming. Yeah, there. You can see his long white hair.
Nathaniel Sweet! I call upon you to surrender and stand your trial.
I just laughing, the swine. Hey, you. Sir? You on sentry at the hatch. Pick me off that white-haired swimmer with your musket.
Aye, aye, sir. Look at the splashing up within 10 yards.
Now, give me the musket. Reload quick, or the villain will escape. I'll have him if I have to jump over and swim to him.
Here's another musket, sir.
Thank you.
Let me, I wish I was a good shot myself.
I'll give it to me.
Got him, sir. Got him. He won't need no more mutineers.
Where is he?
Go on, sir. No, there he is. Look, just see his hair trailing. There. Now he's gone.
Yeah. It's a horrible thing to have to do. There was no alternative. You will bear witness, Brown, that I called on him to surrender.
Bless you, sir. It's a waste of breath. He's better off, too. He'd only hang if he was took.
It was true. That white hair trailing like a horrible weed on the sea was to haunt my dreams for long to come. The mutiny was suppressed, the flame retaken, the French defeated, and valuable prizes secured. Barbara and Richard and Smallbridge seemed close again. Yet there was no joy in my heart as we sailed to rendezvous. Only a nightmare vision of long white hair trailing on red-tinted water.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
As C.S. Forester's Indomitable Man of the Sea, Horatio Hornblower.
playing the country squire and getting soft in retirement does at least serve to keep my memory sharp. And I retain a very clear picture in my mind of the events which followed the suppression of the mutiny and the flame. I was tired. There was much to do, many decisions to be taken. Certainly I felt little enough like granting an interview with a prisoner, and yet the seaman who bore Captain Freeman's message was awaiting my answer. Oh, all right, very well. Well, if Captain Freeman thinks it advisable, he can send this fellow in to me. What's his name again?
Lebrun, sir. He seems to be Deputy Mayor of Le Havre, sir.
Deputy Mayor, is he? Oh. Then let's see what he has to say.
I've got him outside now, sir.
Good.
Bring him in. Commodore will see him now.
Now, sir, what have you got to say to me?
I take it, monsieur, that I may speak entirely in confidence.
I promise nothing.
I represent large commercial interests which have had great influence on the prosperity of the art. A firm which was prepared for the moment of peace, with full warehouses, could make millions. Millions.
Look, I'm a busy man. Come to the point.
His Majesty of Great Britain might do well to allow his friends to make those preparations in advance.
Monsieur Lebrun, I trust you've given thought to what you're saying. They're words which would take you to the guillotine if Bonaparte ever heard of them. You're offering to betray the empire for commercial advantages.
There are many in France, sir, who have no faith in the empire.
Very well. You may tell me the nature of your offer, but remember that I can make no promises on behalf of my government.
Well, suppose, for instance, that the city of Le Havre declared itself against the empire and for Louis XVIII.
Well?
It might be the example for which the empire is waiting. And if Le Havre declared for the king, the city would be in alliance with Great Britain, and a license could then be granted for my firm to import.
But how do I know that the city authorities will declare for the king?
I can assure you of the support of the mayor, Monsieur le Baron. Most of the other authorities would be safe, too. As to the others, a dozen well-timed arrests, an appeal to the troops in the barracks, the arrival of your forces, a heartening proclamation to the people, the declaration of a state of siege, and all would be over.
Monsieur Lebrun, I've been very patient, but so far you've made no definite proposal. If you have one, make it. If not, allow me to proceed with my own duties.
Very well, sir. Here is my proposal. Set me on shore. As an excuse, you could send me to arrange the exchange of prisoners. If I can assure Monsieur le Baron of your support, I can complete the arrangements in 3 days.
3 days.
Meanwhile, you, sir, you remain close in the vicinity, with all the force you can muster. The moment we secure the citadel, we shall send off a white flag. When you see that, sir, you will enter the harbor and overawe any resistance. In return for this, a license to import colonial produce and your word of honor that you will inform King Louis that it was I, Hercule Lebrun, who was responsible for the scheme. There. Am I specific enough, sir?
Guard there, sir. Pass the word for escort to take this prisoner away.
All right, sir. You refuse. But, sir...
I will give you my decision in an hour. Meanwhile, for appearance's sake, you must be treated harshly. For the moment, I have no more to say.
The plane is signaling, sir. 1851-10. That's friendly ships in sight, bearing northwest.
Ah, good. Those must be the reinforcements. Find out who's in command.
All right, sir. The signal's going out now, sir. I'll read it back, sir. It's Nonsuch, 74, Captain Bush, sir.
Bush? By heavens, excellent. Well, of course, Bellew would send him if possible. He knows I can always rely on Bush.
Further signal, sir. Also, Camilla, 36, Captain Howard. Have on board 300 Marines.
300 Marines. That's wonderful, sir. With those and our own men and the Nonsuch, we shall be able to march 500 men into Le Havre if the opportunity arises.
Flag, Lieutenant, make this signal. Commodore to all vessels, join me here after dark. All right, sir. I shall transfer to the Flame. Mr. Freeman, there'll be other work for you with the Porter Chalet. Kindly join me with Captains Bush and Howard when they arrive after dark. Lebrun must be completing his plans, and we must strike tomorrow, if at all. Aye, sir. How good it was to see Bush again as he hoisted himself and his wooden leg onto the Flame in the darkness. It was good, too, to sit in the stuffy little cabin with Bush, Freeman, and Howard and outline my plans for the morrow. Action was what I needed, and the prospect of it swept away all my doubts and fears. I knew there was no certainty that my government wanted to restore the Bourbons if Bonaparte fell, that they might refuse to honor my promise of the import license, that they might refuse to recognize Louis XVIII, that I might be sharply reprimanded for all I'd done. But the time for hesitation was over now, and the risk must be taken. I saw Bush studying me anxiously.
You've been very busy since you came to sea again, sir. Too busy, if you'll pardon me.
Huh?
It was too soon for you to resume duty.
Nonsense, Bush. I've had nearly a year's sick leave.
Yes, sir. Sick leave. After typhus. And since then, you...
Since then, endless work. Cutting out action. A battle. 3 prizes taken. 2 vessels sunk. An invasion planned. And now, on midnight council of war.
Now, look here. Are you gentlemen trying to tell me that I'm unfit for service?
Well, no, sir, but I...
Well, then kindly keep your opinions to yourselves. Now, you all understand what I want done tomorrow. If tomorrow is the day. No questions? Well, you must forgive me if I was rude just now. I had a trying day. Beat to quarters and clear the brig for action. Hand me that speaking trumpet. Thank you.
Porter Chalet, ahoy! Flame, ahoy! Are you cleared for action? All ships cleared, sir. Then keep stations as ordered. Aye, sir.
Now remember, Mr. Crawley, if I'm killed as we go in, the Flame is to be laid alongside the quay. Captain Bush is to be informed as soon as possible, but the Flame is to go on. And now let's get those men moving. This cold will chill them into numbness. Men, you at the guns and sheets, let's see how you can jump. Come on, lively now. Move your arms as well. Come on, like this. Huh? Up, left, up, left. Higher than that. Come on now, higher. That's it. That's it. Right, still.
Horny forever.
Silence, sir. Stand to your post. Oh, how brown. My pistol, thank you. Yes, and you can take that grin off your face, Brown.
All right, sir. This will be another legend in the Navy, sir, about how you went into action with the men jumping. Yeah, remember the time, sir, when you had the men dance in the hornpipe as we went into action against the Natividad?
No desire to recall the past at the moment, Brown. Future will keep us busy enough. Mr. Crawley, 2 hands at the lead, if you please. If one is killed, the other is to continue sounding.
All right, sir. On the other tack.
On the other tack. Headsail sheets. Mainsail sheets. Making 3 knots under fore and aft sail, we stood in for Le Havre. Shadowy in the fog, I could just make out Porter Chalet following our tack. Behind her, but invisible to me, was the old Nonsuch. I had not set eyes on her since the day I quitted her to catch the typhus in Riga. Good old Bush. It was comforting to have him with me again with his stolid loyalty and the Nonsuch's thundering broadside. An anchored buoy loomed on the starboard bow. We were nearing the entrance to Le Havre. a shot is to be fired without my orders. A man who fires a gun, no matter for what reason, unless I tell him to, I'll not merely flog, I will hang. Before sunset today, he'll be at the yardarm. You hear me? We'll soon know if this is a trap or not. But if Lebrun is playing a double game, only the flame will be lost. The others will get clear, and heaven help Lebrun and his city. Look, bear along that key as quick as you can now. Right. Where is your officer? Are you in command here, sir?
What do you want?
Well, tell your men not to fire. Have you not received your new orders? Well, get your men away from those guns before there's an accident. Go on.
Monsieur, look down there. British ships at the quay. British marines forming. What am I to do?
Send a messenger at once to the other battery to make sure the officer in command understands.
But, monsieur, I cannot.
I said at once, sir. The moment was tense and uncertain. The young officer was clearly undecided. And then I had an inspiration. I'd been speaking in French, of course. And now I heard the rhythmic tread of a section of Marines approaching, and I beckoned them to march past me. As they approached, I called to them. Eyes left! The men's heads turned smartly towards the French officer. The officer of Marines saluted smartly. The courtesy of it completely took the wind out of the Frenchman's sails. As he gaped, the Marines wheeled left round the battery, in through the open sally port, in among the guns, pushing the gunners aside, knocking the smouldering linstocks from their hands.
Let me help you up.
All right, sis, I can manage. I shall ride to the other batteries, see that the other landing parties deploy as arranged. Open! Open in the name of the king!
This is a British officer.
You tell that imbecile to lower his musket now. Open the gate. Open the gate, I say. Do you expect my Marines to march through it? Ah, that's better. Now, come on, my beauty, into the fort. 12 24-pounders and all pointing towards the harbor. Furnaces for heating shot. Never have stormed this battery by ordinary methods. Parapets 5 feet thick and 8 feet high. 10-foot ditches.
Sir, pardon, monsieur. I do not understand. Who are you, and why did you say king?
Are you the subaltern in charge here?
Yes, monsieur.
Sir, I bring you great news. This is the beginning of a new age for France. Mr. Howard, you found a horse, too. Is all well?
As far as I know, sir. I thought I ought not to involve a landing party in the narrow streets of the town without orders. I have 2 midshipmen here if you need messengers, sir. Oh, and your coxswain.
Your hat, sir. I picked it up on the quay. Oh, well, thank you, Brown. The harbor defenses are all secured, Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir, thanks to your boldness. It looks as if that chap Lebrun has at least succeeded in creating some confusion. None of these frogs seem to know what to do.
Yeah, we mustn't give them time to think. Hello? Who comes here? A rider with a white handkerchief in his hand?
You are Monsieur Hornblower, sir?
Hornblower, yes.
I come from Monsieur Le Baron, sir.
Ah?
The citadel is secure. He is about to descend into the main square.
Good. As we entered the town in gay procession, the people stared at us. Some curious or sullen, some indifferent, but none actively hostile. In the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville, there was far more bustle and life. Numerous men sat horses. A detachment of gendarmes, drawn up in line, gave an air of respectability to the proceedings. But what really caught the eye was the multitude of white emblems. White was everywhere.
Lovely, sir. They're making sure we understand there's a truce on. Look at all them bed sheets hanging out the windows. Oh, even the police have got white cockades in their hats.
They're not truce colors, Brown. White is the color of the Bourbons, the kings of France.
Oh,
this is the first time for 20 years that the Bourbon white is shown on French soil.
Oh, here comes a fat-looking bloke with a white sash.
I bet he had a tricolour there yesterday. He looks an important sort of coat, sir.
I suspect he's the mayor, Baron Momas.
Come on, hold!
Hold my horse while I dismount, will you?
Our friend, our ally, Sir Hornblower, I embrace you.
Silence! Silence, all of it. The gentleman is to be respected.
And here is Monsieur Lebrun, I perceive.
Your servant, sir. Our plan has succeeded. Order, counter-order,
This is a great moment, Sir Hornblower.
A very great moment, Monsieur Lebrun.
If you will be so good as to accompany me to the foot of the flagstaff, the ceremony is about to begin. I shall proclaim allegiance to His Majesty.
Certainly, sir. After you.
The citizens of Le Havre, I, Baron Momas, mayor of the city, declare that all true Frenchmen no longer serve the usurper Napoleon Bonaparte.
Brown, what's happening?
Seems to be a fight down that side street. It is some of the soldiers on the battery. They are resisting. Into this building, Sir Hornblower, quickly. They will soon be dealt with. Gendarmerie, do your duty. This way, Sir Hornblower, we shall be safe here.
I'm an officer, not an alderman.
My horse! Here, quickly.
Bonapartists numbered only some 30 or 40 men and could have been dealt with by the police, but it was important in this early stage that the town should be given the lead. The slightest hesitation or show of leniency might lose the town. They scattered before our charge. I reformed my men and marched them back to the square, where the mayor had once again taken up his stand beneath the flagstaff.
The citizens of Le Havre, I declare that all true Frenchmen voluntarily recognize the unbroken reign of His Most Christian Majesty, Louis XVIII, King of France and Navarre. Run up the Bourbon standard.
Yes, I think, Brown, it's time for a gesture on our part.
And 3 cheers for the King. All together now. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Here, Jackie, what blooming king are we hollering for?
I don't know. Orney says we got to cheer. And if Orney told me to cheer old Boney himself, I'd do it, see?
The port of Le Havre was ours. Bonaparte had suffered his greatest defeat yet since Moscow. It was perhaps only a foothold, but English feet held it. And after all these years, all the blood and the heartache, the ground seemed to shake beneath the tyrant Bonaparte's feet.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Sweep to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, sir, ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's Indomitable Man of the Sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Even now, so long afterwards, it's difficult to see how I could have acted otherwise than as I did. I was still a naval officer, and it was my duty to harry the enemy of my country as far as lay within my power. Yet this pitiful little guerrilla war of mine in the forests and the valleys of the upper Loire was obviously a losing battle. And as we plodded through the sullen heat over the forest track, I felt that the end was near. Of our gallant army, there were only 30 men and 2 women left. And the men were as exhausted and dispirited as myself.
Horatio, your feet are so blistered you can hardly walk. Why do you not take my horse for a while?
Oh, no, my friend, Monsieur le Comte. You're more exhausted than I am. I am younger. Besides, it's not fitting that the King's Lieutenant General should hobble through the forest like a woodcutter. Who stands yonder, where the tracks cross, eh?
Antoine, one of the advance guard. He is pointing. What is this, Antoine?
Ah, I can see it. It's a peasant hanged from a tree.
There is a placard on his chest. It is a proclamation by General Clausen calling on all Frenchmen of the Nivernais to rally to Bonaparte.
No, it's worse. Do not let the men read it. It offers pardon and freedom to any who desert the king's cause.
I'm afraid they already know, my friend. They found a similar proclamation while we were ahead yesterday. The amnesty lasts for 3 more days, after which any rebels will be shot at sight. Any village offering us help will be burned, and its inhabitants shot.
Somehow we must keep them together for 3 more days. After that, they will fight for their lives. Are you and I, Monsieur le Comte, included in the amnesty?
We are expressly excluded. The last sentence reads, exceptions to the amnesty are the Comte de Grasset, his daughter-in-law, the Vicomtesse de Grasset, and the Englishman known as Lord Hornblower, who is required to pay for a life of crime.
I forced my aching feet to quicken their stride to catch up Marie. She was a vastly different Marie from the happy young Vicomtesse who had laughed and loved with me at the Chateau de Grasset. She had sawn off her hair with a knife. She was wet with sweat and streaked with dirt. She carried a musket slung across her back. Yet, when she had insisted on joining us, she had claimed to be as good as any man, and she'd fulfilled that boast. She was still fresher and more determined than many of the men.
The ford begins by those trees. It is a ledge under the surface, but I fear it is too deep already. I will take Pierre's horse and try it.
Here, let me try, madame. Here, this is no task for a lady.
No, I am a lady no longer. I am a soldier of the king. Help me into my saddle. My habit is in the way.
Do as she says, Bran. Madame is fresher than me and a good rider. Good luck, Marie.
sorry. The river is impassable. It is lucky the horse was strong enough to swim ashore.
Yes.
I could not have fought the current.
Well, I did not wish you to try, but it would have been useless to argue with you, Marie, but... Well, there's nothing to do but follow the river until we find a boat. We cannot stay here. Very well, men, then. It's here we say goodbye.
You are not leaving us, how you said?
No, I'm not leaving you. You're leaving me. Your lives are safe. You've all read Clausen's proclamation. But Madame and the Count and I must go on, for go on we must. And we'd still go on, even if we need not. But we shall return. Remember us when you're in your homes. One day we shall call on you again to thrust down the tyrant. And now, one last cheer for the king. Vive le roi! Vive le roi! Vive le roi! Though I tried to keep the parting on a sane level, I knew in my bones that we were going to die. My hardest task was to force Brown to leave his wife. But it was the only way to save her, and in the end he bowed to the inevitable, with many oaths to return. But Marie could not stay. Her life was forfeit. She must come with us, even though death lay at the end of the ride. Harry, the Count is almost at the end of his tether. I must make plans. Think how to escape.
What is the position? Is there a column close to us?
As far as I've gathered from our scouts, Clausen's columns are spread round us in a half circle.
So, there are troops behind and to the sides,
Yes.
and the river in front.
Yes. Behind us is a half column of the 14th Léger. They must have been ordered to pursue us direct while the others head us off. Let us keep along the river bank a little longer, and then we'll rest till dawn and try to make a crossing. Later, we slept in fits and snatches until dawn. We lay on the wet ground in saturated clothing, and it seemed the most natural thing in the world that Marie and I should lie in each other's arms. It was warmer thus in any case. The surge of love and tenderness which swept me had nothing to do with passion. War was behind us and death before us, and nothing could come between us in these moments. For half an hour before dawn, I slept tranquilly with my head on her shoulder. Perhaps that was the happiest half hour I've ever given poor Marie. Her love for me had brought her little happiness. But the respite was brief. With the first light, we were off again, on horses which seemed wearier than ever.
Well, the rain stopped anyway, my lord. Oh, it looks like being hot when this mist clears off.
Yes. Well, surely we must reach a farm soon where they'll have a boat. Then we can cross the river, steal some fresh horses, and shake off the pursuit. Quick! Halt! Left wheel. Now, behind those willows there. Behind those willows.
Oh, what is it, Horatio?
Look. Those outbuildings below the ridge. Is it a farm?
Shall I go and spy out the land, my lord?
Yes, I'll watch you for any signal.
Aye, sir.
We must lie low. If there's any troops around, they'll be quartered here, but I can't see any. Wait a minute, look. There's a young woman and an old man and... Look at that.
It is a boat, lying by the water's edge.
If Brown has attracted the girls' attention, they're talking.
Wait, he is waving to us. It is safe.
Oh, come on. We must lose no time.
It's all right, my lord. The frogs was here yesterday. Cavalry. Them same hussars we beat last week. Well, they left here yesterday morning, so the old man here says.
Oh, very well. Well, then there's no time to lose. Let's get the boat launched.
The boat? Less, my lord, I wish you could launch it.
Why? What's the matter with it?
Here, just look at this, my lord. Someone's been at this boat with an axe. The bottom smashed in 4 places.
My lord, how shall I get my boat back if you take it? We shall only cross the river. You can come with us and bring it back yourself.
Oh, I shall be shot for helping you. The hussars will come back. They always do.
Oh, be quiet, you old pessimist. We're busy.
The fact is, old cock, you can't help yourself. You might get shot if you help us, but you will get shot if you don't. Now, this is war, and don't you forget it. Oh, hello. Here's Madame riding back.
What is it, Marie?
Hussars! Coming along the main road from the south. About 20 of them, I should think.
They'll come down here. They always do.
We must ride off and hide. Come on.
But the repairs on the boat, sir. They'll see them.
Well, there's no time. We must risk it.
Right, sir. Now, listen, Alden. If the hussars come here, you tell them it was you that was repairing the boat, see?
Oh, come along. Come, back to the hollow behind the willows where we hid before.
Come on, swiftly now.
We must hide among the rocks and watch. This'll do. I'm afraid this is our last stand. Here they come. Well, we're only 3 men and a woman with pistols, but we must make every shot tell.
We are 4 men. 4 determined men.
Behind the rocks, all of you. Face in different directions so that they cannot flank us. Here they come. They're firing already, but they're only wasting powder at this range. Marie, save your shots for... Oh, God, Marie. Marie, what is it? But even as I spoke, I saw Marie fall over from the impact of the bullet which had struck her and caused her to fire involuntarily. I saw the puzzled look on her face change to agony. And then I was at her side. She had been struck on the thigh. I felt for my penknife to rip off the clothes. But at that moment, a shattering blow on my shoulder flung me to the ground. In my anxiety for Marie, I'd heard nothing of the hussars' charge or the shots of Brown and the Count. Sick and dazed, I struggled to my feet, ignoring the carbine butt above my head. All that mattered was Marie. I tore open my knife. But Marie was limp and lifeless at my feet.
She is dead. A pity. It is over, my friend. We are disarmed and captured.
The court-martial will try you this evening.
Wait, this man, Brown, he is a prisoner of war. You cannot try him. He is a sailor of His Britannic Majesty's Navy doing his duty under my orders.
He fought on the side of rebels.
Under my orders. He's not amenable to court-martial.
Well, does you credit to speak for him? I will take this matter into consideration.
A dungeon. Damp, cold, more pain. And then blessed sleep. When I woke, my head was clearer. And I amazed the captain by demanding a bath and a shave. If I was to be sentenced to death, I intended to appear as a British officer and not as a tramp. When I was clean and shaved, they brought me food and wine.
The Emperor won 2 great victories last week. Your Wellingtoners met his destiny at last. General Ney beat him at a place called Lake Quatre Bras, and on the same day, the Emperor destroyed Blucher and his Prussians at Ligny.
Indeed? And how did this news reach you?
By official bulletin.
Oh, my felicitations, monsieur. But is there not a saying in your army about lying like a bulletin?
Enough. The court is waiting. Now, come. They have already tried the Comte de Grasset. He is to be shot at dawn tomorrow.
The prisoner has already admitted his identity. He is Horatio Lord Hornblower, Commodore of the British Navy. It only remains to submit to this court the verdict of a court-martial held on June the 10th, 1811, wherein this said Horatio Hornblower was condemned to death for piracy and violation of the laws of war. I must request that the death sentence be enforced.
Lord Hornblower, it is the sentence of this court and the order of this military commission that you shall suffer death by shooting at dawn tomorrow, immediately after the execution of the rebel Grasset.
I beg your excellency's pardon, but pirates are hanged, not shot.
'Tis the order of the commission that he be shot. Remove the prisoner.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm ready. My cell was dark. It sank upon my mattress. There it was. I was to be shot. This was the last round of the struggle I had waged against Bonaparte for 20 years. There was no arguing with bullets. Our pitiful little rebellion, our army scattered, the Count condemned to death. Marie dead. Oh, Marie. My little Marie. She had loved me, and my folly had killed her. And Barbara, what would she think of her late husband? She would guess why I had come to France, would guess at my infidelity, and be hurt. What a shambles I had made of my life. What had I brought to all my friends and loved ones but pain, dishonor, and death? What is it, huh? What, is it dawn already?
It is, Monsieur le Capitaine. Good morning, Lord Hornblower.
Good morning. You need not force yourself to smile, sir. I do not need your sympathy.
Your words are truer than you know, sir. You do not need sympathy, indeed. It is not death.
What do you mean? Is this some new form of torment?
No, sir. There is news from Belgium. It says that the Emperor has been defeated in a great battle.
Defeated? But what about the defeat of Wellington and Blücher that you told me of?
It seems we were misinformed. Now we hear that the Emperor has been defeated in a great battle at a place called Waterloo. It is said that Wellington and Blücher are already over the frontier and marching on Paris.
Good God. And Bonaparte, where is he?
He is in Paris already. The Senate are demanding that he abdicate again.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
My memory is discursive. Perhaps it's an old man's impatience and eagerness that has made me hurry on with these memoirs without regard to their order or date, but as I near the end of my chronicle, I remember much that was vital in my career that I've omitted. Surely the year 1811 was one of the most fateful of those years. I was a prisoner in the hands of the French. It seemed nothing would break the monotony until one evening.
What is it that Monsieur desires?
I want to see. There's a battle out there. I must see it. Let me go onto the walls.
I'm sorry, it is forbidden.
I will not escape, I swear it. Let my servant and myself go onto the walls. I give you my word of honor. We'll make no attempt to escape. You'll come with us, if you will.
But I cannot leave my post. You give your word of honor?
Yes. You may rely on it. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Come on, Brown. This way, Brown.
Aye, sir.
Now, don't get in the way of the gunners, or they'll send us down again.
Aye, sir. Aye.
It's over here to the curtain wall. We shan't be blinded by the gun flashes here.
It is the fleet, sir. You can see them lit up by their own broadsides. They're sailing down in line ahead past the Frenchies. Oh, there's the Pluto, sir.
Yes.
You can see the Admiral's flag at her mizzen.
That's the Caligula astern of her.
Excuse me, sir. What's that little red glow out there?
Where?
Over there, right out at the entrance of the bay. Seems to be getting brighter, sir.
Yes, it's a fire ship.
Oh, I see.
Oh, good work. Our men are bringing in a fire ship. Just the thing for a squadron at anchor. Yes, you can see it now. It's a small brig.
And it's alongside the Turin, sir.
Yeah.
The Turin was that ship that got away from us.
She's not getting away from this, by heaven. Let's look at her masts. The fire's running up them already.
There goes our magazine. Oh, she'll drift down onto the French squadron. Oh, it ain't fair, sir. Us stuck up on here with all that going on.
Yeah, look at our ship. Look, the Sutherland on the beach.
She's afire, sir. Oh, they must have sent a boarding party and fired her.
Oh, well done. They won't have the privilege of keeping even the wreck of a British ship. That's a wonderful night's work, Brown. It was indeed a wonderful night's work. From our battlement grandstand, we watched the one-sided battle rage and saw our defeat thoroughly avenged. The Turin had completely vanished. Of the Sutherland, there were only remaining a few blackened timbers. 2 French ships of the line were on the rocks to westward, and they would never sail again. Only the French 3-decker was left, battered and mastless, and the next easterly gale would fling her ashore and wreck her completely. As dawn crept over the horizon, we watched the 5 British ships stand out of the bay in line ahead. Only the Pluto appeared to be damaged. She'd lost her main topmast. It was a bitter sight to see them go and realize that I could not go with them. But my despair was cut short by the sudden appearance of General Vidal, the governor of the fortress.
Fine piece of work your companions have done. But it will not make the government in Paris any more kindly disposed towards you, I fear. Listen. What is that? That must be your man. The new prisoner must have brought them news of the battle.
The new prisoner, sir?
Yes, I thought you would be interested. He's a man who fell overboard from your admiral's ship. Here, Dupont, take charge of Hornblower and escort him to the prison.
Back in my room, I paced to and fro, my mind seething. My gloomy thoughts were broken into by the opening of my door, and the young officer saluted.
His Excellency sends you his compliments, sir, and he would be glad if you could spare him a few minutes of your time as soon as convenient.
Or in other words, come at once. Oh, very well, I'm ready. In the governor's office stood a colonel of gendarmerie, a youngish man with a bullet head and carrying a cocked hat in his hand. The star of the Legion of Honor was on his breast. The high black boots and spurs gleamed in the morning sunlight. The governor's expression was sad as he addressed me.
I have the honor of presenting to you Colonel Jean-Baptiste Caillard, Grand Eagle of the Légion d'Honneur, and one of His Imperial Majesty's personal aide-de-camp. Colonel, this is Horatio Hornblower.
What is Hornblower doing with that sword at his side?
The Admiral returned it to him on the day of the battle, mon colonel. He said...
I am not interested in what the Admiral said. No criminal as guilty as this man can be allowed a weapon. Further, a sword is the emblem of a gentleman of honor, which he certainly is not. Take off that sword, sir.
I can hardly believe that you're addressing me, sir. May I remind you that I have yet to be tried?
Take off that sword. Or shall I call in one of my gendarmes to remove it?
You leave me no alternative, but you shall hear more of this insult.
Good. And now, will your Excellency have the goodness to warn this man of his impending departure?
Oh, yes. Monsieur, Colonel Caillard has come to take you and your first lieutenant, Mr. Bush, to Paris.
Bush? But you know what you're saying. Bush is seriously wounded. It might easily be fatal to take him on a long journey at present.
The journey will be fatal to him in any case.
General Vidal was a gentleman to the last. He gave me every assistance, allowed me to take my coxswain, Brown, with me. He even pressed upon me his purse to help me when I should reach Paris. He accompanied us to the courtyard where Bush was lying on a stretcher. Bush? They're going to take us to Paris, Bush.
What, you, me, sir?
Yes.
Well, it's a place I've always wanted to see.
Please, you are in charge of this man, yes?
Yes, what is it?
I am the surgeon who how do you say? The foot.
You amputated Lieutenant Bush's foot?
Oui, yeah. It was to save his life. Please to take these papers. There are instructions for treatment. Any surgeon in France will understand them.
Yes, thank you.
Here is a parcel of dressings.
Thank you.
The leg will not heal until the ligatures come away. Comprenez-vous?
I see. Yes. Thank you. I understand. How are you feeling, Bush? Better?
I do feel a bit better today, sir. Since you got that last ligature out, I think it's healing.
Good. I don't mind telling you, I thought we'd lost you a few nights ago. Didn't you, Brown?
Yes, he looked pretty ticklish, sir. Rare good job you done, sir.
Me? I don't know what I've just done without you. I never knew you could turn your hand to so many things.
I wish to heaven I wasn't such a burden to you, sir.
Oh, rubbish.
If only I could help myself. Hello? What's going on?
As far as I can make out, sir, one of the horses has gone lame.
Oh.
They've unharnessed it. Two of them are just taking it off to find a smith.
Oh, as though this confounded journey wasn't long enough. Seems as though all our lives have been spent in this leathery old coffin.
We're off again with only 3 horses, sir.
Getting late. The weather looks threatening. I suppose Kaya wants to reach the next post house before dark. I hope our quarters are more comfortable than the ones we had last night, too. Time dragged on and the afternoon merged into premature darkness. I began to wonder if we were going to reach a post house. Progress with 3 horses was slow. They were facing into a bitter wind, a wind which promised snow. And we could hear Kaya cursing and urging the coachman at intervals. And soon the wind took on a higher note. Great flakes of snow clogged the steaming windows. And presently the muffled sound of wheels and hooves told us that the fall was getting heavier. Oh, heavens, I'm cold. God help poor sailors on a night like this.
We look like spending the night in the coach, sir.
Something's wrong, sir. Listen.
Hold on to the stretcher, sir. We're going over.
Oh, blast. What are they doing? You all right, Bush?
I'm all right, sir. What's happened?
Well, we're not over, sir, but finishing near it. We must have left the road. Oh, look, we're almost hanging over a river.
Yes, I can see, right on the bank. Coachman must only just have seen it in time.
A fine
Young coachman you are! Fool and son of a fool! Why didn't you drive straight into the river and save me the trouble of reporting? Huh? Come on, you men. Do you want to stay here all night? Get that coach back on the road, you helpless idiot.
Oh, excuse me, sir, it's heavy. If the gentlemen inside would get out, we would have a better chance.
They can please themselves. Get out and help or spend the night in the snow.
Brown, come closer to me. Do you see that boat on the river? Did you see it as we stopped?
Yes, sir. A rowing boat moored to a post.
Why shouldn't we escape in it, Brown? 6 minutes from the time I had conceived the idea, we were in the boat and free on the Black River. In the darkness and with the bustle going on round the coach, we'd slipped away unnoticed. I wrapped Bush in blankets and my cloak and propped him in the stern sheets. Go on, give me a scull, Brown.
What is it?
Now, you fend off port side, I'll take starboard.
Oh, the boat's spinning and punching like mad, sir. I can't get a grip.
We seem to be caught on a rock. The water's pouring.
Heave here, Brown.
What is it?
Now, together. All you've got. She's clear.
We're through. That was a near thing.
Yes, too near for my liking, Bush. I hope there's not many more of those. Is there a bailer in the boat?
Yes, sir. I saw it when we got in. Where on it? Here it is.
Well, bail then. I'll take the sculls.
Any idea where we are, sir?
Oh, it's difficult to say. Can't be the Rhone. It must be the Loire. If it is, it runs into the Bay of Biscay. That's, 400 miles away.
Oh, that'll be a useful run, sir. Hello. The keel's scraped again, sir.
Yeah.
I believe we're coming to another rapid.
The growing roar again. I felt the bow and stern lift and drop successively as we shot over what felt like a downward step in the water. The din of the rapid became tremendous. The white water boiled round and over us. Something invisible struck our port side, and I heard the gunwale splinter. The keel caught, and I pitched forward. But then she freed herself, and the boat sped on. I heard the roar diminishing. We were through another rapid.
Light on the starboard bow, sir.
Yes. And there's another. And another. Must be a village on the river bank. Probably Nevers. The coachman said it was 6 kilometers. Oh, we've come 4 miles already. Hey, Brown, stop bailing. Keep quiet now. A bridge flashed by over our heads. The water was so high that we had to duck to miss the arch. It was still snowing, and ice coated the floorboards.
More rapids ahead, sir.
Brown, stand by to fend off on the port side.
Aye, sir.
Good God! Oh, beg pardon, sir, but it's not a rapid. I think it's a fall.
It is. Well, hold on, everybody. We're going over. Rocks. Watch out for the rocks. Steep, steady wave at the foot of the fall was as solid as stone as we hit it. The boat vanished from under me, and I felt myself strangling underwater and scraping over the rocky bottom. It was agony. I got a single gulper there, and then I was under again. The grinding of the rocks on the riverbed was louder than thunder. Another precious gulper there, which seared my lungs like fire, and then I was under again. My reeling brain guessed what was happening. I was caught in the swirl below the fall. I was being flung in a circle, now on the surface and now right down on the bed. The pain in my chest and the deadly grip of the icy water on my limbs were numbing me. I was losing the desire to fight. I only wanted to be still and die. Suddenly, something touched my hand. I gripped it. It was a piece of board with nails in the end of it. A plank from the boat, now shattered into fragments and whirling around with me. With a last convulsive movement, I thrust hard at the bottom with the plank as I went down again. I came up, caught a breath, and another, and then another, and I floundered and stumbled, and then fell and lay gasping in only a few inches of water at the edge of the fall.
Oh, there! Captain! Captain!
I'm here.
Oh, thank God, sir. Thank God. The captain's here, Mr. Bush.
I heard Bush's feeble voice reply, and it shocked me to my feet. If Bush were alive, he must be looked after.
There's a light out there, sir. House, I expect.
Well, we must get to it, even if it does mean surrender.
Aye, sir.
If we don't get Bush to warmth and help, he'll die. We'll carry him up.
Aye, sir.
Get your arms around our shoulders, Bush.
No, sir.
Lift.
Come on.
It's not far. How did you get out of the river?
Current took us to the bank at once, sir.
I see.
I'd only just kicked my blankets off when I touched a rock, and there was Brown holding me out.
Thank God.
Why don't you leave me and go for help, sir? You're just about ready to drop.
No, we'll get you up the bank. The light's nearer now. I felt as if I would give a fortune to lay down my burden and drop in the snow. It was ironical, too, that the three of us had been within yards of each other in the water. Yet, while the other two had been carried to safety, I had been dragged under. They would never know of my bitter struggle for life. Somehow I felt an absurd sense of grievance against them. My head was reeling again. My strength was nearly gone.
Oh, no. Not much, Father, sir. This seems to be a garden of sorts.
Yes. We staggered a few more steps, slipped down an unseen incline, and halted in the square of light cast by a big lighted window on the ground floor of the house.
Who are you?
We're prisoners of war.
Wait. One moment, please.
Shuddering and half fainting, I held on to my burden for what seemed an age. Then the light brightened, a door opened, the voice spoke again.
Come in.
The warmth of the house rushed at us like a mother's caress. We half fell over the threshold and lay Bush on the floor. I tried to stand up again, but my legs failed me and I pitched forward. The whole world spun about me, but my last sensation was one of warmth. Blessed warmth and dryness. There was no more river, no more cold, no more wind, no more pursuit. Only rest.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Speak to quarters. Man out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Looking back after all these years, to see that the risk of showing ourselves hunted fugitives in a hostile country was prodigious. But another night of exposure in the snow and freezing wind would certainly have killed Bush. I, too, was frozen and half dead with fatigue. Even at the cost of being apprehended and sent on to Paris and death, warmth and rest were imperative. As the door of the house opened, I shaded my eyes against the light and blinked at a tall, thin man in a blue coat and the young woman beside him.
Who are you?
Prisoners of war. One of us is wounded.
Ah. Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Come into the hall and let me shut out this dreadful weather.
While we dried and bandaged Bush and carried him to the bed which was shown us in a ground floor room, I struggled with the astonishment I felt at our kind and courteous reception. I'd expected hostile words and grim treatment, but had we been old friends, we could not have been more cordially received or attended. Dry clothes were brought for me, and Felix, the butler, helped me to dress. His master, he informed me, awaited me in the drawing room. As I entered the room, the tall man rose, and the lady with the auburn hair whom we'd met in the hall rose with him.
I regret, sir, that I did not quite hear the name which my major domo announced.
Captain Horatio Hornblower of His Britannic Majesty's ship Sutherland.
It is a great pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Louis-Antoine de Ladon, Comte de Grasset. May I present to you my daughter-in-law, Madame la Vicomtesse de Grasset?
I am enchanted, madame.
You must be fatigued after your journey.
Yes.
Captain Hornblower, I have heard of you and Lieutenant Bush. Tomorrow, perhaps, you would like to read the newspaper accounts of the loss of your ship. But at the moment, perhaps, you will permit me to ask you some personal questions.
Well, of course, Monsieur de Grasset, you have every right to do that.
I presume you have escaped from an escort which was taking you to Paris.
Yes, sir, we escaped at a point about 6 kilometers on the farther side of Naval. We found a boat and attempted to navigate the river in the darkness, but the rapids here proved our undoing.
As they would to any boat.
Yes.
Well, it is only midnight now, and you have come 20 kilometers. Mm-hmm. There is not the slightest chance of your being sought here for some time. You will be able to sleep in peace tonight.
But, Monsieur de Grasset, are you not, will you not be communicating with the authorities?
I am the authority in this district. I have the honor to be mayor of this commune, and so represent the government.
I see.
I hope you will consider yourself among friends in this house, Captain Hornblower.
Thank you, sir.
I shall tell the police that I have not seen you, and I hope you will stay as long as it is convenient to you.
How are you now, Bush? Comfortable?
Right as a sexton, sir. I'd like to be allowed to get up today, sir, and pay my respects to our host.
So you shall. Your 3 days' rest has completely restored you. Our good fortune in coming to the one house where we would be welcomed and protected is amazing. I can hardly believe it yet.
I was wondering about that, sir. Has the Count told you why he's doing it?
Well, his daughter-in-law, Marie, has, but... Oh, it's too long a story just now. Briefly, the Count was an exile during the Revolution and lived in London with his sons. When the boys grew up, they heard of the fame of Bonaparte and wanted to share in the glory of France.
So they came back today, sir?
Yes. The Count took advantage of the amnesty and returned here, the only part of his estate left by the Revolution. His 3 sons joined the army, and now they're all dead.
Gentlemen, pardon my intrusion, but a group of gendarmes is approaching the house.
Huh?
If you would be good enough to allow me to send your servant here, I should like you to lock this door and remain silent while I deal with the gendarmes.
We shall do whatever you say, sir, but rather than expose you to any danger,
There will be no danger to anybody, Captain. Here is your servant. If you will lock the door, I will return to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir.
It is I, monsieur. You may safely open the door. The visit of the gendarme was one of routine. They are perfectly satisfied with my assurance that you have not been here.
Good.
Indeed, they would have been amazed if I had told them otherwise. The best possible thing has happened. They think you are dead.
Dead?
Yes. Permit me to explain. On the morning after your escape, a systematic search of both banks of the river was undertaken. A blanket, which was known to have been used by Lieutenant Bush, was found on the bank near the Bec d'Allier.
Well, that would be the first rapid, I suppose. The one only about a mile from where we started.
Yes, and this was taken to be an indication that the boat had been capsized and its occupants drowned. It is felt certain that your bodies will be discovered somewhere along the river shortly.
I see. And when they are not?
The river is running so fast that you might well have been swept right away, even to the sea. But I note that your friends do not follow our conversation. Perhaps you would translate. And if you would not think it officious of me, I would suggest it would be inadvisable to continue your journey while Lieutenant Bush is still unwell.
I rapidly gave the others the gist of the conversation. They were delighted, for, as Bush pointed out, if we were dead, there was unlikely to be any search for us. He scouted the idea of being unfit for travel.
Tell his lordship, sir, that I can make myself a jury leg in 2 shakes. This time next week, I'll be walking as well as he does.
This time next week? Yes. I do not think you have quite realized the position. In this French Empire, there are police everywhere. Every man looks with suspicion on his neighbor. To escape by road is impossible. There is only one way you can hope to leave this country.
The river. We can build a boat.
Exactly. But, my friend, the river is unnavigable in the winter. It seems to me quite necessary that you should give me the pleasure of your company until next April at the earliest.
When I look back now upon the memory of those 4 months we spent as the guests of the Comte de Grasset, it presents a picture of mingled anxiety and delight. He was the perfect host, always kind and courteous, ever helpful. Under the skillful hands of Brown and Bush, our fine, flat-bottomed boat grew steadily. In the drawing room, the Count, Marie, and myself made and perfected the plans of the coming escape.
It is settled then that you shall carry fishing rods and seem to be a party of fishermen out for the day. When you reach the coast, you must become Dutch customs officer. My excellent cook and housekeeper are already busy with the uniform. But there is one thing that worries me.
What's that, sir?
This report in the paper of your deaths.
But I should have thought that would have made us safer.
To a certain extent, yes. But I cannot believe that Bonaparte really considers the matter so proven. You see, you have been pronounced dead by a government which does not admit mistakes. Should you be taken now, there will be no question of a trial. You will die secretly, with no attention being drawn to you.
Well, they were going to shoot us anyway. This makes no difference. And I shall not alter my plans in any particular because of it.
God go with you. Remember your promise, Captain, to return after a war. Marie will be as delighted as I shall be.
Thank you again, sir. Thank you 1,000 times. Brown, don't chop with the sculls. Pull! Have a few weeks on land destroyed all your seamanship? I have a little less staring around and a little more work from you.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yet my bad temper was for their benefit, too. Despite its innocent appearance, we were upon a desperate and dangerous adventure, and discipline was essential.
Excuse me, sir. Listen. Isn't that another dam?
Yes, I believe it is. The river's narrowing and getting faster, too. Now, pull over to the bank there, Brown. All right, sir. We'll leak no waterfalls on this trip if I can help it. All right. Ship sculls. I'll land and survey the stream. Yes, it's a dam right enough and a steep one. We'll never get the boat through that.
There's 100 yards of boiling water below the dam, too. We'd have to carry everything down. It took Brown and myself 3 journeys to carry all the stores to the point where the boat could safely re-enter the river. Bush, though anxious to help, was only just able to hobble over the uneven ground unladen. Then I faced the problem of the boat itself. Carrying it was going to be a colossal task, yet it had to be done. Brown and I stood one on each side and got our hands under the bottom. By the time the portage was accomplished and the stores restowed, my head was swimming and the perspiration pouring from me. But I had the satisfaction of observing that Brown was in little better case. To resume my seat in the stern sheets as the boat slipped down the now placid river was sheer bliss.
I wish you'd let me help, sir. I can get around on this stump better than you think.
It's unnecessary, Mr. Bush, and we cannot afford the risk of having you disabled. Besides, the job's done now.
I don't want to be a dismal Jimmy, sir, but from the look of the land, I've got a feeling there's plenty more shallows and dams to come.
And so it proved. Although we came to only one more dam, less exacting than the first, we were caught in shallows several times that day. And each time it was necessary to lighten the boat and drag it through the shoal water. By the time evening approached, I was weary to death, and it took all my self-control to maintain an appearance of cheerfulness. As evening drew on, I knew that keener danger lay ahead. Bush knew it, too.
We'll have to go under a bridge at Briere, sir.
Yes, Mr. Bush.
The bridge is right in the town, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Bush.
Would you like me to look out for a place to lay up till it's dark, sir?
No, Mr. Bush, we shall go straight on through Briere.
What? In the light, sir?
In the light, Mr. Bush. Have you not heard of Nelson's injunction to lose not an hour?
Yes, sir. I only thought...
Well, leave the thinking to me, Mr. Bush. You can also give me the tiller. We're approaching the town.
Aye, sir.
Now then, Brown, when I say pull, you'll pull as though the devil himself were after you. Keep her easy. There's the church tower now. And there's the bridge. Barges being towed.
There's some men on the bridge, sir, looking down.
Yes, well, then, try to look like a contented peasant who's had a happy day out and has a fine basket of fish besides. And if you can also manage to convey the impression that you've never heard of an escaped Englishman and that you're loyal to Bonaparte and that you lost your leg in fighting against the cursed English, you'll greatly assist our chances.
I see they read all that in my face, sir.
Excellent. You, Brown, you can take that silly grin off your moon face. Steady now. We're going to shoot the bridge. Now, up your light. Pull. The shooting of the bridge was almost an anticlimax. The swirl of the water and Brown's powerful arms shot us through in an instant. We caught only a glimpse of curious faces peering down at us. An old man at the tiller of a barge raised a lazy arm in greeting, and then the bridge and the small town of Briere were behind us and fading into the gathering dusk.
Sure. Tense moment, that, sir. But it was easy enough.
Perfectly easy, Mr. Bush. Due, no doubt, to all the information you displayed on your face.
I'd give a lot to display what I really think about Boney and his froggy, sir.
You'll have to restrain your feelings for a long time yet, I'm afraid. Even if nothing untoward occurs, it will be a fortnight before we reach the sea at Nantes. And even then, our troubles will only be beginning.
I realize that, sir. Oh, if I only had 2 sound legs.
Yes, that'll do, Mr. Bush. Brown, there's a small island on the port bow. Yes, we'll run the boat aground there for the night. Easy. Now, pull starboard. Pull both. Ship sculls. Good.
Lieutenant Bush. Wake up, sir. Wake up, Mr. Bush.
Huh? Oh, what's the matter? Oh, it's you, Brown. Anything wrong?
I don't know, sir, but the captain's not here, sir.
What? Not here? Where is he then? Oh, I think I know. Have you made some coffee?
Aye, sir. I'll fetch you some.
Thanks. Keep the catches hot over the fire. He'll be back shortly. He's a very worried man, Brown. A heavy responsibility rests on him. Our lives depend on him, and he attaches more importance to them than they warrant.
He'll get us through, sir. If you ask me, I'd say he ain't a man. He's a magician. He'd get out of anything in the way of danger.
Yes, there's other worries, Brown. If we escape and reach England, there's a court-martial awaiting Captain Hornblower for the loss of the Sutherland.
Come to a decision as to what we shall do when we reach Nantes.
Yes, sir?
Now, if we arrive in civilian clothes, we shall be questioned, and it will be impossible to explain our lack of papers and passports and so on. We shall therefore wear our uniforms as officials of the customs service.
Very good, sir.
And you will speak as little as possible. Your French is not too good, and I will... Oh, what's the matter with you, Brown?
Can't you smell it, sir?
Smell what? No, I didn't. What? Don't think I can. Wait a minute. There is something. Wait.
It's the sea, sir.
Sea. You're right. Brown, into the bank there. If we can smell the sea with the wind blowing off the land, we cannot be far away. Mr. Bush, this is a very notable achievement.
Yes, sir. We've come a long way.
400 miles in a homemade boat over shoals and rapids, through towns and villages in a hostile country. If we ever get back to England, Mr. Bush, I'll see you posted as captain if it's the last thing I do.
Me, sir? I've done nothing but sit still and watch you work.
Well, that's a far harder task than mine was. Carried out with patience and nobility. Well, that's enough talk. We must carry out a plan. The smell of the sea was strong in my nostrils now. It brought with it all the old excitement and all the old determination to do what must be done and to show no sign of the weakness and apprehension I felt. But beyond that sea and the immediate dangers it presented lay larger ones. The court-martial, the future, my wife, who thought me dead, Lady Barbara, in whose eyes I might already be disgraced. Still, that lay in the future. Now, our long journey was past, and before me lay the sea.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
past still lives on in memory, and my sluggish blood still stirs within me at the recollection of the problems which faced me as we rowed slowly into the maritime port. Slipping quietly down the river, disguised as fishermen, was one thing, but to enter this busy port in our homemade uniforms as Dutch customs officials and to plan the stealing of a craft in which we could make our escape to sea was quite another. As we rowed casually along under the eyes of the dock workers and loungers, my pulse was high and the palms of my hands sweating. I forced myself to remain impassive and to sit with careless ease in the stern sheets.
What's that noise, sir?
Chain gangs, Mr. Bush. Unloading grain. Military criminals, deserters, and so on. Now that the French no longer use galleys, they put the criminals to work in the docks.
Begging your pardon, sir, but ain't that the blue ensign underneath that tricolour? On that cutter yonder.
What? Yes, you're right, by heaven, Brown. It's tattered and faded, but it's the blue ensign right enough. Isn't that like the French, flaunting their petty triumphs for months? Ah, she's a lovely little ship. There's speed and seaworthiness in those lines, Mr. Bush.
It's the Witch of Endor, sir.
What?
I'd know her anywhere. 10-gun cutter, caught by a French frigate last year. She's ready for sea, too.
We'll take a closer look at her, Brown. Lay us alongside that quay over there.
Excuse me, sir, but surely you weren't thinking... I mean, those cutters carry a crew of 60 men. 3 of us could never work her.
I knew that what Bush said was true. I knew more. The estuary of the Loire, which lay between us and the sea, was tricky in the extreme. For fear of raids, all buoys and navigation marks had been removed. Without a pilot, we could never find our way through 35 miles of shoals without going aground. Besides, there were batteries at Paimboeuf and Saint-Nazaire. Much as I should have liked to steal the Witch of Endor and sail her to England, the thing was impossible. I walked up the steps of the quay and forced myself to swagger. Bush's wooden leg came tapping up behind me. A passing group of soldiers saluted my smart uniform and the star of the Legion of Honor, which had been lent to me by the Comte de Grasse. I stopped and looked at the cutter from the landward side.
Only an anchor watch. 2 hands and a master's mate. The rest of the lubbers are on shore. Look, sir. Here's another American ship coming in. He's just edging into the quay.
It's infuriating. What's the use of all the coastal blockade if neutral ships can sail in and out with impunity? Wheat is officially non-contraband, but it's more important than arms in many ways.
Hello. He's someone coming ashore from the new arrival, sir. Civilian, for the look of him.
It's the pilot. If he... The pilot. Good heavens, Bush, I believe I've got an idea. Listen, follow me and don't say a word. I'm going to speak to the pilot.
One moment, monsieur, if you please. I'm a colonel of customs. I have some questions to ask you. Will you kindly accompany me to my ship for a moment?
Yes, which is your ship, Colonel?
Over here. This cutter yonder. This way, if you please.
You are a newcomer to this port, I fancy, Colonel.
I was transferred here yesterday from Amsterdam. Here we are. After you up the gangplank, sir.
Merci.
The mate of the Witch of Endor showed no particular surprise at our arrival. He evidently knew the pilot by sight, and my uniform and my assumed confidence deceived him. I told him that I wished to examine one of his charts, and he showed us down the companion to the after cabin without a word. The securing of the 2 men of the crew took but a moment. The sight of my pistols was enough in itself. Then, leaving Bush and Brown to watch the prisoners, I put away my pistols and hurried back to the quay.
Sergeant, bring your party down to my ship. There's work for them there.
Yes, Colonel.
So keep those chains still. And listen, men, listen. If you'll do what I order, I can set you free. Now, quiet. There'll be an end of beatings and slavery. I'm an English officer. I'm going to sail this ship to England. In England, you'll be rewarded, and a new life will begin for you. Now, I'm going to unfasten your chains. Now, sit still. Sit still. Make no noise until you're told what to do. You're free. Now, any man moves at his peril unless he's ordered to do so. From the moment of the sudden impulse which had begun my desperate plan until the chain slaves were freed, barely 15 minutes had elapsed. Yet in that time, our prospects of escape had increased 100-fold. But the greatest peril still lay ahead. I had no mind to be taken and shot as a spy. I sent Brown to our little boat, which still lay at the quayside, and he brought back the parcel containing my own clothes. My own uniform coat was sadly crumpled, and the gold lace was bent and broken, but there was a strange comfort in donning it once again. I was myself again, and should we be retaken, the wearing of a British naval officer's tunic would protect us from the fate of spies. It was time for action again. I took a belaying pin from the rail and walked slowly to where the sullen pilot sat on a hatch. I weighed the pin meditatively in my hand. Monsieur, I desire you to pilot this ship out to sea.
But no, I cannot. No. My duty, my professional honor.
I know. We're going to start now. You can give instructions or not as you choose, but this I assure you, monsieur. The moment this ship touches ground, I'll beat your head into a paste with this belaying pin.
Very well, monsieur.
Brown, lash him to the rail there. Then we can start.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Bush, will you take the tiller, if you please?
Aye, sir.
Now then, Brown, listen, we've got a raw crew. We shall have to put the ropes in their hands. Cast off the warps.
Aye, sir.
The push of the tide was swinging the cutter away from the quay as the warps were cast off, and Brown ran briskly among our wretched crew, leading them to the halyards and showing them upon which ropes to haul. At my order, mainsail and jib rose. The sails flapped, bellied, flapped again. Then they filled, and the cutter changed from a dead to a live thing. She heeled a fraction, and I heard the musical chuckle of the water at her bows as her forefoot bubbled through the water. In 3 strides, I was at the pilot's side, belaying pin in hand.
Careful, monsieur. Keep to the right. Keep well to the right.
Port your helm, Mr. Bush. We're taking the starboard channel. Major, I'd keep it at that.
You must have a hand at the lead, monsieur. It is necessary to take soundings.
No, I can spare no hands.
But
you'll have to do your work without soundings. And remember, my promise still holds good. I shall have no mercy.
These cords, monsieur, they are tight.
Good. And we'll have to keep you awake.
I'll loosen your cords when we are safely at sea off Noirmoutier and not before.
Oh, it is necessary to cross to the other side of the estuary here. The channel narrows on this side. You may have to go about.
Stand by to go about.
Look lively, you awkward lovers. No, not there. Starboard. Oh, lovely, to the right. There, you perishing ape. Where do you think you're going?
I think we can do it close haul, sir. She sails like a bird. The tide's helping, too.
Very good, Mr. Bush. Yes, she's making a cross. Well done. Oh, let her come up a little. Beautiful. All right, Brown, we shan't need to go about.
How's the pilot, sir? Is he behaving?
Yes, up till now. I think the threat of the belaying pin was more effective than a pistol. Though whether I could have brought myself to club a helpless man, I don't know.
A lot would have depended on it, sir.
Yes, all our lives depend on it. I've started this venture, Mr. Bush, and I'll stop at nothing to achieve success. We've a long way to go before we're safe.
If you'll excuse me saying so, sir, this is about the most amazing thing even you've ever done. To recapture an English ship and sail her out under the very nose of the frogs. Well, I'd never have believed it possible.
Well, it isn't done yet, Mr. Bush. Time to keep that firmly in mind. We'll congratulate ourselves when we're safe.
Can't see anything to stop us now, sir. Why, if this wind howls just for... Oh, what's that?
Seems to be below. Brown?
Aye, sir, I heard it. I'll go below and see what's up.
I don't understand it, sir. Surely there couldn't have been some crew aboard that we didn't find.
Look out, sir. It's the prisoners below. They've slipped their lashings and they're trying to attract attention by waving and yelling through the porthole. Can I take some men to deal with them, sir?
Will not be necessary, Brown, unless my ears are mistaken. They're coming to us. I shall have something to say presently about the way they were tied up. Men, arm yourselves with whatever you can find and make no more noise than is necessary. Unless these prisoners are overpowered, we are lost. You will go back to slavery or death. Mr. Bush, remain at the tiller. Brown, take my pistols. I shall use my sword.
Overboard with you, pirates!
In the fight, but stood beside Bush with drawn sword. Had the tiller been wrenched from him and the cutter beached, we should indeed have been lost. But my participation was not necessary. Weak and wretched as our chain gang crew were, they glimpsed the hope of freedom and were prepared to fight to the death to retain it. With belaying pins and bare fists, they fell upon the four attackers and the struggle was brief. This time I personally supervised the tying up of the men and had them laid out on deck where they could be watched. Then all hands were sent back to stations, and our run down the estuary to the sea and freedom continued as the night closed down.
Curse it, sir. I was afraid of that.
What?
The wind's dying with the dawn.
Yes.
Can't make out where we are in this mist. But I expect the sun will clear it when it comes up presently.
That's Noirmoutier to port, and the mainland is astern there. I caught a glimpse of the semaphore station 10 minutes ago. If only the wind had held for half an hour more, we should have been safe.
That pilot looks in pretty bad shape, sir.
Well, so do you, Mr. Bush. It's 24 hours since any of us had any sleep, come to that. However, I'll keep my promise and cut him loose. There. You're free, sir.
Oh, my arms, my legs.
Well, sit down on the deck and rub them. You'll feel better presently.
Oh. It's no good, sir. I can't hold the course. There's no breeze at all.
Blast. The tide will drift us in under the big guns.
Brown!
Wake up those slaves on deck there. Set them to work with the sweeps.
Aye, sir.
Here. You. Come here.
Oh, but myself, I am...
Come here. Come on, right beside me. Now, come on, you're going to help me to train this gun.
But, monsieur, my honor, I cannot fire at my fellow countrymen.
Mr. Bush, have the kindness to toss me that belaying pin.
Oh, non, sir. What am I to do?
I'll lay hold of that train tackle. Come on, now. Come on, run her back.
Oh, beautiful, sir. Nearly got him. Right up among the oars.
Sweeps are ready now, sir. Very good, Mr. Bush. Lay a course so that I can keep that leading boat under fire.
Aye, sir.
The pursuing boats, creeping over the sea, showed no sign of being dismayed by my bombardment. They were big ones, carrying at least 50 men each. If only one and ranged alongside, it would be the end of us. The leading boat maintained a course which could cut ours perhaps a mile ahead. I fired again and again, working at the gun till my shirt stuck to me with sweat, and the powder grains irritated my skin. But I could see no result.
You must have hit that time, sir. I didn't see any splash of the shot.
Oh, it's rowing as hard as ever. Oh, good heavens, is it possible that a 6-pounder can have no effect?
I thought so, sir. What? Look, she's swinging round. She's signaling to the others. She's sinking, sir.
The variation in each ball, each charge of powder, made it impossible to fire 2 shots alike. I kept grimly on, though I felt that my back and heart would break. The monotonous creak of the sweeps and the chanting of Brown continued like a submerged accompaniment. Now the second boat turned and began a rush under double-banked oars, straight for our ship. I stared through the gun sight straight at its bows, jerked the lanyard, and fired. Even as I watched, the bows of the boat opened like a fan. The shot had struck her right on the stem at water level. Her bows lifted as the strake spread wide, then fell again. The water poured in gunwale deep.
I think they've had enough, sir. The last boat is turning away to pick up the survivors.
Thank heaven. I'm sick and tired of firing that damn pop gun. I'd rather use a bow and arrow.
Come on, pull there. We're not out of danger yet.
Seems 100 years since we had a breeze, sir.
Yes, but we're making progress, Mr. Bush. The mainland is lost now, and now Moutier is far behind.
Do you think we're safe now, sir?
No, we're far from safe. Aching in every bone and dizzy with lack of sleep, I moved and spoke as though in a dream. Somewhere to the northwest, I knew lay the British fleet, which maintained an unceasing watch over Brest. I had laid the cutter on a course which would take us out to the fleet eventually. Or if we missed the fleet and found a wind, I could sail her right round to England.
An escaping English captain retaking a captured ship of war practically single-handed and fighting his way out of a French port to bring her home.
Oh.
There's never been anything like it, sir. Never will be again.
But I was not listening. The mention of England had renewed all my old doubts and fears. If I returned, I must stand my trial for the loss of the Sutherland. If I were found guilty of not having done my utmost in the presence of the enemy, there was only one penalty, death. And then...
A breeze! A breeze, by thunder, sir, out of the east! Only a whisper with a breeze!
1, 2, 3. There. Fast pulling. Aye, sir. All hands to the halyards. Set every stitch and sailor. We're bound for England.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
May seem absurd now that I should have dreaded a return to England. But in spite of my present years and honors, I'm under no illusions as to the fickle nature of the public. And neither was I then. Whatever had occurred since, there was no gainsaying the fact that I had lost my ship, the Sutherland, in battle, and that I should be called to account for it. If the court-martial should decide that I was at fault, disgrace, or even death might await me. My thoughts were as somber as the grey dawn about me as I paced the deck of the Witch of Endor and the coast of France fell away over the horizon.
Come to the hole! What cattle is that?
At the sound of the English voice, words failed me for a moment. At least there was no need now to hide in the mist. On the other hand, it brought nearer all the future which I was dreading.
I said, what cutter is that?
Well, I'd fly my colors to the last. If my career was to end, it would end with a joke.
His Britannic Majesty's armed cutter Witch of Endor, Captain Horatio Hornblower. What ship is that? I am Captain Sir Thomas Hardy. What did you say that captain was?
You must think we're mad, sir. The Witch of Endor has been a French prize for a year, and you've been dead for 6 months.
Ahoy there! Come under my lee! No tricks or I'll sink you!
Very well, Mr. Bush. Ease her in under the stern of that two-decker and bring her to the wind under the lee. As the boat bore me to the Triumph's side and I stared at the familiar beauty of a ship of war again, the two yellow streaks along her sides, checkered with gun ports, The pennant at the main, the hands on her deck, the red coats of the Marines.
Stand by the foresail.
As I heard the distant voice of a boatswain roaring at the seamen, all the familiar sights and sounds of the Navy in which I had grown up, I was hard put to it to restrain my emotion. This was indeed the end of my long captivity and flight. Hardy was there on deck, his huge bulk towering over everybody. I saw his expression alter.
Good God. It is Hornblower. Welcome back. Give me a hand, sir.
Thank you, sir.
How did you come here, sir? How did you take the witch? How on earth?
How did I come back from the grave? Is that what you want to ask? Well, it's a long story.
Well, you'd better come round to my cabin, Hornblower. This must be a pretty difficult time for you. Didn't you know Leighton was killed?
No. No, don't worry about me. I've heard nothing for months.
Yes, he died of his wounds at Gibraltar.
Oh, I see. Have you heard anything of my wife?
Well, I remember reading that she was awarded a civilist pension by the government when the news of your death arrived.
No other news, Hardy? There was a child on the way.
Oh, none that I know of. But then I've been 4 months on this ship. I wouldn't hear anything.
Over the horizon to leeward was appearing a long line of ships, close hauled. They were in rigid, regular line, and as we watched, they went about in succession, in perfect order, as if chained together. The Channel Fleet was at drill. 18 years of drill at sea had given them unquestioned superiority over any other fleet in the world.
Victory's in the van. Here, take my glass. Signal, midshipman. Yes, sir. Signal triumph to flagship. Have on board Captain Horatio Hornblower.
While Hardy dictated his message, I looked through the glass. The three-decker with her admiral's flag at the main was leading the long line of ships, the broad stripes on her side glistening in the sunlight. She'd been Jarvis's flagship at St. Vincent, Hood's in the Mediterranean, and Nelson's at Trafalgar. Now she was Dismal Jimmy's, a tragedy if ever there was one. Signal hoists were soaring up her yardarm. Hardy was busy dictating replies.
The Admiral signaling for you to go aboard. I trust you'll do me the honor of making use of my barge, Horatio.
The Triumph's barge was painted primrose yellow, picked out with black. And so were her oar blades. Her crew wore primrose-colored jumpers with black neckcloths. As I took my seat, I reflected gloomily that I'd never been able to afford to dress my barge's crew in a fancy rig-out. Hardy must be a wealthy man, I supposed, with his Trafalgar prize money and his pension as Colonel of Marines. I could not help contrasting our positions. He, a baronet, wealthy, famous. Myself poor, undistinguished. And awaiting trial.
Marines! Reserves! Arms! Welcome aboard, Captain Hornblower. I'm Calendar, Captain of the Fleet. His Lordship gave instructions for you to be shown to his cabin. Will you come this way?
Thank you.
I don't suppose you remember me, but I was first lieutenant on the Amazon when you were in the Indefatigable.
On the contrary, I remember you very well. In fact, there was a certain boat drill at Portsmouth.
Oh, you remember that, do you?
Very well.
Well, I'd only been first for a week then, and I had to throw my weight about in somebody. Oh, here's his lordship's cabin.
Thank you.
Will you make yourself comfortable while I tell him you're here?
Lord Gambier's cabin was not nearly so ornate as Hardy's had been. The most conspicuous item was the big brass-bound Bible on the table. I sat down on a cushioned locker and stared gloomily out of the stern window. The next hour might easily decide my whole fate.
Pardon me, sir. I am the Admiral's clerk.
Yes?
His Lordship will receive your report shortly. In the meantime...
Well, what's that you're hiding behind your back?
I'm afraid, sir, that I have bad news for you.
What news? Well, come along, man. Out with it. The fellow had an odd expression on his face, and although I spoke up boldly enough, my heart sank. Was it possible that my case had already been prejudged? Was I to be arrested, tried,
condemned, shot.
I remembered having seen this paragraph in the Morning Chronicle of 3 months ago, sir. I showed it to His Lordship and Captain Callender as they decided it ought to be shown to you as early as possible.
Well,
His Lordship says...
Well, give me the paper. What is the paragraph?
I'm afraid it's very bad news,
What
sir.
gammon, blast you. Let me see it.
The Lord giveth, sir, and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
We regret to announce the death in childbed on the 7th of this month of Mrs. Maria Hornblower, widow of the late Captain Horatio Hornblower, Bonaparte's martyred victim. The tragedy occurred in Mrs. Hornblower's lodgings at Southsea, and we're given to understand that the child, a fine boy, is healthy.
His Lordship instructed me, sir, to inform you of his sympathy. He will not expect your report yet, and he thought you might wish to seek the consolation of religion in your cabin.
Yes.
The Lord give it, sir, and the
Get
Lord...
out! Get out, dear! Go on, get out!
In the actual Battle of Rosas, my lord, before I surrendered the Sutherland, 117 of my ship's company were killed and 145 wounded. 44 of the latter died before I was taken to Rosas.
A tragically high proportion, Captain.
Good God, more than half your crew out of action before you surrendered? If you remember, my lord, Thompson and the Leander lost 92 out of the 300 off Crete, and everyone said what a gallant defense he'd made.
I was aware of it. Please go on, Captain.
Well, I told how I had witnessed the destruction of the French squadron, how Caillard had arrived to take me to Paris, and of our escape. I made but slight mention of the Comte de Grasset and our voyage down the Loire, but I went into some detail about the capture of the Witch of Endor. As I pointed out, a knowledge of harbor arrangements at Nantes and the navigation difficulties of the lower Loire might be of great future value.
Good God, man, how can you be so cold-blooded about it? Weren't you...
Captain Callender, I have requested you before not to allude to the deity in that blasphemous fashion. Any repetition will incur my serious displeasure. Now, let me see. That cutter will be useful. She can carry the dispatches, and I shall not have to weaken the main body of the fleet. This lieutenant of yours, Bush, I'll promote him into her as commander.
I gave a gasp of pleasure. Promotion to commander meant almost certain post rank within the year. Bush deserved it, of course, but admirals usually had some favorite, some nephew or old friend's son awaiting the first vacancy. But that was by no means all. Promotion of my lieutenant to commander was a high compliment to me. It set the seal of official approval on my actions. This decision of Gambia's was a public announcement that I had acted correctly.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you. I hope you will continue to be my guest until I sail for Portsmouth next week. It would be best, I think.
Yes, my lord. Thank you. But however delicate the allusion, I knew that the last remark was a reminder of my position and that I was technically under arrest. By old established custom, I must be under the supervision of an officer of equal rank while under arrest. There could be no question of being sent home in the Witch of Endor. Come in.
Bush, by all that's wonderful. Come in, man. Sit down. Here, let me take those parcels.
Oh, by heaven, it's good to see your honest old face again, Bush. Look, have a drink. How have you been getting on? What have you been doing? Did you...
Easy, sir, easy. I'll tell you about it, sir. But first of all, this is the first chance I've had to thank you for my promotion, sir.
Oh, don't thank me. You must thank Lord Gambier.
I know who I owe it to all the same. They're going to post me as captain this week. They won't give me a ship, not with this wooden leg of mine, but there's a job at Sheerness waiting for me. I'd never have been a captain but for you, sir.
Oh, rubbish. Well, how are you, Bush? How are you?
Oh, fine, sir, thanks.
Good.
And you? I was sorry to hear about Mrs. Hornblower, sir.
Yes.
I took the liberty of bringing out your letters.
Oh,
this
thank you,
big
Bush.
package is a sword, I'm sure, sir.
Oh, well, let's open it and see. Well, by heavens. Oh, Bush,
I never expected to see this again.
I know that gold scabbard anywhere, sir. It's the 100 Guinness sword that the Patriotic Fund gave you for your defeat of the Natividad in the Pacific.
Yes.
You should see the newspapers. You're famous, sir, so you ought to be. And there's plenty more news.
Oh, what news, Bush?
There's the Witch of Endor, sir.
Oh, yes, what about it?
The Navy bought her yesterday at the prize court. £4,000 was the price, sir.
I was greatly impressed by the tact with which Bush allowed me to assimilate all this. I would not have expected such delicacy from the tough old campaigner. But I was already beginning to realize that I still had much to learn about people. The first dozen letters were from people unknown to me, but all congratulatory. 2 were from madmen, apparently, and 2 more from peers. And then I saw a letter in a hand which was known to me, and my heart constricted as I stared at the envelope. It was from Lady Barbara. Bush and the ship and Portsmouth and all the present world spun and vanished at the sight of the letter. I was not reading. I was listening again to that dear, modulated voice which I had not heard for so many weary months.
It is hard for me to write this letter. So overwhelmed am I with pleasure and surprise at hearing that you are free and well. I hasten to let you know that I have your son here in my care.
My son? Barbara has him. Oh, God bless her.
When he was left orphaned, I ventured to take charge of him and make myself responsible for his upbringing, while my brothers, Lords Wellesley and Wellington, consented to act as his godfathers at his baptism, whereat he was consequently given the names of Richard, Arthur, Horatio.
Richard, Arthur, Horatio, and Wellesley and Wellington behind him. Oh, the boy's fortune's already made.
Richard is a fine, healthy boy with a wonderful resemblance to his father, and he has already greatly endeared himself to me. Let me assure you that I shall look upon it as a pleasure to continue to have charge of Richard until the time comes for you to take him away. I can easily guess that you will be much occupied with affairs on your arrival in England, but you will be very welcome should you care to call here to see your son, who grows in intelligence every day.
Up to this moment, I'd hardly thought about the child. My paternal instincts had not been touched by a child I had never seen. And besides, they were warped by memories of the little Horatio who had died of smallpox in my arms so many years ago. But now, I felt a sudden wave of affection for the unknown little chap who had managed to endear himself to Barbara in London. Why had Barbara taken him? Was it because, widowed and childless, she had sought for a convenient orphan to adopt him? Was it that she still cherished memories of a Captain Hornblower, whom at the time she believed to be dead? Time stood still while I stared at the letter and wondered. Bush was saying something. I tore myself back to the present with an effort.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But they questioned me at Whitehall, and I thought you ought to know. What? They're calling me in evidence at the court-martial, sir.
The court-martial? For a few wonderful moments, I had forgotten that threat hanging over my life. The court-martial. If that were to go against me, not all the sons or lords and ladies in Christendom could help me. It was more than my life at stake. It was my reputation, my honor, my whole future.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
all hands. Beat the quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Sit at my ease now and look back down the years and smile at the foolish hopes and fears of the man that I was. But my fears were well enough founded then. The Navy and the public were hard masters. And there was no gainsaying the fact that I had surrendered and lost my ship, the Sutherland, at Rosas. The odds had been overwhelming. I had fought to the last, and I was acting under the orders of Admiral Leighton, but I had struck my colors. And that was an act which my lords of the Admiralty at Whitehall would find it hard to forgive. I sat solitary in my small cabin on the Victory and listened grimly to the sounds as the captains and admirals who were to try me assembled. And still they come. Does it need the whole British Navy to try one captain? Like vultures flocking to a feast.
Captain Callender?
My lord.
Is the court ready?
Aye, my lord. There is only Captain Hornblower's sword to place on the table. There. Here it comes now. Thank you.
A fine sword, Captain Callender.
Yes, my lord. It's the sword of 100 guineas value. It was presented to Captain Hornblower by the Patriotic Fund for his victory over the Spanish ship Natividad. A wonderful achievement, that, my lord.
Yes. Pity it should come to this. I always regarded Hornblower as a very fine officer.
Yes, my lord. I still do.
That is a very improper remark to make to the president of the court, Captain Callender. I have no feelings about Captain Hornblower. It is my duty to pronounce judgment according to the evidence.
Of course, my lord. Shall I place the sword here?
Yes, on that table. The hilt towards me, the point towards where Hornblower will stand. Thank you. Let the court assemble and the gun be fired.
Aye, my lord.
And, Callender, as we are alone, I am going to make an improper remark.
Indeed, my lord.
Yes, if the evidence today is such that I am able to instruct you to turn that sword with the hilt facing Hornblower, I shall be the happiest man in the Navy.
Thank you, my lord. With due respect, my lord, I venture to disagree. Next to Hornblower, I shall be the happiest.
It's curious that despite the fact that the next hour or two were among the most important of my life, I can recall very little detail. A few impressions remain vivid. The glitter of gold lace on the coats of the semicircle of officers in the great cabin of the Victory, the endless formalities of the preliminaries, the face of the Admiralty officer who had been sent to conduct my defense, my sword lying forlornly on the table with its point winking at me with a cold glint. As witness followed witness, I found myself wishing that I'd suffered death in the battle rather than face this weary sifting of pointless information.
One moment, please, Captain Bush.
Now, on this matter of judgment, where was your place during the battle?
On the quarterdeck, beside the captain, sir, to receive his orders.
So that everything that was visible to him was apparent to you also?
Yes, sir.
I see. Now, you have told us in your evidence that you were wounded, and that despite your desire to remain on deck, the captain had you carried below for your own safety.
That's right, sir. He only thinks of others, sir.
Quite. Now, will you describe to us briefly the general position at the time you were taken below?
Well, sir, we'd already crippled 2 French ships, and we were then engaging the other 2, and giving them hell, too.
Had you suffered much damage and casualties?
We were a wreck, sir. Mizzen topmast shot away, fore and mainmast down about our ears. The French 3-decker was right alongside and pumping broadsides into us. We had so many wounded below that it sounded like bedlam. Half our gun crews were dead at their guns, and the deck was too slippery with blood to walk on, sir. I found out afterwards that we had 117 killed and 145 wounded.
Silence, please. Now, Captain Bush, I want you to think carefully before answering this question. Remember, it is possible that this very day you might be called upon in your capacity as a British naval captain to fight just such another battle in command. If you were called upon to fight such a battle, and if you found your ship and crew in the condition you have described, would you surrender to the enemy?
Yes, sir.
Knowing that you would be called upon to answer for your action?
I'd still do it, sir.
Would you consider that while your ship was yet afloat, it might still be recaptured and made serviceable to its country?
Yes, sir.
If you had no crews to fire the guns and few to repel boarders, would you think it reprehensible to throw away the lives of the remainder when no victory could come of the gesture?
I'd call it criminal,
And
sir.
one more question, Captain. If you had disabled 4 enemy ships and inflicted upon them dreadful casualties, would you consider that proof of your skill and determination?
I think it might point that way, sir.
Thank you, Captain Bush. However faulty your judgment may be, I venture to suggest that it is a judgment with which most practical sailors would concur.
Bush sat down, beaming like a hurricane lamp. The prosecuting and defending officers grinned at each other across the court, and the next witness was called. I was weary of the whole thing, and was heartily relieved when the last witness had been heard, the last speeches made, and the court was adjourned. Back in my cabin, I found an elegant civilian dressed in buff and blue with a neat silk cravat. His face seemed vaguely familiar. Calendar introduced him.
I'll come for you again when the court's reached its decision. In the meantime, may I present Mr. Hookham-Fear of His Majesty's government?
When I heard his name, I remembered why his face seemed familiar. I'd seen it caricatured many times. He was the famous wit who wrote in the Anti-Gallican and was deep in the secrets of the cabinet. He bowed elegantly, almost effeminately, and begged leave to ask me some questions. But truth to tell, I hardly paid any attention to him now that I was out of the court. I burned to be back there, to get it over and to hear the worst. It seemed an age before Calendar returned.
What were your impressions of conditions in France, sir?
Oh, that's a long story, sir.
In the first place, will you excuse me, Mr. Fear?
Most certainly, sir.
The court is assembled, Captain Hornblower.
Thank you. I'll come immediately. Is the executioner present, or do they have to send to London for him?
Oh, that's not fair, Hornblower. You know I'm not permitted to discuss this case with you.
No, I'm sorry. It was unforgivable of me. I'm a little, well, not quite myself.
Well, here we are. You won't have to wait much longer.
My heart was beating hard as I went in, and I knew that I was pale. I jerked my head erect to meet the eyes of the judges in their blue and gold. But somehow all seemed lost in a vague mist. Only one thing was plain. A table in a small cleared space before the president, where my sword lay. I saw nothing of the cabin, nothing of the judges. My eyes sought only my sword and the message it would give me. The hilt was towards me. The hilt. I was not guilty.
Silence, please.
Captain Hornblower, my lord. This court is of the unanimous opinion that your gallant and unprecedented defense of His Majesty's ship Sutherland against a force so superior is deserving of every praise the country and this court can give. Your conduct, together with that of the officers and men under your command, reflects not only the highest honor on you, but on the country at large. You are therefore most honorably acquitted.
Look at them, Hornblower. Every ship in the fleet is at yards manned with cheering men. You're famous.
Congratulations, Captain Hornblower. Congratulations on behalf of His Majesty's government. Not that there was any doubt about it, of course.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Blair. I should have been happy to have been able to share your confidence.
And now, sir, if you're ready, I've had a post-chaise horsed and waiting this last 6 hours. My orders are to convey you immediately to London.
To London? But...
Will you be good enough to step into the barge? Thank you, sir. I suggest, sir, that you take off your hat to show the fleet how much you appreciate their good wishes.
Hat on your arm, please. This way.
Captain Horatio Hornblower, Mr. Hook'em Friar.
Ah, Hornblower, welcome home. Come and be presented. Your Royal Highness, this is Captain Hornblower.
Evening, Captain. Everyone's been talking about you, Captain. Yes, and so they ought to, damn it, Captain. So they ought to. Damn smart bit of work. Good as I could have done myself. Here, Cunningham, make the presentation. Yes.
It was all a dream, surely. I felt the accolade and heard the formal words which dubbed me knight.
Rise, Sir Horatio Hornblower.
There was a ribbon to be hung over my shoulder, a star to be pinned on my breast, a red cloak to be draped about me, a vow to be repeated, signatures to be written. I was a knight of the most honorable order of the Bath, as somebody loudly proclaimed, with a ribbon and a star to wear for the rest of my life. The congratulations flowed about me like a sea.
My best wishes to you, Colonel.
Colonel, sir.
His Royal Highness has been pleased to appoint you one of his colonels of Marines.
I was still dazed. A colonel of Marines received pay to the amount of £1,200 a year and did no duty for it. It was an appointment given to successful captains to be held until they reached flag rank. I remembered that my prize money already amounted to £6,000. I'd attained financial security at last, for the first time in my life. I had a title, a ribbon, and a star. Everything I'd ever dreamed of having, in fact. But what I wanted most was to go to Barbara and my son.
The poor man's dazed.
Yes, sir. I'm overwhelmed, sir. I hardly know how to thank your Royal Highness.
Well, thank me by joining us at hazard. Your arrival interrupted a damn interesting game. Bring that bell, sit down. Let's have some wine. Now, sit here beside Lady Jane, Captain.
Well, sir, it's very...
Doesn't the captain want to play? Oh, yes, I know all about you, Wookham. You want to slip away to John Walter. Well, tell him to write one of his damn leaders and get my civil list raised. I work hard enough for it, God knows. Well, I don't see why you want to take the captain away. Oh, very well then, damn you, go if you want to.
I didn't imagine you cared to play hazard. I know I wouldn't. Not if the prince were using his own dice.
Well, thanks for getting me out of it. Who is John Walter that His Royal Highness referred to?
He's the editor of the Times.
Huh?
There'll have to be a big story about you and your knighthood. The public's got to realize that the government's naval officers are achieving great things.
Oh, so my knighthood is a political move, too. And all the other honors?
Everything's political, my dear fellow.
Oh.
But you wouldn't have got it if you hadn't earned it. And now, I took the liberty of engaging a room for you at the Golden Cross. I had your baggage sent round, and they're expecting you.
They were. Host and chambermaid and boots all fluttered and bowed and almost prostrated themselves. It was yes, Sir Horatio, and no, Sir Horatio, until I could have knocked their heads off. They made a procession of lighting me up to bed and then fussed round me interminably when all I wanted was a little peace. But I was left alone at last to plunge into bed and spend a sleepless night going over again all the details of that amazing day and wondering what the morrow held in store.
Sir Horatio Hornblower.
Horatio, welcome home.
Barbara was in black. Of course, Leighton had been dead for less than a year still. But black suited her. Her skin was creamy white against it. It was with a pang that I remembered the golden tan of her cheeks in the old days on the Lydia.
The nurse is bringing Richard. Meanwhile, heartiest congratulations on your success.
Thank you. Thank you. I was extremely lucky, really.
Oh, the lucky man is usually the man who knows how much to leave to chance. Thank you, nurse. You may leave little Richard with us.
And this was my son. This little bundle with the brown eyes looking up at me. This tiny, light thing that I held in my arms. I was no sentimentalist, yet there was something in my eyes that made it difficult for me to see clearly. I felt a warm rush of affection for the poor, helpless baby that I held. I looked up at Barbara, and it seemed to me that her eyes, too, were not quite dry. But she was smiling.
You have so much now, Horatio. Wealth, position, a future, and a son.
It's only the latter that I really prize, Barbara. Yet, it is the wealth and the position that I would like to share.
Oh, and not your son?
Oh, you have almost made him yours. All I want in the world is in this room at this moment.
All that I want, too, Horatio.
Come to me, Barbara. My son shall not come between us. He shall be our son.
Horatio.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstock's ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
send me to the Baltic Sea. What happened there in the next few months would change the history of the world, for better or for worse. Napoleon had overrun the continent. England alone was fighting him, and for her very life. The Baltic was our lifeline of supply. French privateers raiding our traders there must be wiped out. One of these, the Blanche Fleur, had already caused much damage, and I was resolved to track her down. She'd been reported entering the Baltic only a day or so ahead of us. Our squadron had seen no action since we'd had to shoot our way in through the straits a few days earlier. The officers and men at the Nonsuch were growing restless, but one morning there was a sudden hail from the masthead.
Hello! Sail to leeward! Commodore Hornblower, sir. A sail. Maybe the Blanche Fleur, or however you say it. That French corvette.
If it's the Blanche Fleur, we're in luck. I'll trouble you to give me the glass, if you please, Captain Bush.
Aye, aye, sir. Can you see her, sir?
Oh, it's confounded fog. Yes, I can just make out her topsails.
Is she a 20-gunner? A corvette?
She's not far off. It's hard to tell, though, in this mist. Well, whoever she is, she's coming straight for us. Yes. Call all hands and man the guns, please, Captain.
Aye, aye, sir. All hands on deck. All hands on deck! Run out the guns and stand by. Run out the guns and stand by!
She's sighted us. Yes, she's tacking.
Aye, sir. She's on the port tack, bearing east by north, southeast. Trying to get away. Must be a Frenchman.
Set all sail, Captain Bush, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir. Set all sail. Loose the royals.
And alter your course 2 points to starboard, Captain. We'll intercept her.
Aye, aye, sir. 2 points to starboard. Up with the stunsails.
Yes, I can see her better now. She's no corvette. Appears to be quite unarmed. Oh, she's not our chase, I'm afraid, Captain Bush.
Then why did she tack the moment she sighted us, sir?
Any ship beating up for the Sound would have to tack here.
I suppose you're right, sir.
Oh, don't be downhearted, Bush. She looks like a merchantman. Hey, masthead! What do you see there? Can you make out her colors?
No, sir! Chase off in the port, sir!
We'll soon find out. Hold to your course, Bush, and we'll intercept her anyway.
I can see her now, sir! She's flying British colors!
Uh-huh.
Oh, she's a British ship!
Excellent. Now, at least, we'll get some news and information. Badly needed, too. Lay our course to pass her within hail, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir. Starboard a point, quartermaster. Get those tonsils in again, Mr. Hurst. Aye, aye, sir.
She's a merchantman, all right. I can see her cargo now. This looks like timber. But one can't be too careful in these waters. Better ask her for the private code, Captain.
Very good, sir. Mr. Hurst, signal her to give the merchant ship private code numerals. Aye, aye, sir.
Now, we'll see what she replies.
Here comes her flags, officer. A, T, numeral 57. That's the correct reply for last winter, sir.
Well, she's loaded with cargo, so she won't have been home to receive the new code. Signal her to heave to, if you please.
Make heave to, Mr. Hurst. Aye, aye, sir. There. She's backing her main topsail, but... Wait. What's that she's hoisting? Look, sir.
Yes, I see.
That's the yellow flag she's hoisting now, sir. The fever flag. Must have some kind of pestilence aboard her. Tom, look what she's hoisted there. The yellow flag. So it is. I'll wager she's got the pox aboard her. She's a death ship. Heaven help her.
That must be her captain there on the poop deck. Give me the trumpet.
All right. What ship are you? Maggie Jones of Liverpool. 11 days out from the port of Naval. What's that yellow flag for? Smallpox. Smallpox? By the great horn, sir, we must... 7 cases, sir. 2 days. First case a week ago. What's your course? We are beating up for the Sound now. What news from port? Are Sweden and Russia still neutral? That's what they call themselves, sir. Do you think Bonaparte is winning these Baltic countries round to his side? Hard to tell, sir. We are sailing under license, but the Russian embargo still holds, and Sweden's fighting up her force against us. What's your name, Captain? Clark, sir. Captain Clark, why are you sailing without convoy? Didn't want to, but there was none available at Naval. Don't you know these are dangerous waters for unguarded merchantmen? I know, sir. But we had no choice. We must get back to England with our cargo. There's the Eagle, you know. What about a corvette called the Blanche Fleur? Any news of her import? Heard a rumor. She was last seen heading far down south. Thank you, Captain. What is that noise? That's one of the smallpox cases in the hold, sir. Delirious.
The patient must be violent for us to hear his shrieks way over here.
Yes, sir. It's horrible. You may be interested to know, sir. They say the Tsar is meeting Bernadotte of Sweden next week for a conference. Somewhere in Russia. There's luck for Bonaparte, let's hope.
Something strange about all this. Something was not quite right. Was he trying to distract me? For all that groaning and shouting could hardly be just one man. It sounded more like a chorus. And this captain... I felt a sudden stab of suspicion. He said all the right things, but wasn't he a shade too glib, a little too professional? Still, if you were telling the truth, it was a big risk, of course, and yet a man must make decisions. Captain Bush, send a boat with a boarding party over to that ship.
Sir, with smallpox aboard? We have hundreds of men crammed into close quarters here. It would sweep us like wildfire.
I appreciate your concern for the men, Bush, but do you suppose I'd risk their lives without sufficient reason?
No, sir, of course not. I merely...
I know from your face, Bush, you're still hoping I'll reconsider, aren't you? Well, I'm sorry, Captain, the order stands. Come along, I want to get another look at her from that forward.
Aye, sir. Bosun, man the whaler with a boarding party.
Aye, sir.
Hoist the tackles. Lower the whaler. Put able beams on the either.
Hear that, mate? She's got the yellow flag. We're ordered to board her.
Hold off, mates. I ain't boarding no plague ship, not for the king himself. A good fight with knives and cutlasses is one thing, but if we board that rig, we'll come back with a pox as sure as Sunday. And if one gets it, we all get it. And it ain't no pretty way to die.
Our captain wouldn't do this. It's the Commodore.
It's a devil he is.
Aye. Let him board the plague ship.
So say I. The pox is worse than the yardarm any day. We're done for whichever way.
Belay it. Here he comes back with his blooming trumpet.
Captain Clark, stay hold to.
Well, what is it?
The men, sir. The bosun tells me they're afraid. They don't want to board a ship with a yellow flag.
You're in command of this vessel, Captain Bush. It's up to you to maintain discipline. I need not remind you that the Admiralty will have a full report of this incident.
Aye, sir. Bosun, tell the men that if there's one more minute's delay in manning the boat, they will all be tried for mutiny and hanged.
They say they prefer the gallows to the crawling fox death, sir.
I'll tell them...
Wait. I'm going along with the boarding party myself. Tell the men that.
You? But, sir... All right, Captain Clark. We're sending a boat to you. We're coming aboard. As you wish, sir. I warned you of the smallpox. Will you send the surgeon and some medicine?
This was exactly what he should have said. A sick pang of doubt shot through me. But it would have been quite impossible to turn back now. My own orders.
Man of the weather. The Commodore's coming along. Look alive, sir! The Commodore's going with us. I'm with him for one. How about you, Tom? Lower away. Come on, mate. Over we go.
She'll be ready for you to board in a moment. Thank you, Connors. Would you summon Surgeon Choke, please? We'll take him along. Aye, sir.
Look, sir. Look at the captain over there on the Maggie.
He's thrown down his trumpet and he's stamping about like a crazy man.
Seems to be shouting some kind of an order.
Yes, we'll soon find out what all that racket's about.
Does seem strange, sir.
At any rate, she's had a good view now of our 74 guns. She'll hardly try to run for it.
Ahoy, Maggie! Pots or no pots, we're on the way. And take this word of warning. Stay hold to, or I'll sink you.
Commodore Hornblower, British Navy. Where is Captain Clark?
We wish to surrender, sir.
What's this?
We wish to surrender. We are helpless against your guns. We did not expect to meet the British Navy.
Who are you?
I speak for the French crew put aboard to take the Maggie into port.
As I thought, a pirate crew. This ship is a prize.
Yes, sir. A French prize taken 2 days ago.
By what ship was she captured? By what ship? Answer me.
By the Blanche Fleur, sir. We are of the Blanche Fleur's crew.
The Blanche Fleur. Did you hear that, Connors? We're hot on her trail finally. The Maggie's no plague ship. She's a great piece of luck. That yellow flag was hoisted to keep us from boarding her. A clever trick, I suppose you thought, sir? I think so myself. Here, take this man prisoner and round up the others, Connors. Aye, sir. Get him, lad. Get the Frenchies. And find this Captain Clark. I am most curious. You up there, what have you done with Captain Clark? Speak up.
He's on the voyage, sir.
What's that?
He shot himself, sir.
The captain shot. Oh, confound it, Connors. If one of your men did that, I'll have his head. I'll break him, court-martial him, ruin him, and have him begging bread in the gutters. Oh, that's stupid.
Oh, no, sir. Beg pardon, sir. But it wasn't any of us. He done it himself, sir. He shot himself. The gun's still smoking in his hand.
Is he dead?
No, sir. He's still alive.
Well, fetch the surgeon immediately.
The surgeon's with him now, sir. They're over there,
All right,
sir.
come on. This looks pretty bad. What's his condition, surgeon?
He's dying, sir. Can't last long.
Want to do something for him?
Not very much, sir, I'm afraid.
We've just released the English prisoner. They were shut up in the forecastle. It was them making all that noise.
Oh, fuck me eyes! His Majesty's
Stop that infernal racket. Aye, sir. Here comes the real skipper of the Maggie. Captain Elsby, his name is, sir.
Oh, then Clark...
An English renegade, sir, working for the French.
Commodore Hornblower?
Captain Elsby, how do you do, sir?
Thank heaven you came. How we yelled and hoping you'd hear us. Almost blew our lungs out, sir.
Good work, Captain. We heard you.
We were afraid this Clark fellow had fooled you. He was a devilish clever imposter. We heard the shot.
I'd like to find out something more about him. Clark. Can you hear me, Surgeon?
I don't know, sir. He is sinking fast.
Why should an Englishman betray his own country like this? Did he choose? Was he forced? Oh, we'll never know.
He's trying to speak, sir.
Bonaparte will rule the world. Long live Bonaparte.
Apparently that is my answer.
Swine. Traitors.
Quiet.
I tried.
You did indeed. How is he, Surgeon?
Losing consciousness, sir, but there's still a pulse. He may linger for a while. Perhaps an hour, perhaps not. We must hang him, sir, before he dies.
What did you say, Captain Elsby?
We can convene a court-martial, try him on the spot, and have done with it at short order. He's committed high treason, sir. He should be executed for it.
He's incapable of defending himself.
What defense could he possibly offer, sir? You have scores of witnesses against him. Myself, the English crew, the captured pirates. What more could you ask, Commodore?
A fair trial, Captain, and that will be impossible under the circumstances.
He'll slip through our fingers, sir, if you delay.
Let him.
But treason is no light matter, sir.
The Lords of the Admiralty might very well agree with you, Elsby, but I can't do it. I will not hang a man who is already so near death.
But the example to the men, sir. We must always think of that. It discourages desertion.
What sort of an example would it be to hang a dying man? If I can't hold men's loyalty without that sort of thing, I'm not fit to command them, that's certain. No, my mind is made up, Captain. I'll hear no more of it.
As you say, Commodore.
Come, Captain. Let him die in peace.
Peace? He deserves no peace.
I said we'll leave him with the surgeon, Captain Elsby. As we walked away from the dying man, it was horrible to see the look on Elsby's face. The man still lusted for revenge against that helpless, wretched Englishman. Elsby didn't know and probably would never learn that mere revenge is always stale and unprofitable. However, this was no time to compare moralities. Now, tell me more about this pirate ship, the Blanche Fleur. She's our real target.
She's a ship-rigged, flush-deck 20-gunner, what the French call a corvette, sir. She's to be reckoned.
Yes, I know. Where were you when she attacked?
Just off the island of Rügen on the Swedish coast.
Oh, the island of Rügen, eh? Yes. That would make an effective base. She could lie in wait there, then pounce on our trading ships as they come down from Finland and Russia.
The worst part of it is, sir, in order to get safely by the island, you must pass through a narrow. There's a 2-fathom shoal.
Yes, I remember that shoal from the charts. So she hemmed you in between the shoal and the land, eh?
Exactly, sir. And we were at her mercy. But what could we do against her 20 guns with all our escape cut off?
Well, you did what you could, Captain. At any rate, your shouts rescued the Maggie. The rest is up to us. The Blanche Fleur must be punished before she finds more victims in the Baltic. We set the Maggie to rights again and saw her off for home. Then we patrolled the coast, hoping for a glimpse of the Blanche Fleur. There was almost constant fog. broken by fitful intervals of chilly sunshine. I took what advantage I could of one such interval. A bath at sea is a fine thing, under a splashing pump on the wash deck, where you can stand up straight and prance around, too, if that's your fancy. Far cry from being cramped up into one of those little infernal sitting tubs on land. But Brown, my faithful coxswain, who stood by with a big towel, was shivering and looking thoroughly miserable. What's the matter with you, Brown? You look positively blue.
Oh, it's the water, sir. It's icy.
Well, you're not in it. I am.
I know, sir, but right out of the freezing Baltic. Why, I can't persuade myself it's at all helpful for you.
Rubbish, of course it is. Best tonic in the world. Freshens the blood, sharpens the wits. Yes, you ought to try it, Brown.
Oh, if you please, sir, I'd much rather not. Gives me the ache just to watch you, sir. Commodore Hornblower, sir.
Sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. But Captain Bush sent me. Well, what is it? Can't you see I'm... Oh, here, turn off this jet, will you? Turn off this jet, I say. Is everybody deaf? That's better. Well, now, what is it, Mr. Hurst? Hand me a towel, Brown. No, come on, the big one. Come on.
Shall I get your robe, too, sir? This breeze...
Said my towel, didn't you hear?
Yes, sir. Oh, but really, sir,
All right, young man, what's your errand? Now, speak up there.
There's a sail been sighted to leeward.
What? Why the deuce didn't you say so? I'll come to the quarterdeck immediately. It might be the Blanche Fleur.
But, sir, your clothes, you can't...
Don't bother me, Brown. This is important. Give me the glass, Captain Bush. Now, where is she?
She's gone. We've lost her, I'm afraid, sir. It's misting up over there again. She's disappeared into the fog.
And this blasted fog is coming our way, too. Oh, confound the weather. Could you tell what her course was, Bush?
North by northeast to half north, sir. She may have seen us. I'm not sure.
We'll have to take a chance. Pursue her on that course, Captain.
Aye, sir.
Now to wait till this scurvy fog lifts. Oh, I'll stand watch with you.
Aye, sir. Excuse me, sir, but
Yes?
there's a north wind. Well, that is, I mean to say, sir, aren't you cold in that towel?
What? Oh, good heavens, I've forgotten all about it. Where are my clothes, anyway? Here, Brown. Where are you, Brown?
Here I am, sir.
Oh, Brown, what do you mean by letting me charge off that way without a stitch of clothes on? This whole ship has gone mad. Quite mad, I tell you. We followed our chase through the increasing fog, the other ships of the squadron keeping course as best they could. The next day, about noon, the wind freshened and the mist began to clear. She was nowhere in view.
She's probably sighted us and tacked, sir. I'm afraid she's got away.
Hold your course, Captain.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, come, don't look so dreary, Bush. This sea is not as wide as the Atlantic, you know.
Well, sir, almost 3 days without a sign. Don't you suppose...
Sail on the lee quarter!
You hear that, Bush? Let me have the glass.
Aye, aye, sir. Can you see her?
What is she? These glasses certainly aren't as good as they were once. I can't see one confounded thing.
Masthead there. What's your position? Call it.
3 points abaft the port beam, sir!
Ah, there she is. And she's our chase, all right. A flush-decked 20-gunner, and the French colors must be the Blanche Fleur. Set all sail, Captain, at once.
She's sighted us now, sir. No doubt about it. She's making off under full speed.
And if I'm not mistaken, she's heading straight for those narrows off Rugen Island. Good.
Why, that's exactly where she trapped the Maggie, isn't it?
Yes.
Then why is the Blanche Fleur allowing us...
Those are neutral Swedish waters, Bush. The Blanche Fleur knows that we know that. She's counting on our fear of offending Sweden's neutrality. It's not unclever of her, I'll admit.
Cowardly trick. Look at her in there, almost leering at us. What can we do, sir? We can't do
Well, you'll keep the Nonsuch here this side of the channel. We'll post the Lotus at the other end. The Blanche Fleur's bottled herself up. We'd better make the most of it.
Then you intend...
I think I'll go aboard one of the bomb ketches. Why not the Moth? She's got a good range. She's easy to maneuver. Besides, her Captain Duncan's just a youngster. Last time he saw some action, don't you think?
You're going to throw bombs, sir? But Sweden. Our orders were to maintain Sweden's friendliness, if possible.
If possible. I know. But who can have their cake and eat it, too, eh?
Oh, I only meant, you told me yourself, sir, our greatest hope is to bring Sweden and the Russians in as allies.
Now, Bush, I wish you'd stop sounding like the voice of my conscience. I wonder if... No, it can't be helped. We can't hold off. Sweden wants the best of both worlds, to make both France and England happy. But No, Bush, our first concern must be the Blanche Fleur and her finish. I hope you're right, sir. I hope I'm right, too, Bush. I'd better be. If I'm not, the Admiralty will have my hide. Captain Duncan, just because your Commodore's aboard the Moth, you needn't change your habits, man. For heaven's sake, relax. Put your hands in your pockets if you must and leave off fidgeting.
Thank you, sir. How much longer do you think we'll have to wait?
I know you're eager for action, Duncan, but do have a little patience. Your mortars are quite accurate, I suppose?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, indeed. And I cut the fuses myself, sir. If you'll excuse me, sir, I'll go forward.
We're in range now. Yes, I'll go with you. There she is, riding at anchor over there, feeling snug and smug and sound, eh, Duncan? Right where she's pounced on other prey besides. Ah, poetic justice.
Weather's still a little sticky, sir. I'll cut the fuses 1 and 11/16.
How do you figure that?
I found during practice maneuvers that the fuse burns at different speeds according to the weather. This seems about right for today. We wouldn't want the shell to burst in air.
Quite so. This must be a surprise. Well, proceed when ready, Duncan.
Aye, sir. 1,100 yards. We'll try 1 3/4 of powder, Mr. Johns.
Aye, sir. 1 3/4.
Now the linstock.
Yes, sir.
To the fuse. Let it catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
She's caught, sir.
Ready? Fire! There, sir. You can see the shell rising over the masthead. Oh, it's not a hit. The shell burst in the air. My fuses are at fault.
Not necessarily. Try a little more powder.
We'll try 2 more pinches of powder this time, Mr. Johns.
Aye, sir.
Now, ready? Fire! I think we've hit her, sir.
Wait till the smoke clears. Then we can... Yes. A square hit on her bow. Our men are taking to the boats. Another shell into our fire.
Aye, sir. Jump to it, men. Both mortars together. Be lively.
It wasn't long before the Blanche Fleur lay a smoking, helpless wreck. Her raiding days were over. I must say, though, I found myself feeling a little chilled and empty. This had been a brutal business. We had destroyed a ship which had no chance of firing back effectively. Oh, of course. It would read well in my report, and brother officers would tell each other in the clubs of Hornblower's newest success. Then, why this feeling of inglorious dissatisfaction? But naturally, I couldn't speak of this to anyone, especially since that very night aboard my flagship we celebrated. And now, gentlemen, I would like to give you all a toast to a young officer whose careful attention to duty and whose marked professional ability resulted in the destruction of the enemy. Captain Duncan of the Moth. Well, aren't you going to reply, Mr. Duncan?
It wasn't I at all. It was the Commodore who... Well, after all, I mean...
Captain Duncan, if you wish to advance in His Majesty's Navy, never try to offset commendation when it's due. I suggest you might show off your vocal powers to greater advantage by favoring us with one of your songs. Oh, yes, I've heard about them, never fear.
Oh, come on. Why, thank you, sir. Well, then, let me see. Come on.
She was a prize. She was a prize. The lovely lass with the sea green eyes. The lovely lass with the sea green eyes. So tall and fair. So tall and fair. The lovely lass with the golden hair. The lovely lass with golden hair. I expect each man there was thinking of someone left behind at home. I know I was. I thought of Barbara.
Horatio Hornblower Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Strange how hard life can be while at sea, and yet how much a man can approve of it, even welcome it. Only several months ago, I'd been a country squire, Sir Horatio Hornblower, in residence with my lovely wife, Lady Barbara. Wearing fashionable clothes, sitting down each mealtime to choice foods, and yet, though my conscience troubles me in saying it, I'd left it all with no trace of regret. And once aboard the Nonsuch, a commodore now, in command of a squadron of 6 vessels, I felt really alive. Not until Brown, my orderly, reminded me that evening off Bornholm, did I realize I hadn't so much as touched the delicacies that Lady Barbara had so thoughtfully provided when we sailed.
There's cheese, sir, and there's wine, and there's butter in crocks. Her ladyship made a special point that the butter would turn rancid unless it was used, sir.
What time for supper already, Brown?
4 bells, sir. And Captain Bush is dining with you as usual.
Mm-hmm.
I should think a bit of cheese instead of ship's biscuit and salt beef would be a welcome change.
There's nothing wrong with biscuits and beef, Brown. Good Navy fare, both of them.
Oh, yes, sir. But begging your pardon, sir,
A signal from the Raven, sir.
The Raven? What is it?
She sighted a Swedish vessel that wants to speak with the Commodore.
I see. Must have someone of importance aboard. Right, I'll come on deck. Ask Captain Bush if he'll be kind enough to join me.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sir?
What, Brown? Oh, what we shall have for supper? Oh, suit yourself, Brown. Suit yourself. Poor Brown. No sooner had I snapped at him than I regretted being so brusque. Yet how could I bother with food with my mind full of so many concerns? We'd been a month already in the Baltic, with express orders from the Admiralty to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Bonaparte. A show of British strength was needed, definitely. Russia was neutral, but with all Europe in Boney's grasp, Russia's help was desperately important. And what strength had we shown? A few small engagements. It would take more than that to bring the Tsar to side with us against Napoleon. As I stood on the quarterdeck beside Captain Bush, waiting for the Swedish vessel to come alongside, I came near to telling him my doubts and worries. I decided against it, at least for now.
There's two of them coming aboard, sir. Caught a glimpse of that first one. I'd say a Swede.
I hope he brings some news, whoever he is. How long has it been since we've had any, Bush?
I'd say weeks, sir.
So should I. For all we know, Bonaparte may have already attacked Russia. Or Russia may have given up without a struggle.
Yes, sir. Sir, the second one aboard. If that isn't a British uniform, I'm a starfish.
It is, a guard's uniform. A colonel, Bush. A colonel of the guards here in the middle of the Baltic. Ah, well, at least he knows enough of ceremonial to make sure he salutes our quarterdeck.
Good evening, sir. You are Captain Sir Horatio Hornblower?
Yes, Commodore commanding this squadron.
I am Colonel Lord Wychwood. I've dispatches of you from our ambassador at Stockholm, sir, and I've also several of the latest newspapers.
Newspapers? Oh, good. We've been quite short on news, of course.
Yes, I'm sure you have. Have you made the acquaintance of Baron Basser?
Honored.
He's a representative of Sweden. He also has some messages...
Well, gentlemen, forgive me. Perhaps the best place for this discussion would be in my cabin. Captain Bush and I were just about to dine. If you'll be good enough to join us.
Well,
Our table can still boast a few small delicacies. There's cheese, Stilton, I believe, and, O'Brien.
Yes, sir. There's cheddar also, and there's smoked mutton ham and jam, sir.
Well, break it out at once, Brown. Lord Wychwood, I notice these newspapers are in German and Polish.
Quite so.
You can translate?
Aye. Barbarous tongues like that, sir. English good enough for me, sir.
And you, Baron?
Beg pardon. German I can to some extent, but the Polish, no.
Oh, well, we'll manage, Baron. Bush, will you pass the word to my clerk, Sorger, to come to my cabin at 6 bells? He's a Finn, but he's told me that he speaks all the Baltic languages.
This one is the Königsberger Hartentische Zeitung, Sir Horatio, published under French censorship, of course. It reports on a meeting at Dresden. Bonaparte is there.
At Dresden?
Yes, Baron.
Oh, go ahead, Sorger, go ahead.
There are 9 army corps. At Dresden, at Warsaw, at Danzig.
All aimed at Russia, it appears, Hornblower. How many men would you say that meant altogether?
Well, you'll be able to calculate that better than I, Colonel.
Oh, yes, army men, of course. Oh, but I'd say it might come to 500,000.
But here is something, Sir Horatio. The Warsaw Gazette has a long article about Russia.
Well, read it, Sorger, read it.
It calls Alexander the barbarian ruler of a barbarian people.
Thank you, Sorger. Yes, I think that will do for now.
Yes, sir. Good night, gentlemen.
A strange one, that one, Commodore. He has hate in his eyes.
Possibly, Baron Basser. However, it grows late, and if you and Colonel Wychwood intend going back ashore, we'd best...
Commodore Hornblower, I don't think we are going ashore.
What's that?
To put it another way, Baron Basser and I wish to stay on board the Nonsuch.
This is a ship of war, Colonel. I'm afraid I must...
Quite so. Allow me to present this dispatch, sir. You will notice it's from His Britannic Majesty's ambassador to the court of Stockholm.
Let's see. Bonaparte has invaded Swedish Pomerania. Now, this is news. Baron Basser, is Sweden then no longer neutral?
There has been no formal declaration of war.
Yes,
sir.
but you have been invaded. I understand, yes. Much still depends on Russia, is that it?
Everything depends on Russia. We scarcely could move alone.
Well, Baron, that's one reason we are here, to prove to you that you are not alone.
The balance of the dispatch explains more fully, Sir Horatio.
Yes, thank you. I am directed and required to enable Lord Wychwood to open communication with the Russian government so as to assure His Imperial Majesty the Tsar of the full support by land and sea of British forces in the event of war between Russia and France. I am further directed to make use of any opportunity that may present itself to further better relations with the Russians.
Better relations? What's that mean, sir?
Diplomatic language, Bush. It means bring young Tsar Alexander into our camp as an ally.
Exactly. And by whatever means.
It had better be soon. 600,000 of Napoleon's troops massed on our borders. A show of strength that Sweden cannot match.
We've got our own strength, Baron.
Strength, Captain Bush? 6 British ships.
No. Don't look down your noses, Ambassador. Besides, Alexander's a curious fellow. Has a mind of his own, highly emotional. Never know what might influence him one way or the other. Might be anything. Oh, no disrespect to his great eminence, of course. Well, Commodore?
Colonel Whitworth, this dispatch employs the words directed and required.
Yes?
May I point out that the wording should have been request and advise. An ambassador cannot give orders to a naval officer.
Well, I say now...
Furthermore, my orders from the Admiralty said nothing about taking part in politics.
Politics, sir? Important politics?
Sir, what could be more important than to convert Alexander to your cause?
I am a naval officer, not a politician. Still...
Sir, if I may point out something to you...
Yes, no need to point it out, Bush. I know what you're going to say. The very presence of a British squadron well to eastward in the Baltic could have a sizable effect on Alexander.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I offer you the hospitality of my ship. Captain Bush, will you give orders to alter our course, if you please? Our destination is the Russian port of Kronstadt. We had arrived in Kronstadt harbor. Not all night long, we lay under the guns of Russian fortresses. I tried to show much more assurance about this whole queer project than I felt. But at least the Russians had returned our entering salute. The following morning, we had only one visitor, the harbor doctor, to give us pratique. I accompanied him to the sick bay and between decks.
No sickness, no plague, no pestilence?
None.
Yes, I have seen for myself. Only the wounded man. His name?
Lieutenant Mound.
Yes, he does very well. After you, sir.
Later that morning, the wind began to flaw. It was very light, changing first from one quarter to another. I had requested Whitworth and the Baron and Bush and one or two of my senior officers to meet me in my cabin. There was much to decide. And one of them, I think it was Lieutenant Adams, gave voice to what we all had on our minds.
Changeable, sir, is what these Russians are, just like the wind.
Exactly why we're here, Mr. Adams. We can do nothing about the weather. We must do something about the Russians.
When does His Majesty arrive on board, exactly?
Incognito, Baron, remember. Incognito. The Comte de North.
His party will arrive at 7 bells.
Sir, we'll be taking on water and firewood then.
Yes, so we will, Bush.
I can give orders to have it put off till tomorrow.
You will have to serve an elaborate luncheon, Sir Horatio.
What, in mid-afternoon?
Oh, absolute. With Russians, there must always be something to eat.
The Baron's right, Hornblower. It's their custom always.
Oh, very well. We'll offer him something to eat. Why not?
Oh, pity that butter of yours has turned rancid. You know what I'd suggest, Hornblower? Send a party ashore, dig up some of that caviar stuff. And sturgeon, or whatever it is, fish. These Ruskies positively dote on fish.
Colonel, this is a British ship.
But my dear fellow, what's that got to do with it? When in Rome, well, you know the rest of that one.
Yes, you must make a considerable impression.
Politic, my dear Hornblower. It would be most politic.
Shall I put off the water and firewood, sir?
No, Bush.
No? But how can we take in water and be in a fit state for the Tsar to come aboard, sir? Unless we water the flotilla first?
From what I've heard of the Tsar, he's a man of sense. We'll show him the hands at work, that's all. Ship's routine.
At work? But, Commodore...
Yes, in every quarter of the ship, exactly, Colonel. Between decks, in the rigging, in the sick bay. And as for food, we'll give him what we always have. Ship's biscuit, pea soup, boiled beef.
Oh, my dear fellow, but Hornblower, I do believe you must be mad. Offend the Tsar in that manner, and he'll go over to Bonaparte quick as a wink. I beg of you,
Ship's biscuit, pea soup, and boiled beef, Lord Whitworth. Now, you've all been recommending that we put on unnatural airs. I don't believe in that kind of dissembling. He wants to see a British ship of war, does he? Very well, then. He shall.
Good afternoon, Commodore Hornblower. Permit me to present the Comte de North.
Good afternoon, Commodore. I hope our little visit does not discommode you greatly.
Not in any way to compare to the honor done to the ship, sir. May I present Colonel Lord Whitwood?
Honored, Your sir.
Baron Bassey?
Honored, sir.
Captain Bush, master of the Nonsuch.
Your servant, sir.
Captain Bush, will you give orders to prepare the ship for taking on water and firewood? Monsieur Leconte, if you'd care to see more of the ship.
I would indeed.
The gun deck, sir. Watch your head, sir. There's very little clearance for a man of your height. So I observe. We've opened the gun ports to give you a demonstration, sir. Mr. Carling, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir. Battle stations! Held to the fort!
You'll notice the guns are loaded blank. Cannonballs are precious, not easy to come by when long at sea, sir.
I think blank will suffice.
Out truncheons! Starboard battery! Fire!
Interesting. Most interesting.
The midshipman's berth, Monsieur Leconte.
This tiny space?
Yes, sir.
Commodore, you were once a midshipman yourself?
For 4 years, sir. In the British Navy, everyone starts at the bottom.
4 years? You lived 4 years in a berth like this?
Well, not quite as comfortable as this, sir. I was in a frigate. This is a battleship. It's not as crowded.
Yeah, I suppose it is necessary. How long have you served?
I've been in the Navy 19 years, sir.
How long at your present rank?
As Commodore, only 2 months. 9 years before that as captain, 6 years lieutenant, and 4 years as a midshipman.
19 years. And yet you seem none the worse for it.
Sir, they've been the happiest days of my life. Monsieur Leconte, it grows late. May I suggest luncheon? Now that we were seated in my cabin around the table, a wave of doubt swept over me. Real doubt. And then I was certain that what I'd done was utterly wrong. I cursed myself for a headstrong fool. What did an imperial monarch care about life on board a man of war? All he said was incredible, amazing. Then Lieutenant Adams reached for a ship's biscuit. He wrapped it on the table, and I wished with all my soul that I were dead.
Why do you do that, sir?
Well, I was just,
Pray continue, Mr. Adams. We do that, sir, to get rid of the weevils.
The weevils?
Insect family, sir. He's knocking them out.
Yes, that's right, sir. If you tap gently, they come out of their own accord. Well, this way. Do you see, sir?
Yes, I see.
Captain Bush, will you pass Monsieur Leconte the biscuit tray?
No, thank you. I think not, thank you.
Brown, will you serve the soup?
Yes, sir.
Pea soup, Monsieur Leconte. In the British Navy, pea soup is a tradition.
Pea soup? Why, this is extremely good soup. Yes, extremely. I commend it to your excellency.
Well, I...
Come, Brown, serve us all. His Excellency the Minister, Baron Bassey.
I'm hungry as a bear. Rum is very good. Quite strong, however.
Yes, British rum, Your Excellency. The lifeblood of the Navy. Sir, does Bonaparte need a reason for invasion? He's a tyrant. Tyrants make up any excuse or none at all. Now he controls the entire Baltic coast as far as the frontiers of his Imperial Majesty's domain. And now that...
Pray continue.
Well, I know little of politics, sir.
What little you know seems to be most important. Bonaparte has threatened Russia. There are great decisions to be made. I understand that the Prince Bernadotte is meeting with the Tsar at Peterhof. At any moment.
Yes, I've heard that too. Sir, Bonaparte's threats are always serious. His methods are always the same. A demand and then another demand. A concession and then another concession. And finally, when the last concession has made his foe too weak by then to resist fully, he marches in and makes an easy conquest. He wishes every nation in bondage to him.
You are very eloquent, Commodore.
I speak from the heart, sir. I speak for Lord Wychwood and Captain Bush and Lieutenant Adams and Lieutenant Carlin. I speak for every British soul who has fought against this monstrous power.
And to what effect have you fought?
Britain is still free. Britain is striking back. Portugal is free at last. Sicily, too, thanks to England. There is only one way left for Bonaparte to turn. We've closed him in on the south and the west and the north. And all that is left to him is the east. Imperial Russia. You hear, sir? The hour strikes. Gentlemen, may I propose a toast? To the Emperor of all the Russians. Vive l'Empereur! Vive l'Empereur!
Gentlemen, another toast. The King of Great Britain.
King.
If you please, pray, my dear Colonel, will you refill the glasses? Gentlemen, I give you Commodore Horatio Hornblower and the British Royal Navy. May they join with Mother Russia to defeat the French tyrant.
Join with... Oh, sir, to that we all drink. Oh, yes, sir, most heartily.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstock's ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Sailing brazenly into a Russian port had been a gamble. Yet my orders from the Admiralty had stated two objectives. Impress the Russians and the Swedes with Britain's naval strength and ingenuity, and at the same time, bring them into the war on our side if you can. Orders which might, of course, prove somewhat contradictory on occasion. Still, once we'd entered Kronstadt harbor, the Tsar himself had come aboard incognito. Even though he hadn't once admitted his identity, I'd hoped he'd been impressed with the fine show we'd staged for him. My old comrade, Captain Bush, was still puzzling about all this the next morning on our quarterdeck.
Sir, was it actually the Tsar himself? Are you quite sure?
Why, yes, of course I'm sure.
But all that talk about the Comte du Nord, they themselves call the visitor that, sir.
And it's merely a name he uses when he's traveling. Oh, Bush, what an old skeptic you've become. I say, look shoreward, Bush. That smart little lugger with the insignia. Now, perhaps our answer's on the way. Mr. Hurst, sail bearing towards us from the shore.
Aye, sir, I noticed.
Well, let me know the moment she's alongside, Mr. Hurst. If she carries the messenger, make him welcome.
Aye, sir. See you with the bump, sir.
Your clerk seems interested, too, sir. Over there, at the starboard rail. He's just come from below.
Oh, Sorga, you mean? He's a peculiar fellow, that. Did you know he was a Finn? He calls himself a man without a country now because of what the Russians did to Finland.
Do you like him, sir?
What do you mean? Oh, you don't, huh?
Well, sir,
He's a bit shifty. You're right. It amuses me, the Admiralty posting him to help me win the Russians over. Oh, well. Well, at least he speaks all these weird Baltic tongues. Yes, Mr. Hurst?
Lugger alongside, sir. There's our officer aboard, bringing you this letter, sir. He'll wait for your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Give him a drink of rum or something.
Aye, sir.
What did I tell you, Bush? Look at that coat of arms, will you? Imperial Palace of Peterhof. Oh, yes, in French. I am bidden to dine with His Imperial Majesty and His Royal Highness the Prince of Sweden this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Oh. Accompanied by my staff. The officer who conveys this letter will serve as guide. Mr. Mond. Oh, tell me, would you care to dine with the Tsar this afternoon?
What, sir?
His Imperial Majesty, the Tsar of all the Russias, Mond. At Peterhof, his palace on the Iranian-bound shore over there, at 4 o'clock.
Sir, naturally I'd... But I'm a mere lieutenant, sir.
Now, I think you need a little change. You still look a bit seedy. This preposterous Oriental document mentions a staff. Well, we must create one, since Captain Bush will stay here with the squadron. Now, who do you suggest besides yourself?
Well, sir, I'm deeply honored and excited. You will need Mr. Sorga, I expect.
Sorga?
The clerk, sir. Wasn't he posted as your interpreter?
Yes, he was. Now, just why they saddled me with that glum fellow... Oh, yes, we must have him along, of course. Then Hurst must go as first lieutenant, protocol, and one midshipman. Which one, Mount?
Sir, Summers is the brightest, if I may say so.
Well, the fat one? Well, very good. Summers it is. Well, please pass the word to him as you return to change your clothes. Dress uniforms, of course. We must be off in, half an hour.
I shall be ready, sir. And thank you, sir.
Peterhof Palace definitely was not near the water. We docked amid saluting grenadiers in monstrous bearskins, and then were ushered into carriages in which we drove for what seemed miles and miles, past parks and terraced lawns and marble fountains. I couldn't help thinking how much my dear wife Barbara would enjoy all this. And at every turn there were sentries on guard, stiffly presenting arms as we whirled by.
Oh, there now at last. The Peterhof. Just round the next curve, you see?
Whichwood's casual remark about assassination had turned my thoughts uneasily back to Sorga and that pistol. I remembered the man's brooding hatred of Russia, his bitter sense of oppression. And suddenly, great heavens, why hadn't it occurred to me before? Could he intend it? Here I grew cold. As we drew up before the palace and were met by swarms of liveried footmen, I contrived to have a word alone with Mound, who, with Sorga and the others, had occupied another carriage. Of all my company, I felt Mound was the most reliable. So you see what I mean, Mound?
I do see, sir. Of course. Quite shocking, sir.
Member of my own ship's company, my own clerk. So it's inconceivable, and yet... Oh, well, perhaps I'm imagining the whole thing.
I hope so, sir.
Well, help me keep an eye on him. It looks as if there'll be a crush of people. Now, watch out. Here he comes now.
Who's this with him with all the gold lace?
Please, you have the kindness to accompany me, Sir Hornblower?
I trust that I see you in good health, Sir Commodore Hornblower.
Thank you. I'm in the best of health, Your Excellency.
And your squadron, which I had the pleasure of visiting but yesterday, in company with the Comte Junot.
My squadron's in the best of health, too, Excellency.
Yesterday, aboard your flagship, we discussed very briefly this man Bonaparte, his policies.
Yes?
It was, I believe, your opinion that his troops might constitute a real threat to Russia.
Might, sir? I fear it's less conditional than that. Bonaparte overran Swedish Pomerania the other day. Sent 50,000 troops in the moment he got news of our appearance in the Baltic.
Yes. Prince Bernadette of Sweden is here even now. This evening he'll be conferring with His Imperial Majesty.
Yes, I had heard so. Now, sir, Bonaparte now controls the entire Baltic coast, right to the Russian frontiers. That would be most convenient to him in one particular event, in the event of his deciding to attack you.
Perhaps you are right. And yet, you know, we've had a treaty with him.
Oh, Bonaparte respects no treaties, Excellency. And now he's taken Pomerania, there's no base for an attack on his rear. He can march an army against St. Petersburg with no fear of it being cut off anywhere.
Perhaps. There are so many considerations, pro and con. But for us it promises to be a very difficult decision.
Then what Your Excellency is saying to me is that...
Commodore, I am merely advising patience. Since there is no decision yet by those responsible for higher policies, I did not wish you to draw premature conclusions, nor to be over-hasty in communicating with your government. That was why I asked to see you privately. We must not seek to hasten the slow steps of history. And now, if I detain you longer, you'll be late for the imperial reception. There are lovely ladies waiting to meet you. They will soon erase that troubled frown of yours, I am certain. Countess, your dinner partner, sir. It's all arranged. Most charming lady. The Countess Canierin. Countess, may I present Commodore Sir Horatio Hornblower of His Britannic Majesty's Royal Navy.
It is the greatest of pleasures, sir.
Delighted.
As a distinguished stranger, Commodore, you will take precedence immediately after the Persian ambassador, His Excellency Gorza Khan. And now, if you'll excuse me, there are other guests I have to welcome at this reception.
Sir, closely, my friend, and you will see the Prince of Sweden enter with His Imperial Majesty, our Tsar.
Then suddenly I did see Sorga. He stood quite unobtrusively at one end of the gallery beside a pillar. But there was something in his attitude, fierce inner intensity that froze my blood. Alexander had conquered Finland. Prince Bernadotte had condoned the act, and there stood Sorga, hating both of them. I turned abruptly from the Countess and found the gallery stairs. I had to push my way through a dense crowd. Where was Mound? I might need help.
Oh, there you are, sir. Well, nothing's gone amiss. I've kept you in sight pretty steadily.
Don't be a fool, Mound. Look at him now. Come, follow me. Hurry. I felt an agony of suspense now. It was almost impossible to move through the packed onlookers, all standing there gaping at the celebrities below. Excuse me. Your pardon, madam. I'm sorry, madam, please. Your pardon, sir. Come on, hurry. There stood Sorga by his pillar, so absorbed he didn't even notice our approach. His hand went to his waistband beneath his coat. He was drawing my pistol. Shall I shoot, sir? No, don't. Can't cause a commotion. There's just one way, one silent way. My sword. Stand back. I whipped my sword out of its scabbard. I couldn't afford to miss my mark at the first stroke. Slashed quickly at the wrist that held the pistol. With tendon severed, the man's fingers opened nervelessly. The gun fell heavily to the carpet, and Sorga turned in open-mouthed surprise, staring first at the spurting blood, and then at me, venomously. All right, Sorga, that does it. Make one more move, and you'll feel the blade somewhere else. Observe, it's pointed at your heart. Well, is there anything to say, Sorga?
No, Commodore. I have nothing to say.
Now, take the pistol, man. Look after him. Tie that wrist up. Get him out somehow. Nobody's noticed yet. They're all much too absorbed in their precious royalties down there.
I'll find Summers and Hurst. We can stow him somewhere.
Good lad, good lad. sorry, but I've got to get back down below. I act the untroubled emissary from old England.
Don't worry, sir. I'll see he causes no more trouble if I have to sit on his thick head all the afternoon.
Welcome back, Sir Commodore.
I'm extremely sorry, Countess. I had no intention
Such a great haste you showed in leaving me, monsieur. I couldn't help but think I had offended you.
Oh, no, nothing like that. You see, well...
Never mind. I have forgiven you already. And please do not look so austere. But see, here come the royal party. They make the tour of the great company, speaking a word to each. The Grand Marshal will soon present you to His Imperial Majesty.
I've already met... No, my mistake. I wonder, is the Comte du Nord not to be here too this afternoon?
The Comte du Nord? I do not know him.
Your Imperial Majesty, this is Commodore Sir Horatio Hornblower.
Your Imperial Majesty?
His Royal Highness, the Prince of Sweden.
Your Royal Highness?
Imperial Majesty, Your Royal Highness.
It is a privilege to meet Commodore Hornblower, of whom I have heard so much. Indeed, we have all heard of his exploits.
Oh, Your Majesty is much too kind.
We appreciate your dining here with us today, Commodore.
It struck me as odd, everyone standing up to dine. But then one shouldn't question others' customs. The long tables literally groaned with food of all descriptions. Though it was quite odd, too. Perhaps I appeared a trifle mystified, especially when some grey, unappetizing-looking stuff was handed us by a footman. So the Countess came to my rescue.
That is caviar. Try. You will approve, I think.
And what's this in the glass? It looks like water.
No. It is not water, you'll discover. Vodka, Commodore. Vodka, the drink of the people.
That's very interesting. And this other stuff, this caviar. Delicious. It's truly delicious. You know, it seems a bit unusual to a stranger to eat standing up, but you know, this is one of the jolliest parties I ever attended, Countess. Laughter, bright lights, beautiful women, music. Oh, you know, I'm feeling quite exhilarated. Now, that innocuous-looking transparent stuff, what did you call it?
Vodka, Commodore.
Yes, everyone here seems to toss it down in quantity, most casually, I must say. Yes, I've been some time at sea, you know. It's a different kind of life, and then all this sort of thing. Well, you know, a bit harsh compared with this.
I'm sure.
Well, I think I'll have some more of that salad and some cheese. It's extremely good. Thank you.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served.
Oh, by all the... How many courses, Countess?
Don't be concerned. At least you've now discovered you like Russian preliminaries. I shall gladly advise you on which courses to neglect.
You have a kind heart, madame.
Oh, yes. Do pictures interest Monsieur very much?
Pictures?
Yes. Painting.
Oh, yes, certainly.
The picture gallery of this palace is considered very fine. This evening after dinner I could show it to you. Unless, of course, you would prefer to join the card players.
Oh, no, I'd much prefer to see pictures, Countess.
Well, after the royal party has withdrawn, if you are by the door on the far side, I shall show you the way.
That would be delightful, madame.
My husband, the Count, used to be quite interested in pictures. I married him as a mere child. But after all, he is now quite elderly. He has lost interest in them, I'm afraid.
Just as we rose and left the dining hall, Mount slipped up to outside the door.
I thought you'd want to know, sir. We had him in a side room up aloft.
Good. Knew I could trust you, Mount.
He fainted with the loss of blood. We had to use a tourniquet, half of my shirt. Summers and Hurst are guarding him.
Anyone find out about it, Mount?
No, sir. Nobody saw us go.
Good.
I poured some liquor on his coat, and from the smell of him, anyone will think he's drunk. We'll smuggle him out somehow. But, sir, the sooner we get him away, the better, sir.
Yes, you're right. Except that, no, I don't think we can hurry off at once. No, hold the fort, Mount. We'll have to stay here another hour at least. Courtesy demands it.
But, sir, I thought... just as you say.
Here you are, Commodore. I've waited, as you see.
I said you had a kind heart, Countess Camille.
The Italian pictures of the Cinquecento are in the farthest gallery. But perhaps you'd care to see the more modern ones first. Their gallery isn't quite so well lighted.
Unfortunately, it's just come to me that, well, I must return to my ship with the others. Yes, I'm afraid in times like these, so many duties weighing heavily.
Indeed? And it is not only now that you remember them?
Well, I must. Thank you so very much for your great kindness to an awkward guest, and also for your friendliness. For me today, the Russians are the most delightful people in the world, but I must be getting back aboard my ship. Dearest Barbara, dearest wife, I've only just returned from a rather extraordinary day at the Tsar's court. You would have been amused, I think, to see me determined to uphold the dignity of Britain amid all that gold lace and pomp and circumstance. A most amazing people, these Russians. Highly ambiguous as to their intentions in this war, yet going some lengths today to show me friendliness and sympathy. Oh, yes, there was a rather attractive little countess, I forget her exact name, who for a time made herself especially amiable in showing courtesy to us strangers. None of them here, however, can begin to compare with our English women, either in appearance or deportment. Just when we shall move out of Kronstadt Harbor, I'm not quite sure yet. I miss you so very much tonight. I send you all my love. Remember that. Your most obedient husband, Horatio.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
lagoon on the coast of Poland, known as the Fisher's Half, we'd made havoc with Bonaparte's communications. And this had, I hoped, delayed French preparations for a possible assault on Russia. And yet we still lacked news as to what Russia herself intended. Would she finally resist Napoleon, come openly into the war as our ally, or would she play for time and try to appease him as she had done before? I had my old friend Captain Bush to dinner in my cabin on the Nonsuch, because I knew he liked sea pie, and my man Brown had prepared one for me with special care. And then, regrettably, I couldn't talk of anything but my impatience. Well, there must be some news after all. Why don't we hear? I simply can't understand it, Bush.
We will. It's scarcely a month, you know, since we left Russia.
A month? If I'd known it would be that long, do you think I'd have let Witchwood keep the cutter Clam at Kronstadt?
Excellent sea pie, Horatio. Excellent.
You see, Bush, it's...
Good as the first I ever ate. Aboard the old Renown, remember? Brown prepared it himself, eh?
Stop trying to distract me, will you, Bush? It isn't clever. I tell you this. If we're to sit here in the Baltic, twiddling our thumbs, we'll have to organize something to keep the men's minds busy. A hornpipe competition, or, well, even theatricals, perhaps.
Theatricals? You can't be serious, Horatio.
Well, why not? This lack of action is extremely bad for morale, Bush. And what's wrong with theatricals, anyway? Don't forget you were young yourself once. Well, you know, I can remember when... Yes? Come in. Midshipman Gerard. Well, Mr. Gerard?
Our cutter Clam in sight to windward, sir.
No.
Yes, sir. At least Mr. Holt has told me to report her, sir.
Well, let me dissuade you, Gerard. Your news is excellent. How far off is she?
How up to windward, sir? We're running down to her. And let me see. Clam signals have dispatches for Commodore, sir.
Are you sure?
Why, yes, sir. At least that's what I...
All right. Don't stammer. Always make sure you know your own mind, Mr. Gerard. Now, tell Mr. Hurst to make Commodore to Clam send dispatches on board as soon as practicable. And, bring the dispatches here immediately they come on board. All understood, Mr. Gerard?
Yes, sir. Aye, sir.
Not going up yourself, sir?
No, I shall sit right down again and have some more sea pie. Help yourself, Bush, help yourself. Oh. No, I am not going to run up there and stand gawking over the side like some midshipman.
They must be feeling some suspense about Russia back home these days.
It's no more than in this cabin at the moment. Bush, if Bonaparte's main strength could be tied up here in the east this summer, give Wellington the chance to strike hard in the south, it's our great opportunity, perhaps our last. Oh, well. We'll know soon enough now, won't we, Bush?
Stop worrying. After all, Tsar Alexander did send that stiff reply to Boney's demands. At least that's what Lord Witchwood said the day we left Kronstadt. You tell me so yourself.
Stiff reply one day may mean soft words the next, with Alexander. Oh, hopelessly unpredictable, these Russians. Come in. Well, Mr. Gerard, what's the latest? Witchwood. Well, by all of... You came yourself, did you?
I did indeed, Sir Horatio. By your ship Clam. And wait till you hear the news. You will agree my trip was warranted.
Well, come on, then.
Well, Captain Bush, quite like old times aboard the Nonsuch,
Witchwood, don't keep us waiting for your news.
Commodore, it's war.
War? It's settled, then. No more procrastination?
We're no longer alone, Hornblower. Now wait till you've plowed through this dispatch case. 10 days ago, Bonaparte crossed the Niemen with 15 army corps. He's committed to invasion now. He can't turn back.
Invasion. And can Russia hold out, Witchwood?
I wish I knew. But at least he'll have his summer's work cut out for him, which means that we can push ahead in Spain.
Yes.
Well, good news,
Oh, it's the finest news I've heard in years, Witchwood. Sit down here. Here, give me that dispatch case and your cloak here. Have some sea pie. Have some wine. Yours is a welcome face, Bush. You can forget the theatricals. Now we can get on with the war. Witchwood, of course, had much to tell that afternoon. But I must say, for once, the man made highly satisfactory listening.
Then there was the dispatch addressed to me by Lord Cathcart, our British ambassador in Russia. A few polite formalities, and then... listen to this, Bush. You will, of course, render all the assistance in your power to our new ally, Russia. The main body of Bonaparte's army is already marching on Moscow, but I am informed that some 60,000 men under the Duke of Tarentum are now on the northern route to St. Petersburg. The Russian Imperial Staff urgently requires your squadron's assistance at Riga, which, of course, the French must capture before they can move on towards St. Petersburg.
Riga? There's a fine harbor there, sir.
Yeah.
The city's only a short distance up the river from the Gulf.
Yes, I know, Bush, yes. The ambassador's tone is urgent, to say the least, Whitwood.
With reason, Commodore. Frankly, there's a panic at the Russian court, and Riga is a vital spot, as well as vulnerable.
Cathcart goes on to ask that I detach the cutter Clam, dispatch her back to England with the news. Yes. I don't like losing her. Well, we mustn't delay. Well, no doubt you wish to go with her, Lord Whitwood.
Oh, naturally. When duty calls and all that, you know, Hornblower.
I must ask you to wait while I complete my own dispatches for the Admiralty and a brief letter to my wife. Yes, they won't take long.
Of course.
Captain Bush, I suggest you tell the men that this is their chance to ride home, too. Oh, and one other thing, Whitwood. I shall send my secretary, Mr. Sorger, back to England in your charge to be tried by court-martial. I'll give you all the papers relating to his case.
Very good, Commodore.
I envy you, you know, Whitwood. Oh, yes, a glimpse of England at this time. Ha! Heaven alone knows when the rest of us will see it. The northern summer had come suddenly. Day by day, as we bore on, the brassy sun blazed hotter, and the breezes almost died. Barely enough wind stirred to carry us, even with all our canvas set. It was a full 8 days before we finally crept into the Bay of Riga. And night was falling as I stared out through my glass at this new shore. That's no man's land between the two forces, I imagine. Well, if the Russians weren't still holding the village, there'd be no fires. Our puzzle so far solved at all events.
2 fathoms, sir.
2 fathoms. I'd like to bear up. Very good. Carry on. Oh, well, the moon's rising.
Hold ahead. On the port bow, sir. She's pulling on.
We have to catch that boat if we can, Mount.
Aye, sir. Starboard, 2 flanks. Clear away the gate.
Don't shout, please, Mount. Perhaps they haven't seen us yet.
Right, sir. Boat's crew, stand by.
Whoever they are, Mount, they've not much skill. They should have headed for shoal water. Oars against sail win no races. We need prisoners for information. I'm hoping that boat holds the proper answers.
Ahoy there, boat. Ease oars.
Here's your pistol. I don't suppose I need to shoot again. I wonder if those fellows have... Well, rather a noisy night for our first visit, huh?
We got them, sir.
Excellent.
They're Frenches, sir. We got them all. 2 officers, 3 men.
As the 5 prisoners were thrust up over the Harvey's side, I saw the star of the Legion of Honor glittering on the chest of one young officer. He would be their leader, I concluded. I would like to know Monsieur's name and rank, please.
You see, Chef de Bataillon du Corps du Génie des Armées de l'Empereur.
Major of Engineers, a good catch, Mount. You understand some English, I gather, sir.
Oui, un peu.
My mind was busy with the problem of how I could induce him to supply me with some facts that I sorely needed. And I had an idea. I much regret the necessity of taking you prisoners, sir, especially at the start of such a promising campaign, but possibly I can arrange an exchange at an early date. In case Monsieur has friends with whom he might like me to communicate, I shall do so at my first opportunity.
Marshal Medon Duke of Tarentum would be very glad to hear. I am on his staff.
Well, Commander-in-Chief's staff. Then you must be Chief Engineer. Yes, you are important. No, that's too bad. After all, you had no reason to suspect a British squadron in this bay.
None whatever. We had been told the contrary. That these Russian villages are blockades.
been supplying you with information, then? Oh, well, all Russians are quite useless, are they not? I suppose your emperor has met with very little opposition from the Russians.
We have taken Smolensk, and the emperor himself marches on Moscow. Our divisions will soon occupy St. Petersburg.
Indeed. But possibly the Dwina River may become an obstacle. Riga, too, stands in your path.
Not for long. Just one bold push across the river mouth, and the Russians will dissolve the moment we have turned their flank.
So that's what he'd been up to when we nabbed him, reconnoitering for a good place to land French forces across the mouth of the Dwina. A daring move, sir, worthy of all the great traditions of the French army. Of course, you have to cross the river before your operations can proceed. No doubt you have sufficient landing craft for your forces.
Problems like that do not hold us, monsieur. We have barges, a score of them. Seize that Mitau before these stupid Russians could destroy them.
Oh, indeed. But, of course, the Russians still hold both sides of the river.
Well, for the moment. They hold on to our side, the western side, by nothing but their fingernails, however. But do not think me fool enough to reveal military information, sir.
No chance of wheedling anything more from the cocky young major for the present. But at least I'd learned about those captured barges, and that they planned an attack soon, directly across the river's mouth. Oh, well, Russians are always incompetent, isn't it so, Major? A prompt assault on your part is, of course, it's a clever plan, allowing them no chance of digging in. But you'll pardon me now, sir, if I attend to my duties? We'll return to the squadron, Mr. Bond, if you please. Armed with that tidy bit of information, I slept better than I'd hoped that night in an alien harbor. No doubt the Russians here at Riga were all confirmed landlubbers, but I could be counted on, I felt, to cope with this type of problem. I was even gratified, in fact, that the French were not discounting good sea water in their plans. The next morning, in my cabin, I had a conference with all 6 captains of my squadron. Well, it's quite clear then, gentlemen. The Russians still hold both river banks, the western one precariously. The French must cross that river if they're to surround Riga. When they try it, we shall bag as many barges as we can.
Yes, we will.
We'll carry out the patrol I've outlined each evening at sundown. The French will scarcely attempt such a barefaced plan by daylight. Now, are there any questions?
You said, I think, sir, that my sloop Raven would hold one end of the defense line.
Quite correct, Mr. Cole. You'll anchor each night on the very edge of the shoals to westward, the French side. It's your light draft that dictates that position. Mr. Vickery in Lotus guards the other river bank.
All right, sir.
The rest of us hold stations in between, and armed small boats will row guard at the mouth. Are your stations understood?
All right, sir.
And that will be all for the moment, gentlemen. Oh, one last word, please. Captain Cole spoke of our defense line, yet it's not so much a defense as a trap. Let them thrust their heads well into the noose before any alarm is given. Otherwise, we'll simply scare them off. Very well, gentlemen. Thank you for your attendance. At dusk, my gig conveyed me up the yellow Dwina River, past the village at the mouth, to the bustling wharves of Riga. There the governor met me, amid a crowd of other dignitaries. By their demeanor, you would never guess they lived in a besieged city. My coxswain Brown was in charge of my boat's crew, and I told him to wait there for my return. But I soon realized it would be difficult to have a private talk with General Esnoff.
Commodore, may I present the Intendant of Livonia, Count Cannerini, and the Countess. They, too, are recently arrived at Riga.
Why, well, yes, I know the Countess. We met at the Tsar's court.
Another Russian dinner, Commodore? Do you feel you are equal to it this time?
Well, I'm learning, Countess. At least I shan't give my whole attention to the hors d'oeuvres.
Commodore! Sir.
Brown, is that you? What's that racket?
Must be French barges. At the river, sir. And our patrol's resisting them.
Is our gig's crew at the wharf?
Ready? I'm waiting for you, sir.
Oh, come on then, Brown. What are we waiting for?
that you, Cole? Come alongside, please.
Aye, sir. Oh, quite an eventful night. But their barges didn't get across, sir. Most of them put back.
Put back? What caused them to?
I was the one set up the alarm rocket, sir. What? Just as you planned. Then all hands fell in. Small boats pulled for the river here. The French...
Mr. Cole, you sent up that rocket the moment you saw them?
Why, yes, sir, certainly. Cole, you're...
Oh, well, it's too late now.
An enemy of our boats approaching, sir. Lotus is cutter, I believe.
At you, Lotus.
Aye, sir. Bring her alongside the Commodore, men. I thought I saw you, sir. Things aren't as bad as they might be. All right, you, Mr. Cole? We backed 5 barges on our side, sir. Cut them off before they could get back to their own shore.
5, Vickery. That's more like it. How many prisoners?
Well, I should say nearly 1,000, sir. Roughly 200 Frenchmen to a barge. The rest turned back at the alarm.
Couldn't help but feel some disappointment. I'd hoped for a catch of at least a dozen barges, perhaps 2,500 men. And yet, it was my own fault, too. Who else placed Cole in his key position? At all events, thanks to young Vickery, we'd headed off the crossing for that night. Strange people, Russians. That interminable ballet was still going on as I entered the opera house.
May I speak to you, please? Shh. Oh, see you, Commodore. Will you come outside the box a moment, please? Commodore, where have you been? The ballet has been beautiful.
There was a slight distraction, sir. The Navy's job, of course. I regret I had to leave without advising you. The French were attempting to cross the river mouth in barges. We managed...
How can we thank you enough, sir? You have struck a valiant blow for Mother Russia.
Thank you, General. I feel I ought to warn you, though. They're sure to try this plan again, and if they do, we'll...
Of course. We must talk of all these. But now you must come back into the box. You miss so much of this gala night.
Well, sir, look, it's late, you know, and
But I insist. Oh, Commodore, the ballet has been so beautiful. Come.
Thank you. Oh, you first, General. No doubt the war can wait another evening.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
To quarters. Unload the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready?
Aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Just received a letter from my dear wife, Barbara. She was well, she said, and missed me. And my small son, Richard, was also well. Somehow I find it difficult to keep my mind on the pressing problems that faced us there at Riga. Captain Bush, my senior officer, paced up and down my cabin aboard the Nonsuch, his face set in anxiety. He was talking empty to a fathom, yet my thoughts were still in England. It was not his words, it was that confounded pacing of his that finally brought me back to our immediate concerns.
It's this frigate ice, I'm afraid of. If we're not careful, we'll be frozen in for the winter.
Oh, confound it, Bush. Can't you keep still, man? Sorry, Bush. To tell you the truth, old friend, I was thinking of home.
So was I, Horatio.
We could drop anchor in Sheerness, and that's but 30 miles from Smallbridge. Barbara would be there waiting, and my little boy, Richard. Or it might be even better to appear suddenly and surprise them, huh? Bush, those are dreams. Our duty remains here.
That's not so, Horatio. You've paid no heed at all to what I've been saying.
Yeah? Why?
There's ice in the harbor. Thus far, it's thin, only a scum, and mainly at the shoreline. But each day it creeps further out.
I know. We'll soon be icebound, frozen in. My first duty is to my squadron. Locked in, we're at the mercy of the enemy. Marshal Maydon may bring his foot soldiers across the ice and capture every one of us. I know. It was done 20 years ago at Amsterdam.
History has a way of repeating itself, Horatio. It's dangerous to risk freezing in, extremely dangerous.
Yes, that's true enough, and yet the Admiralty has ordered us to stay.
But think how the news would spread through all Europe. Bonaparte's Second Army captures a British squadron.
The Admiralty would have my head then, wouldn't they? Disgrace, dismissal? Yes, no doubt about it.
I say up anchor and get out before it's too late.
Well, General Esnov and his Russians would call us cowards, Bush.
Horatio, the Russians are done for. There's no fight left in them.
Well, they still hold here at Riga.
And if they do, what of it? What of Bonaparte himself? His army has already taken Moscow.
Aye, but there's some question that he can remain there. The Russians burned the city before he took it.
What of that? He's there and he's victorious.
Well, from all the reports General Esnov receives, Tsar Alexander... the Tsar hasn't yet lost heart. The Russians are still fighting, Bush.
Reports more like rumors than facts. Horatio, you've done all that could be done and more. Without you, Marshal Maydon would have reduced Riga and marched on to St. Petersburg long before this.
Well, we've helped holding him back, I'm glad to say.
Besides, there's something else. You're not well, Horatio.
Oh, nonsense.
You're not. You've lost weight. You've had a cough for weeks. My advice is, take the squadron out as soon as...
Find your advice. We have to stay where we are until we have orders to move. Now, don't you see that? Ice or no ice, we'll follow orders.
The bombardment was extremely heavy. Brown had managed to find me a horse, and as I joined General Esnoff and Colonel von Clausewitz near the Russians' defense works, it was all I could do to keep the beast in hand. The uproar made him rear and snort, and the saddle heaved harder under me than any ship's deck in a hurricane. I strove to keep my voice calm and unruffled.
Well, it appears you may be right, General Esnoff. The enemy is massing troops in their front line. Yes, I can see.
Many troops, Commodore. The French have brought up reinforcements. To judge from their colors, I think they have been joined by some Spanish and Portuguese battalions.
Is that not a company of Bavarians, too, General?
It is. Your eyes are sharp, von Clausewitz. And look beyond, if you will forgive me. A regiment of your own countrymen, the Prussians, standard.
I see that. Yes.
A shame that Prussians must fight for Bonaparte.
They have been forced to fight for him. They are not willing allies.
Oh, beg pardon, sir.
The bombardment seems to have stopped. Yes. So I noticed, Brown. The general assault. It is the assault. The enemy is advancing all along the line. Come, Esnoff. There's no time to be lost. We must rally the troops before it is too late. Look there, to the left. Oh, I see nothing, sir. Nothing but open country. Well, exactly, and it should not be open. It's the enemy's flank. It leaves them exposed to a sudden attack from that quarter. It might, sir, yes, but who's going to lead such an attack? Sir, look there. The Russians are starting to break. They're being forced back. They're retreating.
At any moment, the retreat might become a rout. Close by me, near the ruins of what had once been a village church, stood a motley collection of Russian troops not yet engaged in the battle. They were all sorts, artillerymen, supply troops, and a few foot soldiers, all bewildered and leaderless. I found myself beside them, shouting at them, gesticulating to make them understand. I pointed towards the flank of the attack, and they came after me. We fell upon the enemy there and took them completely by surprise.
Sir, Horatio, are you all right, sir? Here, let me help you. I can't find it, Brown. Of course I'm all right. Simply because I have had a horse shot on the rear. No reason to... Are you certain you're all right, sir? Yes, I'm quite, thank you. Well, it's all over, eh? They're beaten off. Aye, sir. Going back to their own lines with their toes between their legs. It was that flank attack that did it, sir.
And by the time I'd set myself to rights, General Esnoff had galloped up with Colonel von Clausewitz.
Here we are. Do you see them, Commodore?
Are those troops? Prisoners?
Look again, sir.
Oh, of course, if they were prisoners, they'd be under guard, and they're not. It's a whole regiment of them, and beside it another, and their uniforms ragged and dirty. Wait, those standards they carry, can they be?
Exactly.
Those are Spanish troops, and Portuguese, but before the battle they were with Marshal Meudon's army. Oh, General, do you mean to say they've come over to our side?
Exactly. They deserted en masse.
Ah.
I would be much obliged if you would question their commanding officer on my behalf.
We are much obliged to you, Conde de los Altos. What you tell us about Bonaparte's main army is of great interest. Hunger and disease, eh?
Even so, Senor Commodore. It has also been reported that nearly all his horses have died off.
And what of Marshal Meudon? If Bonaparte falls back, will Meudon also have to order a retreat?
This, too, I cannot say.
Well, you've been part of his army. Does he lack food, supplies?
There is no shortage yet. His troops are cold, and there is some disease, but...
I see. In the lap of the gods, eh?
Commodore Hornblower, may I speak of another matter? I have a favor to ask for my troops, sir.
would it be possible to return us to our own countries?
Back to the peninsula?
We will fight against the tyrant, but we can fight better on our own soil. I have not seen my native Spain for 4 long years. If we could go by sea, if you could provide shipping for us.
Yes, it will be arranged. It might have a great moral effect on other allies of the tyrant.
Gracias, Commodore. You will not regret this.
However, I ask one favor in return.
Any favor that is within my power. Name it.
Your signature to a proclamation, that's all. We shall endeavor to circulate among Bonaparte's other satellites the news of your joining the Allied cause. Your signature will attest to its truth.
I will sign gladly.
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, Conde, I must return to my ship.
Retreating from Moscow?
It is true. True, I tell you. He left Moscow 5 days ago. We beat him at Maloyaroslavets. The news just came. He's running as hard as he can for Smolensk and Warsaw.
He may never get there.
No, they're dying by thousands every night. Nothing to eat. Winter.
Only beaten. That means we can get out of this bay before the ice, by heaven.
Not yet, Captain Bush.
Why not?
What about the enemy here? Marshal Maydon is still standing firm.
He'll have to retreat.
Well, there can be no sign of it, otherwise General Esnop would have mentioned it.
I would most certainly have mentioned it. Still, it is possible. Commodore, I am arranging to send out a sally, a small attack to test the enemy lines at dusk. Will you join us?
Oh, most certainly.
Sir, you can't. You're worn out.
Nonsense, Bush. I'm as fit as a fiddle.
Well, if you say so, but you'll wear warm clothes, won't you? And take Brown along?
Oh, anything to keep you happy. You're like a hen with one chick, Bush.
No sign of any retreat there. Hey, General Esnop. No, from Clausewitz. Here come their cannon. They seem to have plenty of ammunition to waste.
It grew darker and snow began to fall. The campfires of the enemy glowed as yellow as before, and the flashes of their cannon remained regular as clockwork. I stood watching and listening. Then, after a bit, I began to doubt my vision. At first, I thought that curious lightheadedness was overcoming me again, making my eyes deceive me. But in a moment, they're destroying their guns, firing some shots at us, while at each salvo they fire against the trunnions of one of their own cannon. Do you see that first battery? Only one gun that time.
By the great Dnieper, you are correct, Commodore. Disabling the guns, letting their campfires die.
Maydon has given up. His army's in retreat. That must be it.
Von Clausewitz, we must follow up at once. Order the foot soldiers to prepare to advance. I want the cavalry paraded 2 hours before dawn. Now, if all goes well, we should come within sight of their rear guard by daylight.
Can you provide me with a horse, General Esnop? I want to go with you. It was all like a dream, only clearer somehow. We trotted up the road, Brown 5 paces behind us. No shots were fired at us. Cossack patrols and the enemy, too, stared at us unbelievingly. Then suddenly, we were in among the Prussians. I asked to be escorted to the general. His name was York.
What is this? Von Clausewitz? Traitor.
If I may, General York, let us put aside personalities.
What are you doing in my ranks? You realize I shall make you prisoners?
As you and all of Prussia have been prisoners of Napoleon Bonaparte?
No.
General, I represent the King of England. Colonel von Clausewitz represents the Emperor of Russia. We are fighting to free Europe from Bonaparte. Are you fighting to maintain him as a tyrant?
Such a question cannot be answered. It is impolite.
Bonaparte is beaten. He's retreating from Moscow. Not 10,000 of his army will reach France.
He has other armies.
The Spaniards have deserted him, as you know, so have the Portuguese. All Europe is turning from him, knowing that they've been betrayed.
I am a soldier.
If you fight for him, you may keep him on his tottering throne a few weeks longer. Look, you are a German. Your duty is to your enslaved country, to your king, who is Bonaparte's prisoner.
I am a soldier, I tell you.
You can free your country. You can free your king. Now, at this moment, you can end the useless pouring out of the blood of your own men.
What do you suggest?
An armistice, General York. Immediate cessation of hostilities.
To put down our arms? To stop fighting?
Fighting for Bonaparte, yes. Well, General?
I agree.
Good. Brown caught me as I slumped forward from the saddle, and that scene of snow and desolation faded. I seemed to drift for hours, for days. I was in a bed. There were lemons around me, nothing but lemons. Again, a bed. Soft bed, soft. Church bells. Brown?
Pardon you, sir. And I also, Horatio. Thank heaven.
Church bells, boys. We're ashore then, huh?
Yes, Horatio.
Oh, those bells must mean peace. They don't ring that much in wartime, do they?
It's peace.
Oh. I've been ill, haven't I?
You have. With the plague for a month.
Huh?
Unconscious most of the time.
A month? Impossible.
I never thought you'd pull through, sir. You were that fever-stricken.
Where's the squadron, Captain Bush?
I've gone back to England, all except the Nonsuch. I put Duncan in command.
Yes.
We've been ordered to stand by here until you're ready for the trip. The doctor says you should be up and about in another 3 weeks.
Cleared the Baltic and soon bore down the wintry North Sea. We raised land, the grey sands and green hills of England. We dropped anchor at Sheerness, where I was welcomed by the Vice Admiral. But I was impatient, and the next morning, just 30 miles to Smallbridge, 30 miles, and the church bells ringing, and Brown pounding upon my own door, and Williams, the butler, opening the door. Comfort and joy. By heavens, Brown, it's Christmas. Oh, my darling. Well, I'm back, how's young Richard?
Oh, he's wonderful, Horatio.
Good.
Oh, my dear.
Barbara.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Straight to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstock ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's Indomitable Man of the Sea, Horatio Hornblower.
I shall never forget my 18th birthday. Usually, when a man's young, birthdays are joyous occasions. But there I was, in the year 1794, young midshipman Hornblower, and I was a prisoner on board a French privateer. It was the saddest birthday I ever had. And here's the way it began. A week before my birthday, I was adrift on the Bay of Biscay in an open boat with 4 British sailors and 10 captured Frenchmen. Midshipman Hornblower had lost his first command.
Don't take it too hard, Mr. Hornblower, sir. We're bound to get picked up sometime. Might even be by our own ship, the Indefatigable, sir.
Wish we'd never left the Indefatigable, Matthews.
It wasn't your fault that blasted brass ship floundered under us.
I'd only remembered to patch up that hole in the hull, Matthews, if I'd remembered in time.
It was below the waterline, sir.
Below or above, I should have had my wits about me.
It was that cargo of rice done the damage, sir, soaking up every drop of water that come in. By the time we realized it had swelled all up, split that cargo ship apart like it was a pea pod.
The Mary Gallant, my first command.
Same thing could have happened to anybody. The old man, beg your pardon, Captain Pellew won't blame you for it.
I blame myself. But don't you see, Matthews, I was ordered to take over the Mary Gallant after the Indefatigable stopped her. She was a prize of war. I had orders to sail her to England, not to the bottom. I blame myself, and I shall tell Captain Pellew so when I make my report.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hornblower, sir.
What?
It's come. The wind's backing.
Yes, I noticed, Matthews.
We'd better take in the sea anchor and hoist sail, sir.
Well, if it holds, we may manage to clear Ushant and set a true course for England. Hunter!
Aye, sir.
Hunter!
Aye, sir.
Haul in that sea anchor.
Aye, sir.
Hunter, call our prisoners to attention. You're still rated my petty officer, you know.
Hi, you up there, forward. You monsieurs. Wake up on your feet.
What is happening?
We're hoisting sail. Have your men stand by the halyards. Lively now.
Bien, monsieur. Hello, sir. Council. Don't seem to want to, sir. They're arguing with their officers.
So I noticed. Here he comes now. Now, that's far enough starn, monsieur.
Sir, I ask pardon. In this small open boat, it is
hard. Speak from where you are. I ordered your men to make sail.
We may, it appears you are setting a strange course.
What's strange about it?
You have turned the tiller to head west. That is no way to reach the coast.
It is. The coast of England.
Monsieur, to head for England, this is insane. A small open boat, it is hundreds of miles.
Yes, it is.
The French coast is no more than 30 or 40 miles, Monsieur le Lieutenant.
I'm not a lieutenant, I'm a midshipman.
Bien, but...
keep your distance.
This is madness. My men will not obey. Pest. Oh, how old are you? 16, 17?
I shall be 18 next week.
A child, a mere child. How can you give orders? I am more than twice your age. a seasoned mariner. There is only one course, to head for shore. France or whatever, it matters not.
One step further and this pistol will go off.
Oh, you would not shoot me?
One step and I'll pull the trigger. You order your men to hoist sail. The first one that disobeys will be shot.
Oh, mais monsieur,
Give that order.
Bien. Ici le voile.
Well, that's that.
Aye, Mr. Hornblower, sir. A proper ferocious you looked with that pistol. Mind if I make one suggestion, sir?
Suggestion what?
Next time, you better cock the pistol, sir. What? Way it is now, it wouldn't even fire.
Yes, many things I had to learn when I was young midshipman Hornblower. I remember how my knees shook as I sat in the stern sheets, and how furious I was with myself for getting to cock a pistol. Well, the tiny open boat sailed westward, and for 2 days there was no sign of a sail anywhere, except mine. And then, at dawn of the third day...
Mr. Hornblower, sir, wake up.
Oh, Matthews.
There's a sail bearing down on us.
Sail? Where?
Off the port quarter.
Where? Well, it might be our own ship, Matthews. I dreamt that the Indefatigable would pick us up. Oh.
Yes, sir. It's still far from full daylight, but the top amber of that vessel is clear to make out.
Yes.
It ain't the Indefatigable, sir.
No.
Sorry.
No, it's not.
Still and all, there might be other British ships standing blockade off this coast.
It might be French.
Aye, sir. It might. We'll know soon enough. It's coming right down on us.
Welcome aboard, sir, to the French privateer Pique. I am Captain Neuville, and you?
I am Midshipman Hornblower of His Britannic Majesty's ship Indefatigable.
You were in an open boat?
We captured a prize. I was put aboard in command. It sank.
Regrettable. Now the tables are turned, eh? The crew of your prize are free. It is you who are prisoners. No. Your pistols, please. And that dirk. I shall show you to your quarters. Will you come?
Well, now, this ain't bad, Mr. Hornblower, sir.
Oh, you like the quarters, Matthews? Come in. Oh, Captain Neuville.
You are surprised, Monsieur Hornblower. There is a reason for my quick return. 2 of your crew are proving difficult.
Carson and Hunter, perhaps?
Whatever their names. They have been ordered to do work aboard the Pique, and they refuse.
And why in Bridesgate shouldn't they refuse?
That's enough, Matthews. Captain Neuville, my men and I are prisoners by the international code governing treatment of prisoners.
I am not concerned with the code. You forget I am a privateer. I set my own rules.
But now
there are no buts, my dear young man. They shall work, or I will have them thrown over the side.
You wouldn't dare.
I assure you it is highly probable. And this man also. His name?
Matthews.
Matthews. Well, Monsieur Hornblower.
Matthews, you will go between decks and tell Hunter, Carson, and Smith to comply. And you also.
Aye, sir.
I make an exception only in the case of officers.
My thanks.
How old are you?
What's that?
Never mind. Very young, I am certain. But you will become more ardent with age. Now, my friend, is there any courtesy I can extend?
I don't know what. Perhaps some, reading matter?
I fear I have only professional books. Rangin's Principles of Navigation and Lebrun's Handbook on Seamanship.
Well, they're French.
You cannot read French?
Badly, but, I might as well learn.
Bien, you shall have them. And you shall also have the freedom of the ship, Monsieur Hornblower. But do not attempt anything. My crew have most sharp eyes.
Shall I light the lamp, sir?
Yes, I might as well read. Yes, my despair was as deep as the pit, as wide and endless as all the sorrows of youth. And I felt most particularly low-spirited on that one special day.
Today's date, sir? Ain't it July the 4th?
Well, congratulate me, Matthews. It's my birthday.
No.
Born 18 years ago, July the 4th, 1776. Did you ever have a birthday cake, Matthews?
Me, sir? No.
I did, every year that I can remember, until I joined the Navy.
A cake now. Better than ship's biscuit any time, I'd say. Was it a good cake, sir?
Oh, always. My mother baked it.
Must have been then.
And one year she put candles on it.
Candles?
It's on top, small candles, and lighted them one by one for each birthday.
Oh.
Oh. You don't sound impressed, Matthews.
Don't know as I am, sir. Who can enjoy a cake with candle drippings all over it?
No, you blew them all out before they dripped. It was good luck, Matthews. Lighted candles meant good luck. Well, no candles today.
No, sir. No cake either. Mr. Hornblower, it's awful stuffy cooped up in this cabin. Why don't you spend some time on deck?
I will, Matthews. Tomorrow.
Well, on deck today, Monsieur Hornblower?
Yes, sir?
And how do you like our good ship, Peak?
Oh, well, your ship's very yeah?
Yeah?
Yes, sir. It means she handles well, Captain.
Oh, so she does, Monsieur Hornblower, extremely well. Fast and light. And there is none better before the wind. Now make yourself at liberty. Ahoy! Ahoy there, look out! Any sail? No sail!
Morning, Matthews.
Morning, sir.
No, keep on working. Aboard this vessel, you take orders from them.
Aye. Holystone the deck and pick oakum.
Well, you had the same duties aboard the Indefatigable.
Aye, and used to swear about them. I wouldn't swear now, even though our ship's got twice the deck this has.
Well, at least you're kept busy. I don't know which is worse, being busy or just...
Ahoy the deck! Sail! Ho! Sail!
A sail!
Where?
Matthews! The lookout's pointing towards the starboard bow.
Aye, sir.
Up on the shrouds! Quick, man! Well, Matthews! Well, speak up, man. Is it British?
It's heading this way. It's the Indefatigable, sir.
What?
Or I'm a blind man. I'd swear it's the Indefatigable.
It's more years now than I care to count, but I remember that moment well. Myself as a midshipman, one day beyond my 18th birthday, a prisoner aboard the French privateer Pique. I blamed myself for being a prisoner, but my heart jumped at the prospect of rescue. A sail had been sighted. It was only a speck on the distant horizon, but it was instantly recognizable as a glimpse of home. The Indefatigable! It's caught sight of us and set course this way. It's our own ship, Matthews.
Sir, I might have been mistaken. All that's showing is the top gallery.
No, you're not mistaken, Matthews. I'd recognize that cut anywhere, at any distance.
You can make out more of her now.
Yes. Captain Pellew is loosing her royals, all sails set. Oh, Matthews, we'll be back on board in time for grog.
Do not set your hopes too high, Monsieur Hornblower.
Captain Melville.
Wait. Your late ship, I understand.
Yes, possibly.
A frigate, is she not?
A British frigate. Without guns, you 3-1.
First, it must come within range. What is our best point of sailing?
I refuse to answer that question.
Oh, please do not look so noble, Monsieur Hornblower. I could induce you to give the information. There are ways. But fortunately for you, it is unnecessary. There is no ship on earth, especially none of His Britannic Majesty's clumsy frigates, that can outsail the Peak running before the wind.
I don't believe it.
Then you shall see.
Where's ship? Stand by to come about!
Well, you see, Monsieur Hornblower.
Yes.
Already your Indefatigable is falling far astern.
Yes, I can see.
Yes, 2 more hours and we shall have run our mastheads under.
It's very likely.
For certain.
Close that door, quick.
Aye, sir.
Fetch those mattresses off the cots.
The mattresses? Aye, sir.
Paper. I need paper. What? Oh, the books. I hate to tear up Grandjean's principles of navigation. Don't stand there, Matthews. Over here. Here.
Aye, sir. Mr. Hornblower,
No, I haven't taken leave of my senses, if that's what you're thinking. Just now, rip those mattresses open.
Rip them?
Yes. Here, man. Come on. Straw. Good. Pull it out, Matthews. Pull it out. Pile the straw up here on top of the paper, huh? That's it. There, now fetch me the lamp.
Aye, sir. Careful of it, sir. It's fair hot.
Yes, the hotter the better. There's grease inside. Hot grease, and luckily it's lighted. And the grease goes over the straw like that. Now, Matthews, we'll take one page from Principles of Navigation and make a taper of it. So...
By the Lord Harry, sir. Fire!
You know what's behind that wall?
Yes, sir, the paint locker. There's nothing burns like paint,
Like
sir.
paint or dry wood or cordage soaked with pitch and tar. That taper I gave you. Quick.
Here you are, sir.
The peak is sailing before the wind, and this cabin's in the starn, well below decks. If it gets started, the wind will blow the flames forward.
If they don't discover it first.
Yeah, we'll not talk of that.
You better start it, sir.
Yes. Looks like a candle, doesn't it?
Sir?
A small, flickering candle for a birthday cake. Well, it'll make a brighter flame by far, I hope. All right, Matthews, we'll get up on deck.
You have started a bonfire, sir.
No. Leave the door open and stay behind us.
Might help them to spot the fire, sir.
Well, can't have a fire without a decent draft. And either way, it's a gamble. Now, come on, up on deck now. And do your best to act as if nothing were amiss. We ran forward, 5 desperate men. It was a reckless sortie, but, well, completely hopeless. The bow gun was well attended. As I led the way, I came full face against Captain Nerville. Sir, you cannot shoot us in cold blood.
Cold, I boil with despair. My beautiful ship peak. You shall be thrown overside. You shall be...
I advise you to put up that pistol and surrender, Captain Nerville. Those are the guns of the Indefatigable. They all turned and looked. And I remember how I looked. I stared with my heart in my eyes. The peak lay idle, wallowing in smoke and ruin, and bearing down with all sail set, a wave creaming white under her bowsprit came the Indefatigable. She rounded to, her cable's length to windward, her gun ports open at the ready. First came launches to fight the fire, and then, swarming over the side, came an armed party with Lieutenant Mason in charge. I shall never forget the amazement in his eyes when he caught sight of us.
Good Lord! You, Hornblower? What are you doing here?
Well, sir, never mind now. You'll make your report to Captain Pellew. Now, where's the captain of this wreck?
I am the captain, sir.
Ah, extremely bad luck, sir. Lieutenant Mason of His Majesty's ship, Indefatigable. I will accept your surrender, sir.
Come in.
Midshipman Hornblower reporting to Captain Pellew.
I called you in for some further questions. Hornblower, it's not entirely clear.
What, sir?
You devote most of your report to the Reich ship.
The Mary Gallant?
Yes. You appear to blame yourself for losing her.
It was my fault, sir.
I will assess responsibility.
You mean I'm not to blame, sir?
I believe I have already so stated. Go along.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels of C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters.
guns. Stand by to starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, sir. Ready.
Fire! Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Since I was 18, I've been to many lands. The hot, distant ports of Panama and Salvador, the islands of the sea, Africa, Sweden, Iberia. But in those days, I was young midshipman Hornblower on His Majesty's ship Indefatigable. It was then that I first set foot on any soil other than my native England. And yet, when midshipman Jack Brace and I stood on shore at Plymouth Harbor, I had no idea of what was to come. An expeditionary force was about to embark against France, and Brace and I were being properly superior about the files of soldiers who stood drawn up awaiting orders. I remember how we nodded gravely to each other, Jack Brace and I, but even while we did, Lieutenant Mason turned and called to me. I crossed the quay and reported with no idea of what might be in store.
Sir? Hornblower, there's a special duty for you. Sir? This is Lord Edrington, Major commanding His Britannic Majesty's 43rd Foot. And this is...
If you don't mind, Lieutenant Mason, I'll handle this myself. You, sir. Your name's Hornblower?
Yes, sir.
It would be more proper if you addressed me as my lord.
Aye, sir. My lord?
Hornblower. Peculiar name, Hornblower. Family name?
My lord, the name Hornblower...
No, don't get your back up. If it's your name, and you're saddled with it. Make the best of all things, eh? Lieutenant Mason here tells me you speak French.
Well, a little, sir.
A little, eh? If it's enough. Don't speak a word of it myself. Leave that to the French themselves.
Mr. Hornblower, there's a problem of communication between Lord Edrington, commanding this expedition, and the French forces.
Sir?
This gentleman here, allow me, the Marquis de Pouzauges, Brigadier General in the service of His Most Christian Majesty, Louis XVII. Sir, may I present to Midshipman Hornblower?
Enchanté.
Oh, Monsieur le Marquis.
Here. Never this falderall. Long we stand here chattering, long it'll take us to get on our way. There's a matter of tides or some such, eh, Mason?
Yes, my lord. The transport ships are standing by. We must sail on the tide, of course.
Exactly. And separate transport for my battalion and the French. Reach the coast of France together, go ashore together, work together, all that sort of rubbish. Well, Mason, can the Navy spare Midshipman Hornblower?
I'm certain there will be no difficulty, my lord.
Sir, you mean I'm not to remain on board the Indefatigable, sir?
You speak French, Hornblower. You'll be detached. You'll go on board the transport which carries the French troops.
Well, sir, yes.
Don't look so startled, Mr. Hornblower. It's a great opportunity. You'll not only go on board, you'll land with them, in France. It's a cross-channel invasion, may make history. Don't you know that England wants the Bourbons back on the French throne?
The convoy sailed on the evening tide. From the deck of the transport, I could see the Indefatigable leading the line. I felt very lost. But at least I preferred the French to Lord Edrington. I would never admit it, but Almost, I believed he'd make a botch of the whole expedition.
We are not the only expeditionary force, monsieur. The main body will land at Quiberon. 5,000 men.
Oh, well, that's a little better, sir, but I beg your pardon, monsieur. I overreached myself.
No. Please to continue.
Well, even 7,000 men, even 10 or 15. The French Republic has 100,000.
But observe. The main army of the revolutionaries, where are they situated? They are here, in the south of France. To come north to attack our main force, by which way must they travel?
I see. By way of this road.
Precisely, the coastal road. And observe where we land, we, the small force of British and French royalists. There is a bridge, Monsieur Hornblower.
And if the bridge is destroyed, the revolutionaries can be held back.
Even so, held by a small force, while our main body raises the standard of His Most Christian Majesty, Louis XVII.
Yes, I see.
First through all of Brittany, and then on to Paris. We shall save France, monsieur. We, the few men who hold the bridge at Mouziac.
Next morning, the convoy rounded Belle-Île and dropped anchor. There was Mouziac, and beyond it lay the Vilaine River, and there was the bridge. The invasion craft went ashore without a single shot being fired. My feet were wet with salt water, but for the first time in my young life, I was standing on foreign soil.
Bunda, I want you to get yourself a horse.
A horse?
Yes, one of these. The French are going to set up their troops at the bridge.
Yes.
Blow it up and stay there.
Yes,
My troops, the 43rd, will be down the river half a mile. There's a ford, you see.
Yes, sir.
Shallow place where the enemy might try to get across. We'll have to keep both places secure, of course.
Yes, but what do I do with the horse, sir?
Ride it, man. You'll be with the French. But I can't say I trust them. Undisciplined troops, you know.
Yes.
I want you to ride back and forth and keep me informed. Well, keep your eye on them. Let me know the moment they consider any monkey tricks. Heaven knows what they'll do next.
My lord, I've never been on a horse before.
Then it should be quite an experience. Here. What in the name of Satan's that?
What, my lord?
Look down the beach. What are the French unloading from those supply boats? Some sort of contraption.
It's a guillotine, sir.
Guillotine?
Yes, my lord. They're taking it to Mouziac and setting it up in the town square, I've heard.
Use it to knock the heads off people, don't they?
Yes, I must say it startled me too, my lord. But the Marquis says some of the people in Mouziac deserve it.
Does he now?
The revolutionaries began it, he says, and it's only fair that the royalists should give them a taste of their own medicine. I can't say that I like it myself, sir. I liked it not at all. That afternoon, after the bridge was blown up and the troops disposed, the French set up their headquarters in Mouziac, in the village inn. A guillotine, too, was set up. I was in the kitchen, where a Frenchwoman was preparing food, and the window was open. What is it? It's only a drum.
It comes from the village square.
No, it's only a drum, mademoiselle, really. But you can see it from the window, here. It's the guillotine.
Oui, monsieur.
They're about to use it, too. 5 men with their hands tied behind their backs, and they're marching one of them towards the stairs leading up. I'd rather not hear it, nor see it. Mademoiselle, thanks for the water, but have you got something stronger?
What was that? Gentlemen, quiet.
Colonel, he comes from the village. Gentlemen, we must interrupt our breakfast. We must saddle up at once and join our troops. It would appear the battle has been joined.
day. My legs ache at the thought. The horse I rode was worse than any heaving deck. I clung to his mane and was carried back and forth between the bridge and the ford, between the so-called frogs and Lord Edrington's lobsters. At every musket shot, the animal started like a frightened stag.
Pardon me so, Hornblower. Don't you know aught about a horse?
No, no.
You saw him on the reins as if they were tiller ropes.
Girl, I wish to heaven they were, sir.
Get down, man. Get down before you have me stamped to death.
Yes, Lord.
That's better. To my mind, a sailor on horseback is more dangerous than a regiment of raw recruits. Well, what news from our friends, the Frenchmen, eh?
There's very little happening, sir.
No attack of any size?
A few attempts, my lord. Made by less than a single company of the enemy.
Beaten off, of course.
Oh, several shots from our cannon scattered them like pigeons, my lord. The Marquis said they're a rabble army.
The cannon fire was accurate?
Oh, sir. The cannon are manned by British seamen. Midshipman Jack Brace directed the fire, I know.
Oh, yes, of course. Your own cannon brought ashore, of course. Well, it's a comfort to have one's own countrymen directing fire instead of those raw recruits of Puissage. How well are they holding up, Hornblower?
Well, there's no sign of panic among them, sir.
I should hope not. Opposed by only half a company. Odd, Hornblower. Extremely odd.
What's odd, my lord?
But there aren't more of them.
You've had no trouble here either, sir?
The company of the enemy, no more. No attempt to cross the ford in force.
I thought they were burning powder unnecessarily, sir.
They're not fools, Hornblower. At any rate, there's no harm in assuming they're not. Hornblower, do the French have any rear guard out towards Quiberon?
Towards Quiberon, sir?
Blasted, can't you hear a plain question? Is there or is there not a rear guard, Hornblower?
But that's behind us, to the north. There can't be any... a rear guard, my lord? Well, I don't know, frankly.
Then find out, Hornblower. Find out at once.
Aye, sir. There was no rear guard out towards Quiberon, and when I arrived at the bridge, I reined up for a moment beside Jack Brace's position.
Commander of the Horse Marines, Hornblower.
Mr. Brace, I presume, huh?
No, I put him for a field marshal, Horatio. Notice of what positive genius I've disposed my artillery. And how stands matters with our redcoat friends?
Oh, the lobsters are still standing.
They're fine at standing, jolly fine. Question is, can they unbend enough to fight?
There's not been enough fighting to tell.
True enough. The same thing here. So I'll tell you this, my friend. It may be treason, but I'm inclined to believe these Frenchies could give a better account of themselves than the 43rd Foot. I don't hold with these spit and polished lobsterbacks. One attack and they'd cave in, I'm sure of it.
Edrington's worried about an attack on our rear.
Is he now?
I told the Marquis about it.
Puissage, what did he say?
Oh, he just shrugged.
Answer enough, eh? One gesture from a Frenchman tells more than 1,000 words. Ask me, Lord Edrington's a silly fool.
I'm not quite so sure of that,
Clear as a bony nose on his face. Rear guard. How can the enemy possibly attack from the rear? Now look here, Hornblower. Here we are up on a good high hill. Gives elevation. Excellent spot for cannon. Here we are, I say. We can see the entire country behind us. If there's any sign of Hornblower, what are you staring at?
I don't believe it. I simply can't believe it.
Dust. It's just a cloud of dust.
It's the enemy. In force behind us. Brace, they're ready to attack us from the rear. Look out for your guns, Jack. I will. Look, I've got to warn Lord Edrington. Come on. Up, you confounded man. Come on. Up anchor. The enemy, my lord. The enemy, they're coming.
I expected nothing else. From the direction of Quiberon, eh?
I didn't believe it was possible.
In war, all things are possible. Clever of them, I must say. A diversionary action in front of us, and meanwhile...
Yes, but our main forces at Quiberon, sir.
It was, Hornblower. Must have been overwhelmed somehow. How's the Marquis' force holding out?
Oh, it looked bad, sir.
Panic?
Oh, they seemed badly disorganized when I left them.
No training, no discipline. I expect they'll run like rabbits.
Oh, no, sir, they won't.
What's to stop them? Undisciplined troops, no time for training, sudden attack from an unexpected quarter.
They're brave soldiers, sir. I've observed that.
What's bravery got to do with it? Discipline, Hornblower. That's the requirement. Discipline. What did I tell you? Here they come, running like rabbits. We shall have to cover their retreat. Retreat, sir? Of course, man, to the shore. Back to your ships.
But we shall never make it, sir. We'll be overwhelmed.
I think not.
So began what was to me an incredible experience. Around us streamed the routed royalists, frantic with fear. The enemy launched attack after attack. A troop of cavalry bore down upon us. But meanwhile, the British soldiers formed ranks as calmly as if on parade.
Mr. Carruthers, the 43rd Foot will form a square, if you please. Yes, my lord. 43rd! Hold! 43rd! Halt! Form into square! Company A, right flank, wheel! B company, by the left flank, wheel!
Such slow, deliberate movements, and yet, in a moment, it seemed, there we were, inside a hollow square of red-coated backs. And the cavalry came on.
Again! Fire! Very good. Stopped them for the time being, eh? Mr. Carruthers, the 43rd will resume columns and advance.
Each attack was beaten off, but each was followed by another attack, and another. The sun beat down, hot and heavy as a hammer on an anvil. It seemed as if we would never gain the shore and our waiting ship.
Well, there it is, in sight at last. The beach, Mr. Hornblower.
Yes, my lord, down below us.
I see your boats are busy taking off the royalists.
We'd best get down there at once, my lord.
Nonsense, Mr. Hornblower. If we do, we shall have the Frenchies down on top of everyone. It's up to the 43rd to contain the enemy until the beach is cleared of everyone else.
I see. And then, sir?
Then we shall see about getting ourselves off. Mr. Carruthers, if you please. My lord. Good spot for a stand, would you say, Mr. Carruthers? Yeah, my lord. It's the only clear approach to the beach.
And stand they did. The enemy attacked wave after wave until only to break and shatter on the firm lines of the 43rd. Men went down. The ranks closed up and stayed closed. Behind us on the beach, the evacuation proceeded. Finally, the last of the royalists was taken off in our ship's boats. Men on foot with their heavy knapsacks and the regimental colors and our country's flag streaming above them. And my Lord Edrington and I and his staff on horse, sawing at the reins to keep our beasts from falling down on the steep slope and the trampled stretch of sandy beach. And then there we were at last at the water's edge. And we were in it, scrambling through the surf towards the ship's boats.
Oh, there! Do we stay on this confounded shore forever?
Aye, sir, my lord. Give way on the oars. Way all. Stroke there! I say, Hornblower.
What's that?
Look at him.
Who?
Up forward, his lordship.
Huh?
He got his coattails wringing wet. Expensive coattails, too, you can be sure.
So he did. But he got us all off. Royalists and all. Oh, Jack, you should have seen it. The whole battalion marching, never out of step. Form square, aim and fire, you know. March again, form square and fire, and over and over again.
Stood like a rock, eh?
Yes. You know, Jack, those lobsters of ours, they're not bad in a pinch. Not bad at all.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Even as an 18-year-old midshipman, I'd often heard the word bloodthirstiness, of course. I'd read of the blind hatred that was said to seize on fighting men in crises. But, well, I don't suppose I'd really quite believed in it. I was rather a mild young man, I think, country-bred, not long at sea. So it was something of a shock to me to find that I could have this feeling, too, at least on one occasion long ago. The story of this unexpected piece of self-discovery began quietly enough, just off the coast of Spain, less than 100 miles from our own British port of Gibraltar.
Mr. Ross, call up side boys and Marine Guard. All honors to a captain who's an ally.
Very good, Mr. Jet.
And pass the word to Captain Pellew. He'll probably want to be at the gangway.
Yes, at once, sir.
Mr. Hornblower, make the Spanish captain welcome. To speak French. Ask you to come below for a glass of wine.
Well, Captain Pellew, sir, I've only got school French, sir.
I know, but I can only read the stuff. Some of it.
Well, I'll try, sir. Monsieur le Capitaine, voulez-vous descendre au cabin de notre capitaine? Il désire que vous buvez du vin et...
Merci, non, monsieur. Je désire qu'il lit cette lettre. Ce matin. Immediatement.
Merci. He says, sir, he prefers you read the contents of this envelope at once, sir, without delay.
Very good. Well, now... Oh, it's in French. Here, read it, Hornblower.
Yes, sir. Well, it's mostly compliments addressed by His Excellency the Duke of Belquites to the most gallant ship captain, Sir Edward Pellew, Knight of the Bath, and so on.
Yes.
But, well, sir, the real nub of it seems to be that Spain is now neutral, no longer at war with France, and must enforce her rights. It says, sir, that we have been at anchor here 24 hours,
What?
and that if we...
The Spaniard's leaving us in the lurch? Doesn't he know we've been his ally, a faithful friend? Why, it's go on.
Yes, sir. 6 hours from now, sir, if we are still within range of the shore batteries, they will have orders to fire on us.
The gall of it. I've a mind to. Hornblower.
Sir?
You tell this fellow. No, never mind. I must let him see he's made me angry. Mr. Hornblower.
Sir?
Tell Mr. Chat to see him over the side with all the honors. Side boys, bosun pipes, drummers.
Yes, sir.
Yes, everything we can muster. Then I'll go below and do my swearing. Tell Mr. Eccles I want to be underway within the hour.
Yes, sir.
Infernal impudence.
It was almost funny.
I poured out complimentary farewells to the best of my ability, and while I was doing it, the two captains stiffly exchanged bows of every phrase, hats across stomachs and so on. But Captain Pellew was as good as his word, or even better. The cable was hove short in less than an hour, and as we slowly got underway, I stood in the waist with Mr. Wales, our carpenter, looking across at the distant white town, which would soon fade. Two long, sharp prows had emerged from the inner bay and were pointing towards the Indefatigable. They were a sort of ship I'd never seen in my whole life, at least outside my history books at school.
Why, Mr. Wales, what are they?
Galleys, Mr. Hornblower.
Galleys? But like ancient Roman triremes, is that it?
That's it. And manned by slaves.
Trades out of the ancient world, and yet here beside modern craft like ours. Oh, this is something to see, all right. How many do the Spanish have in commission, Mr. Wales?
Couldn't help hearing you, Mr. Hornblower. A dozen, I should say. 4 men to the oar and 50 oars. That means 200 galley slaves per ship. Oh, and now our last salute. I see we're getting it.
They're replying from the port of Cadiz.
Yes, a bit ironic, these courtesy salutes. Hornblower, I'll wager the next time we hear those guns from shore, they'll be firing the real thing.
Lieutenant Ross was quite right in that prophecy. The tide of war was turning against England. Nation after nation was retiring from the contest against the tyrant Bonaparte. And in the weeks that followed, it looked as if we would soon stand almost alone against the world.
I do not like the look of it, Mr. Chad. Don't like it one little bit.
The current is quite strong, sir, and what faint prevailing winds there are blowing in the same direction. And our grain ship...
Confound it all. I give my arm for 2 hours of a southerly wind just now. That's all we need to waft us up to the mole. Well, what is it, Mr. Hornblower?
Sir, masthead lookout has just reported vessels approaching far off on the port beam. Lieutenant Ross asks for instructions, sir.
Port beam, eh? Give me that glass, Mr. Chad. Yes, I think I can barely detect... Take the glass, Mr. Chad. Horizon's extremely hazy, but tell me if I've seen aright. Unless I'm very much mistaken, it's our friends from Cadiz.
From Cadiz, sir? I don't quite follow.
The galleys, man, the Spanish galleys. Look carefully now. Can't you make out the rise and fall of those damnable oars?
Yes, sir, by heaven, that's exactly what they are. The galleys. And, sir, they're heading straight for us, or I'm a blind man.
Quick now. I'll want you on the quarterdeck, Mr. Chad. We'll arm the men, ready the longboats.
Come. I'll call all hands to quarters immediately, sir.
Apparently, the galley's intention was to fall upon the merchant ships lying farthest behind in the convoy. 3 grain ships lay within half a mile of us and might be covered by our gunfire, but the others could expect no such protection. And a pair of galleys sped towards these, looking like ghosts, sinister ghosts of long-dead cruelties and injustices.
Are all folks assembled, Mr. Chad? Aye, sir. Mr. Soames will command the cutter, Mr. Mason the longboat. I want 6-pounder carronades lowered into both boats, and grappling irons, of course.
Yes, sir. They're already equipped. Mr. Hornblower, sir, you are to check all personal arms, but make sure each hand has pistol and cutlass as he goes overside.
Oh, I thought perhaps the jolly boat was going too, sir. That's my special charge, you know, sir.
Your jolly boat attack one of those war galleys, Hornblower? A 12-foot nutshell with a crew of 6? Don't make me laugh.
Well, sir, we could just pull to one of the grain convoys, sir, and reinforce her crew against attack.
Well, yes, possibly. Captain Pelusa, what do you think of the young man's proposal? He says he and his crew might be required by one of the convoys.
Jackson, Go bring our other men. Go. Be quick now.
All right, Mr. Hornblower. See about it then. Make for any one of our ships that may need help. And put your men aboard her. But don't waste any more time with talk of jolly boats in action.
Thank you, sir. Jackson, Hunter! All 6 of us is ready, Mr. Hornblower. They was all here for the davits anyhow.
Good. Got pistols and cutlasses?
Aye, sir.
Then swing out the jolly boat.
You're aching to attack them demon ships yourselves.
Quiet. Well, we just might want to, Jackson, if a chance came. Are you willing? And the others too?
Willing? I longs to have a crack at them myself. So does all 6 of us. Don't worry none about that, sir.
Good. Then we'll see. Quite true, as Jackson had said. Every man of the 6 in my crew was glaring in hostility at the 2 war galleys as we pulled away from the Indefatigable. As for myself, I'd never in my life felt the sudden, violent, personal hate that shook me now. The longboat and the cutter, both much larger than our little craft, had a good start on us and made fast headway. We lagged behind, and I found myself clutching the tiller and leaning forward in my eagerness to be at grips somehow with this weird enemy.
Just look at them galleys oar blades fly. The way they come sweeping down is something. Why, sir, there'd hardly be time now to board a grain ship if you wanted to.
I think you're right. I'm going to pull the tiller over. We'll follow the cutter, for better or for worse.
Sir?
Well, Hunter?
I can see Mr. Soames in the cutter. Give an order, sir. She's pointing her 6-pounder at the galleys. She going to fire?
I wonder. It's much too great a range for that 6-pounder pop gun, I'm afraid.
All the same, I'm glad to see she's ready.
Sir, look there.
What is it?
There's the other galley. Big as life. Driving right in between them 2 merchant ships.
And our cutter's in her very path. Pull, man. Pull!
We've got to get out there and help.
Pull for your lives, I tell you. Pull! We're gaining on the cutter, Mr. Hornblower. She's fired. The cutter's fired.
Straight at the galley's bow. This has done no good. It's just splinters, see?
This don't look good for the cutter, sir.
Those oars are quickening now, and the galley's coming down to ram her. It's like the Greeks at Salamis or somewhere.
Pull! That was close. We just missed our own cutter, sir. And now we're past her. Shall we turn about and...
She's going to ram the cutter.
Why, the only they've cleaved the cutter right in 2. And Mr. Soames was standing up in the stern sheets when she struck.
Yes. I can't even see him now. It was a chilling sight. One moment before, Lieutenant Soames looking straight at the death which cleaved towards him through the blue water. And now, no trace of him or half his men. A few men clung to the severed cutter's stern parts. But as the Spanish galley's starboard oars swept by us, just clearing us and our own oars, she rode them down relentlessly and passed over their bobbing heads.
Give way, Port! Give way! Use your grapnel, Jackson. Use it now. We're going aboard that devil ship.
Jackson yelled an oath in reply and hurled our grappling hook on its long line. It caught in the florid gilt rail of the galley's quarter just before she swept out of our reach. I was wild with rage and horror now. Somehow we must avenge that cutter's crew. Our own men had been slaughtered by this ghost out of the past. I already loathed her for her brutal slavery, but the cutter's fate was the last straw.
I can't hold her, sir. Do you feel that pull? Line's cutting my hands off.
Take a turn round the cleat. Don't be a fool.
We've got to hold on to her, Jackson. She's fast round the cleat,
I swear it's like we'd harpooned a whale, ain't it, sir?
Look, lively, sir. They've seen us. There's a Spaniard running aft on her poop. He's got a knife to cut our line.
Well, then, shoot him, Hunter.
Good shot, Hunter. He fell right out of sight below the rail.
Look, men, the odds are heavy against us, but we've a good chance to climb aboard. Are you for it? We're only 7.
Aye, aye, aye.
Good, lads. All right, pull up then there. You, Davis, you, Carson, give Jackson a hand with the line. Haul us up in closer to our stern.
They were as fighting mad as I, all of us shouting at each other, shaking with fury and excitement. Now, it was then that word I'd read came back to me, flared in my mind like fire. Bloodthirstiness. Well, finally I knew what that word meant. I was insane with it. Then 4 or 5 swarthy faces appeared above the galley's gilded stern, and muskets pointed down into the jolly boat.
Our pistols, lads, and fire!
Them Spanish heads went out of sight right quickly, sir. Carson's near conscious.
Reload.
Watch out, Mr. Hornblower. Someone's pushed a musket barrel through the window in that after cabin up there. You got a nice aim, sir.
I'm heading for that broken cabin window in the stern. Now, bring the men after me, one at a time.
Aye, aye, sir.
I flung myself at the grapnel line. My legs grazed the water as the line sagged, but my arms finally carried me upwards. I swung up my feet, kicked out what remained of the shattered window, and hurled myself through. I came down on the cabin deck with a thud and peered about me in the dim cabin. The Spaniard who'd aimed through the window lay there dead. I was alone.
You needn't jump, sir. It's only me. Are we all alone in here, sir?
Don't talk so loud. Are the others coming, Jackson?
Hunter's next. They'll all be here, sir, except Carson.
Good. Well, we can't wait for them now.
But, sir, hear that commotion up above.
Look, now, speed's the important thing, Jackson. Now, come along. Here's the cabin door. Find the officers first, Jackson. Got your cutlass ready?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good.
Look, there's 2 big guns up forward. Yes. And 3 or 4 men on the forecastle.
Yes, but there'll be more on the poop just above us.
Look behind you.
What?
More Spaniards from the forecastle. They got their swords out, too.
More Spaniards.
It's Mr. Chad and some hands, sir. They're coming overside.
Sorry that by inadvertence we didn't follow instructions. You see, sir, it was...
Oh, but the Admiral will be pleased all the same, Mr. Hornblower.
How's that, sir?
And now that we've lost poor Mr. Soames in that accident with the cutter, I rather think you shall need another watchkeeping officer. I have it in mind to give you an order as acting lieutenant, young man.
Acting lieutenant, sir? But, sir, I just lost my head, I think. I boarded the galley in a kind of fit of, insanity, perhaps.
It might be well if more young officers lost their heads in that way, then.
But, sir, I wouldn't like to make false pretenses, sir. Now I'm honored for it. I'm almost ashamed of that blind rage now, sir. I must be honest, I am.
Never question the lucky things that happen to you, Mr. Hornblower. You'll learn more moderation in good time, unfortunately.
Well, thank you, sir. Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
To quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
I've always hated heights. I still grow dizzy on occasion, much too easily. But once, rather early in my life at sea, I learned that even heights are not one whit so bad as fear. Cold fear itself. Our frigate, the Indefatigable, had chased the French corvette Papillon into the mouth of the great French estuary, the Gironde. And there we were, prowling like a wolf outside the sheepfold.
And now, Mr. Chad, let's have that chart, if you please. No, the one showing the mouth of the Gironde. I penciled in the positions of the French shore batteries. Pull your chairs down to the same, gentlemen. Our chase, the Papillon, lies just here. Mr. Eccles took the bearings. You've been wondering what I plan to do about her. Well, you gentlemen are going in with our small boats, launch, cutter, jolly boat, to fetch her out.
Oh, so that's it, sir. A cutting out expedition, eh?
Precisely, Mr. Chad. Mr. Eccles will be in general command. We've already discussed it. Mr. Eccles, will you kindly outline our plan?
Yes, sir. I shall have the launch, and Mr. Ross the cutter. And Mr. Chad and Mr. Mason will command the first and second gigs, and Mr. Hornblower will command the jolly boat, as usual.
Each boat, except Mr. Hornblower's, will have a junior officer, second in command, of course.
Yes, sir, as I was about to say. For the jolly boat, well, that won't be necessary, with its crew of only 7.
Yes, sir.
We'll be dispatching about 100 men in all. The Papillon is a ship of war, no merchantman. 10 guns aside, a crew of 200 men, no doubt. But we'll be attacking her by night, taking her by surprise.
Surprise is more than half the battle, gentlemen. Pardon the interruption, Mr. Eccles.
Just now, we're out of sight of land. The French will think we have gone for good. We'll stand in again as far as possible after nightfall. Then deliver the attack at 4:30, an hour before dawn.
You see, that means their watch below will have had time to go to sleep. But proceed, Mr. Eccles, proceed.
My launch will attack on the starboard quarter. The cutter on the larboard quarter. Mr. Mason's gig on the larboard bow and Mr. Chadd's on the starboard bow. Understood?
Yes.
Mr. Chadd must cut the corvette's cable as soon as the other boat's crews have reached the quarter deck. Are you clear, Mr. Chadd?
Yes, Mr. Eccles, quite clear.
Mr. Hornblower, with his jolly boat, will wait until the rest of you have gained a foothold on the deck. Then he'll board at the main chains and ascend the main rigging, paying no heed to whatever fighting is going on deck. He'll see that the main topsail is loosed and will sheet it home on receipt of further orders. Clear, Mr. Hornblower?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I myself, or Mr. Ross, if I'm killed or wounded, will seize the wheel and attend to steering the corvette as soon as she's underway. The tide will take us out, and the Indefatigable will be waiting just out of range of the shore batteries.
And that's how we fetch her out. It's very simple, gentlemen.
It didn't seem so simple to me. At least not my own part of it. Of course, I should have spoken up then and there. I was no main topman. I hated going aloft. I was unsure of myself in the dark up there. I was utterly appalled at the thought of finding my way amid strange rigging. Well, I opened my mouth to point this out. It was my duty to question my own fitness.
I'm sure, Mr. Hornblower.
What was this that Captain Pellew was saying? It seemed to concern me.
And since we're short-handed on midshipmen just now, I'm sure Mr. Hornblower won't mind the rigging job, even if he has newly ascended to the happy state of an acting lieutenancy. After all, he's younger than most of us, should be that more agile as a consequence, eh, Mr. Hornblower?
Well, I hope so, sir. Of course.
Then you don't mind our assigning you as a top man?
Well, no, sir. No, not at all, sir.
Well, then, gentlemen, I think that's all. I fancy you should all begin your preparations.
Aye, sir. Aye.
The sun is about to set. You know your duties, and each of you will find you have plenty to do, I have no doubt.
I should have had the courage even then to tell the truth, to admit my real unfitness for that duty. But somehow already it seemed too late. I was hemmed in by my own words. The Indefatigable crept inshore through the darkness. The time for the attack came very slowly. Still, it came. The boat crews formed up at last, each man with arms. My jolly boat's crew stood in the waist, awaiting me. Well, are you all ready?
That we are, sir.
Are the oars of the jolly boat properly muffled?
Aye, sir.
And each of you has his own pistol and cutlass?
Aye, sir.
Very good. Then keep all pistols at half cock. Don't want them going off to warn the French because of nerves. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
As coxswain of the jolly boat, you'll leave it last.
Aye, sir.
I'll mount the rigging first, of course. But Jackson, be prepared to take command if I fall. I mean, you know, well, if I'm killed in this instance. Is that understood?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, good. Well, I think then that we're just about ready to pull away as soon as word comes down from the quarterdeck.
Begging your pardon, sir, I don't feel quite right.
What's that? Who was that spoke to us then?
Hales, sir.
I'm a little worried about Hales, sir.
What?
He's been acting kind of odd.
Oh, I see. Oh, what's the trouble, Hales?
I'm not sure, sir. I just feel a bit, queer-like tonight.
Oh, indeed? Well, you're not the only one who feels a bit unsettled, Hales. I belay that, man.
I don't mean I'm afraid, sir.
Honestly.
Just keep your mouth shut, Iles. Mr. Hornblower's busy.
Look, let's have no more of this chattering. We're about to take off in a moment. Wait for the signal. Stand by to lower boat.
Aye, sir.
Lower away. Hales, come on, sit up. Go on, pick up that oar. Now, go on. We're nearly there. Oh, take his oar, Jackson. Come on. Jackson, do you hear me?
Aye, sir. If I can just get his hands off.
I want to do it, honest, but I can't.
You might try pouring water on him, sir. There's the baler, Andy. Sea water will cure almost anything.
Too hard.
Shut up, you.
Too dark.
Shut your mouth.
But
He's out of his mind, sir. That's the truth.
Mr. Hornblower, sir.
Shut up.
Sir,
we've got to silence him, haven't we?
Yes, Jackson, yes, we must. Lives of 100 men at stake.
I should never...
I know how I can do it, sir. Unship that killer.
Aye, Mr. Jackson. Yeah, what are you up to, Jackson?
The only thing we could do, sir, knock him out.
I had my orders to wait until the attack had gained a foothold on the deck of the Papillon. She was a black, looming shape now, just ahead, her spars towering up hugely against the nighttime sky. And because that's where I had to climb, I was afraid.
Easy, man. Easy does it. Wait until all 4 other crews board, I remember. Then all of us are detailed to the rigging. Uh-oh. Somebody's stroke is getting mighty careless up there in the launch, sir.
Who fired? Frenchman?
I thought so, sir. Looked like that flash came from the corvette. Oh, they've seen us, sir. They've wakened up for shore.
So give way, men. Give way.
4 muskets. Our boats are right alongside them now. And our boys yelling like devils.
I steered the jolly boat towards the enemy's larboard main chains, trying to make out what was happening on board as our other crews swarmed over her sides from 4 different quarters of the ship. In oars.
In oars.
We put the tiller over and we swelled alongside the corvette. Our bowmen hooked onto the main chains. From the deck above came a sound like a tinker hammering on a cooking pot, the clash of cutlasses and sabres. Now the time had come for acrobatics. I stood up in the stern sheets and sprang for the chains, reached them with a mad leap and hauled myself up.
Follow me, men. We'll know what we have to do. Up the shards to the topsail yards. Aye, sir.
The shards came into my hands somehow. My feet found the ratlins beneath them. And I began that dreaded climb to the main topsail, locking fingers and toes into the ratlins with a thrust of desperation. The flash of pistol shots lit the seething scene on deck, but I didn't dare look back at it. I kept my eyes from my climbing.
Jackson! Getting in it, Jackson! Aye, sir. I can. I'm right behind you, sir.
At my elbow, I felt the futtock shrouds. I transferred my weight to them. It was a long way down to the deck by now, I noticed. Then I hauled myself to the topmast shrouds and began the last stage of the ascent. The shouting on the deck fading a little in the distance. Then here I was at last, at the topsail yard itself. My arms gripped it. My feet felt for the foot rope. Felt again, and then...
God, what's that, sir? Did you speak to me, sir? You all right, sir?
Yes, but... Jackson, there's no foot rope here. There's no rope at all.
Oh, maybe those Frenchies don't use one. Don't like that, no, sir.
100 feet above the deck I hung, kicking and squirming with no hold for my feet. Yet the gaskets had to be cast off and the sail loosed. Our whole venture depended on that.
Are you there, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Look, you're one of those seamen who can run out along the yards, standing up like a, like a tightrope walker.
Oh, sir, I have done it. Yes, in my younger days, sir.
Yes, well, it's the only way to reach the yardarm now.
I was nothing but a coward.
Coward? What'd you say, sir?
Nothing, Jackson.
It was then that, suddenly, I remembered Hales, the man who felt, as he put it, queer-like. I'd been stern enough in dealing with him. I'd even condoned his being struck down. And I remembered my refusal to admit that I shared with Hales that panic and fear. And that thought I couldn't bear for one instant longer. It was even worse than the thought of falling through the night down to that deck.
Oh. Here's for it, Jackson. Andrews and Carson, right behind you.
Aye, sir.
I brought my knee up onto the yard, heaving up till I stood upright. My instinct told me not to dally there for a second, though.
Come on, man. Follow me out.
Aye, sir.
It was 20 feet out to the yardarm, and I covered them in a few frantic strides. My hands found the gaskets. The men of my crew reached for them, too. Hunter had gone to the starboard yardarm, and the sail came loose like a charm. I felt a surge of triumph. Here was the brace right beside me, and I knew what I was going to do now.
All right, Jackson. She's loose. And now I'll see her home.
You seem quite elated, sir.
I am.
Sir, you're not sliding down the brace.
Oh, why not? Quickest way down to the deck.
But, sir, watch it. Your hands will...
Yes, see you below, Jackson. Goodbye!
I was a delirious young fool, excited by the stemming of my fear, carried away by it. And I slid so fast down that rope that I nearly cried out in pain. The rope stripped the skin from my hands like peeling off a glove.
Well, Mr. Hornblower, you plummeted down here like a cannonball. Yes, sir. Let's get the topsail set, sir. Here now, you men. Stand by to give a hand with the sail. Lively now.
All right.
A faint grey dawn was showing now. The signs of battle had almost died away, and I'd been far too occupied to notice.
Mr. Shadd, sir, is the fighting all over?
Oh, just about. It was a well-worked-out surprise, I'm glad to say. We took it in a single rush before the watch below could give the anchor watch much help. We just cut the cable, and now we're... Why, what's the matter, Hornblower?
It's only my hands, sir. Burned my hands a little on that brace.
There's the old Indy, sir, waiting for us.
Sure enough, Hunter. She's lying to just out of shot from shore. Oh, I must say, she looks awfully good to me.
I got a bandage from the surgeon, sir. Oh, sorry, sir. Did I hurt you?
No. I was only looking up there at the main topsail yardarm, now that it's light. Good Lord. Did I really walk along that?
Yeah, that you did, sir. Right handsomely, too. There now. That's fixed. Good as I can do it, sir.
That's good.
Feeling any better?
Yes, much better, thank you, Jackson.
You know, sir, we got a report that Jolly Boat is lost.
Lost? Oh, well, what happened, Jackson?
She ain't towing alongside you like the other boats.
And, of course, we didn't leave no boatkeeper in her.
Well, why didn't you leave Wells? He's our boatkeeper.
I figured we'd need Wells in the rigging, sir, in place of Ailes, seeing as how Ailes was, well...
Hales? I'd forgotten all about him. Where is Hales, Jackson?
Well, he was still in the boat, sir, naturally. And the boat must have come adrift, sir, when the ship went about.
Suddenly, my warm feeling of triumph was extinguished. For if it hadn't been for Hales and my remembering him at the right moment, perhaps I'd never have nerved myself to walk that yard. And at this moment, perhaps I would be branded as a coward, unfit to be an officer. I think this was my first groping realization of the mysterious extent to which one man's small destiny can act upon another's.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Had brief snatches of command before, of course. A quarantined cattle boat, a cargo ship groaning with tons of waterlogged rice. But this was the first time a presentable craft, small as she was, had been entrusted to me. Aged barely 21, I felt as if every telescope in our Mediterranean fleet must be trained on me as I sailed our little prize ship, La Mouche, into Gibraltar's harbor.
No, it's too bad, sir. Can't quite understand it.
What's too bad, Mr. Wynyard?
Why, I don't think she's in herself yet, sir. I've been using my glass all the way up the anchorage. Not a sign of the Indefatigable.
Perhaps she put in at Malta, after all. Well, anyhow, our crew won't mind a little rest.
Oh, I know I won't, sir. That's certain.
Oh, confound it. With Captain Pellew not yet returned, I suppose it's my duty to report to the Port Admiral fairly quickly. I'd rather catch up on my sleep.
Oh, welcome back aboard, sir. They've already come for the prisoners. You look a little weary, Mr. Hornblower.
I am, Winnet. 3 hours wait after I'd reported in, and then 3 minutes with the Admiral. It was warm enough over there today, too, winter or not, in this dress uniform. I've got some news for you, though.
News, sir? Are we going to have shore leave?
Well, tonight, perhaps, but not tomorrow. We'll be too busy. La Mouche is to be commissioned into the service without delay.
Into the British service, sir?
That's the idea. Good, good. We never have enough swift vessels for dispatches. Then he gave orders for all the proper transfer papers and all that, and I had to wait around for another hour.
Dispatches? But surely we're not going out at once. Not before our own captain comes back.
I've got our orders here. You are hereby requested and required to take His Majesty's sloop La Mouche under your command. So soon as the latest dispatches destined for England shall be put in your charge, you are commanded to proceed to Plymouth with the utmost expedition.
To Plymouth? Well, now.
Sounds better to you, eh?
Yes, sir, it does. I haven't been home for more than a year.
Yes, I can understand that. I last set foot on English soil 3 years ago.
Beg your pardon, Mr. Hornblower. I just remembered. While you were gone, a catch from shore delivered you this letter a half hour ago. It couldn't be
the dispatches. Well, hurry up and let me see. You shouldn't be so forgetful, Wynyard. Oh, no, confound it. I'd rather it were the dispatches with orders to sail at once than this sort of... Oh, God, listen to this. Their Excellencies, Major General Sir Hugh and Lady Dalrymple, request the pleasure of acting Lieutenant Horatio Hornblower's company at dinner today at 5 o'clock at Government House.
My name is Alexander, sir. Lord Philip Alexander. And you?
Horatio Hornblower, sir. Acting Lieutenant aboard the Indefatigable. No, I suppose I should say commanding the new sloop La Mouche. It's my first independent command.
I see. And their Excellencies are most happy that you could dine today, Mr. Hornblower.
Well, thank you.
Now, if I may present you, sir, will you come this way? Your Excellencies, this is Mr. Hornblower, the new captain of La Mouche.
Ah, we're pleased to see you, Mr. Hornblower.
Thank you, sir. It's very kind of you.
And now, Mr. Hornblower, may I present you the Duchess of Wharfdale? Your Grace, this is Mr. Hornblower of La Mouche. The Duchess of Wharfdale, Mr. Hornblower.
Your Grace?
So this here's the fellow in question, Your Excellency. Oh, now, really, my dear, are you going to entrust me to an infant in arms? Young fella, you look exactly like a gander on the green. I expect you to hiss at any moment.
And then and there she did an imitation of me, sticking her chin out and dangling her arms, which brought a roar of laughter from the whole room. I just stood there in red-faced confusion.
Now, don't be hard on the young fella, you people. There, he's so awfully young. And there's nothing to be ashamed of, something to be proud of, for that matter. I think it's wonderful, Mr. Hornblower, to be trusted with a ship at your young age.
Oh, yes, indeed, Your Grace.
Yes, sir.
May I give you my arm, my dear Duchess?
Oh, charmed, I'm sure.
I confess I'm thoroughly mystified, Lord Philip. What does she mean about entrusting her to me, for instance?
As usual, the man most concerned is the very last to know.
What is it?
Why, when you sail tomorrow with dispatches, Hornblower, you're going to have the honor of bearing her grace with you to England.
But you're not... Oh, no, you're not serious. Oh, but who is she? I mean, she doesn't...
You heard my introductions, didn't you? She's the Duchess of Wharfdale.
Well, yes, but... Well, I don't like to sound as if I... But she, she doesn't talk like a duchess.
No, the old Duke was in his dotage when he married her. She was a tavern keeper's widow, so her friends said. You can imagine, if you like, what her enemies said.
But what on earth is she doing in Gibraltar?
Oh, she was at Florence when the French marched in. She got to Leghorn and bribed the coaster to bring her here, she asked Sir Hugh to find her passage home to England. Sir Hugh then asked the Admiral, and that's where you come in, poor fellow.
I was up at dawn the next morning to see that my precious ship, my first independent command, was in condition to face the sea and our enemies sailing the sea. I had exactly 4 pop-gun 4-pounders as arms, and my crew numbered only 11. So I knew our only safety lay in flight if we ran into trouble. Towards noon, the dispatches arrived, and then came the Duchess and her maid, accompanied by Sir Hugh and Lady Dalrymple.
Welcome aboard, Your Excellencies. I deeply regret that I can muster but 2 boatswain's pipes in your honor. You see, sir, my crew...
no trouble, Mr. Hornblower. As Governor of Gibraltar, one tires of ceremonials, you know.
Well, here's our young man. How sweet you are to bother with 2 extra passengers, Mr. Hornblower.
2, you mean?
Yes, my maid, Mary.
Oh, well, a great honor, Your Grace, I assure you. I must apologize to Her Grace in advance for her somewhat cramped quarters, Your Excellency. You see, in so small a sloop, ma'am, your cabin will be, well, minute.
Oh, Mary and I can live through it.
As soon as the governor had gone ashore, we brought La Mouche up to her anchor.
Anchor the ways up!
Get halyards!
Aye,
aye. Halyards!
Aye, sir!
La Mouche came round before the wind and began her course for England. Several hours wore on. We rounded Cape Marroquy and set a course for Cape St. Vincent.
That sun's near invisible on the horizon over there. Queer night, ain't it, sir?
Yes. It's coming up quite thick. Well, that's the price you have to pay for a fair wind in winter time. The cool land breeze strikes the Atlantic, and a fog is the result.
Be thicker still be morning, I wouldn't wonder.
Yes, sir. Yes, I think I shall revise my night orders. We must be sure of keeping clear of Cape St. Vincent in the fog. Yes, I'll set a course due west instead of west by north.
Is that you, sir? I can't see for the fog.
Well, what's wrong, Wynyard?
Oh, don't speak too loud, sir, but simply listen.
I don't hear anything, except the sea at our bows and our blocks clattering and... Wait. Wynyard, listen. Do I hear the sea breaking under someone else's bows? Is that it?
There's a ship close alongside in the fog, sir. I'm almost positive.
What kind of ship? Have you got any idea?
After I sent below for you, sir, I heard an order given in Spanish.
Listen to all those bells. We're in the middle, the very middle of the whole fleet.
Big ships, too, sir.
Yeah, seems the Dons are out in force, eh? And my change of course had brought us smack into the midst of them in the night. Oh, if I'd only held to my first course... It's too late for that now.
Listen now, sir. What's going on now? It's positively uncanny. We're within arm's length of each other and they don't know it.
They're setting more sail now that dawn is coming. Spaniards always snug down at night. Don't set their topgallants till daybreak.
Well, they make enough noise about it.
Yes.
Let's hope they're on a different course from ours. Then we'll soon be beyond and through them, won't we, sir?
Well, we can hope so, yes. But, well, it's hardly likely. Wynyard was right. It was uncanny. See, Mr. Wynne, if we were crossing their course, we'd have passed some ship very close. Well, we haven't. The thing that worries me is how long will this fog hold?
Oh, the light's growing. Can't we alter course, sir?
Wait, look forward there. It's a clear patch of sea. We're almost into it.
Sir, I can see the shape of the big Spanish.
Stand still, Jackson. Tell those men forward to stand still, too. No panic, no running. If we draw attention to ourselves, we're done.
Oh, thank heaven, at least our men understand. There's no more of that bustle on deck.
We must behave as if we had every much as right to be here as any of them. By George, there's another bank of mist. We're bearing straight through into it.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Yes, hands where ship, Jackson. Lay it on the port tack.
Mr. Hornblower.
Oh, it's you, no? Look, don't you think your Grace had better go below?
Oh, no, please. I did go below before when you ordered me so sharply, but I had to know what was happening. So I came up again and stood way aft here to be out of your way.
Yes, well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I've got no time for conversation now. Good Lord, I forgot the dispatches.
What, sir?
The dispatches. Here, you take over the quarterdeck, Wynyard. I've got to go run down to my cabin.
Find them, sir?
I did indeed. Now, hand me that belaying pin, and I'll want a bit of line. When these go overboard, they've got to sink.
Please, Mr. Hornblower, do tell me what you're doing.
I'm sinking our dispatches, Your Grace. 2 envelopes of them.
Then they'll be lost for good.
Well, I've no idea what they contain, but I don't want the Spaniards to read them.
I could look after them for you. Indeed, I could, Mr. Hornblower.
No. They'd search your baggage, ma'am.
If I'd put them in my baggage, I'll put them next to my skin. That's what I'll do. They won't search me in any case. Remember, after all, I am a duchess, and the Spanish are nothing if not gentlemen.
Well,
Don't stand there staring, young man. If they should capture us, I hope they won't, but if they should, they'll never keep me prisoner. They'll send me back to Lisbon or put me aboard a British ship as soon as ever they can. So I could deliver your dispatches. Better late than never.
Well, possibly it's an
I'll
idea.
guard them like my life. I swear I will. I'll tell no one I have them till I hand them to a king's officer in England.
Fog's thinning, sir.
Quick, give them here. Hand me a yard of that rope.
Here you
Hurry.
are, Mum.
Now, turn your backs now, you 2 young men. I'll have them stowed in no time.
The sun's coming out, sir. Full this time, I'm afraid.
Yes, we're going to lose that fog for good. It's dissolving fast there to port. Look, there's a Spanish flag.
Heavens. How many ships are there? I see 3 or 4
At
already.
least a dozen, ma'am. Seems we're surrounded. Tell the helmsman, starboard 2 points.
Starboard 2 points it is, sir.
What's that?
That's cannon shot, Your Grace. They've seen us finally for what we are. Yes, those aren't simply warning shots.
We could beat them off once at least, sir.
No. Belay that order in the guns. Look over there.
20 guns trained on us to port and 50 more to starboard.
And we're the size of a pleasure yacht. No, don't fire.
But, sir...
No point in dying uselessly, Matthews. We have women aboard, remember. They could sink us in 10 seconds.
Sir, the frigate's putting 2 boats into the water to board us.
Yes, Your Grace had better look to your baggage. You'll be leaving us soon for, other quarters with the Dons. I hope more comfortable.
Your first ship. Oh, I wish I could tell you how sorry I am.
If I'd only held to my course. You see,
Don't ever blame yourself. Promise you won't, Mr. Hornblower. Come over here a moment. There's something I must say to you in private.
Yes, Your Grace?
Now, stop your gracing me. I'm no duchess.
What do you mean?
No time to tell it all now. Those Spanish boats are almost here. I'm Kitty Cobham. Ever heard of me?
Kitty Cobham? Well, I may have done, ma'am, somehow, somewhere, I think.
Never mind. You're too young for the name to mean much anyhow, but 5 years ago I was playing at Druid Lane Theatre, and Dick Sheridan himself said he'd never had a better Lydia Languish.
An actress, then? Oh, that's it. Yes, Kitty Cobham. Oh.
Sir, the Don's boats are hooking on.
Yes. Come with me, please, Mr. Williams.
Do you speak Spanish, sir?
Perhaps 3 words.
Vengo a bordo para prenderle, señor el teniente.
Senor el teniente Espanol. We have ladies aboard. Ladies. All proper consideration must be asked for. Senora la Duquesa de Wharfdale.
La Duquesa?
Yes, si.
Ah, la Duquesa. Si, señor teniente. She shall be very great respected.
Captivity is at best a dreadful thing. A few weeks at Cadiz, then I was transferred to the Spanish naval prison at Ferrol, an empty sail loft where I lived with other captive officers. 4 months of this. Then one day, I was escorted to the office of the commandant, who had as aide a renegade Irishman named O'Brien.
You've been promoted.
How do you mean promoted?
Well, promoted. Here's the letter. The Spanish authorities are informed that on account of his meritorious service, the acting commission of Mr. Horatio Hornblower, midshipman and acting lieutenant, has been confirmed. Huh? And here's a letter for you, Lieutenant. Must have come in the same dispatch.
Letter?
Looks like it's been readdressed all over Spain. There. That'll be all. You can read it in the corridor outside.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Brown. A letter. My first letter since my capture. What's it? Darling boy? Who on earth would start a letter to me calling me darling boy? I hope it will make you happy.
To learn that what you gave me has reached its destination. They told me at the Admiralty when I delivered it that they were very pleased with what you'd done. And just imagine, one of those admirals, he's an old dear, is a shareholder at Drury Lane. Whoever would have thought of such a thing? And he smiled at me, and I smiled at him. I didn't know he was a shareholder then, and I only smiled out of the kindness of my heart.
That's a big heart, Kitty Cobham, isn't it?
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
To quarters. Unload the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
When I look back over my life, I can recall many times when despair filled my heart. When first I joined the fleet as a raw midshipman and turned seasick inside a harbor. And when I was given my first command and lost it. Yet none was worse than the days when I found myself captured by the Spaniards and clapped into their prison at Ferrol.
What is that you ask, Senor Hornblower? A possible exchange of prisoners?
That's it.
No. It is not for that reason that I have requested Senor O'Brien to bring you to my office.
Oh, well, I just had hopes.
You are young, Senor. Those who are young are forever hopeful. But if I cannot set you free, my young enemy, I can at least make you more comfortable, eh?
More comfortable?
You are now a lieutenant. Under the articles governing treatment of prisoners, you are entitled to certain privileges.
Oh, well, yes, it had slipped my mind.
You shall no longer be quartered with the midshipmen. Senor O'Brien will see to it that you are transferred to the prison rooms reserved for captured officers.
More like cells than rooms, to my way of thinking.
Perhaps so, Senor O'Brien. Yet more comfortable. Also, Senor Hornblower, you will receive the half pay of your rank.
Thank you, sir.
And your parole will be accepted. You will be at liberty to visit the town and the neighborhood.
Thank you, sir.
Understand, for only 2 hours each day.
Yes, I understand, sir.
I have your word, then, as an officer and a gentleman. You promise to make no attempt to escape?
You have my word, sir.
Senor, you should be more happy.
So I was on parole. 2 hours of freedom each day. And while it was small comfort against the fact that I was still a prisoner, I must admit that there was pleasure in it.
Well, now, if it ain't Mr. Hornblower...
Hello, O'Brien.
Look there now, across Ferrol Bay to the entrance. Do you see that long, wicked reef that guards the entrance? The Dientes del Diablo, the Spaniards call it. The devil's teeth. They've taken the bottom out of many a ship.
Ah, there's rough weather coming.
Is there now?
By tomorrow or the next day, the wind's shifting.
So it is. You'd rather be alone, wouldn't you, Mr. Hornblower?
Well, since you ask me, O'Brien, yes, I would.
Ah, no, that's a pity. Because you're due back in prison, Mr. Hornblower. Your 2 hours parole is over.
And that's how it went. The same deadly round. The same sick misery of captivity day after day and month after month. And the only time I felt free was during those precious hours when I stood above the harbor and watched the ocean. And then came a day when the ocean heaved up before a southwest gale, when the waves came crashing in white thunder against Dientes del Diablo, the devil's teeth. I stood there watching them. And suddenly...
Senor! Senor, a ship! There is a ship, senor! Do you see it?
Yes, senora, yes. Our captain's a fool heading this way in a gale. If he had any sense, he'd heave to and stay out to sea until the wind slackens.
It is a Spanish ship, senor?
Oh, must be. No British captain would be so insane. The devil's teeth will tear his ship to ribbons.
Angelita! Carlos, what is the matter?
The ship that now approaches. There is another behind it. An enemy. I must inform the commandant.
What's that? A British ship?
Si, senor. It cannot be seen from here, but from the very top of the headland.
British ship? It must be a man of war. Look, there's the commandant for you. He's climbing up here now. I've got another hour of my parole. I must stay here and watch.
Madre de Dios. The enemy is forcing him straight towards the teeth of the devil.
Yes, if your captain had any sense, he'd give up and surrender.
He turns. He turns towards the channel. He turns. Madre de Dios. Do not miss.
Port. More to port. There is the channel. He will make it.
Muerte del diablo. Diablo!
She's gone. A wreck. All of an instant.
No, senor. No, she remains afloat.
Afloat, is it, you fool? First on the devil's teeth, you mean? Every mast gone from the shock and the deck swept clean. And there out to sea goes the king's ship that drove her there.
Carlos, how long will it last on the rocks? How long?
How long, Anjarita? An hour, 2 hours. Look, another wave.
Oh, they are gone. Gone.
Commandant. Wait. Yes, I can see them. 2. No, 3.
And what of it? If there were 100, we could do no good. There's no earthly way to get them off the teeth. Senor O'Brien is right. There is no way a boat could get through the waves from here. It would founder and sink.
Yes, it would from here, sir. But look across the water there. Look at that little bay. Do you see? It's partly sheltered, and a boat might be launched from there.
Senor, we do not have a boat there. And I, Carlos, ask how we first get a boat to there, eh? How can we get a boat there without crossing the water?
Oh, by land, Carlos, by land.
Senor?
Yes. Commandant, a boat can be put up on wheels, and there must be a dray somewhere in the town, and we can hoist a boat up onto the dray, hitch up a team of horses, and go overland. And once we're at the bay, we can launch it, don't you see?
It can be done.
Senor Commandant, he is right. It is possible.
It is dangerous, of extreme danger.
Sir, Commandant, let me command the boat.
You, Senor Hornblower?
Yes, let me take 6 fishermen with me. Men who know how to handle oars. Men like, like Carlos here.
Si, I will go with you.
Yes. Silence! Very well, Lieutenant Hornblower. This possibility of saving Spanish lives was your thought, and I cannot in all conscience deny you the chance to carry it out yourself. Remember only that I have your parole.
Yes, you have my parole, sir.
And I trust you will come back alive. We shall all of us pray.
Behind us. That safe, solid ground upon which we'd stood and watched the Spanish schooner drive to destruction. There she lay, upon the jagged reef called Dientes del Diablo, the devil's teeth. And yet, as a handful of fishermen and I attempted to rescue the survivors, I was filled with a great elation to be at sea, even such a wicked sea. I'd been on shore too long. I was young, filled with such excitement that fear was driven completely out of me.
Pull, lads! Pull! Senor, we come closer to the reef.
Careful, Carlos. There's a broken mast directly in our course.
Ay, nombre de Dios, I see it.
Pull! Pull!
Senor, there are 4 of them. 4, not 3. Observe.
Yes, I see. Oh, closer, Carlos.
The waves are very strong.
Closer. Get in the lee.
Aboard the schooner! Aboard the schooner! We'll come in after the next wave. After the next wave. Do you hear me?
Here, senor. They are cutting the ropes that hold them to the mast.
Ready, Carlos?
Si, senor.
Now, after the next wave. The wave came. And in we went through a welter of spray and foam. The survivors jumped. One of them sank like a stone, never to reappear. But the other 3 landed safely.
We are in less danger here, senor. At least there are no rocks.
Yes.
It grows dark. It becomes hard even to make out the shoreline.
We'll rig the sail, Carlos. We can beat across the wind and stay clear of the reef.
Si, senor.
And a sea anchor, Carlos. We'll need a sea anchor.
That also. Senor, it will be a very long night, no?
Oh, the wind may die down.
Oh, as to that, always the wind dies down sooner or later, no? But until this happens...
Yes, well, we're safe enough out in the open water.
But it is very cold.
Well, have the men lie close together. The warmth of our own bodies will keep us all alive.
Si. Senor, when the wind dies, we get back to shore, no?
Well, what other course is there?
I've given my parole to return, haven't I?
Si, the parole. Senor, one thing more.
Oh, now what?
Nothing, senor. Only that you have risked your life to help these countrymen of mine. You are a good man, senor.
So the night came down on us. A nightmare night, with shrieking wind and waves that rode the black water like white death. We tried to sleep. During the night, one of the survivors died. The wind died down. The waves came at us, still mountain high, but smoother now, less dangerous.
Senor, please to wake up.
Pedro, Jose, amigos! A ship, amigos! A ship!
Hey, careful there! Stay amidships. You want us to turn, Turtle?
Where is it? Where, Carlos?
Wait, amigos! In that direction, to sea! Wait, the next wave!
What's the matter, Carlos? What is it?
It is not one of ours, senor. It is British.
British?
Yes. We are fishermen. Our eyes are sharp. It is a British frigate, the one which forced the schooner onto the Devil's Teeth.
A frigate? One of ours, blockading the coast. One of ours.
Senor, what do you do?
Taking off my shirt. It's white. It's the only white shirt on the boat. Here. Put it on the masthead. Make a distress signal.
No.
What?
We do not wish to be picked up. We are Spaniards, senor. That is the enemy. Better to wait.
Now, don't be fools. Wait for what? For more cold and wind? For waves that are bound to pour over the gunwale sooner or later?
But, senor, you must understand.
Am I in charge of this vessel or am I not? There's one man dead already and more of us nearly so. Now, make signal to her, I say. She's bound to see us. She'll pick us up. Thank heaven. A British ship.
All right, me bucko. Your turn now. Up you come, over the side.
Thank you.
Don't even have a shirt to your back, do you? Blue as a mackerel. Don't you Spaniards have a liquor sense?
Well, what ship is this?
His Majesty's ship Certes. That's... Blimey, you speak English.
Yes, I'm a king's officer.
Lord love me.
I want these men well cared for.
Them Spaniards?
Yes, well cared for. I want the dead man given decent burial.
Here now. That's just ladder-gagging. Get on with it.
Beg pardon, sir. He says he's British.
British?
Lieutenant Hornblower, sir. Late of His Majesty's frigate Indefatigable.
Well, now I say. And what are you doing in an open craft with a mob of I beg your pardon, Mr. Hornblower. Welcome aboard the Certes. As soon as you're clothed and warm, I'm certain you'll want to speak to Captain Crome.
Now that you mention it, Hornblower, you're quite right. I couldn't possibly have him taken prisoner. Oh, I shall have to set him ashore at the earliest possible opportunity. Now, as regards yourself, I understand you hold a commission as lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Came through when I was in prison.
You were under Captain Pellew of the Indefatigable.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know if the Indefatigable is still in these waters, Hornblower. I don't think it is. But you are probably still carried on her books.
Oh, I believe so, sir.
The Admiral of the fleet will have to decide. But until we meet him, you can do duty aboard this ship.
I can't, sir. You mean Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I almost forgot. I can't do that.
What's that?
Well, sir, I'd welcome the opportunity. I'd give half the years ahead of me to be out of that Spanish prison and back on duty.
You're not in prison?
No, sir, but I was.
Oh, I see. Parole, eh? Oh, well, that alters the case. Puts the decision squarely up to you.
Yes, sir, it does. Oh, I must go back, I'm afraid, sir. As soon as it's convenient for you to dispatch a boat. I was back the next day. It turned calm and clear, and the Certes stood in toward Ferrol and sent a cutter in under a white flag. I remember how all the others, Carlos and the rest, were laughing and talking gaily as we were set down on the dock. O'Brien was there, and half the town with him.
Well, now, if it isn't young Mr. Hornblower.
Hello, O'Brien.
Never did we expect to see you again.
Hey, nor we to see once again our homes. Hey, amigos, when we are driven out to sea, we commit ourselves to God's mercy.
Carlos, back now.
Si,
Carlos,
Angelita.
back.
And for this we thank the Senor, no? Hey, Pedro, good to be home again, no?
You're down in the mouth, Mr. Hornblower.
Yes, perhaps I am.
Now, no need to tell me. The way your heart's in your eyes looking after that cutter now. And looking out beyond the Devil's Teeth to that British ship of yours. You're a fool.
Excuse me, I'm going back to my prison quarters. Of the Spanish prison seemed much more confining now. And there were many times when I cursed myself for coming back to them. And even the comfort I'd formerly gained from my 2 hours each day in the open air had lost its flavor. It was comfort no longer, not after that precious taste of freedom. I was like a man who, after having glimpsed a huge, wonderful meal, then finds himself living on only a crust of bread. This is the mood I was in when one day I was sent for by the commandant.
Sit down, Lieutenant Hornblower. If you please, sit down.
Yes, sir?
You wonder why I sent for you, eh? You see this dispatch I hold in my hand?
Sir?
It is a personal order for me to take immediate steps to set you at liberty.
At liberty, sir?
I am to restore you under a flag of truce to your fellow countrymen.
Restore me, you mean? I'm being set free, sir.
In recognition of... allow me to read. In recognition of his courage and self-sacrifice in saving life at the peril of his own.
Oh, Commandant,
You are overwhelmed, eh?
Yes, a little.
A little? You English. Senor, I tell you that to a Spaniard a deed such as yours makes us cry and laugh and be happy. Senor, to be enemies is a bad thing. To be a man of honor is a good thing. Senor, I am most happy indeed. You have been set free.
Well, thank you, sir. It's something I'll remember all my life.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Beat to quarters. Man at the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Flintstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
as C.S. Forester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Something about the bustle of preparation for a new voyage that makes all such days memorable as one looks back on them after a space of years. But one particular late autumn day comes back to me with living clarity, for it was the first time I set eyes on my old friend William Bush. A meeting which, as things turned out, had lifelong consequence for both of us. The old renown, Captain Sawyer commanding, lay at anchor in Spithead, completing for sea. As luck would have it, I was officer of the watch when the new lieutenant reported aboard.
Lieutenant Bush reporting aboard, sir. Here are my orders.
Pleased to have you aboard, sir. My name is Hornblower. Have you got your gear with you?
My sea chest forward, yes, by the larboard hatchway.
Good. I'll see that it's sent to your quarters, sir.
Mr. Hobbs, lay out here immediately.
Were you speaking to me, sir? Mr. Hobbs, that powder's got to get aboard before nightfall into tonight. And don't use that tone of voice when replying to an order. If you sulk, how are you going to get your men to work?
Well, I only want
Yes, that'll do, Mr. Hobbs. Now, please get back forward and see to it.
Aye, sir.
I'm not quite as fierce as I sound, Mr. Bush. But if once they start sulking, no ship can maintain discipline. Mr. Hobbs is about the worst of the lot. Acting gunner and no earthly good at it. Favorite of the captain, I'm afraid, and therefore very... well, of course, I've no right to pass along ship's gossip.
Of course, I rather wish you would. Man can't help feeling a stranger in a new berth.
No, I can't hold with any breach of discipline, Mr. Bush. I was wrong even to mention it.
Bosun's mates! Side boys! Aye, sir. Aye, sir. Captain's gig approaching, men. Aye, sir. That young midshipman seems a little nervous.
Young Wellard, you mean? Oh, he's a nice lad, barely 16. The captain's a trifle, well, inconsiderate of midshipmen.
All hands! Attention!
Careful, Mr. Bush. The captain's coming on board.
Well, Mr. Hornblower, and who is this officer?
Our new third lieutenant, sir. Lieutenant William Bush.
Bush? Bush? Oh, yes, I see. Came aboard in my absence, did you, Mr. Bush? Why, yes, sir. As Mr. Hornblower has just explained. That'll do. Who told you I was on shore, eh? Why, no one, sir. I didn't even know you were ashore till Mr. Hornblower informed me. So you and Mr. Hornblower know each other already, do you? Well, no, sir. I merely reported to him when I came aboard. So that you and he could have a few private words together without my knowledge? Oh, no, sir. Of course not. I merely... That'll do. I'll have you know I allow no one to conspire behind my back, Mr. Bush. You may report to me in my cabin in an hour. I say, Hornblower, what's up with him? Careful.
He's as likely as not to pop straight back up that companionway. He always hopes to catch us discussing him.
Tell me, is he quite sane?
I hope so, Mr. Bush. We've a long voyage, as I said.
I begin to feel it may seem very long, Mr. Hornblower. If I'd realized...
Mr. Willard! Aye, sir? Bring 2 hands at once and see to Mr. Bush's sea chest, please. Look lively now. Lieutenant Bush found me puzzling, even cold and forbidding that first day. But ever since my first year as a midshipman, I'd had drilled into me the sternest sense of an officer's duty, his obligations to his captain. The Renown was certainly not a happy ship, far from it, but I felt that Bush must find out for himself how things stood. It wasn't long before he did, unfortunately. We'd only been at sea 2 days when he came looking for me.
Mr. Hornblower?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Bush. You sleep well?
Possibly. Well, you won't approve of what I'm going to say, but I've been talking with young Wellard. Is it possible the captain treats his midshipmen so brutally? I could scarcely believe...
young Wellard talks too much.
No, I assure you I'm the guilty one. He shared a watch with me last night. I made him talk.
Midshipmen are impressionable young scamps. Surely you've remembered that from your early years. The stock complaints,
Of course, but I never had a captain who indulged himself in such caprices or such malice.
Mr. Bush, you and I are hardly in a position to judge what...
Nonsense. I'm talking to you because you're the first man I met aboard this ship. And because I hope we'll be friends.
Friendships aren't entered into casually on this ship, Mr. Bush.
Like it or not, I'm going to speak my mind. Doesn't anyone, not even Buckland, feel as I do? Doesn't anyone consider Captain Sawyer a brutal tyrant?
What would any of us do about it, if by any chance we did, Mr. Bush?
Confound it, Hornblower. It isn't even Navy justice. And Navy justice can be very blind sometimes. At least a delegation of officers could call on him. Ask him to temper some of these cruelties he inflicts on his midshipmen.
You haven't been aboard long, have you, sir? Do you know what would happen to that delegation you suggest? Within 2 minutes, every officer in it would be put on watch and watch till further orders. 4 hours on duty, 4 hours off, day and night, around the clock. No, Mr. Bush, we need our sleep too much.
I suppose so. Young Willard seems, very much impressed by you, if I may say so.
Oh, Willard's a nice boy, but
Mr. Hornblower?
Oh, Mr. Willard?
Mr. Buckland's compliments, sir, and will you and Mr. Bush join him below on the gun deck? Practice drill in running out gun carriages, he says, sir.
Oh, it's a good idea, don't you think so, Mr. Bush? Our gun crews need some exercise. They've been too long in port. Oh, what's that you got there, Mr. Willard?
Oh, I took the liberty of stopping by your quarters, Mr. Hornblower. Just brought up your old uniform coat. I noticed you were wearing your new uniform today. Well, that work down there is going to be hot and dirty. And thought you might want to change.
I never asked... all right. All right, Mr. Willard. Very considerate of you, I'm sure. Give me my coat. Oh, and go and tell Mr. Buckland we'll be with him immediately.
Would it be well, sir, if first I just reminded the men of accidents? In my last trip, I remember the wheels of a 24-pounder came unleashed. Nearly killed 2 men before we made it fast.
We've had experiences of our own with runaway guns, eh, Hornblower?
We have, sir.
But repetition does no harm. By all means, warn the men again.
Yes, sir. Attention now, all hands. You can expect some warm work today, men. Before we roll a wheel or untie a single gun carriage, remember this. A loose cannon can be a dangerous thing. I advise you never to leave a gun without some tackle fastening it to the...
What's going on here, Mr. Buckland? Why, a gun practice, sir. I received your permission, sir, if you'll recall.
And Mr. Hobbs, our acting gunner, what of him? He's only this instant arrived down here with me. Mr. Hobbs, were you or were you not informed of this exercise?
I was not informed, sir. Indeed, I wasn't. It was as much a surprise to me as it was to you, sir.
Please, I expect it was mostly my fault. I looked for Mr. Hobbs when Mr. Buckland announced the drill. I looked from everywhere in the ship.
That'll do. Sir, may I make a request?
What is that?
That you hear the midshipman out, sir. I feel certain that Mr. Willard can explain.
Thank you, Mr. Hornblower. I don't require any explanation. You may be sure I've taken note of your insubordination, Mr. Willard. Mr. Willard, I believe, knows about beatings from past experience. Eh, Mr. Hobbs? I may perhaps let him off one on this occasion, but the next time there's any sign of disobedience, Mr. Willard, beware! Majesty's ship Renown drove south under reefed topsails, the heavy seas of the Atlantic rose majestically to meet us. But discipline dropped lower every day.
Want to take in another reef, Mr. Bush?
With your permission, sir.
Yes. Oh, very good, Mr. Bush. Turn out both watches.
Aye, aye, sir.
Bosun!
Aye, sir.
Call all hands!
Aye, aye, sir. And have you nothing better to do than to stand there merely watching, Mr. Hornblower?
I'm sorry, sir. I was only waiting till my men reached their station amidship, sir.
All hands to reef topsails. All hands. Now man those halyards and reef tackles. Be quick about it.
I think they're ready to haul now, sir.
Yes, Mr. Bush, I have eyes.
Haul on those reef tackles, men. Let's be lively.
Boss trawling there! Boss trawling!
What's that?
Those men at the mainmast have ceased trawling, Mr. Bush.
Yes, sir. Something's wrong, apparently. They're in the waist.
Who's that countermanding my orders?
It's me, sir, Willard!
Willard again.
Come here, Mr. Willard. Come here this instant.
Yes, sir?
How dare you issue an order without my permission?
Sir, I assure you, sir, it was quite necessary.
That will do, Mr. Willard. You'll be sorry for this young man.
Mr. Willard was merely doing his duty, sir. He was the first to notice what had happened. There's a reef point caught in the reef tackle block, weather side. If the men had continued to haul, the sail would have been torn.
That doesn't in the least excuse Mr. Willard's act.
No, but, sir, if the sail had been damaged...
Thank you, Mr. Hornblower. There's no need for you to intervene between myself and a junior officer. It's useless to try to protect Mr. Willard this time. Useless, Mr. Hornblower.
This is my station, sir. I'm responsible for it.
Kindly stand aside, Mr. Hornblower. And you too, Mr. Willard. I'll deal with you in a few minutes. Do you hear me? Stand aside. I'll have no conspiracy aboard my ship.
Aye, aye, sir. Stand aside with me, Mr. Willard.
Now, Mr. Hobbs.
Yes, sir. I am here, sir.
You have your rattan cane with you, I trust?
Oh, yes, sir. As you see.
Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Quite beautiful, too. Mounted with silver. Ringed every few inches by a large joint, I notice. Have you observed Mr. Hobbs's beautiful cane, Mr. Willard?
I have, sir.
Pick the two sturdiest of your mates, Mr. Hobbs. This young gentleman may need pinning down. Then take him into the main cabin there, under the poop, and see to it that justice is executed.
But Captain Sawyer...
Silence, Mr. Hornblower. Are you ready, Mr. Hobbs?
I'm ready, sir.
Take him away.
I saw a cruel smile on the captain's face as the rest of us waited on the quarterdeck. But if he hoped to hear us scream or cry from Willard, he was disappointed. A quarter of an hour passed. The captain went to his cabin. And at last, Willard came back again, walking stiffly, his face white and set and strained. There was compassion in Bush's eyes as the boy saluted him. I began to like Bush better from that moment.
A savage business, Hornblower. That poor lad's been badly used. Oh, Captain Sawyer, sir, I didn't see you. Wind's still freshening, sir.
So I observe. Well, well, Mr. Willard at work, is he?
Yes, sir. Checking our hourglasses.
Possibly Mr. Willard has learned better than to conspire against his captain, lawfully set over him by His Majesty King George. You make no reply, Mr. Willard. And Mr. Hornblower still here, too. Mr. Willard seems to be sulking, Mr. Hornblower.
I don't think so, sir. He probably didn't know what to say, sir.
Well, perhaps Mr. Willard's mind is dwelling on what lies behind him. Behind him, yes. Rather good, eh, Mr. Willard?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hobbs's cane did its work well, but possibly not well enough. We'll see.
Sir, wind's coming off. Do you think perhaps another reef...
Don't interrupt me, Mr. Bush. Tell me the truth, Mr. Willard. You sought to hold me up to derision before the hens, did you not?
No, sir, indeed not, sir.
You and Mr. Hornblower together You plotted and you planned so that my lawful authority should be set at naught.
No, sir.
To make a figure of fun, to undermine my influence with the crew. Confess, Mr. Willard. Confess.
No, sir, I didn't, sir. I swear it.
Then who was it planned to catch that reef point in the reef tackle block?
No one, sir, no one.
Who countermanded my orders? Who put me to shame before both watches with every hand on deck? It was a deep-laid plot. Answer me, Mr. Willard. Or do you pretend to be so busy with that slate because you know your guilt?
Sir, I gave Mr. Willard orders to test the glasses. That's all he's...
Thank you, Mr. Bush. I'll handle this. We'll get the truth out of this young conspirator yet. Mr. Holmes!
Aye, sir.
Lay off here, Mr. Holmes!
Aye, sir.
Mr. Hornblower, sir.
All right, Mr. Willard. Sir, you don't mean that you intend... Not again, sir.
From now on, Mr. Hornblower, consider yourself on watch and watch, around the clock till further orders.
Aye, sir.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Hobbs. Take Mr. Willard in charge again, and summon your mates. We'll have him punished on deck this time, up for a dare at the mainmast. I'll have a confession out of him, all right. I'll have it out of you, or you'll jump overboard, Mr. Willard. Take him in charge, Mr. Hobbs.
Aye, sir.
I think I'll come with you this time to see that my orders are properly executed.
Oh, we can't,
Bush, remember, man, captain's orders.
Where are you going?
Never mind. Don't ask, and you'll never need to know.
Sir, Captain Sawyer, sir. The gun is loose.
What? Where?
Below on the gun deck, sir. Do you hear it, sir? Bumping and plunging, too, in this here sea. I came as fast as
Yes, I hear it, too. Mr. Hobbs, put down that cane. Get below.
Aye, sir.
Call the off watch. Bring out hammocks. Now, hurry. You're acting gunner, aren't you, Mr. Hobbs?
Mr. Hornblower, you're back.
Yes, Mr. Bush.
Have they finally secured the gun?
Well, yes, I think so. Why?
I was only thinking, a lucky accident for young Willard, wasn't it? Hobbs hadn't laid on many cane strokes before he had to run below.
Yes, I noticed that.
And once young Willard got out from underfoot, he appears to have been forgotten in the commotion. At least for the time being.
At least for the time being.
Most peculiar happening. Still, accident or not, a heart beat somewhere in that gun.
What do you mean?
A heart that was averse to a boy's suffering. I find it's better not to ask too many questions in this life, Hornblower. All the same, I wonder where you went to when you left this quarterdeck.
Do you, Bush? Well, we are friends, aren't we, Bush? Yes, it's better not to ask too many questions, even of a friend.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstops ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.